The third training ground. Naruto, who was tied to a wooden stake, looked at everything in front of him in a complicated way, with three parts of confusion, three parts of confusion, three parts of thinking, and a trace of inexplicable emotions in his eyes. As a person who has traveled through time again, Naruto still can't adapt to everything now. The reason why the word again is used is that this is not the first time that the current Naruto has traveled through time, but the second time. His soul comes from the real world and has experienced to travel through time before. The same as Naruto World and Uzumaki Naruto. However, the result of his last travel through time ended with his failure. As for why he failed, all this is due to Naruto himself at that time. He, as a traveler, was ambitious. In order to make up for his regrets when he read the original work before, he kept changing the original plot, which eventually led to a huge butterfly effect. That is, after failing to stop Kakashi and Satsuki from resurrecting, she separated him and Sasuke as if she had read the script in advance, and then focused on dealing with him first. Although he was no less powerful than Kakashi and Satsuki at that time, she still found a tiny flaw in his unknown fight with her, and then a Muvko-killing ash bones pierced his body directly, and he lost consciousness instantly. When he regained consciousness, he was surprised to find that he had returned to Naruto's childhood. At first, he was full of doubts and thought that he was trapped in an illusory dream by the infinite moon reading. However, after a careful investigation, he found that it was not the case, but that he had actually traveled through time again. This time, he decided to learn from the last lesson and not change any of the original plot, but to move forward step by step according to the original plot. He just didn't believe that if this continued, there would be no butterfly effect. However, reality was like a loud slap in the face, ruthlessly shattering his beautiful idea, because he found that he did not change the plot of the original work, but reality changed it for him first. The reason for saying this is that he saved a little lowly of 7 or 8 years old. A little lowly is naturally nothing big, but the identity of this little lowly surprised Naruto. Her name is Konoha Ling. At first glance, this name seems to be nothing special, but she has a heavyweight identity. That is the current Konoha third Hokage, the granddaughter of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the only grandchild of the Sarutobi family, with no other brothers and sisters. In other words, she is the gender reversal of Konohamaru. When Naruto first learned about this, his shocked expression could be described as dumbfounded. He didn't believe it was true anyway, and felt that he was having an absurd dream. However, reality woke him up like a huge alarm clock, because not long after he learned of Konoha Ling's identity, an angry voice rang in his ear. "Hey, brat, who are you? How dare you ruin my good deeds?" Hearing this, Naruto immediately raised his head weakly and looked straight ahead. Not far from him and Konoha Ling, there were two people standing, a man and a woman. The boy looked about 14 or 15 years old, wearing a Sand Village forehead protector, with strange patterns painted on his face and a puppet wrapped in bandages on his back. The girl was about the same age as the boy, with light golden hair tied into 4 short braids, a Sand Village forehead protector hanging around her neck, and a huge iron fan on her back. These two people were exactly Kankuro and Temari. That's right, Naruto saved Konoha Ling from the two of them, or more accurately, from Kankuro's hands. At that time, he was standing on the electric pole above them, looking at the 4 familiar heads on the Hokage rock not far away, and suddenly heard the scream of Konoha Ling from below. He immediately looked down and saw Konoha Ling was caught in Kanjiro's hand. She struggled and shouted angrily, "Ugly monster, let me go." Kanjiro seemed to be irritated by her words, and immediately threw her out without saying a word. However, Naruto, who was standing above, was very keenly aware that Kanjiro deliberately glanced at him at the moment when he threw Konoha Ling out, with obvious provocation in his eyes. Obviously, Kanjiro noticed his existence and did all this intentionally, and the purpose was also very obvious to force him to take action. Although Naruto at that time had already made up his mind not to interfere with the plot of the original work. But at this moment, he could not sit idly by and watch an innocent little lowly get hurt because of his own reasons. Moreover, even if I save a little lowly, it shouldn't have any big impact on the overall situation. Naruto comforted himself in his heart, and then, with a flash body technique, he easily took over Konoha Ling. Who would have thought that after he saved Konoha Ling, the first words the little lowly said surprised him? "It's you, Brother Naruto, that's great," Konoha Ling said with a look of surprise. At that time, Naruto had just come here, so he had no memory of this Naruto world in his mind. So he didn't know Konoha Ling, and he subconsciously asked her, "Little girl, who are you? Do I know you?" When Konoha Ling heard Naruto say this, her eyes suddenly turned red, her mouth shrank in grievance, and she said in a crying voice, "Brother Naruto, don't you remember me? We met in my grandfather's office." "Your grandfather? Who is your grandfather?" Naruto asked while trying to find the memory of Konoha Ling in his mind quickly. "The third generation of Hokage." Konoha Ling replied, "Oh, the third generation is your grandfather." Naruto heard Muyi Ling's words, nodded subconsciously, but he came back to his senses in an instant when he was halfway through his words, and looked at her in surprise. "Wait, the third generation is your grandfather. Then who is Konohamaru to you?" "What Konohamaru?" "Brother Naruto. No one in our family is called this name." Konohamaru answered seriously without even thinking about it. "Impossible. He is your grandfather's grandson." Naruto widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "What grandson does my grandfather have? Among my grandfather's grandchildren, there is only me, Konohamaru now. Of course, if Uncle Asuma gets married and has children in the future, it may not be the case." Konohamaru said seriously, "Nanny." After Naruto heard what Konohamaru said, he felt his head buzzing, as if countless flies were flying around his ears. He only felt that the world around him became blurred, and the whole person was stagnant in place, falling into deep shock. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, he was very clear about one thing, which was that this Naruto world seemed to be a little different from the one he was familiar with. Chapter 2. Conflict. Meanwhile, as Naruto remained silent in response to Kankuro's words, the Leaf Village's Rei, standing beside him, took the initiative to speak up on his behalf. "Listen well, you ugly brute. The person beside me is none other than the son of the fourth Hokage and a formidable contender for the next Hokage. My most admired older brother, Uzumaki Naruto." "What?" The moment those words escaped her lips, Naruto, who had been in a daze, was jolted back to reality. His already shocked expression morphed into one of even greater astonishment as he gazed at Rei in disbelief. Could it be that being the son of the fourth Hokage was not a secret in this ninja world? Was it truly acceptable to proclaim it so openly? On the other side, Kankuro, upon hearing Rei's declaration, felt the disdain in his gaze towards Naruto evaporate instantaneously, replaced by a profound sense of caution and apprehension. After all, the title of the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, was renowned throughout the ninja realm, and Naruto, as his son, must possess considerable strength. Standing next to him, Shino, who had initially appeared indifferent and merely an observer, also turned his gaze toward Naruto, revealing a flicker of curiosity and anticipation, as if intrigued by him. "What fortune! I never expected to encounter the son of the fourth Hokage upon arriving in the Leaf Village. You must be quite strong. How about a match with me?" Kankuro made a provocative gesture towards Naruto and declared. Naruto, however, disregarded the challenge, replying coolly, "No match." With that, he took Rei's hand and turned to leave. He had no time to waste with Kankuro. There were far more pressing matters at hand. He needed to find a place to process the information he had just received and, more importantly, to uncover the memories that belonged to him in this ninja world. Seeing Naruto's indifference to his provocation, Kankuro felt a surge of urgency, especially as he watched Naruto's retreating figure. Without a second thought for honor, he summoned his chakra, and 10 slender strands of chakra erupted from his fingertips, swiftly coalescing into a chakra whip. "You may not want to fight today, but you shall fight," Kankuro shouted, flinging the chakra whip toward Naruto's back. Whoosh! The whip sliced through the air like a ferocious serpent, accompanied by a fierce wind, hurtling toward Naruto at breakneck speed. The tip of the whip tore through the atmosphere with a piercing sound, as if to rend everything around it. Sensing the rush of air behind him, Naruto furrowed his brow in surprise at Kankuro's persistence. Without hesitation, he scooped up Rei and leaped gracefully, evading the oncoming chakra whip. He then planted his feet firmly on the ground, pinning the whip beneath him, and exclaimed with annoyance, "Enough! Don't come at me again, or I won't hold back." Unexpectedly, Kankuro, rather than feeling intimidated, grew more exhilarated. "Then let me see how you plan to hold back," he declared, his fingers moving deftly as the chakra whip transformed back into strands of chakra, slipping from beneath Naruto's feet to morph into 2 thinner chakra whips that lashed out toward either side of him. Seeing this, Naruto wasted no time. His expression hardened, and he brought his fingers together in a hand sign, murmuring, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." Boom! A cloud of white mist erupted, and 2 clones appeared beside him, each grasping one of the chakra whips tightly. "Since you are so eager to fight, I shall oblige," Naruto said, placing Rei to the side. He then produced a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and hurled it toward Kankuro without hesitation. Kankuro's eyes flashed with disdain. He had expected Naruto to unleash some formidable jutsu, but was taken aback to see merely a kunai thrown. He tilted his head aside, easily dodging the kunai's trajectory. However, as the kunai grazed past his hair, it transformed with a bang into Naruto's likeness, kunai in hand, lunging for his neck. What? Kankuro gasped, utterly shocked, as he had no idea when Naruto had utilized the transformation jutsu to become the kunai. This unexpected twist left him momentarily flustered, unable to evade in time. At that critical juncture, Shino, who had been watching from the sidelines, sprang into action. She swiftly drew a large fan from her back and swung it toward Naruto, invoking a wind release technique. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind surged from the fan, propelling Naruto away from Kankuro and dissipating him into a cloud of smoke midair. Shino, Kankuro said, casting a complex glance at his sister, his eyes reflecting both reluctance and gratitude. You lost, Kankuro, Shino stated coolly, tucking away her fan, her gaze shifting to Naruto, now laced with admiration and wariness. In truth, neither Kankuro nor Shino had noticed when Naruto had employed the transformation jutsu. However, Shino could surmise that Naruto had likely executed it at the moment the white mist enveloped them, completing the transformation with remarkable speed. This realization filled her with respect. Indeed, Naruto was worthy of being the son of the fourth Hokage, his prowess undeniably exceptional. With this in mind, Shino spoke with an apologetic tone. I apologize. My brother is simply too reckless. I wish to express my regrets on his behalf, and hope you can forgive him. Upon hearing Shino's words, Naruto waved his hand dismissively, responding, it's fine. Given your sincerity, I won't hold it against him this time. But should there be a next time, it may not be so lenient. With that, he dismissed his clones, who relinquished their hold on the chakra whips, which retreated back to Kankuro. Thank you, Shino said gratefully, a smile gracing her lips. I hope to have the opportunity to spar with you during the upcoming Chunin exams. Perhaps, Naruto replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had already realized they were there for the Chunin exams. However, at that moment, his mind was solely focused on Rei's earlier statement, leaving little room for other thoughts. Even now, he remained largely indifferent to the matter, as he sought only a place to delve into his memories of this ninja world. Without further exchange with Kankuro and Shino, he took Rei's hand once more and turned to leave. Yet, just as he had taken a few steps, Kankuro, unwilling to concede, gathered the chakra whip again, launching it once more toward Naruto. Kankuro, don't. Everything transpired in an instant, leaving Shino unable to intervene. Her voice merely a shout. Naruto instinctively sensed the shift behind him, his eyes narrowing with a glint of menace. Although he was reluctant to engage with Kankuro further, he would not tolerate repeated provocations. This time, he resolved to teach Kankuro a lesson. However, just as he prepared to retaliate, he halted, sensing that someone else had acted before him. Indeed, the next moment, a wall of sand erupted from the ground, intercepting the chakra lines aimed at Naruto. Immediately thereafter, a figure slowly emerged from within the sandy wall, standing atop it. It was evident that the newcomer bore a colossal gourd upon their back, with the character for love inscribed upon their forehead. It was none other than Gaara. Chapter 3. Uchiha Satsuki. Upon the appearance of Gaara, the expressions of Kankuro and Temari turned pale as if they had encountered a formidable entity, particularly Kankuro, whose decorative violet markings seemed to have lost their hue, rendering him exceptionally ashen. Gaara, Kankuro stammered, attempting to explain his prior actions. However, Gaara paid him no heed. Instead, glancing toward a nearby alley, Naruto, who had also halted, mirrored Gaara's action. Regrettably, the alley was deserted, save for a few leaves fluttering gently in the breeze, creating an atmosphere of profound silence. Nevertheless, both Naruto and Gaara were certain that someone had recently been present, as several shuriken were embedded in the sand wall at Gaara's feet, aimed in Naruto's direction. The individual who had intervened to stop Kankuro was not solely Gaara. Another presence was involved. Although Gaara had not seen this person, Naruto caught a glimpse of her silhouette, one he recognized all too well, though he sensed something subtly amiss about her form. I hope you haven't changed in this world of shinobi, Naruto silently wished. At that moment, Gaara's gaze shifted back to Naruto, his eyes alight with fervent battle intent and murderous resolve. You are strong, Uzumaki Naruto. I shall remember you. I am Gaara, and I will be your most formidable opponent in this Chunin exam. I eagerly anticipate our confrontation. With that, he cast a nonchalant glance at Kankuro and Temari. Let us go. Without further ado, he leaped down from the sand wall and headed in the opposite direction of Naruto. Kankuro and Temari immediately followed suit, silently trailing behind. Watching the trio of Gaara gradually recede, Naruto remained silent, almost wishing for their swift departure, for it would afford him the time to retrieve his memories belonging to this world of shinobi. Just as he prepared to converse with Konoha Rain and part ways, a furious female voice suddenly erupted from behind him. Naruto, at last I found you. Both Naruto and Konoha Rain turned to see a figure approaching at an astonishing speed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Before long, the figure stood before Naruto and Konoha Rain. They could now discern her features. She had a broad forehead and flowing pale pink hair, her face marked by evident anger. Sakura, Naruto exclaimed, astonished. What nonsense. Who else could it be? Sakura shot him an exasperated glare, her tone brimming with discontent. You really have some nerve. You dare to be late for the time set by Kakashi-sensei? Do you wish to be buried in the ground by him once more? Huh, late? I. Naruto, still grappling with his elusive memories, wore a look of confusion. However, Sakura interrupted him. What do you mean, I? Hurry and follow me. Do you want us to be punished alongside you? With that, she yanked on his collar and began to stride back the way she had come, moving so swiftly that Naruto had no chance to resist. Reluctantly, Naruto allowed himself to be dragged away, though he called out to Konoha Rain, hurry home. Konoha has been somewhat unsettled lately. All right, Naruto and Ayakin, Konoha Rain replied immediately, even as she was being pulled away by Sakura, secretly vowing to become as strong as Naruto so that she could. Before long, Naruto found himself led to a place that felt both familiar and foreign, the third training ground. As they stepped into the arena, a figure suddenly descended from above, reaching out with both hands toward Naruto's shoulders. Instinctively, Naruto dodged, causing the hands to grasp at air, eliciting an astonished gasp from their owner. Huh. Immediately, the figure accelerated, attempting to grab Naruto once more. This time, Naruto did not evade, having recognized the newcomer. He was a man with short silver hair, wearing a Konoha forehead protector, and most of his face obscured by a black mask, leaving only one eye exposed. It was none other than Kakashi. Naruto, how dare you disregard the designated assembly time once again? It seems you truly wish to experience the sensation of being buried in the ground once more. Kakashi placed his hands firmly on Naruto's shoulders, his expression stern and menacing. For reasons unknown, Naruto felt a flutter of anxiety at Kakashi's fierce demeanor and instinctively replied, no, Kakashi-sensei, I had my reasons. Oh, reasons? You'd better provide me with a justification that I can believe. Kakashi narrowed his exposed eye, his tone laced with amusement. I was intercepted by the Sand Shinobi. Naruto quickly concocted an excuse, recalling his encounter with Gaara and the others. Sand Shinobi? Kakashi paused, surprised that Naruto had encountered outsiders so swiftly, implying he might already be aware of the Chunin exam. However, Kakashi thought to himself that it did not matter if Naruto learned sooner or later. He intended to inform him anyway. Yet, to ensure Naruto learned a lesson about punctuality, he deliberately inquired, do you have any witnesses? Damn it. Naruto cursed inwardly, taken aback by Kakashi's seriousness. However, he was unperturbed, for he had witnesses. Just as he was about to speak, a cool female voice interrupted, Kakashi, I can vouch for Naruto's encounter with the Sand Shinobi. In the next moment, a girl clad in a top adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem approached with measured grace. She had short black hair and a stern countenance, her gaze sharp as that of a hawk, and an air of innate pride about her. Naruto stared at her, momentarily stunned, but recalling Konoha Rain's earlier warning, he quickly deduced the situation. As expected, the next second, Sakura, who had been observing from the sidelines, rushed toward the girl with excitement, exclaiming, Satsuki, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return? Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Uchiha Satsuki, the female version of Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 4. Strange memories. As Sakura lunged towards her, Satsuki adeptly sidestepped, effortlessly evading her attack. She then turned to Naruto, who was staring at her with a peculiar expression, raising an eyebrow and asking, what's the matter? Have you forgotten me after just one day? Naruto felt an instinctive urge to nod in agreement, for indeed, he did not recognize her at that moment. However, in a bid to conceal his confusion, he suppressed the urge, quickly adjusting his expression to force a smile and concocting a reason. No, it's just that you seem a bit different today, perhaps, even more beautiful. Humph. Satsuki scoffed, don't flatter me, I won't fall for your tricks. Yet, the flicker of delight in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Hey, you Naruto, better not entertain any unrealistic thoughts about my Satsuki, or else I swear I'll make you regret it. At that moment, the previously fallen Sakura swiftly positioned herself in front of Satsuki, glaring fiercely at Naruto. Surprised, Naruto glanced back and forth between Satsuki and Sakura. Although he was gradually acclimating to the peculiarities of this ninja world, witnessing this scene still astonished him. After all, this version of Sakura evidently exhibited a distinct inclination towards Satsuki, which caught him off guard. Hey, what do you mean by hey? Sakura clenched her fists, shaking them in front of Naruto, her tone rife with menace. In short, her message was clear. He was not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts about Satsuki, or she would not let him off lightly. Satsuki, observing this exchange, felt a complex mix of emotions, helplessness, embarrassment, and an indefinable sentiment. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately sighed softly and chose silence. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Naruto could only look at Sakura in bewilderment, unsure of what to say. He felt as if he had stumbled into a bewildering love triangle, while he remained an outsider in this peculiar dynamic. Just then, Kakashi, who had long been accustomed to such antics, cleared his throat gently, interrupting their squabble. All right, everyone. Enough of this. The reason I gathered you today is to make an important announcement, but before that, there is something we need to address first. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he He turned his gaze to Naruto, causing a tightening sensation in Naruto's chest, an ominous feeling welling up inside him. As expected, Kakashi's next words confirmed Naruto's foreboding intuition. Naruto, since Satsuki is here to vouch for you regarding your tardiness today, I'll let you off this time. However, while you may escape severe punishment, you cannot evade the lesser consequences. You shall be bound to that wooden post while I make my announcement. And as for the binding, Sakura, you shall take care of that. With that, Kakashi released his grip on Naruto's shoulder. All right, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed enthusiastically. Wait, Naruto exclaimed in shock. But before he could react, Sakura dashed towards him and forcefully brought him down to the ground. In a flash, she produced a rope from seemingly nowhere, expertly tying him up as if she had practiced this many times before. Kakashi stood by, expressionless, while Satsuki stifled a laugh from behind her hand. Before long, Naruto found himself securely bound to the wooden post, the knots particularly tight, as if in retaliation for his earlier thoughts about Satsuki. All he could do was sigh helplessly in his heart. However, he did not mind, as this provided him with an opportunity to delve into the memories that belonged to him in this ninja world. As for Kakashi's announcement, Naruto assumed it must pertain to their impending participation in the Chunin exams, making it of little consequence to him at that moment. Quickly, he calmed his thoughts, entering a state of deep focus, as everything around him faded into insignificance. He gently closed his eyes, striving to explore the memories of this world that pertained to him. Yet, despite his efforts, those memories remained shrouded in a thick fog, elusive and indistinct. This realization startled Naruto, prompting him to intensify his exploration. However, even with increased effort, he still could not grasp even a fragment of those memories. Moreover, they seemed to drift further away from him, as if manipulated by an unseen force, preventing his access. What on earth is happening? Naruto exclaimed, opening his eyes and gazing at the bewildering scene before him, his expression a mix of confusion, perplexity, and contemplation, laced with an indescribable emotion. At that moment, Kakashi's voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Naruto, did you hear what I just announced? Huh. Naruto snapped back to attention, looking up at Kakashi's face, which was uncomfortably close, his eyes gleaming with an ominous light that suggested discontent if Naruto's reply failed to meet his expectations. Yes, I heard it, Naruto replied, nodding vigorously. Oh, then what was it that I announced? Kakashi pressed. Naruto faltered, instinctively glancing towards Satsuki and Sakura. He noticed Sakura wearing a disinterested expression, seemingly unconcerned, even hinting at a touch of schadenfreude. In contrast, Satsuki appeared anxious, signaling to him with her eyes. Unfortunately, Naruto could not decipher her hints, left with no choice. He gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble, responding based on his current knowledge and the original plotline. It's about recommending us for the Chunin exams. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Sakura's eyes, while Satsuki appeared momentarily relieved before quickly regaining her composure. Exactly. You've got it, Kakashi affirmed, nodding in satisfaction. You've passed this time. At this, Naruto exhaled a sigh of relief, his previously tense nerves finally easing. Although he was unsure why he felt this way, he sensed it was an instinctive response from this body. Kakashi then surveyed the three of them, his tone laced with anticipation. I have high hopes for your performance in the upcoming Chunin exams, so for now, this gathering concludes. Rest well and prepare yourselves. We'll meet at the Ninja Academy tomorrow. Dismissed. With that, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke, but not before shouting back. Oh, and Sakura, please help Naruto untie those ropes. Don't leave him bound up like that. Ugh. Sakura grumbled, rolling her eyes, though somewhat reluctant. She approached Naruto and began to loosen the ropes. In no time, Naruto was freed from the wooden post, stretching his stiff wrists. Humph. Consider yourself lucky this time. Sakura shot him a glare before turning to Satsuki with a bright smile, her voice imbued with eagerness. Satsuki, let us walk together. Not a chance. I have a training plan, so I'll be leaving first. Satsuki replied coolly, shaking her head and dismissing Sakura's invitation. Her gaze lingered on Naruto for a brief moment, as if she wished to convey something, yet ultimately, she merely furrowed her brow slightly before turning away from the training ground. Sakura observed Satsuki's departing figure, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face, but it was quickly replaced by her usual demeanor. She pivoted and shot Naruto a glare, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Humph. It's all because of you that Satsuki is acting so cold. Keep your distance from her, do you understand? Wait, what does this have to do with me? Clearly, she's simply not interested. Naruto silently retorted, although he had yet to retrieve the memories belonging to him in this world of shinobi through their brief interactions. He could distinctly sense that Sakura's feelings for Satsuki were merely a one-sided affair. Satsuki evidently harbored no reciprocal emotions. In fact, Satsuki's demeanor bore an unmistakable hint of detachment and resignation. Nonetheless, he did not wish to engage in further disputes with Sakura. He acquiesced, feigning compliance as he nodded and replied, all right, I'll keep my distance from Satsuki from now on. Is that satisfactory? That is more like it, Sakura responded, satisfaction evident in her tone. Then we shall meet again tomorrow. With that, she turned and left the training ground, her steps light, as if her spirits had considerably lifted. In a moment, Naruto found himself alone in the third training ground, standing solitary and forlorn. He surveyed his surroundings, a wave of complex emotions washing over him. Though his memories of this world remained shrouded in ambiguity, he understood that he must swiftly acclimatize to his new surroundings in order to confront the impending challenges that lay ahead. Oh well, I should head back, he decided, shaking his head to dispel the confusion that clouded his mind, and turned to leave the training ground as well. Chapter 5. Encounter with the Nine Tails. Due to his inability to uncover the memories of this world, Naruto was entirely unaware of the whereabouts of his counterpart in this realm. Thus, he could only proceed to the location depicted in the original narrative. As he made his way there, he was taken aback by the villagers' unusual warmth towards him. Many approached him with greetings, and some even offered him food. This unexpected hospitality left Naruto, who had fully acclimated to this world, somewhat surprised. But it gradually illuminated why Konoha Rin had so brazenly revealed his identity as the son of the fourth Hokage. The villagers, in their generous gestures, would almost in unison exclaim, "Naruto, do your best in the upcoming Chunin exams. Don't disgrace Lord Minato." This realization made him comprehend that, unlike in the original tale, he was cherished by the villagers in this world, a stark contrast to the exclusion he had faced before. He speculated that this respect was likely tied to his father, Minato Namikaze. Unfortunately, as he had not yet unearthed the memories that belonged to him in this world, he could not ascertain the full reasons behind it. Nevertheless, he resolved to find an opportunity to investigate further in due time. Before long, Naruto arrived at the residence he remembered from the original story. He placed the items he was carrying aside and began to search the entrance mat. For both the Naruto from the original tale and his previous incarnation had a habit of leaving their keys there. However, he was uncertain whether this world's Naruto shared the same custom. Just as his fingers brushed against the familiar metallic key concealed beneath the mat, a wave of relief washed over him, and a slight smile graced his lips. It seemed that certain habits were immutable across different worlds. With a silent acknowledgement, he retrieved the key and unlocked the door. The first sight that met his gaze was a room impeccably clean, leaving him to question whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong place. After all, in his experience, a solitary male's room typically bore the marks of disarray. Much like the Naruto of the original story and his own past self, could it be that this world's Naruto harbored a propensity for cleanliness? Or had he truly taken a wrong turn? Standing at the threshold, uncertainty nagged at him, but he ultimately stepped inside. Soon, any doubts regarding the authenticity of the residence dissipated, for he spotted 3 photographs, one depicting the fourth Hokage Minato and Kushina Uzumaki, another capturing a moment with Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke, and the last being his graduation picture. These images undoubtedly confirmed that this was indeed his dwelling in this world. It appeared that this Naruto was indeed fastidious about cleanliness, he mused, before bringing in the items he had left at the door. However, it would not be long before he discovered that the reality was otherwise. The pristine condition of the room was not due to a fastidious nature, but rather for other reasons. Once he had settled the items inside, Naruto closed the door and sprawled on the bed. Although he had adjusted to this world, the influx of information had rendered him fatigued. Particularly disconcerting was his failure to retrieve the memories that were rightfully his, preventing him from feeling entirely at ease. He resolved to seek out an opportunity to recover those memories in the near future. Of course, he was also mindful of a more pressing matter, the urgent need to enhance his abilities, perhaps even surpassing his previous self. The Chunin exams loomed on the horizon, and the circumstances in this world appeared to be far more intricate than he had anticipated. Naruto was acutely aware that his current power would scarcely suffice to face the challenges that lay ahead. Although he had inherited the vast majority of his abilities from his previous life, 2 critical issues persisted. Firstly, there was the matter of physical conditioning. He could distinctly sense that this world's Naruto was physically fit, yet he still fell short compared to his previous self. Therefore, he resolved to devise a comprehensive training regimen to ensure he could attain a similar level of fitness. The second issue pertained to his chakra reserves. The chakra within him was insufficient to sustain the myriad jutsu he had mastered. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy to augment his chakra capacity. As thoughts of chakra crossed his mind, the familiar visage of the Nine Tails, Kurama, emerged in his consciousness. He wondered if the Nine Tails in this world had undergone any changes. Placing a hand on his abdomen, he could distinctly feel that the Nine Tails was still sealed within him. It became imperative for him to establish contact with this world's Nine Tails. With this resolve, he inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and allowed his consciousness to descend into his mental realm. Before long, he found himself in the ceiling space where the Nine Tails resided. Yet, he did not immediately encounter Kurama, but instead found himself in an environment reminiscent of a sewer. Standing upon the water's surface, he gazed at the eerily familiar scene before him and could not help but exclaim internally, "It seems the Nine Tails in this world has not changed much." However, Reality soon delivered a jarring revelation. As he ventured forward, the dim and damp surroundings began to dissipate, replaced by a sunlit expanse adorned with a myriad of flowers, their fragrance wafting through the air, standing in stark contrast to the previous gloomy setting. Were it not for the imposing iron door at the center of this vibrant scene, along with the powerful and familiar chakra emanating from beyond, he might have doubted whether he had stumbled into a paradise rather than the Nine-Tails' sealing space. At that moment, a voice, laced with an enticing allure, drifted from behind the great door, beckoning him. "Hey, little brat, come here, come a bit closer." Upon hearing this voice, Naruto felt a wry smile tug at his lips, realizing that indeed, the Nine-Tails in this world had also changed. Taking a deep breath, he approached the massive iron door. Although curiosity and caution filled his heart regarding the Nine-Tails in this realm, he understood that communication with Kurama was inevitable. After all, the power of the Nine-Tails was key to his strength enhancement. Chapter 6. The Wish of the Nine-Tails. Before long, Naruto arrived at the imposing iron gate. However, before he could catch sight of the Nine-Tails, a tumultuous surge of crimson chakra suddenly erupted from within the gate, crashing towards him like a ferocious tidal wave. "Whoa!" Naruto exclaimed, hastily retreating while shouting towards the gate. "Hey, stinky Nine-Tails, what are you doing?" "Of course, I'm welcoming you, little brat." A beguiling female voice echoed from beyond the gate, laced with a hint of mockery and languor. "Is this really how you welcome someone?" Naruto leaped aside just in time to evade the oncoming wave of red chakra, grumbling, "If you find my welcome unkind, you can just scram right now." The voice behind the gate, tinged with amusement, seemed to relish Naruto's reaction. In the next moment, the surge of crimson chakra transformed into a fox head, roaring as it lunged towards him. "Damn it!" Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the wind release, cutting technique. Whoosh! A sharp wind blade shot forth from his hands, cleaving through the fox-headed chakra. The clash produced a piercing sound, splitting the fox-shaped chakra in two before it dissipated into the air. "Hey, that's enough. Nine-Tails. If you come at me again, I'm going to get angry," Naruto shouted, his gaze fixed firmly on the direction of the gate. "Angry? Heh, a little brat like you, who hasn't even grown all his hair, dares to threaten me. That's just hilarious." The voice beyond the gate chuckled lightly, her tone playful. In the next instant, a massive figure began to materialize from behind the gate. It was a colossal Nine-Tails, yet unlike the one Naruto remembered, her form was far more graceful. Her fur a deep crimson, reminiscent of flickering flames. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom, the corners of her mouth curling into a sly smile. "However, little brat, you are far more amusing than I anticipated. For today, I shall let you pass, just barely." The Nine-Tails spoke lazily, yet with a newfound admiration. She raised a paw, and the surrounding red chakra instantaneously coalesced into countless tiny red orbs, twinkling like stars in the space around them. "Now, speak. What brings you here today, little brat?" Naruto gazed at the Nine-Tails before him, a stark contrast to his previous encounters. Though still wary, curiosity began to blossom within him. Her elegant demeanor, coupled with her uniquely languid and teasing tone, was a far cry from the feral, hostile beast he had known. "I am here to discuss something with you." Naruto stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the Nine-Tails. "I hope you can lend me a bit of your power." "Lend you my power? Ha!" The Nine-Tails' demeanor shifted, her lazy air evaporating as a torrent of murderous intent surged forth from her. "Do you think just because I seem amiable, you can make demands?" Her voice turned icy, and a glint of sharpness flickered in her previously playful eyes. Leaning forward slightly, her massive claws carved deep gouges into the ground, and the surrounding red chakra orbs grew increasingly wild, ready to unleash a deadly assault at any moment. Feeling the weight of her oppressive aura, Naruto's heart tightened. Yet he stood resolute, meeting the Nine-Tails' gaze without flinching. "I am not begging you, Nine-Tails," Naruto asserted, his voice steady and firm. "I am proposing a deal. You need me, and I need you. This is a collaboration that benefits us both." "Oh." A flicker of surprise crossed the Nine-Tails' eyes before she returned to her languid demeanor, though her tone remained chilling. "You certainly have guts, but why would I think I need you?" "Because in order for you to break this seal and regain your freedom, you will require my assistance." Naruto took a deep breath, slowly articulating, "If we cooperate, I can help you break free from this seal. What do you say, Nine-Tails?" The Nine-Tails' ears twitched slightly, revealing a hint of interest in Naruto's words. She narrowed her eyes, her tone laced with skepticism. "Oh, you wish to unbind the seal? Are you not aware that a Jinchuriki dies once they are separated from their tailed beast?" "I am well aware of that," Naruto replied confidently, "but I possess a method that ensures we both survive." He was not lying. He had indeed developed a technique capable of separating the tailed beast from its Jinchuriki without causing the latter's demise. This was a skill he had painstakingly created during his last journey, aimed at countering the Akatsuki's pursuit and the subsequent death of Jinchuriki upon extraction. The Nine-Tails' eyes widened in astonishment, clearly caught off guard by Naruto's declaration. After a moment of silence, she burst into laughter. "Haha, you little brat. You truly are amusing. To deceive me with such a lie, yet I will not be fooled. I am not lying. Naruto attempted to elaborate, but the Ninetales ruthlessly interrupted him, her voice dripping with disdain and mockery. I have no time to entertain your trivial games. Scram. With that, a torrent of red chakra surged from beneath Naruto's feet, spiraling like a tornado and propelling him upwards towards the ceiling space. Dizzy and disoriented, Naruto felt himself being swept away by an overwhelming force, akin to a kite tossed into the sky, his body uncontrollably hurtling toward the upper reaches of the ceiling space. He struggled against the binding force, but the Ninetales chakra ensnared him like invisible chains. Ninetales, wait, I truly have a way, Naruto shouted, his voice echoing through the vast ceiling space. Yet, the Ninetales paid him no heed. With a gentle swipe of her massive paw, Naruto was expelled from the ceiling space by the tempest of red chakra. Once Naruto departed, a sly smile crept onto the Ninetales' lips, her eyes glimmering with a mischievous light. As if recalling some amusing memory, she lowered her head, casting her gaze upon two faintly glowing orbs of pink and golden chakra not far behind her. Her tone teasing and languid. Kushina, Minato, your little brat is indeed quite entertaining, though he certainly has a penchant for fibbing. This is something you both will need to teach him in the future. Her voice resonated within the ceiling space, tinged with a blend of jest and resignation. The two chakra orbs flickered slightly, as if responding to her words, yet remained silent. The Ninetales squinted, a complex expression flashing across her features. She slowly raised her paw, and with a gentle wave, the surrounding chakra orbs danced through the air like fireflies, illuminating her colossal fox visage. However, this little brat does possess a certain audacity, daring to negotiate terms with me, claiming he can grant me my freedom. The Ninetales' voice held a note of disdain, yet her gaze betrayed a subtle shift in her demeanor. She lowered her head, regarding the two chakra orbs with a hint of nostalgia. You two have certainly raised an interesting son, though he is still quite green. That indomitable spirit of his is unmistakably akin to yours. The voice of the Ninetales gradually grew subdued, as if engaged in a soliloquy. However, the method he mentioned, if it truly exists, perhaps. A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. After all, she had long since grown weary of this confined and mundane ceiling space, yearning for the freedom to live elsewhere. Yet, as soon as she recalled her promise to Kushina, she promptly quelled that hope. 2 years indeed. Then let it be 2 years of waiting. Afterward, she would confront that insufferable brat. With these thoughts, the Ninetales slowly closed his eyes, gently shaking his head. His colossal tail swayed behind him, stirring a gentle breeze. The entire ceiling space once again succumbed to silence, enveloped in darkness. Chapter 7. Acting Naruto abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up from his bed and rubbing his somewhat dazed head. The slight aftereffects were a result of being forcefully expelled from the ceiling space by the tailed beast chakra storm. That Ninetales, it seems, is indeed a troublesome entity in any world. Naruto muttered under his breath, and with undeterred resolve, he attempted to re-enter the ceiling space. However, no matter how hard he tried, he found it utterly impossible. It was as if the entire ceiling space had been locked away. His thoughts immediately turned to the Ninetales, but he could not fathom why she, as the sealed entity, possessed such power. After all, the ceiling space was specifically designed to restrain tailed beasts. Logically, the Ninetales should not have the ability to control it. It would be much later that Naruto would come to understand this. Yet, at that moment, he had no leads and could only lie back down on his bed. His initial encounter with the Ninetales had ended in failure. Not only had he made no tangible progress, but she had also locked away the ceiling space. It seemed that seeing her again would have to wait until she chose to open it. What a hassle. Naruto sighed deeply, feeling somewhat helpless. However, true to his optimistic nature, he did not dwell on the matter for long and quickly shifted his focus elsewhere. It appeared that he would have to enhance his physical abilities first. With that thought, Naruto began to devise a training plan in his mind. Time passed slowly, and it was only when his stomach growled loudly that he realized he had gone too long without food. He looked out the window and discovered that, unbeknownst to him, night had already fallen. Has it really gotten so late? Naruto jumped out of bed, stretched his stiff limbs, and hurried to the kitchen. Upon opening the refrigerator, he found it stocked with ingredients, but feeling too lazy to cook, he merely grabbed a pack of instant noodles, a few eggs, and some leafy greens, preparing himself a simple bowl of egg and vegetable noodles. Before long, a steaming bowl of noodles was ready. Naruto sat down at the table and began to eat heartily. Although it was merely instant noodles, for someone who had gone an entire day without food, it was a veritable feast. Soon, he had devoured every last morsel. After finishing his meal, Naruto cleaned up the dishes and then retrieved a pen and paper, meticulously writing down the training plan he had just formulated in his mind. Time slipped away until he finally completed his task. Satisfied with the densely packed training schedule on the paper, he nodded approvingly. At that moment, a yawn escaped him, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. Rubbing his tired eyes, he tucked away the training plan and made his way to bed, collapsing into a deep slumber. Naruto resolved to commence his rigorous training regimen after the first half of the Nin exam. The next day, when Naruto leisurely arrived at the Ninja Academy, He found Satsuki and Sakura waiting outside, their expressions rife with impatience. Upon seeing him, Sakura rushed up, grabbing him by the collar, ready to berate him fiercely. Just then, Satsuki interjected, "All right, now that we are all here, let us head inside." With that, she turned and walked into the school without looking back. "Okay, Satsuki." Sakura released her grip on Naruto and cheerfully called after her before following suit. Watching the two of them gradually move away, Naruto took a moment to straighten his wrinkled collar, instinctively asking, "By the way, don't we need to wait for Kakashi-sensei?" At his words, Satsuki and Sakura halted in their tracks and turned to him with strange expressions. Sakura, exasperated, replied, "You really didn't listen to Kakashi-sensei yesterday, did you? He's not waiting for us out here. He's in the exam hall inside the school, you fool." Satsuki shot him a disapproving glance before continuing on with Sakura toward the school. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Naruto scratched his head and didn't say anything further. Quickly catching up to them. As they entered the ninja academy, they soon encountered a throng of people gathered ahead, chattering noisily as if something significant was occurring. Just as they were about to approach, a loud crash echoed through the crowd, suggesting someone had been knocked to the ground. Simultaneously, a brazen and disdainful voice rang out. "With your level of skill, you actually think you can participate in the CHNIN exam? How utterly foolish. I suggest you go back and train for a few more years because you are simply too green." As the speaker continued, Naruto, Satsuki, and Sakura finally pushed their way into the crowd, witnessing the scene before them. A tall, stern-faced ninja stood at the entrance of a large gate, looking down condescendingly at the gathered lower ninjas. Beside him stood a slender, bespectacled ninja sporting a chilling smile, surveying the crowd with a similar air of contempt. Recognizing this familiar scenario, Naruto couldn't help but reflect, is it a common practice for examiners in this world to put on such a show of intimidation? Given his current strength, he could easily discern that the two individuals who appeared to be participants were, in fact, the CHNIN examiners. However, he found no need to expose their ruse, as someone would inevitably do so later. Naruto's gaze lingered on Satsuki, who was fixated on the two examiners and the gate behind them, seemingly deep in thought. He then turned his attention to the lower ninja, who had been pushed down. Realizing it was not the original character Lee, but rather a girl clad in a sleeveless tunic and loose trousers, her hair styled in two buns. Indeed, this individual was none other than Tenten. At the same time, Naruto noticed Neji and Lee lurking in the crowd, quietly observing the unfolding events. It was evident that they were deliberately putting on a performance for the audience present. Chapter 8. Confession. At this moment, Tian rose from the ground. Brushing off the dust from her clothes, her eyes filled with indignation as she glared at the two examiners. "If you don't want us to enter, then just say so. Why push us?" "Push you?" The two examiners exchanged glances and sneered. "Not only will we push you, but we shall strike you as well." With that, they simultaneously swung their fists towards Tian. However, just as their fists were about to connect, a figure suddenly appeared before her, deftly intercepting their blows. "Have you two had your fun? If you're done, step aside. We must proceed to the examination hall." It was Satsuki, gripping one examiner's hand tightly, her tone icy. Examination hall. The two examiners shared another glance, and one of them mockingly retorted, "Little girl, are you still half asleep? This is the examination hall for the Chunin exams." He gestured toward the door behind them, where the number 301 was prominently displayed, the very identifier of the examination venue. Examination hall. Satsuki glanced at the number on the door, scoffing, "Such a childish trick may fool a few simpletons, but you underestimate us. Many here can easily see through your petty illusions. Wouldn't you agree, Sakura?" Turning to Sakura, who was momentarily dazed by Satsuki's earlier bravado, Satsuki continued, with your keen observation. "You must have realized that this is not the third-floor examination hall." Sakura, startled from her reverie, blinked hurriedly before regaining her composure and nodding. Indeed, Satsuki is correct. Clearing her throat, she fixed her sharp gaze on the two examiners. Though your genjutsu is cleverly disguised, there are many flaws in the details. For instance, the angle of light on this floor is incorrect and the texture of the walls seems off. Most importantly, she pointed to the number on the door, 301, which does not correspond with the actual height of this building. "If I am not mistaken, we are on the second floor, not the third. You are merely attempting to test our observational skills and judgment, correct?" As Sakura's words echoed, the surrounding genin erupted in a clamor of realization. Many began scrutinizing their surroundings, discovering numerous inconsistencies. Whispers of, "So that's why it fell off," filled the air. The two examiners, realizing their ruse had been unveiled, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly before they regained their composure. Once more, they turned their attention to Satsuki, declaring, "So what if you've seen through our trick? What can you do about it?" They swung their other fists toward Satsuki's face with force. Satsuki immediately released her grip on them, preparing to retreat. Just then, a flash of green appeared in front of her, blocking the examiner's punches. Taken aback, Satsuki stared at the figure before her. Clad in a form-fitting green outfit and sporting a rare watermelon hairstyle, it was none other than Rock Lee. "You little brats! How dare you interfere with our affairs? You're just asking for a beating. The examiners fumed at Li's unexpected intervention. One examiner sneered, raising his leg to kick Li in the abdomen, while the other threw a punch at his face. Yet, Li's reaction speed surpassed their expectations. He deftly sidestepped the kick aimed at his midsection and raised his arm to block the punch effortlessly, his movements precise as though he had anticipated their actions. Following this, he swiftly kicked both examiners in the chest, sending them flying. After executing this impressive display, Li turned to Satsuki, attempting a suave gesture. My dear lady, are you unharmed? Worry not. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. Satsuki was momentarily taken aback, then frowned, her tone frosty. Who needs your help? I can handle this myself. Undeterred by her cold demeanor, Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to respond when a disgruntled voice interrupted. Hey, Li, you're not following the plan. Weren't we supposed to keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention? It was Tion. A boy with white eyes, Niji, pushed through the crowd, casting a disapproving glance at Li. Faced with the displeasure of his teammates, Li's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Determined, he took a deep breath and shouted towards Satsuki. Your name is Satsuki, right? I am Rock Lee, and I would like to court you. I promise to protect you well. He flashed his signature bright smile and gave a thumbs up. The declaration caused an uproar among the surrounding genin. Laughter erupted, expressions of surprise filled the air, and whispers spread. Is he out of his mind? Confessing in such a situation? Satsuki's eyes momentarily flickered with panic before instinctively searching for Naruto, only to find him and most others in the crowd watching with amusement. Anger and disappointment surged within her as she turned back to Li, her expression darkening, on the verge of speaking when Sakura, standing beside her, interjected fiercely. Get lost. You watermelon head. Stay away from Satsuki. She would never look your way. Just look at your bizarre outfit. You resemble a weirdo. Did you just escape from a hospital? Hurry back for treatment. With that, Sakura wrapped her arm around Satsuki's, adopting a protective posture, her eyes brimming with hostility and vigilance toward Li. Chapter 9. The denial trio literally gazed at the intimate gestures shared between Zuiyu and Sakura, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He furrowed his brow slightly, his tone laced with a hint of curiosity as he inquired. May I ask, what is the nature of your relationship? It was not just him. The surrounding lower ninjas also displayed expressions of intrigue, their eyes darting back and forth between Zuiyu and Sakura, evidently filled with confusion and anticipation regarding their connection. Faced with the scrutiny of the crowd, Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly straightened her posture and responded defiantly. Yes. Zuiyu and I share precisely the kind of relationship you were thinking of, so you might as well give up on that hope. She would never date you. Upon hearing this, the lower ninjas erupted into a chorus of astonishment. Some wore expressions of surprise, while others donned knowing smiles, and a few even looked on enviously. Naturally, there were those who whispered teasingly, so that's it. No wonder I sensed something unusual about their relationship from the start. It turns out to be that kind of relationship. Little Lee swiftly turned his gaze towards Zuiyu, urgency tinging his voice. Could it be? Zuiyu, are you truly in that kind of relationship? I'm not. I don't have any such relationship. Don't spread rumors. Zuiyu hurriedly denied, her eyes instinctively shifting towards Naruto, only to find his attention fixated elsewhere. Locked in a stare with the boy, she instantly recognized him as a member of the Hyuga clan, his distinctive white eyes unmistakable. This also brought to mind a rather unpleasant figure. Indeed, the boy gazing at Naruto was none other than Niji. In truth, Naruto's gaze upon Niji was due to the latter's unrelenting stare, which had piqued Naruto's curiosity and discomfort. Niji's behavior inexplicably reminded him of Sakura. Could it be that this world's Niji harbored similarly strange inclinations? Naruto mused inwardly, shivering involuntarily, and immediately confronted him. Hey, you've been staring at me. Is there something you want? Nothing much, just thought you looked familiar. May I know your name? Niji asked candidly. Naruto Uzumaki, came Naruto's prompt reply. What? You are the Naruto Uzumaki. Niji's pupils constricted, a complex expression overtaking his face, a mix of surprise, disappointment, and tinged with a hint of malice and sympathy. Niji's reaction left Naruto puzzled, particularly the blend of malice and sympathy that made no sense to him. Had this world's Naruto somehow offended Niji in the past? As Naruto prepared to inquire further, Sakura abruptly pulled him away, exclaiming, Zuiyu Naruto, we need to leave quickly. Don't linger with this lunatic. Without waiting for Zuiyu and Naruto's agreement, she yanked them away from the crowd, heading towards the third floor. Earlier, Little Lee had learned from Zuiyu that she did not consider her relationship with Sakura to be of that nature, reigniting his hopes. Not only that, but he also switched roles, attempting to persuade Sakura. This only served to irritate her, especially with the onlookers surrounding them, despite her thick skin. The unusual attention made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Thus, she resolved to leave the scene swiftly, leading to the preceding moment. As for the two proctors who had blocked their path earlier, they had long since slipped away, taking advantage of the distraction caused by Zuiyu and the others. Hey, Sakura, don't drag me along. I can walk by myself, Naruto protested, breaking free from Sakura's grasp. Although he was intrigued by Niji's reaction, he did not look back, continuing onward with Suiyu and Sakura. After all, they would encounter each other again in the upcoming Chunin exams, and he could ask then. Niji watched the trio recede into the distance, instinctively clenching his fist, muttering to himself, Naruto Uzumaki? Let us see if you are truly worthy of Hinata-sama during this Chunin exam. With that thought, he turned to Ten-Ten, who had been overlooked, and Little Lee, who was thoughtfully observing the retreating figures, saying, let us head out as well. Sure, Niji, Ten-Ten promptly agreed. However, Little Lee did not respond immediately. Instead, he shook his head, stating, you two go ahead. Niji, Ten-Ten, I have something I need to confirm first. Without waiting for their consent, he hastened in the direction of Naruto and the others. Hey, the one called, Naruto Uzumaki, stop right there. Not long after Naruto and the others reached the third floor, Little Lee's voice echoed behind them. Instantly, they halted and turned to see Little Lee pointing at Naruto, declaring, Naruto Uzumaki, come and fight me. Huh, why should I fight you? Naruto stammered in surprise. Naruto, you should fight him, Sakura chimed in excitedly. Give him a good beating. Make sure he realizes the futility of his unrealistic aspirations towards Suiyu. That way, we can be rid of this annoying guy once and for all. Of course, as a reward, I'll allow you to be a bit closer to Suiyu afterward, but only a little. Huh. After hearing Sakura's words, Naruto found himself speechless. He had seen people use others as shields before, but never had he encountered someone as brazen as Sakura. Furthermore, her promised reward left him bemused. His relationship with Suiyu was entirely normal, so why would he need to get closer? At that moment, Little Lee responded, I've heard of your reputation, Naruto Uzumaki, as the son of the fourth Hokage. Your strength should be impressive. I have longed for a chance to battle you. Of course. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Suiyu standing beside Naruto. Suiyu seemed to sense the implication in Little Lee's gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. Realizing this, Little Lee thought to himself, as I suspected. He had noticed Suiyu's subtle attitude toward Naruto back on the second floor, and her current behavior only confirmed his assumptions. Nevertheless, he declared, in any case, I enjoy challenging strong opponents, and you are my first target in this Chunin exam. Upon hearing Little Lee's words, Naruto frowned slightly. He had not noticed Little Lee's earlier gestures, thus oblivious to the deeper connection behind this challenge. He shook his head, saying, sorry, but I decline. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Little Lee suddenly dashed forward, delivering a kick to his chest. Chapter 10. Naruto versus Lee in the face of Lee's sudden assault. Naruto extended his hand and effortlessly blocked the kick. His palm firmly caught Lee's heel, and his gaze reflected a hint of resignation and confusion. Hey, what's the rush? Why did you suddenly attack? Naruto frowned, his tone laced with mild annoyance. Lee, however, offered no reply. Instead, he used the force of Naruto's block to propel himself into a spin, swiftly bringing his other foot around to kick Naruto's cheek. In an instant, Naruto reacted, tilting his head just enough to evade the strike. He released Lee's heel and quickly stepped back a few paces, creating a slight distance between them. Hey, what on earth are you trying to do? Naruto asked, his patience wearing thin. Lee steadied himself, his gaze resolute as he addressed Naruto. I've told you before, I only wish to engage you in battle. Since you refused to accept my challenge, I have no choice but to provoke you into action. Such a hassle. Naruto sighed in resignation. He understood that today's confrontation with Lee was inevitable, as the latter would not relent otherwise. At that moment, Sakura, standing nearby with a theatrical flair, excitedly waved her fists and exclaimed, Naruto, don't hold back. Give him a good thrashing and show him your strength. Upon hearing Sakura's encouragement, Naruto's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself, Sakura really seems to revel in chaos. Meanwhile, Satsuki stood aside, arms crossed, watching the scene with a cold demeanor. Her gaze occasionally flickered towards Naruto, revealing a fleeting complexity in her expression, though she quickly restored her calm. In a composed tone, she remarked, Naruto, if you don't wish to fight, just ignore him. We have important matters to attend to. Upon hearing Satsuki's words, a glimmer of disappointment crossed Lee's eyes, but he soon regained his determination. He turned to Naruto, provocatively shouting, Hey, Uzumaki Naruto, do you lack the courage to accept the challenge? Or are you afraid of losing to me, hiding behind women? Naruto's brow furrowed at this remark, his earlier irritation now intensifying. Though he was not fond of needless conflict, repeated provocations ignited a fire within him. Moreover, Lee's final words carried a significant weight, particularly for a man. Taking a deep breath, Naruto's gaze sharpened, a confident smile emerging on his lips as he declared, Fine. Since you're so eager to fight, I'll indulge you in a few exchanges. But let us be clear. Once this is over, you must cease your incessant pursuit. Upon hearing Naruto's agreement, Lee's face lit up with excitement, instantly assuming a fighting stance as he shouted, Come on, Uzumaki Naruto, show me your prowess. With Lee's words hanging in the air, a tense atmosphere enveloped the two, as if invisible fireworks danced between them. Satsuki and Sakura promptly stepped aside, granting them space. Naturally, during this interval, Sakura did not forget to stoke the flames. Naruto, go for it. Turn that watermelon-headed fool into a pig's head. Satsuki remained silent, observing intently, her expression still calm. Yet her eyes betrayed a subtle concern, one that surfaced only when she glanced at Naruto. Although she had faith in his abilities, she wished for him to avoid injuries or excessive fatigue, knowing it could impact the forthcoming CHNIN exams. Yet, she also understood that once Naruto had made up his mind, he would not easily waver. It reminded her of past events when she had urged him to leave. Yet he stubbornly chose to stay, even risking his life to protect her. The thought brought an imperceptible smile of happiness to Satsuki's lips, and she silently cheered, "Go, Naruto." Suddenly, Lee launched the first attack, transforming into a blur as he charged at Naruto. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Naruto, swinging his fist with a fierce gust aimed directly at Naruto's chest. Naruto quickly reached out, seizing Lee's incoming hand with a firm grip, then lifted his foot to kick Lee in the abdomen. Lee swiftly raised his other arm to block Naruto's kick, yet he underestimated the force behind it, resulting in him sliding back several meters before regaining his balance. Surprise flashed across his face, clearly astonished by Naruto's impressive physical prowess. "Not bad. You've got some power." Lee shook out his numb arm, a grin of excitement spreading across his face. "Looks like I need to take this seriously." Just as his words faded, he vanished from sight, this time moving faster than before, nearly instantaneously appearing at Naruto's flank, delivering a swift kick aimed at Naruto's waist. Naruto's eyes narrowed, seemingly anticipating Lee's trajectory, and he crouched low, effortlessly evading the attack. In quick succession, he pushed off the ground, his legs shooting upward to strike at Lee's chin. Lee reacted with lightning speed, leaning back to dodge Naruto's counterstrike. The rapid exchange of blows mesmerized both Satsuki and Sakura, leaving them in awe. They had not expected Lee's strength to reach such heights, nor were they prepared for Naruto's display of physical skill. Even Satsuki couldn't resist activating her Sharingan to capture the intricacies of their battle. At that moment, the tide of the fight shifted. Naruto's current physique, despite its strength, could not quite match the years of training Lee had undergone. Reluctant to employ ninjutsu against Lee, he ultimately left himself vulnerable, allowing Lee to exploit a gap and send him flying with a swift kick. Naruto was propelled backward, crashing onto the ground. Lee seized this opportunity, bending slightly to maximize his speed, appearing behind Naruto in an instant. The bandages that had previously been wrapped around his arms began to unravel, coiling towards Naruto. Realizing the imminent threat, Naruto recognized this as one of Konoha's renowned techniques, Shadow Dance Leaf. Should he fall victim to this move, the resulting damage would undoubtedly hinder his performance in the upcoming CHNIN exams. Chapter 11. Are you out of your mind? Upon realizing this, Naruto understood that he could no longer confine himself to the initial desire of merely competing in taijutsu with Lee. He immediately brought his hands together in a prayer-like gesture, preparing to utilize the shadow clone technique to buy himself some time to escape. However, just as he was about to execute the jutsu, a faint sound of air slicing through the atmosphere caught his attention. Naruto quickly withdrew his hands, and at that moment, a toothpick, seemingly shot from nowhere, pierced through the air and landed squarely on the unraveling bandage on Lee's arm. With a soft thud, the toothpick, along with the bandage, flew towards a nearby wall, embedding itself deeply into it with a dull thump. "Who?" Lee exclaimed, feeling a surge of irritation as he looked around, attempting to identify the person who had interrupted him. Simultaneously, his body descended gently to the ground, aided by the bandage anchored to the wall. Naruto, too, landed on the ground, but unlike Lee, he had already discerned the identity of their assailant. He fixed his gaze on a spot not far behind Lee, and sure enough, with a loud bang, a cloud of white mist suddenly materialized. The next moment, an angry male voice resonated from within the mist. "Lee, who permitted you to employ such a dangerous technique against a fellow villager?" As he spoke, a green-clad figure charged out from the mist, delivering a powerful punch to Lee, sending him flying. The onlookers finally got a clear view of the newcomer, who bore the same watermelon hairstyle as Lee and donned a matching green jumpsuit, resembling an oversized version of Lee. It was none other than the formidable Might Guy. "Oh, Master Guy?" Lee exclaimed, rising from the ground with a complex expression, a mixture of fear, unease, and a hint of grievance. "I merely wish to spar with him to demonstrate my abilities." "Lee, there are countless methods to prove your strength, but inflicting harm upon a fellow villager is the least commendable approach," Guy stated solemnly. "This is a desecration of youth, an affront to your sweat, and a denial of all your hard work. Do you understand?" I understand. Master Guy, I was wrong," Lee responded. His head hung low in shame after hearing Guy's words. "It's all right, Lee," Guy said, placing a reassuring hand on Lee's shoulder. "Recognizing the need for change is commendable. The essence of youth lies in the countless corrections we make, gradually growing stronger." As he said this, he seemed to crave further validation, turning towards Naruto and his companions with a broad grin, asking, "Wouldn't you agree, young ones?" Naruto and his friends exchanged speechless glances, and after a moment, Sakura could no longer contain herself and muttered, "Are you out of your mind?" Don't speak like that about Master Guy. Lee retorted indignantly, directing his frustration at Sakura. Unbeknownst to him, his outburst earned him a reprimand from Guy. Lee, do not react this way. The cold words of others serve as a form of acknowledgement and encouragement on our youthful journey. As he spoke, he flashed a thumbs up at Sakura, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your encouragement, young lady. Faced with Guy's impassioned and heartfelt guidance, Lee was overwhelmed with emotion and began to sob uncontrollably. Guy too, seemed to be moved by Lee's emotions and began to weep alongside him. In that moment, the two embraced, tears flowing freely. This scene elicited a wave of nausea from Satsuki and Sakura, causing them to shiver involuntarily, their skin prickling with discomfort as they struggled to endure the antics of the eccentric master and disciple. In contrast, Naruto remained remarkably calm. Having witnessed countless such displays during his previous travels, he had long since developed immunity to such spectacles. Moreover, encountering a scene so familiar in this world stirred a hint of excitement within him, although he suppressed it, not wanting to be regarded as a lunatic like the duo by Satsuki and Sakura. Eventually, Sakura could no longer tolerate the antics of Lee and Guy. Turning to Satsuki and Naruto, she declared, "Let us go. I can't stand these two idiots any longer." With that, she grasped Satsuki's hand and headed towards the examination venue. Naruto shrugged and promptly followed suit. However, just as they had taken a few steps, Lee and Guy recovered from their emotional outburst. Guy swiftly positioned himself in front of Naruto and his companions, scrutinizing them with a peculiar smile that sent shivers down Sakura and Satsuki's spines. Just as Sakura was about to lose her patience and lash out, Guy spoke up. "You must be Kakashi's students, correct?" "Indeed, what of it?" Sakura replied, her tone sharp. "Are you acquainted with Kakashi-sensei?" "Of course," Guy boasted, stroking his smooth chin with pride. "Not only are we well acquainted, but I am also his lifelong rival. My record against him stands at 50 victories to 49 defeats. I am even stronger than Kakashi." He flashed his signature toothy grin at Naruto and his friends. Sakura, however, regarded him with skepticism. "You? Stronger than Kakashi-sensei? Spare us your grandstanding." "Master Guy is not one to boast," Lee interjected from a short distance away, still struggling to free himself from the wall where he was pinned by the toothpick. "Lee, I've told you not to adopt such an attitude towards others," Guy admonished, casting an irritated glance at him before turning back to Sakura. "If you don't believe me, you could always ask Kakashi. I'm sure he will provide you with an answer." "I certainly will," Sakura replied with a nod. "But, if you continue to block our way, we'll be late." She pointed to the clock hanging on the nearby wall. The time read just past 3:40. Leaving less than 20 minutes until the start of the CHNIN exams, as announced by Kakashi the previous day. Chapter 12, The Pig Deer. And Butterfly, who would have thought that after listening to Sakura's words, Akai, much like a frostbitten eggplant, would suddenly lose his vitality. His once spirited demeanor instantly faded. He began to retreat, murmuring, "Uncle, uncle, Teacher Akai." Nearby, Xiao, noticing Akai's abrupt change, anxiously called out, "Teacher Akai, what's wrong?" Xiao, am I really that old? Have I become an uncle?" Akai asked, his face ashen as he turned to Xiao, trembling with apprehension. "Teacher Akai, no, you are not old at all. You are still very young." Xiao quickly reassured him. "Besides, doesn't the saying go, as long as one's heart remains youthful, one will never truly age? Youth will never come to an end. As long as the heart remains youthful, youth will never come to an end." Akai repeated Xiao's words, and gradually, the dullness in his eyes rekindled with life. He abruptly lifted his head, a brilliant smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "Xiao, you articulated that beautifully. As long as the heart remains youthful, the flame of passion will forever burn, and youth shall never cease." With that, he swiftly turned toward Naruto and the others, intending to shout, "So you lot." However, he realized that Naruto and his companions had already vanished without a trace. Outside classroom 301, the venue for the CHNIN exam, Kakashi leaned against the wall, seemingly calm as he closed his eyes. Yet, he occasionally opened them to glance at the clock, betraying the anxiety brewing within. Why are those guys still not here? The exam is about to commence. Could it be that Naruto is late again? Kakashi muttered to himself. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed nearby. Kakashi immediately opened his eyes, spotting Naruto and his friends approaching, and he scolded them with mild irritation. "You guys, why are you so late? The exam is about to start." Instinctively, he glanced at Naruto, his gaze questioning. "It's not you who's late again, is it?" "Naruto, I am not." Naruto quickly denied. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Satsuki and the others." Upon hearing Naruto's defense, Satsuki rolled her eyes, knowing their tardiness was indeed linked to Naruto's late arrival. However, in an effort to shield Naruto from Kakashi's reprimand, she prepared to cover for him. Before she could speak, Sakura stepped forward, volunteering to explain, "Teacher Kakashi, this time it really isn't Naruto's fault. We were delayed by two idiots." "Idiots? Who?" Kakashi inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "One idiot is Xiao, and the other is Akai," Sakura replied. "Akai? Kakashi's lips twitched slightly, a hint of resignation flashing in his eyes. If it's him, then I suppose it's not your fault. He does have a penchant for causing chaos. Ah, Teacher Kakashi, you actually know him? Sakura asked, surprised as she recalled something. Oh, right. He mentioned that he is your lifelong rival and that he is currently leading in your score. Isn't that so, Teacher Kakashi? As she spoke, curiosity sparkled in Sakura's eyes. Although Satsuki maintained a composed demeanor, a flicker of intrigue betrayed her. Naruto, on the other hand, remained indifferent, although he was unaware of the criteria by which Kakashi and Akai measured their rivalry. His recent interaction with Akai suggested that the latter's character had not changed at all. Thus, he believed their competition mirrored their previous encounters. However, Kakashi did not indulge Sakura and Satsuki's curiosity. Instead, he abruptly redirected the conversation. All right, enough about him. You should head inside. The exam is about to begin. With a serious expression, he scanned Naruto and the others, encouraging them. Make sure to give it your all in this CHNIN exam. I have high hopes for you. Though Naruto and his companions were somewhat dissatisfied with Kakashi's abrupt topic change, especially Sakura and Satsuki, they acknowledged the importance of the upcoming exam and nodded resolutely, affirming, Don't worry, Teacher Kakashi, we will. With that, the trio pushed open the door to classroom 301 and strode inside. As Naruto and his friends entered the classroom, they were immediately enveloped by an atmosphere thick with tension and oppression. The other ninjas within the classroom cast scrutinizing glances their way, some filled with hostility, others with disdain, while some merely observed with indifference. In the face of these unfriendly stares, Naruto remained unfazed. After all, he had weathered many storms in his previous life, rendering this trivial scenario insignificant. Satsuki too appeared unaffected, maintaining her calm facade. Only Sakura displayed a hint of anxiety, her body trembling slightly. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out, Sakura, why are you all so late? As she spoke, a girl with long, light yellow hair tied in a ponytail excitedly emerged from the crowd, making her way toward Naruto and the others. Behind her trailed two boys, one appearing lethargic, rolling his eyes, and the other plump, munching on a bag of chips. Indeed, these three were none other than the famed trio of the pig, deer, and butterfly, Ino, Shikamaru, and Shoji. Ino! Sakura exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to embrace Ino. I didn't expect you all to participate in the CHNIN exam. This is fantastic. Now we can look out for one another. Absolutely. Ino readily agreed. That's impossible, came a languid voice from Shikamaru, who, with his hands in his pockets, wore a look of resigned indifference. The CHNIN exam focuses on individual strength and teamwork, not on looking out for each other. Exactly, Shikamaru is right. The CHNIN exam isn't child's play. Everyone must rely on their own abilities, Choji mumbled, his words somewhat muffled as he chewed on his chips. Chapter 13. Love and hatred upon witnessing his teammates undermining their own efforts. Ino shot them a displeased glare, her voice tinged with clear discontent. Hey, Shikamaru, CHG, why are you interrupting? Can't you see this is a conversation among girls? It's quite rude. What conversation among girls? Shikamaru retorted, we're in a public space, and everyone can hear what you're saying. Besides, look at how Sakura is handling things without all this fuss. He then waved at Satsuki, who stood beside Sakura. Hello, Satsuki. Hello, Shikamaru. Satsuki replied with a fleeting glance, her tone indifferent. However, her eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment and dissatisfaction as they darted towards Naruto, who had been searching the crowd since his arrival. Shikamaru, perceptive as ever, caught the subtle shift in Satsuki's demeanor and smirked knowingly. He had long observed the tangled web of emotions surrounding Naruto and his team during their time at school, always viewing it with a sense of detached amusement. To heighten the drama, he purposely shifted the topic towards Naruto, teasingly asking, Naruto, what are you looking for? As soon as Naruto heard Shikamaru call his name, he withdrew his searching gaze, realizing that in his current state, finding anyone was quite the challenge. Oh, it's nothing, Shikamaru. Just looking around, he replied. Unexpectedly, a cheerful voice rang out, this time belonging to a boy. Long time no see, Naruto. A boy in a gray-white coat, adorned with a red triangular mark on his face and a white dog resting atop his head, squeezed through the crowd, excitedly embracing Naruto. How have you been? I didn't expect to see you here for the CHNIN exams. Yamato, could you stop holding on to Naruto like that? You have such a strong scent. Came a discontented female voice from behind him. Moments later, a pair, a man clad in sunglasses and a woman with short black hair and striking white eyes, emerged from the crowd, the latter glaring disapprovingly at Yamato. Indeed, the trio was Yamato, Shino, and Hinata. What is wrong with that? A real man should have some presence, don't you think? Akamaru? Yamato released Naruto and remarked nonchalantly. Woof. Akamaru barked in agreement, but his enthusiastic response drew a fierce glare from Hinata, who shot him a menacing look. Instantly, Akamaru's demeanor wilted, ears drooping as he retreated beneath Yamato's head, silenced by fear. Yamato, sensing the tension, was about to defend his canine companion when Hinata leaned in closer, her voice a chilling whisper, You'd better keep quiet, or you'll regret it later. Yamato's eyes widened with panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he nodded hastily, stammering, I understand, Hinata. Satisfied, Hinata then turned to Naruto, wrapping her arm around his with a gentle smile. Naruto-kun, it's been so long. I've missed you so much. Don't mind Yamato. He is always so reckless. As she nestled her head against Naruto's shoulder, he stood frozen, utterly bewildered. The sudden embrace from Yamato had left him disoriented, and Hinata's affectionate gesture only deepened his confusion. The intricate relationships among the 12 young elites were far more complex than he had ever imagined. From the side, Satsuki observed the scene with a flicker of jealousy and dissatisfaction, muttering under her breath, humph. Such a show-off. Her voice was barely audible, and thus went unnoticed by the others. At that moment, a male voice cut through the chaos. Hey, you all better quiet down, otherwise you'll attract unnecessary trouble. This statement drew the attention of Naruto and the others, who turned to see a bespectacled man leaning against the doorframe, regarding them with an odd expression. It was none other than Kabuto. Who are you? Yamato exclaimed, his demeanor brash. I am Kabuto Yakushi, your senior. He introduced himself with a hint of superiority. Senior. The group exchanged glances, with Sakura speaking up. What did you mean by that? Just take a look around. Kabuto replied, sweeping his gaze across the room, and you'll understand. The group complied, noticing many eyes fixed upon them with hostility, far more intense than when Naruto and his friends had first entered. Some even exuded murderous intent, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Your recent behavior has been too conspicuous. You've made yourselves targets, Kabuto observed, adopting an air of condescension. Given your immature appearances, this must be your first time participating in the CHNIN exams, right? The group nodded, prompting Sakura to inquire. So, Kabuto-senpai, does that mean you've participated before? No. He replied, shaking his head slightly before revealing a shocking number. This is my 7th time. The revelation left Sakura and the others in disbelief, gasping collectively, except for Naruto, who merely stared. Hinata, unable to contain herself, blurted out, with such extensive experience, you must know a lot about the CHNIN exams, right? One could say that. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, beaming with pride. In fact, I've gathered a wealth of information. He produced a stack of cards from seemingly nowhere. This is an acquaintance card, containing details about most of the participants in this CHNIN exam. I obtained it with great effort. Interested in learning about any opponents? I could share that information with you, considering I'm your senior. A sly smile played on his lips as he awaited their response. Chapter 14. Character ratings. Sakura and her companions exchanged glances, uncertainty filling the air until, unable to contain himself, Kiba broke the silence. Since none of you are willing to go first, allow me to take the lead. Oh, which member's information are you curious about, Junior? Kabuto inquired, casting a glance at him. Kiba stroked his smooth chin, pondering for a moment before boldly pointing at himself and declaring, let it be me. I wish to see if my information card is accurate. Very well. Kabuto nodded slightly, and the card in his hand began to shuffle rapidly, eventually flying out and landing perfectly in his grasp. Here you are, Kiba. This is your information card. Take a look and see if there are any discrepancies or omissions. Kiba eagerly accepted the card, and Sakura and the others leaned in closer, even Naruto and Satsuki casting a curious glance in his direction. The card was densely packed with fine print, detailing Inuzuka Kiba, male, age 12, graduated from Konoha in the 60th year of the Inuzuka clan, village, Konoha, ninja companion, Akamaru. Favorite food, beef jerky and soft bones. Completed 15 D-rank missions and 3 C-rank missions. Team, Class 8. Instructor, Yuhi Kurenai. Teammates, Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino. Estimated strength, lower middle. Character rating, C-rank. Wow. Your information is astoundingly detailed, Kabuto. Kiba exclaimed after reviewing his card. The card not only chronicled his basic information, but also meticulously recorded his mission counts, teammates, and preferences. However, one aspect left him quite dissatisfied. Nonetheless, Kabuto, your assessment of my strength seems inaccurate. I should be rated as upper middle, don't you think, Akamaru? Kiba asserted with pride. Woof. Akamaru responded enthusiastically from atop Kiba's head. Kabuto, unperturbed by Kiba's bravado, smiled gently, adjusting his glasses. If you are dissatisfied with my evaluation, I can amend it right now. As Kabuto reached for Kiba's card, Sakura intervened. Kabuto, don't listen to him. This guy is just a narcissist. The more attention you give him, the more insufferable he becomes. Let's take a look at someone else's information. Oh, which member's information are you curious about, Junior? Kabuto inquired, abandoning his intent to modify Kiba's card, which elicited Kiba's annoyance. Nevertheless, he too was eager to see others' information. Sakura quickly racked her brain, but found herself at a loss for whom to inquire about. At that moment, Satsuki's cool voice broke the silence. Let us see Rock Lee. Sakura turned to her, surprise etched on her face, a hint of panic in her expression. Satsuki, why do you want to see that idiot's information? You can't possibly be interested in him. Before Sakura could finish her thought, Satsuki interrupted with a resolute tone. No, absolutely not. I simply wish to understand his abilities in preparation for the upcoming Chunin exams. As she spoke, she instinctively glanced at Naruto, who happened to be looking her way. Their eyes met, and Satsuki's cheeks tinted with a subtle blush, quickly regaining her composure and averting her gaze with feigned nonchalance. Naruto, on the other hand, appeared contemplative. This exchange did not go unnoticed by Hinata, who clung to his arm, her eyes flashing with jealousy. Sakura caught this moment as well, her expression shifting to one of confusion, just as Kabuto's voice interrupted her thoughts. All right, let me present Rock Lee's information. Kabuto smiled, nodding, and the cards in his hands began to shuffle once more, displaying his adeptness. In a short while, he pulled out a card and handed it to Satsuki. Here is Rock Lee's information card for your review. His tone remained gentle, though a hidden depth glimmered in his gaze. Satsuki accepted the card, and the others gathered around, their eyes quickly scanning its contents. The card read, clearly, Rock Lee, male, age 13, graduated from Konoha in the 59th year, village. Konoha, specializes in taijutsu. Favorite foods, curry rice and milk, completed 22 D-rank missions and 8 C-rank missions. Team, Class 3, Instructor, Might Guy, teammates, Hyuganiji and Tenten. Estimated strength, upper middle. Character rating, B rank. Wait, are you serious? This idiot's strength is rated as upper middle? Are you out of your mind, Kabuto? Sakura exclaimed indignantly. Despite having witnessed Lee's impressive combat prowess during his battle with Naruto, seeing him rated higher than Kiba still stoked her discontent. This evaluation is beyond reproach. It is derived from a comprehensive analysis of mission performance and actual combat data. Given Lee's abilities, he undoubtedly deserves this rating, Kabuto explained with a calm demeanor, adjusting his glasses once more. Hearing this, Sakura and the others instinctively glanced at Kiba, who had recently expressed discontent with his own evaluation. Now, witnessing Lee's rating surpassing his, Kiba's expression darkened. There must be something wrong with this evaluation standard, Kiba scoffed, unwilling to accept the situation. That Rock Lee fellow only graduated a year before me. He has merely completed more missions. How could he possibly be stronger? He turned to Akamaru. Right, Akamaru? Woof. Akamaru barked in agreement, seemingly endorsing his master's claim. Kiba, spare us your stubbornness. Just a moment ago, you were pressuring Kabuto to revise your strength rating. Ino shot him an exasperated look before turning to Kabuto. By the way, Kabuto, may I ask you a question? Oh, what question do you have? Please, go ahead. Kabuto nodded in encouragement. What does the final character rating on the card signify? Ino inquired, her curiosity piqued. Her question sparked interest among the group, including Naruto, as they collectively realized they had no recollection of such a detail on Kabuto's previous information cards during their last encounter. Chapter 15. The Purpose of D. A subtle, meaningful smile graced the corners of D's mouth as he slowly spoke, explaining that it was used to predict the probability of their successful promotion to CH Nin in the upcoming exam. The higher the rating of an individual, the greater their chances of advancement. There are a total of 5 levels, D, C, B, A, and S. Among them, S is the highest, indicating not only a successful promotion to CH Nin, but also the potential for exceptional performance in the exam that could attract the attention of higher-ups. A ranks just below S, signifying a near certainty of promotion. B represents a reasonable chance, though not guaranteed, while C indicates a lower probability. D is the lowest rating, suggesting that the possibility of promotion is negligible, merely a formality. At this point, D deliberately paused, seemingly allowing Naruto and the others time to absorb the information. He then adjusted his glasses and continued, stating that, at present, he only possessed one A-level rating. What? Only one A-level? Sakura and the others exclaimed in surprise, immediately pressing for details about the individual. Can you share their information with us? Only Naruto's eyes shimmered with a glint of understanding. He seemed to have already deduced the identity of this person. Sure enough, D's subsequent words confirmed his suspicion. D nodded, saying, of course I can. He swiftly extracted a card from the stack and placed it flat before Naruto and the others. The card read, Gaara, gender unknown, age unspecified, graduation time uncertain, affiliated village, Sunagakure. Culinary preferences unclear, has completed 9 C-rank missions and 5 B-rank missions, with his guiding instructor being Baki and teammates Temari and Kankuro. Strength provisionally rated as upper middle, character evaluation, A. Upon reviewing Gaara's information, Sakura and the others instinctively swallowed hard. Despite the ambiguity surrounding many aspects of Gaara's profile, the pressure he exuded was palpable, primarily due to the nature of the missions he had completed, B-rank tasks, which are typically reserved for CH Nin or J Nin. The fact that he had accomplished 5 of them was astonishing. Is this guy truly still a genin? This thought echoed simultaneously in the minds of Sakura and her companions. They exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Only Naruto remained composed, for he had anticipated D would mention Gaara and recognized his formidable strength. However, he was perplexed by the ambiguity regarding Gaara's gender. Had the world of Gaara undergone some transformation? Reflecting on his previous encounter with Gaara, Naruto found no discernible differences from the original narrative. Satsuki's eyes glimmered with contemplation, as if she were pondering something profound. However, D seemed unsatisfied with the initial shock and added, in fact, there is one more detail that has not been included on this card. Rumor has it that Gaara completes every mission without sustaining a scratch. What? Sakura and the others gasped, their eyes now filled with a flicker of fear as they looked at Gaara's profile. If the revelation that Gaara had accomplished B-rank missions was astonishing, the knowledge that he completed them unscathed instilled an even more profound sense of dread within them. Such prowess far exceeded their understanding of a genin. They etched Gaara's appearance and details deeply into their minds, vowing that during the upcoming CHNIN exam, should they encounter him, they would certainly steer clear or surrender outright. They had no desire to confront such a terrifying individual. Seeing Sakura and her friends rattled by Gaara's information, a smirk of satisfaction crept across D's face. He gently reassured them, you need not be so tense. With this information in hand, simply avoid him during the CHNIN exam. Oh, by the way, he suddenly shifted topics, my dear younger classmates. Would you be interested in making a little fortune? Huh? Making a fortune? Sakura and the others were momentarily lost, their expressions filled with confusion as they gazed at him. What do you mean, D-senpai? Even Naruto wore a perplexed expression, unsure of D's intentions. Well, you see. The character ratings on these cards serve not only to indicate their promotion probabilities, but also have another purpose. D said with a mysterious smile and a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. They are used by various betting establishments to set odds for genin aspiring to become CHNIN. Betting. Sakura and the others widened their eyes, clearly taken aback by D's unexpected topic. Indeed, D nodded, continuing, actually, I have been working part-time for a betting establishment, collecting wagers. If you're interested, you can place bets through me, on yourselves or on candidates you favor. This way, you can experience a different kind of thrill during the CHNIN exam. What do you think? Are you interested? Sakura and the others exchanged glances once more, their expressions reflecting hesitation and discomfort. It was evident they felt uneasy about the proposition, yet they found it difficult to outright reject D's offer. Finally, Sakura mustered her courage and said, D, senpai, thank you for your kind offer, but we believe participating in gambling is not a wise choice. It's fine, just keep your bets small, D persisted, enticingly. As the saying goes, small bets bring joy, while large bets bring harm. Betting small is harmless. D, you rascal, are you trying to lead these youngsters astray? Before D could respond, a gruff male voice echoed from the podium in the examination hall. The next moment, a dozen figures appeared around the stage. The foremost man bore several terrifying scars on his face and wore a long black coat, glaring at D with fury. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Ibiki Marino, one of the chief examiners for this CHNIN exam. Upon seeing Ibiki, D's expression shifted to one of alarm and fear, but he still managed to greet him with enthusiasm. Ah, Ibiki-sama, long time no see. How have you been lately? Chapter 16. The examination commences. Humph. Ibiki scoffed, his gaze slicing through Do like a blade, his tone imbued with an unmistakable authority. Do, you scoundrel. Are you once again resorting to your dubious tactics in the examination hall? Have the previous examiners been too lenient with you? Believe me, I could revoke your examination eligibility at this very moment. Upon hearing Ibiki's words, Do's smile vanished instantly, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. Had the words come from another, he might have dismissed them as a jest. However, Ibiki was different. He was notorious for his ruthless demeanor and unwavering resolve. If Do were truly stripped of his examination credentials, how could he fulfill the task assigned to him by that esteemed individual? In a flurry, Do waved his hands, a hint of panic in his voice. Lord Ibiki, you misunderstand. I assure you, I am not engaging in any underhanded dealings. I was merely conversing with my juniors to alleviate the pre-exam tension. Ibiki let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of scorn in his eyes. Conversing? Alleviating tension? Do you take me for a child? I heard every word of your so-called conversation. Do's complexion paled further, sweat trickling down his cheek. He understood that Ibiki was renowned for his keen insight and iron-fisted methods. No petty antics could escape his scrutiny. My Lord Ibiki, I truly was just joking to lighten the mood. Do stammered, attempting to defend himself. You know how anxious everyone is before an exam. I merely wished to help them relax. Ibiki narrowed his eyes, a dangerous undertone lacing his words. Do, I appreciate your good intentions, but the Chunin exams are not a venue for such antics. Should you dare to attempt any tricks again, not only will I revoke your examination eligibility, but I will also hand you over to the Umbu for further action. Do you comprehend my meaning? Do's pupils constricted sharply, a chill coursing through him. He recognized that Ibiki was not merely issuing idle threats. The consequences of being delivered to the Umbu would be dire, potentially jeopardizing the plans of that esteemed individual. Why yes, Lord Ibiki, I understand. Do bowed his head, fear evident in his voice. I promise it will not happen again. Ibiki cast him a frigid glance before shifting his attention to Naruto and the others. And you lot, do not be so gullible as to trust others' words so easily. With that, he directed his gaze to another section of the examination hall, where several individuals adorned with the grass village headbands were encircling candidates from other villages, seemingly engaged in conversation. "Hey, you grass village ninjas over there, do not think I haven't noticed you," Ibiki barked. "The exam has yet to commence. Refrain from your petty scheming." The grass ninjas froze at his command, embarrassment and tension evident on their faces. One quickly interjected, "Esteemed examiner, we were merely sharing some examination experiences. There was absolutely no ulterior motive." "Humph," Ibiki retorted with a derisive laugh. "Sharing experiences? Do you take me for a fool? Consider yourselves fortunate today. I shall grant you a single warning. Should this occur again, I will expel you from the examination and revoke your eligibility." His gaze swept over the assembled candidates with piercing intensity. "Mark my words. This is Konoha's examination hall, not a place for reckless behavior. Should anyone dare to engage in any peculiar antics, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. Do you understand?" His voice reverberated like thunder through the hall, each word echoing with undeniable authority. A profound silence enveloped the examination hall, with the majority of candidates holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. They were acutely aware that this examiner was not one to be trifled with. Sakura exchanged anxious glances with her companions, her voice barely above a whisper. "This guy is truly terrifying. He seems even more fearsome than Kakashi-sensei." Naruto, upon hearing Sakura's remark, merely chuckled, for he knew that Ibiki's terror extended far beyond this encounter. The candidates present were likely to witness an even more formidable side of him. Ibiki, satisfied with the effect of his warning, nodded approvingly before continuing. "Now, I shall outline the regulations for this Chunin exam. First and foremost, without the examiner's permission, candidates are strictly forbidden from engaging in any form of private combat. Secondly, even with an examiner's consent, lethal force against one another is prohibited. Lastly, and most importantly, the examiner possesses absolute authority within the examination hall. Any violation of these rules will result in severe punishment. Should anyone dare to challenge the examiner's authority, they will face the consequences." His voice remained cold and resolute, as if an invisible blade hovered over each candidate's head. His gaze swept across the room once more to ensure that everyone comprehended his words. "Is there anything you do not understand?" Ibiki inquired frostily, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, seemingly capable of penetrating each candidate's very soul. The hall remained silent, no one daring to utter a sound, even their breaths becoming cautious. Seeing this, Ibiki's lips curled upward slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. "Excellent. It appears everyone comprehends. Therefore, I hereby declare the first round of the Chunin exam, the written test, officially begins." Chapter 17. Our rules are our rules. Naruto gazed calmly at the examination paper before him, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting a sense of composure and confidence. Having traversed dimensions once, he was already well acquainted with the answers to these questions. During his previous journey, to compensate for the inadequacies in his theoretical knowledge as presented in the original narrative, he had diligently perused the majority of the tomes housed within the Konoha library. Thus, the inquiries on the current test appeared to him as mere trifles. With a gentle smile, he picked up his pen and swiftly began to write. The tip of the pen glided across the paper, producing a soft rustling sound, as if each stroke carried with it the wealth of knowledge and experience he had accumulated over the years. This scene left Sakura and Satsuki seated not far behind him, utterly astonished. As Naruto's teammates, they were all too aware of his theoretical prowess. It would be charitable to say he was well-read, and more accurate to claim he was woefully uninformed. Consequently, when they learned that the first examination was a written test, they both broke into a cold sweat for Naruto, even preparing to assist him in cheating. However, the Naruto before them was a stark contrast to their expectations. He exhibited no signs of panic but instead wrote with remarkable speed, as if he had an intimate grasp of the content on the paper. When did Naruto's theoretical knowledge become so formidable? Both Satsuki and Sakura couldn't help but ponder in unison. Before long, Naruto adeptly completed all the questions on the paper. He set down his pen, stretched lazily, and glanced around, noticing that the majority of the candidates were still deeply engrossed in their answers. A smirk crept onto his face, revealing a hint of pride, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. This spectacle naturally caught the attention of the proctor, Ibiichi, below. He silently mused. Could this fellow have finished all the questions so swiftly? With that thought, he signaled to an examiner stationed near Naruto. The examiner understood immediately and deliberately approached Naruto. As he passed by, he cast a quick glance at Naruto's paper, discovering that the answers were not only complete, but also impeccably accurate, even covering some exceedingly obscure points of knowledge. The examiner was taken aback and quickly relayed this information to Ibiichi with a glance. Not only had he completed it, he had answered everything correctly. Ibiichi was equally astonished, mentally exclaiming, truly deserving of being the son of the fourth Hokage. Indeed, a tiger begets no dogs. This Uzumaki Naruto was indeed remarkable. Naruto, of course, noticed the subtle exchanges between Ibiichi and the examiner, yet he paid them no mind. He had no intention of resorting to the various covert methods of cheating employed by some candidates, hence he felt no fear. Nonetheless, having finished the test ahead of time, boredom soon set in. Moreover, the written examination could not be submitted early. Thus, feeling rather listless, his gaze began to wander. He first glanced at Satsuki and Sakura, then at Hinata, and then, unexpectedly, his wandering gaze elicited a warning from one of the examiners. "Hey, you there, focus on your answers. If you keep looking around, I'll revoke your examination eligibility." Upon hearing this, Naruto could only begrudgingly return his attention to the paper. Subsequently, he glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing that there was still some time remaining before the test concluded, and promptly laid his head on the desk, closing his eyes to drift into a light slumber. As Naruto's consciousness began to descend, a frantic female voice pierced through the haze. "Run. You must run." In the dim light, a small boy stood precariously, not far in front of him, while several ninjas with scratched forehead protectors loomed menacingly nearby. Behind him, a small girl lay on the ground, tears streaming from her eyes. It was her voice that had called out moments ago. "I will not leave you," the boy declared resolutely, his eyes shimmering with stubborn light. Clenching his fists tightly, despite his precarious state, he showed no signs of retreat. "I cannot abandon you." Though the boy's voice was tender, it resonated with unwavering determination and courage. The girl lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes locking onto the boy's, trembling as she spoke. But you're already hurt. If this continues, you will die." "Die? I won't perish so easily. Don't forget, I am the son of the 4th Hokage." The boy turned to the girl, offering a radiant smile. The girl seemed momentarily taken aback, as if something within her heart had been stirred. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, the ninjas standing nearby surged towards the boy. Though the boy fought valiantly, he was ultimately overwhelmed and brought to the ground by the ninjas. "Uzumaki Naruto." The girl cried out in despair, rising abruptly, her once black eyes transforming into a vivid crimson, displaying the pattern of the Sharingan. Previously a passive observer, Naruto was jolted into awareness upon hearing the girl call his name and witnessing her eyes manifest the Tomo. He never anticipated that this sudden dream would intertwine with his and Satsuki's fate. However, just as he prepared to delve deeper into this vision, a cacophony of noise yanked him back to reality. What kind of rule is this? A ninja adorned with a Konoha forehead protector slammed his hand on the table, shouting at Ibiichi below. "If I don't answer question 10, I'll be deemed to have scored 0 and disqualified from this examination. Yet, if I attempt question 10 and answer incorrectly, I'll be barred from taking the Chunin exams for life. Either choice directly impacts my teammates. What an unfair rule." "Unfair?" Ibiichi responded with a smirk, rather than anger. "When has the ninja world ever been fair? If this were a battlefield, would your enemies show mercy because you or your teammates are injured? No, they would not. Therefore, at times, you must learn to choose, to bear the risks alongside your comrades, or to abandon them and preserve your own life. This is the way of survival in the world of ninjas, and you must make a choice." As he spoke, a palpable aura of lethal intent began to emanate from him, enveloping all the candidates present. "Do not forget, I have previously stated that within this examination room, the proctor holds absolute authority. Our rules are absolute. If you find them unsatisfactory, you may immediately forfeit question 10 and leave." Ibiichi's words struck each candidate like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within their hearts. His gaze was cold and piercing, as though he could see into the depths of each soul. The overwhelming aura of menace caused the atmosphere in the examination hall to plummet to freezing levels. Beads of cold sweat appeared on many candidates' foreheads, and some began to waver in their resolve. "This is the world of ninjas." Ibiichi's voice resonated, low and powerful. "Here, there is no such thing as fairness, only survival and elimination. Your choices will determine your future." Silence enveloped the examination hall, broken only by the heavy breaths of the numerous candidates. Chapter 18. Mitarashi Anko having just awakened from a dream, Naruto gazed upon the scene before him, a flicker of resignation flashing in his eyes. Indeed, certain individuals, regardless of the world they inhabit, remain unchanged in their fundamental nature. In his mind, he silently reflected on his previous encounters with Guy and the current situation with Ibiki. During his last traversal, he had a brief interaction with Ibiki, during which he discerned the latter's pronounced penchant for cruelty, relishing in various forms of torment, both physical and psychological, to push others to their limits. He had hoped that in this world, Ibiki might temper his tendencies. However, it appeared that not only had he not restrained himself, but he had intensified his methods. Nonetheless, Naruto was not inclined to expose Ibiki's actions, for he understood the necessity of such behavior. As Ibiki had recently articulated, the world of ninjas is exceedingly harsh. Without steadfast will and robust mental fortitude, survival in such an environment is impossible. Furthermore, a lack of trust in one's comrades on the battlefield could lead to dire consequences. Contemplating this, Naruto seemed to grasp the essence of the 10th question. As anticipated, some candidates with weaker psychological resilience gradually raised their hands, opting to forfeit the Chunin exam. Consequently, their teammates were also compelled to relinquish their examination eligibility. In a matter of moments, the once crowded examination hall dwindled to merely a few dozen participants still seated. Observing this, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Ibiki's eyes as he addressed the remaining candidates, proclaiming congratulations for successfully answering the 10th question. This declaration elicited a chorus of astonished murmurs within the examination room, with the majority of candidates casting confused and incredulous glances at Ibiki. Naruto, however, wore a knowing smile, having anticipated that Ibiki's so-called 10th question was designed to test two critical aspects: the candidates' resolve and their ability to trust their teammates fully. Ibiki's voice resonated through the hall. Imbued with an undeniable authority, the ninja world is brutal. Without unwavering determination and formidable psychological strength, one cannot endure. Moreover, if one cannot place complete trust in their comrades during battle, they will face life-threatening peril. At this juncture, he deliberately paused, surveying the remaining candidates before continuing, stating that those who remained possessed these pivotal qualities, thus successfully passing the 10th question. Cheers erupted among the surviving candidates, exclaiming their delight at having made the right choice to stay, believing they had made significant progress toward becoming Chunin. However, their elation was short-lived, as Ibiki's subsequent words brought them back to reality. He clarified that this did not signify their success in the first examination, as it was merely a written test. He still needed to review their answer sheets. Should any of them fail to answer a single question correctly, they, along with their teammates, would be eliminated. With that, he signaled to the other examiners, who promptly approached the remaining candidates to collect their answer sheets for immediate grading. Given the reduced number of participants, the grading process was swift. Shortly thereafter, the examiners completed their evaluations and presented the results to Ibiki. Ibiki glanced at the list in his hands, his demeanor remaining stoic and unyielding. After surveying the remaining candidates once more, he slowly remarked, "I did not expect that none of you would answer all questions incorrectly. Very well, I declare that all of you have successfully passed the first examination, the written test." Unexpectedly, just as his words concluded, a striking figure burst through the window, accompanied by a sharp female voice that interjected, "But don't get too complacent. The real examination has only just begun. I will be your chief examiner for the second part." The newcomer, clad in a light yellow coat and holding a skewer of glutinous rice balls, was none other than Mitarashi Anko. Regrettably, her self-styled dramatic entrance did not elicit the enthusiastic response she anticipated from the candidates. Instead, the examination hall fell into a profound silence, with the candidates exchanging bewildered glances, seemingly perplexed by her sudden appearance. Noticing this, Ibiki couldn't help but tease, "Haha, no one is paying you any mind. How embarrassing, Anko." Anko shot him a reproachful glare but did not dwell on his remark. Instead, she quickly surveyed the remaining candidates, commenting, 72 candidates, 24 groups. There seems to be quite a number left after the first examination. Ibiki, what happened?" Ibiki shrugged in response, "There's nothing I could do. I've done my best. This year's batch of candidates is exceptionally talented." "Talented, you say?" Anko retorted, a sly smile gracing her lips as her gaze swept over the candidates like a serpent assessing its prey. A chill coursed through the hearts of the candidates she scrutinized, save for Naruto and a select few, as if they were being watched by a predatory creature. Then, with a chilling tone, Anko declared, "I have a particular fondness for exceptional individuals. It makes elimination all the more entertaining. Rest assured, in the next examination, I shall ensure that at least half of you do not remain. Now follow me." Her voice carried a blend of mockery and menace, foreshadowing a far more grueling and arduous challenge ahead. The majority of candidates exchanged anxious glances, their hearts a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, aware that the true test had only just commenced, and they must give their all to advance further in this Chunin examination. Chapter 19. The Forest of Death. At the outskirts of the Forest of Death, in training ground number 44 of Konoha, the dying rays of the setting sun cast a mysterious and oppressive glow over the ominous woods. Standing before the assembly of 72 candidates was Akamichi Kirui, her lips curling into a sly smile, her gaze slithering like a venomous serpent across the anxious faces of the participants. "Welcome to the second examination," she announced, her voice resonating with an alluring magnetism, laced with a chilling thrill. "The task at hand is quite simple. Each team will be assigned a scroll, either the Heaven Scroll or the Earth Scroll. Only by collecting both scrolls and successfully reaching the tower at the heart of this foreboding forest will you be deemed successful in this trial." Her words hung in the air, reverberating with an unsettling excitement. However, she continued, a hint of mockery in her tone, "There is one crucial stipulation. All 3 members of your team must reach the tower together. Should any individual withdraw or perish along the way, the entire team will be disqualified." As her declaration settled, the atmosphere thickened with tension as candidates exchanged nervous glances. It was evident that this trial would not merely test their strength, but also their ability to collaborate and survive. Moreover, Akamichi Kirui added, her tone dripping with amusement, "Due to the peculiar nature of this examination, the time limit has been extended to 5 days. In other words, you must complete this task within 5 days. If, After 5 days, you have not reached the tower or gathered both scrolls, you will also face elimination. A sudden, anxious voice broke the uneasy silence. 5 days? What? What are we supposed to eat? The owner of the voice, Orochimaru, a notorious glutton, was particularly concerned about sustenance. Ah, that will depend entirely on you. Akamichi Kirui replied, her hand gesturing casually, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. This forest is abundant with resources, wild fruits, beasts, and even the food carried by other candidates. Of course, acquiring it will depend on your capabilities. Her words caused a palpable shift in the expressions of many candidates, some already murmuring amongst themselves. Akamichi Kirui seemed to revel in the tension, continuing, "Oh, and let me remind you of something important. This forest is known as the Forest of Death for a reason. Inside, there are not only perilous beasts but also various natural traps and poisons. A moment's carelessness, and you may not even realize how you met your demise." Her tone was nonchalant, yet each word struck the candidates like a heavy hammer, instilling a deep-seated dread. The air grew thick with an oppressive atmosphere, making even the act of breathing feel laborious. Observing the candidates' unease, a knowing smile crept across Akamichi Kirui's lips, seemingly satisfied by their trepidation. She then clapped her hands softly, breaking the tense silence. "Now, I will distribute a consent form to each of you. If you feel unable to endure such a challenge, you may choose to withdraw now. After all, you only have one life. Examinations can be attempted again next year." As her words faded, several examiners began handing out the consent forms. The candidates received them with varied expressions, some resolute, others hesitant, and a few trembling with fear. Uzumaki Naruto glanced down at the form in his hands, a confident smile breaking across his face. He turned to Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke, noting that while Sasuke maintained a calm facade, a flicker of worry lingered in his eyes. Sakura, on the other hand, appeared far worse, her hand shaking uncontrollably as she clutched the consent form. "Don't worry. I'll protect you both," Naruto reassured them gently. "Humph, who needs your protection?" Sasuke shot back, rolling his eyes. Yet the smile tugging at his lips and the fading worry in his gaze betrayed his bravado. "Exactly," Sakura chimed in, steadying her trembling hand. "If we need protection, I want Sasuke to protect me." She leaned closer to Sasuke, seeking comfort. Naruto merely shrugged, saying nothing in response. Before long, all candidates returned the signed consent forms to the examiners. Noticing that none had chosen to withdraw, Akamichi Kirui rolled her eyes in mild disappointment. "You lot truly have no fear of death, do you? Well, since you are all prepared, I shall distribute the scrolls to each team now." With a subtle gesture, more examiners began to hand out the scrolls. The candidates grasped them tightly, some with nervous anticipation, others with calm determination. Once every team had received their scrolls, Akamichi Kirui added, "Remember, your mission is not only to collect 2 scrolls, but also to reach the tower within 5 days. Now, you may follow the examiners to your respective entrances and await your turn." A murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd. "Wait, aren't we entering from here?" one candidate questioned, bewildered. "Of course not," Akamichi Kirui scoffed. "If all of you were to enter from the same spot, it would lead to chaos and conflict. Instead, you will disperse and enter from different points after 10 minutes. That will ensure a more entertaining experience." A glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes, as though she could already envision the ensuing chaos among the candidates in the forest. The candidates felt their hearts race. Dispersing into the forest meant they would not only contend with its inherent dangers, but also remain vigilant against potential ambushes from rival teams. The brutality of this examination had escalated to a new level. Enough dawdling. Akamichi Kirui waved her hand dismissively, her tone growing impatient. "The examiners will guide you to your entrances. Remember, the examination will commence in 10 minutes. In 5 days, I hope to see the majority of you still alive in that tower." As her words concluded, several examiners stepped forward to lead the teams to their designated entrances. The candidates followed suit, their expressions a mix of anxiety, excitement, and solemnity. Soon, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke found themselves at a secluded entrance, anxiously awaiting the moment when the gates would swing open. With a resounding click, the gates creaked open 10 minutes later, and the candidates surged forward into the depths of the forest. Chapter 20. Encounter with the Serpent. As Naruto and his companions stepped into the Forest of Death, he quickly sensed an unsettling presence lurking in the shadows, watching them intently. This feeling was profoundly subtle. Aside from Naruto, neither Sakura nor Satsuki detected anything amiss. However, the sensation of being observed instilled a foreboding dread within Naruto, prompting an inner reflection. Could it be Orochimaru? It seems he has indeed arrived. In truth, prior to entering the forest, Naruto had been covertly observing the other candidates, attempting to spot Orochimaru among them. After all, during their last venture, it was in this very segment of the Chunin exams that Orochimaru had caused them trouble. Back then, he had targeted Sasuke. But whether he would now set his sights on Satsuki remained uncertain for Naruto, as he was still grappling with many aspects of this world. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Naruto decided to maintain a heightened vigilance regarding Orochimaru's potential appearance. Despite his efforts, Searching for an individual in his current guise proved challenging, much like his previous experience at the 301 exam site. Yet, the moment he sensed that prying gaze, he became convinced that Orochimaru was indeed fixated on them, or more precisely, on Satsuki. With this thought, Naruto instinctively glanced at Satsuki, taking in her cool and exquisite profile, which triggered a vivid memory of a dream he had experienced during the 301 examination. For reasons unknown, a powerful urge to protect her surged within him, and he silently vowed, "Rest assured, I will ensure your safety." "Hey, you idiot Naruto, why are you staring at Satsuki like that?" Sakura's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Standing beside Satsuki, she glared at him disapprovingly and exclaimed, "While I may have agreed to let you get closer to Satsuki, I did not permit you to ogle her like this. If you keep it up, I might just gouge your eyes out." Sakura's words caused a faint blush to rise on Satsuki's cheeks. In truth, she had long been aware of Naruto's gaze. She merely chose to remain silent about it. From the intensity of his stare, she sensed a familiar feeling that harkened back to years ago. Thus, while her exterior remained aloof, her heart swelled with joy. Could it be that this fool has regained his memories from the past? Satsuki mused internally. If that were the case, it would undoubtedly be splendid news for her. As it would mean, Sakura, Naruto began to retort, but was abruptly interrupted as a faint sound of slicing air reached their ears from ahead. He immediately formed a hand seal with his fingers, executing the shadow clone technique. With a series of poofs, two clones appeared before them, swiftly withdrawing shurikens from their ninja tool pouches and launching them forward. The clinking of metal filled the air as the shurikens intercepted a barrage of projectiles. Sparks flew amidst the chaos, and the clones quickly dispersed, along with Naruto, as they warily surveyed their surroundings to locate the assailants. Meanwhile, Satsuki and Sakura swiftly entered combat mode, each drawing out their own shurikens, ready to confront any enemies that might emerge. Above, Naruto shouted, glancing upward. A deluge of sharp weapons descended upon them like a torrential rain. Naruto's clones leapt into action, wielding their shurikens to counter the onslaught. Although they managed to deflect most of the attack, several kunai grazed their bodies, causing the clones to dissipate into smoke. Fortunately, the majority of the projectiles had been intercepted, allowing Naruto and his companions to evade the remaining few. However, before they could catch their breath, three figures adorned with the Rain Village headbands suddenly leapt from the surrounding foliage. With hands swiftly forming seals, they spoke in unison, water release, water shuriken technique. In an instant, countless water shurikens surged forth from all directions, glistening coldly in the fading sunlight, resembling a deadly rainfall that enveloped Naruto and his companions. "Naruto, Sakura, duck!" Satsuki's calm voice rang out as she conjured a powerful Sharingan, her hands forming seals in haste as she declared, "Fire release, great fireball technique." With that, a massive fireball erupted from her mouth, colliding against the oncoming water shurikens, instantly vaporizing a significant volume of water. The air thickened with white mist, obscuring their vision. Shadow clone technique. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto summoned multiple clones that charged toward the three rain ninjas. Moments later, agonized cries echoed from their direction as the mist began to dissipate, restoring some clarity to their sight. They turned to see that the trio of rain ninjas had been subdued by Naruto's clones, their scrolls scattered on the ground nearby. One of Naruto's clones promptly retrieved a scroll and approached the trio, intending to deliver it to them. However, just a few steps away, a kunai suddenly pierced through the clone's body, causing it to burst into a cloud of smoke, the scroll slipping from its grasp. At that moment, a long serpent-like shadow shot forth from the remaining mist, snatching the scroll with lightning speed before retreating back into the obscurity. Simultaneously, a tall figure emerged from the haze. Possessing an exceedingly alluring visage, adorned with a grass village headband, a long tongue flicked out from his mouth, incessantly licking his lips. The scroll, previously seized by the serpent, was now firmly clutched in his hand. His gaze towards Naruto and his companions shimmered with a cold, avaricious light. In an instant, Naruto recognized the figure before him. It was none other than Orochimaru. Chapter 21. Naruto vs. Orochimaru, Part 1. "Excuse me, is this scroll yours?" Orochimaru inquired, raising the scroll in his hand with a sinister smile directed towards Naruto and his companions. Before Naruto could respond, the fire of rage ignited in Satsuki's eyes. Without hesitation, she launched an attack, her kunai flying like lightning towards Orochimaru's throat. Her fury stemmed from two sources. First, Orochimaru had seized the scroll that rightfully belonged to them. Second, this scroll was one that Naruto had painstakingly acquired, and she could not bear to see it fall into another's hands so easily. Whoosh! The kunai sliced through the air, aimed directly at Orochimaru's throat. However, with a mere tilt of his head, Orochimaru effortlessly evaded the strike. The kunai embedded itself deeply into the tree behind him, producing a dull thud. "Heh, you little girl have quite the temper," Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "But I have a fondness for fiery prey." Before he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from him. enveloping Naruto and his companions. Each of them reacted differently to this palpable malice. Naruto remained unfazed, for he had weathered many storms in his previous life. Orochimaru's intent was nothing to him. In contrast, Satsuki and Sakura were less fortunate. Satsuki managed to hold on with her Sharingan, though beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, while Sakura succumbed completely, collapsing to the ground. "Oh, I did not expect that you, little brat, could withstand my murderous intent," Orochimaru said, surprised as he cast a glance at Naruto. "You have piqued my interest." Excitement and greed flickered in his eyes, as if he beheld a worthy subject for study. "Too bad. I'm not interested in you," Naruto retorted, smirking as he swiftly retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. With a swift stroke, he inscribed a series of characters onto the kunai, and then hurled it towards Orochimaru with great force. Whoosh! The kunai sliced through the air, heading straight for Orochimaru. Observing this, a look of disdain and disappointment crossed Orochimaru's face as he mocked. "You bunch of inexperienced brats, is this all you can muster? Haven't you?" Yet before he could finish his taunt, Naruto's figure suddenly appeared before him, seizing the kunai that had just reached him, while simultaneously conjuring a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra in his hand. "What?" Orochimaru gasped, caught off guard and unable to react as the spinning chakra sphere struck him directly. Rasengan. Boom. Orochimaru was hit squarely, his body propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a distant tree with a thunderous sound. The trunk splintered instantly, sending wood chips flying and dust swirling into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto turned swiftly to Satsuki, urging, "Satsuki, take Sakura and leave now." He understood that although he had struck Orochimaru, the latter's strength would not allow him to be easily defeated. "But, what about you?" Satsuki bit her lip, a flicker of hesitation and resentment in her eyes. The scene before her evoked memories of years past when Naruto had shielded her in a similar manner. She had vowed never to allow such a situation to occur again, to be by his side and fight alongside him. This was one of the reasons she had worked so diligently to improve her skills. Yet now, she realized her power was still insufficient, as she had not anticipated Naruto's strength had grown to such an extent that he could confront a formidable adversary like Orochimaru head-on. Satsuki's heart was a mix of shock, resentment, and self-reproach. "Enough talking. Hurry and go." Naruto's urgent voice snapped Satsuki back to reality. His gaze was fixed on the direction of the swirling dust, his grip tightening around the kunai. "If you stay here, you'll only distract me." Satsuki had intended to plead with Naruto to let her stay and assist. But the unwavering determination in his eyes reminded her of those years ago when he had stood protectively in front of her. Nodding resolutely, she declared, "All right, we'll leave now. But listen, Naruto Uzumaki, you must survive, otherwise, I will hate you for the rest of my life." Tears welled in her eyes as she rushed to Sakura's side, helping her to her feet. "Sakura, let us go?" Though Sakura still felt weak, she understood the gravity of the situation and, after steadying herself, followed Satsuki as they retreated into the depths of the forest, away from Orochimaru. Flying Thunder God technique. Rasengan. I see now. No wonder you look so familiar. You are the son of that Minato guy. Just as Satsuki and Sakura fled, Orochimaru emerged from the dust with a menacing glare fixed on Naruto, his voice dripping with venom. "The likes of you from Jiraiya's lineage deserve to perish." With that, he swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon technique. A massive fire dragon erupted from his mouth, its searing flames immediately engulfing the space and hurtling towards Naruto. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and he quickly retreated a few steps while forming hand seals, shouting, "Wind Release, Great Breakthrough." Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind surged from his mouth, colliding with the advancing fire dragon. The flames were instantly dispersed, transforming into scattered sparks that vanished into the air. Heh, impressive reflexes. Orochimaru smirked coldly, a glint of appreciation in his eyes, yet overshadowed by malice and madness. "No wonder you are the son of the fourth Hokage, but your strength is still far from sufficient." As his words faded, Orochimaru's figure suddenly vanished from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Naruto, wielding a sharp kunai aimed directly at Naruto's back. However, Naruto seemed to be prepared, swiftly turning around to clash his kunai against Orochimaru's, producing a sharp clang. Their gazes locked for an instant. Naruto's eyes shone with calm determination, while Orochimaru's glimmered with murderous intent and mockery. "Little brat, if it weren't for Jiraiya, I would genuinely consider taking you as my disciple." Alas! Orochimaru's voice dripped with a chilling tone as he pressed down on Naruto with his kunai. Yet, Naruto did not yield. Instead, he used the force to propel himself backward, creating distance between them. At that moment, he closed his eyes momentarily, and when he opened them, a shade of brown appeared around his eyes, his pupils transforming into a yellow horizontal slit. He had entered Sage Mode. Chapter 22, Naruto vs. Orochimaru, Part 2. The Sage Mode of Mount Myaboku. It becomes clear now. I wondered how someone so young could master the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. A flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's eyes. quickly overshadowed by a more intense aura of malevolence. Where's that bastard Jiraiya? Tell me now. I don't know, Naruto replied coldly, simultaneously opening his palm to form a milky white shuriken that rapidly coalesced within his grasp. Naruto spoke the truth. He had never encountered this world's Jiraiya. The jutsu he wielded were acquired from his previous journey, entirely unrelated to this world's version of Jiraiya. Of course, to claim no connection would not be entirely accurate. For Sage Mode and the Rasengan were indeed taught to him by Jiraiya, albeit a Jiraiya from another realm, in stark contrast to the Jiraiya of this world. The Jiraiya of another dimension had not harbored the same animosity towards Orochimaru. This piqued Naruto's curiosity. Why did this world's Orochimaru harbor such hatred for Jiraiya? What had transpired between them? Naruto resolved to inquire with this world's Jiraiya when they eventually crossed paths. Naturally, he could also question Orochimaru, but given the current circumstances, it was clear that Orochimaru would offer no answers. Indeed, upon hearing Naruto's response, Orochimaru became increasingly frenzied. He believed Naruto was deliberately concealing Jiraiya's whereabouts, unwilling to divulge any information. With a chilling sneer, his gaze turned deadly, his voice low and cold. You little brat, since you refuse to speak, I shall shatter your limbs and extract the truth from you slowly. With that, he suddenly extended his arms, invoking summoning technique. Rashomon. Hissus. Countless venomous snakes erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves like a black tide, surging towards Naruto. Each serpent gaped wide, revealing fangs glinting with deadly poison. Just then, Naruto's milky white shuriken took shape, and he shouted, Wind release. Rasengan Shuriken. A massive spiraling shuriken spun rapidly in his hand, emitting a piercing hum. Without hesitation, he hurled the spiraling shuriken towards the oncoming serpents. SSSSS. The moment the serpents encountered the shuriken, they were instantly reduced to minuscule fragments by the razor-sharp wind currents. The shuriken did not falter. It continued its trajectory towards Orochimaru. This is bad. Feeling the terrifying energy radiating from the shuriken, Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically. Internally, he cursed and pressed his hands against the ground, invoking summoning technique. Rashomon. Boom. A colossal Rashomon gate surged from the earth, standing as a barrier before Orochimaru. The gate was adorned with grotesque demonic faces, exuding a sinister aura, as if it were a portal from the depths of hell. Boom. The spiraling shuriken collided violently with the Rashomon, unleashing a deafening roar. The entire gate buckled instantly, and a whirlwind erupted from the point of impact, rapidly spreading outward and wreaking havoc on everything in its path. Trees were uprooted, torn apart midair, and ultimately shredded into splinters. The ground was rent with deep fissures, and a storm of dust and debris raged through the air, as if intent on leveling the entire forest of death. Standing behind the Rashomon, Orochimaru felt a pang of trepidation at the sheer force of energy. His eyes remained unyielding, for he observed the gate's depth of indentation visibly increasing under the onslaught of the whirlwind. The demonic faces etched upon the gate seemed to writhe in agony, emitting low, mournful groans. Orochimaru's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated Naruto's Rasengan Shuriken could inflict such devastation upon the Rashomon. Once considered one of his strongest defensive techniques, it was now on the verge of collapse. Crack! Crack! Cracks rapidly spread across the surface of the Rashomon, culminating in a resounding explosion as it shattered, dissipating into a cloud of white mist, returning to its original realm. The Rasengan Shuriken pierced through the remnants of the Rashomon, surging toward Orochimaru with ferocious energy. Orochimaru hastily retreated, forming hand seals as he bellowed, Earth release, multiple earth wall. Thick earthen walls rose swiftly from the ground, colliding with the whirlwind unleashed by the Shuriken. Bang! The first earth wall was immediately obliterated by the tempest, which continued its advance toward the second wall. Although its power had diminished somewhat, the second wall fell just as quickly. The whirlwind barreled towards the third wall. But due to the obstructions from the Rashomon and the first two walls, it only punctured a massive hole through the third wall before dissipating, leaving Naruto and Orochimaru facing each other directly. At this moment, although it seemed like an eternity had passed since Naruto unleashed the Rasengan Shuriken, in reality, it had only been a matter of mere minutes. Yet the devastation they wrought had undeniably shaken the majority of those within the forest of death. They turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion, their minds collectively pondering the same question. What terrifying entity was clashing with Orochimaru? Naruto, you mustn't come to harm. Meanwhile, far from the site of the battle, Satsuki and Sakura stood several kilometers away, their faces etched with concern as they observed the unfolding scene. What terrifying power! Who is fighting Orochimaru to cause such destruction, even shattering the Rashomon? As Akane hurried toward Naruto's location, pain etched across her face as she clutched the mark on her neck, her eyes wide with shock. She quickened her pace, silently praying to reach them in time. She could not allow Orochimaru to escape. Chapter 23. Naruto vs. Orochimaru, Part 2. Little brat, it seems you are nearing your limits. Orochimaru, standing behind the third earthen barrier, observed Naruto, whose sage mode was gradually fading, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. I advise you to reveal Jiraiya's whereabouts sooner rather than later, otherwise, your fate today will not be pleasant. Naruto did not respond to Orochimaru's threat. Instead, he demonstrated his resolve through action. With his index and middle fingers pressed together, he called out, Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a series of soft thuds, 2 shadow clones appeared on either side of him. A sense of helplessness flickered in his eyes. The earlier use of the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan Shuriken had drained his body significantly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to abandon Sage Mode after just one use of the Rasengan Shuriken. It was evident that he needed to enhance his physical capabilities during the upcoming break in the Chunin exams. And he also contemplated finding a way to have a serious talk with the Nine Tails. However, at this moment, his foremost priority was to survive Orochimaru's onslaught. With that thought, Naruto and his 4 shadow clones simultaneously opened their palms, swiftly gathering chakra into a sphere that grew increasingly larger, the Great Rasengan. With a quiet chant, Naruto signaled to the 4 clones. They charged forward, the Great Rasengan in hand, directly at Orochimaru. A glint of cold determination flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He recognized that Naruto was at the brink of exhaustion, and this would be the last wave of his attack. Yet, he remained vigilant, not daring to underestimate his opponent. Forming hand seals rapidly, Orochimaru called out, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bomb. A massive earthen dragon erupted from the ground, roaring as it unleashed a torrent of mud bullets toward the approaching shadow clones. Simultaneously, Orochimaru formed more seals and shouted, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bomb. A searing fire dragon burst forth from his mouth, creating a dual assault alongside the mud bullets. The fire dragon spiraled in the air, intertwining with the mud bullets, forming a devastating barrier that surged toward the clones. 2 of the shadow clones deliberately slowed their pace, while the other 2 quickened theirs, directing their Great Rasengan at the oncoming flames and mud bullets. With a thunderous crash, the 2 clones' Great Rasengan collided violently with the mixed attack, erupting in a massive energy shockwave. Flames, mud, and chakra swirled in the air, crafting a chaotic battlefield. After a prolonged struggle, the furious energies of fire and mud gradually dissipated, with the 2 Great Rasengan successfully neutralizing the mud and fire attacks. However, the shadow clones disintegrated into white smoke amidst the fierce collision. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining 2 clones swiftly approached Orochimaru from the flanks, their Great Rasengan still radiating brilliant light. Unfazed, Orochimaru calmly brought his hands together and proclaimed, Earth Style, Earth Spear Technique. The ground erupted as numerous sharp earth spears shot up, aiming directly at the 2 remaining clones. Before they could close the distance to Orochimaru, the clones were pierced by the earth spears, vanishing into white smoke. Yet, in the next instant, a kunai flew out from the dissipating smoke, appearing directly before Orochimaru. What? Panic flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He anticipated that Naruto's previous attacks were merely feints, designed solely to bring the kunai, marked with the Flying Thunder God technique, closer to him. In a swift motion, Naruto materialized before Orochimaru, the Great Rasengan crashing into his chest. With a resounding thud, Orochimaru was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing through trees and rocks before landing heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Standing still, Naruto gasped for breath as the Great Rasengan in his hand slowly dissipated. His body was nearing its limits, chakra and stamina nearly exhausted, his legs trembling as he fought to remain upright. Yet, he persevered, fixing his gaze on the direction where Orochimaru had fallen, silently hoping. I should succeed, right? But in an instant, his pupils dilated in shock as Orochimaru's figure emerged slowly from the dust. Though he staggered, he quickly appeared before Naruto. Compared to moments ago, he now looked quite disheveled. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his clothing tattered, and a horrifying crack radiated from his chest, suggesting his body was on the verge of breaking apart. Little brat, your performance is indeed remarkable for a genin, Orochimaru rasped, though his tone now carried a hint of admiration. You have surpassed the majority of ninjas by forcing me to this extent. However, it is still far from enough. As he spoke, his body began to contort, his skin peeling away like that of a snake shedding its skin, revealing a new form beneath. In no time, Orochimaru had reverted to his prior state, as if the injuries he had sustained were but a figment of imagination. Yet, the fatigue evident in his eyes betrayed him. Clearly, Naruto's earlier assault had inflicted considerable damage. Nevertheless, in comparison to Naruto's current state, Orochimaru was in far superior condition. Raising his hand toward the panting Naruto, he coldly declared, Little brat, do not worry, I will not kill you. I still need to learn the whereabouts of Jiraiya from you. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. As Orochimaru's command echoed, several thick venomous snakes erupted from his sleeve, lunging towards Naruto like lightning. Instinctively, Naruto attempted to leap backward, but his weary body rendered his movement sluggish. In the blink of an eye, the snakes were upon him, poised to strike. At that moment, a woman's voice pierced through the air, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. In the next instant, Several similarly robust venomous snakes shot out from behind Naruto, entangling with Orochimaru's serpentine assault, effectively neutralizing his attack. Turning to look, Naruto saw a furious woman standing not far away on a tree branch. It was none other than the late-arriving Anko. Chapter 24. Retreat of Orochimaru. Red Bean's eyes widened in fury as she fixed her gaze upon Orochimaru below, her voice brimming with indignation and inquiry. What brings you back here? What is your true intent? Oh, Red Bean, Orochimaru remarked, casting her a fleeting glance, his tone laced with a hint of mockery and disappointment. After all these years, how is it that you still employ the techniques I taught you? By now, you should have evolved into a special jonin. It is rather disheartening to see you stagnate. I truly wonder how the third Hokage instructed you. He feigned a sigh, as if utterly exasperated by Red Bean's performance. Silence. Orochimaru. Red Bean's ire ignited, her voice laden with barely contained rage. Whether I have matured is my own affair. I do not require your unsolicited commentary. Furthermore, do not speak ill of Lord Third Hokage. He has treated me well. And do not evade the question. Orochimaru, tell me why you have returned. TSK, TSK, TSK. You truly lack respect for your teacher, he replied, shaking his head with a note of derision. Fortunately, I did not choose you as my vessel back in the day, or I fear I too would resemble your current self. At that, the fire in Red Bean's eyes blazed as if tangible, her body trembling. On the verge of an eruption, Orochimaru's words were like a sharp blade, piercing the deepest scars of her soul, resurfacing memories she had desperately tried to forget. Be silent. Orochimaru. Her voice emerged from clenched teeth, saturated with uncontainable anger and anguish. Do not mention those matters in my presence. With that, she swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, Fire style, dragon fire technique. Boom. A torrent of spiraling flames erupted from her mouth, scorching the air as it surged towards Orochimaru. The heat of the flames ignited the very atmosphere, raising the temperature dramatically. Yet, as the searing inferno approached, Orochimaru remained unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands together and murmured, Wind style, great breakthrough. Bang. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind erupted from his mouth, colliding with Red Bean's flames. The fire was forcefully dispersed, transforming into scattered embers that vanished into the air. Ah, you have indeed learned some new jutsu. It appears you have made some progress. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his golden snake-like eyes. However, it is still far from sufficient. Red Bean, let us set aside our differences for a moment. Out of benevolence for your growth, I shall graciously divulge my purpose for returning. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze towards Naruto, who had been ignored since Red Bean's arrival. The boy was still recovering his strength and chakra. Originally, I came for that man's sister. But now I have a brand new target, one far more intriguing than my initial objective. He deliberately licked his lips in excitement. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly as he looked off into the distance behind Red Bean, cursing under his breath. Damn it, a troublesome crowd is approaching. He then turned his attention back to Red Bean. My dear disciple, you must strive hard. I would hate to see you remain as you are when we next meet, utterly stagnant. His gaze then shifted to Naruto, and he growled, Brat. Our business is far from over. The next time we meet, I shall settle the score with you. With that, his form swiftly melded into the ground, disappearing from the sight of both Naruto and Red Bean. Damn it. As Orochimaru vanished, Naruto could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing onto the ground, cursing inwardly. The thought of his current disheveled state filled him with anger. Had he been in a more advanced stage during his previous journey, Orochimaru would have been defeated by him multiple times. There would have been no chance for escape. Ultimately, it came down to his lack of strength. He needed to enhance his abilities swiftly. Meanwhile, Red Bean, perched on a tree, struggled to support herself against the trunk, breathing heavily while clutching the cursed seal on her neck, her face contorted in pain. She had desperately wished to capture Orochimaru, sensing reinforcements approaching from afar. However, just as she prepared to act, the cursed seal on her neck throbbed violently, as if countless tiny needles were piercing her skin, rendering her immobile. Red Bean understood that this was Orochimaru's doing, aimed at incapacitating her temporarily to prevent her from stopping his departure. Once he was gone, the pain from the cursed seal subsided. Her current state was merely a remnant of the aftereffects of the seal's activation. In a short while, she regained her composure, leaping down from the tree to approach Naruto, who was still recovering. Hey, are you alright, kid? As she looked into Naruto's eyes, surprise and curiosity mingled with a hint of astonishment. She never expected that the person who had battled Orochimaru for so long would be a seemingly youthful boy. What astonished her further was that this boy had managed to endure under Orochimaru's grasp and even piqued his interest. This kid does not appear to possess anything particularly special. Save for being a bit handsome, Red Bean mused inwardly. I'm fine. Naruto could easily discern the thoughts swirling in Red Bean's mind, but he paid them no heed. Rising slowly from the ground, he replied, Are you truly okay, kid? Red Bean eyed the visibly exhausted Naruto with suspicion, her concern evident. You don't look so well. Why don't you come back with me to rest? and then we can return to the exam. As she extended her hand to assist him, Naruto pushed her away. No need, he insisted, shaking his head defiantly. I know my own condition. With that, he turned away, heading in the direction where Sakura and Sasuke had previously departed. Chapter 25. Dereliction of duty. As she gazed upon Naruto's receding, defiant silhouette, Hondo could not suppress her irritation, muttering under her breath, that little brat. Truly mistaking kindness for folly. Let us not forget, it was I who saved you just now. Upon hearing her words, Naruto halted abruptly, turning to face her with a cold gaze, his voice laced with sarcasm. Save me? Huh, my esteemed examiner. Had you been able to detect Orochimaru's presence at the onset, perhaps we wouldn't have found ourselves in such peril. Even if you failed to notice him right away, you should have arrived promptly after he struck. Unfortunately, you accomplished neither, and you couldn't even manage to restrain Orochimaru in the end. With that, Naruto disdainfully shook his head, his eyes glinting with contempt and disappointment. To be frank, as a special J-nin, you are ill-suited for the role of examiner. Your negligence is astounding, and your weakness is undeniable. Hondo was momentarily rendered speechless by Naruto's remarks, her complexion swiftly turning ashen. Clenching her fists, her nails nearly embedded into her palms, she felt an amalgamation of anger and a profound sense of inadequacy. She yearned to retort, yet each of Naruto's words struck at her vulnerabilities, leaving her defenseless. After a considerable pause, Hondo regained her composure, only to realize that Naruto had quietly departed the scene, leaving her amidst the wreckage, akin to a battlefield ravaged by a mighty storm. That little brat is truly just a genin. Hondo mused to herself as she surveyed the chaos before her. She recalled what Ibiki had mentioned earlier in classroom 301 about this year's candidates being exceptionally talented, and she couldn't help but feel a chill for the other participants. To contend against such a formidable foe, they truly had their work cut out for them. Yet, her thoughts were soon drawn back to Naruto's departing words, and she clenched her fists once more, a flicker of indignation and fury flashing in her eyes. That little brat dared to say, I am too weak. I will remember this. The next time we meet, I shall make you regret those words. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A colossal fireball erupted from Satsuki's mouth, the searing flames slicing through the air, hurtling towards its target. The mere passage of the fireball ignited the surrounding atmosphere, causing the temperature to soar. Before her, not far away, stood three ninjas adorned with the forehead protectors of the Sand Village. As the fireball barreled towards them, one of the Sand Ninjas swiftly grasped his fan, thrusting it forward with force. Wind style, dust devil technique. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of sharp wind blades shot forth from the fan, accompanied by a piercing sound as they raced towards Satsuki's fireball. Boom. The wind blades collided violently with the fireball, producing a thunderous explosion. The flames were instantly fragmented, sending sparks flying, and the ensuing heat wave radiated outward, causing nearby trees to sway violently, their leaves cascading to the ground, and the earth to stir in a cloud of dust. Where's that pink-haired girl? Suddenly, one of the Sand Ninjas exclaimed, for Sakura, who had been fighting alongside Satsuki, had vanished in the very moment the fireball met the wind blades. Die. In the next instant, Sakura's voice resonated from above them, and a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down towards one of the ninjas. Before he could react, he was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing against the trunk of a large tree, his head tilting at an unnatural angle as he lost consciousness. Yahiko! The remaining two Sand Ninjas gasped in shock and fury. However, before they could utter another word, Satsuki had already materialized behind them like a specter. With a powerful thrust of her hands to the ground, she delivered a kick to one ninja's back, sending him soaring into the air. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Satsuki swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a series of blazing fireballs that soared towards the airborne Sand Ninja. The fireballs traced elegant arcs through the air, resembling blooming phoenix flowers, enveloping the ninja in flames. He barely had time to scream before being consumed by the inferno, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Had Naruto or Lee been present, they would have recognized that Satsuki's earlier kick bore a striking resemblance to Lee's shadow dance leaf technique employed against Naruto. Regrettably, they were not there to witness Satsuki's prowess. Damn it! The last remaining Sand Ninja, witnessing Satsuki and Sakura dispatching his comrades in mere moments, turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He raised his fan towards Satsuki, only to have it intercepted by her shuriken. In the next moment, Sakura's voice rang out. Die! Bang! Sakura's fist slammed into his face, and he was sent flying like his earlier comrade, crashing into a nearby tree before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. A scroll tumbled from his sleeve as he fell. Satsuki and Sakura did not rush to retrieve the scroll, but stood in place, breathing heavily. Though victorious over the three Sand Ninjas, the battle had drained their energy. After a moment, the two approached to collect the scroll, which bore a large character for heaven. Wonderful! Satsuki, we have finally gathered both the heaven and earth scrolls. Sakura exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Prior to entering the forest, Naruto and his companions had already learned that their target scroll was the Heaven Scroll, as they possessed the Earth Scroll. Yes, Satsuki nodded in excitement. But her expression quickly darkened as thoughts of Naruto filled her mind, a flicker of worry and urgency appearing in her eyes. Sakura immediately noticed the change in Satsuki's demeanor, and her own jubilant expression faded, sharing the concern for Naruto's safety. A day and night had passed since their encounter with Orochimaru, yet Naruto had not rejoined them. Despite leaving markers along the way, why had he not appeared? Had he truly encountered some peril? A wave of unease washed over Satsuki and Sakura, their concern for Naruto intensifying as they silently prayed, "Please, Naruto, do not come to harm." Chapter 26. Kaori unbeknownst to Satsuki and Sakura. Naruto had been on his way to meet them, oblivious to the markers they had left along the path. The reason for his ignorance was quite simple. He did not recognize those signs. As Naruto navigated through the forest, he suddenly halted, having heard a faint cry for help emanating from his left. Unable to reunite with Satsuki and Sakura promptly, he took advantage of the night to rest, during which he had considerably restored his energy and chakra. Although he was not at his peak condition, he was close enough. Furrowing his brow, Naruto listened intently and indeed detected the weak call for help, which seemed to belong to a girl. While he was not particularly inclined to involve himself in others' affairs, the possibility that the girl's distress might be linked to Satsuki or Sakura spurred him to leap in the direction of the sound. Before long, the scenery ahead opened up, revealing a serene lake, where the water shimmered with ripples under the gentle caress of the breeze, glinting with specks of golden sunlight. Not far from the shore, he spotted a girl with her back turned towards him, encircled by several massive black bears. Her arm was injured, blood dripping from her fingertips, clearly indicating she had lost the ability to defend herself. Naruto quickly recognized that she was neither Satsuki nor Sakura, for her hair was a vivid red. Nevertheless, he refused to stand idly by. Having arrived, he might as well play the hero. With that thought, he swiftly clasped his hands together and called out, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." With a series of puffs of white smoke, dozens of shadow clones appeared around him, charging towards the bears without waiting for commands. In mere moments, the bears were driven back, retreating into the forest in defeat. Naruto then descended from the trees to stand before the red-haired girl, cautiously surveying their surroundings while asking, "Are you all right? Do you need assistance with your wound?" His wariness stemmed from the fear that this might be a trap. After all, in the ninja world, it was not uncommon for the weak to lure enemies into ambushes, especially given that they were in the midst of an examination. Although he was confident in his ability to handle most adversaries, provided they were not formidable like Orochimaru, he believed that a degree of caution was prudent. After all, a careful approach leads to lasting success. The girl slowly raised her head, revealing a somewhat pale, yet still graceful face adorned with brown glasses. Upon recognizing her, Naruto internally marveled at the coincidence, exclaiming, "It's you. What a small world." This exclamation arose from the fact that the red-haired girl was. "No need. This minor injury will heal quickly." She gently shook her head, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. I'm Kaori." Indeed, the red-haired girl he had just rescued was a member of the Uzumaki clan, just like his mother. As if to affirm her words, the blood from her injured arm ceased flowing and returned to normal in an instant. Naruto was not particularly surprised. He was already well aware of the unique physiology of the Uzumaki clan from his previous experiences. Moreover, Kaori's healing abilities were notably exceptional among her kin. He nodded, saying, "No need for thanks. It was but a small act. But how did you end up here alone?" Kaori's face, which had paled from the encounter with the bears, flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she replied, I got separated from my companions. While searching for them, I became thirsty and hungry. So I thought I'd come to the lake for a drink and perhaps find something to eat. Unfortunately, as soon as I arrived, I encountered those bears. And since I'm not skilled in combat," her voice trailed off, tinged with embarrassment and regret as she fiddled with her fingers, clearly vexed by her carelessness. Seeing this, Naruto could not help but chuckle. "Ah, so that is how it is. But you certainly have had your share of misfortune, running into so many bears at once." Kaori looked up, her expression revealing a hint of grievance as she replied, "Yes, I never expected to be so unlucky, encountering so many bears at once. Thankfully you showed up in time, otherwise I might have. Oh, speaking of which, I just realized, I don't know your name." "Oh, I'm Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto," he replied with a smile. Uzumaki. Kaori's pupils dilated slightly, sensing a familiarity with the surname, though she could not quite recall where she had heard it. Her parents had deliberately refrained from mentioning their lineage to protect their family from pursuers, and thus, she was unaware of the Uzumaki clan's history, having only vague memories of her parents speaking of it in her childhood dreams. After a moment of contemplation, unable to recall, she decided to let it go and flashed a friendly smile. "Regardless, thank you once again for saving me, Naruto. I told you. No need." Just as Naruto began to respond, a low rumble emanated from Kaori's stomach, causing her face to flush crimson as she bowed her head, instinctively covering her stomach with her hands, wishing to vanish from embarrassment. I'm sorry. I Haven't he found anything to eat yet? And then, those bears appeared, so now, I'm still hungry. Seeing her flustered state, Naruto shook his head with a smile. It's perfectly natural. I'll go find something for you to eat right now. With that, he moved towards the lake, intending to catch a few fish to roast. After all, he had not eaten since the previous day. However, just as he approached the water's edge, he abruptly halted, his expression turning serious as he coldly declared, "Hide. Come out. I've already discovered your presence." Naruto's voice echoed around the lake, the air around them seemingly freezing in response, even the gentle breeze coming to a standstill. The lake's surface rippled faintly, as if sensing the impending confrontation. Chapter 27. The Battle with the Takunin. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Karen immediately became alert and sprang to her feet. Although her combat abilities were not particularly remarkable, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, her sensory skills were commendable. At that moment, she distinctly sensed the tense atmosphere around them, an ominous aura permeating the air. After a brief silence, the rustling of leaves echoed through the forest, and several figures gradually emerged from the shadows. Leading them was a tall man, adorned with the Takunin village forehead protector, a cold smirk gracing his face. Flanked by two equally grim-faced Takunin. Well, the little one is quite vigilant. The leader remarked derisively, his gaze fixed on Naruto. If you know what's good for you, hand over the scrolls you possess, and perhaps we might let you go. Huh, let us go? Naruto scoffed. We'll see who lets whom go. The leader's eyes flared with fury and murderous intent at Naruto's retort. You insolent brat. Since you refuse to heed my warning, allow me to teach you a lesson. Earth release, rock pillar spear. With a low growl, the leader commanded, and the ground abruptly cracked open. Sharp rock pillars shooting up from the earth, aimed directly at Naruto and Karen. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and in a swift motion, he appeared beside Karen, enveloping her in his embrace. With a powerful push from his feet, they leaped into the air, narrowly evading the rock pillar's assault. Simultaneously, he hastily formed hand seals, invoking water release, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged forth from the lake, its imposing presence barreling toward the three Takunin. The dragon opened its massive jaws, seemingly intent on devouring them whole. The Takunin's expressions shifted, and they quickly synchronized their hand seals, casting earth release, earth flow wall. Thick earthen walls rose from the ground, erecting a barrier against the water dragon. Yet, the water dragon's force was overwhelming. The hastily conjured walls barely held for a moment before being obliterated, sending torrents of water cascading in every direction. Nevertheless, the distraction afforded the three Takunin enough time to evade the dragon's direct onslaught. They swiftly scattered, narrowly avoiding the deluge. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto led Karen to a relatively safe area, whispering, "Karen, find cover. I'll handle this." Karen nodded, understanding that her presence would only hinder Naruto. She retreated swiftly behind a large tree, anxiously observing the battlefield. Naruto turned, his gaze cold and resolute as he faced the three Takunin, a confident smile curling his lips. "Now, it is time for my counterattack." Humph. The leader of the Takunin scoffed, a glimmer of disdain crossing his features. "Do not think that you can become arrogant just because you blocked one attack. We are elite genin of the Takunin village. You are no match for us." Disregarding the provocation, Naruto swiftly clasped his hands together, calling out, "Shadow clone technique." With a series of explosive sounds, numerous shadow clones materialized around Naruto, each brimming with combat spirit. Standing at the forefront, Naruto's gaze blazed with intensity as he regarded the three Takunin. What of increased numbers? They are merely clones. The leader of the Takunin sneered, forming hand seals once more. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a deep inhalation, he unleashed a torrent of searing flames that coalesced into a massive fire serpent, charging toward Naruto and his clones. The air around them ignited, crackling with the heat of the flames. Meanwhile, the other two Takunin wasted no time, simultaneously forming their seals, chanting, "Wind release, tornado." Two powerful whirlwinds erupted from their hands, merging with the flames. The wind amplified the fire's ferocity, transforming it into a colossal firestorm that surged toward Naruto and his clones. Naruto smirked disdainfully as two of his shadow clones charged at the firestorm, their hands glowing with massive chakra orbs, the signature Rasengan. With a resounding thud, the two clones collided their Rasengans with the firestorm, creating an ear-splitting explosion. Flames and wind were torn asunder by the sheer power of the Rasengan, scattering countless sparks and gusts across the battlefield, enveloping the area in smoke and fire. Though engulfed by the flames, Naruto's clones successfully halted the firestorm's advance. Seizing the moment, Naruto and the remaining clones surged through the smoke toward the three Takunin, their movements swift as the wind, akin to flashes of golden lightning across the battlefield. The leader of the Takunin, still reeling from the shock of Naruto dismantling the firestorm, barely regained his composure when he noticed Naruto and his clones closing in. His face paled as he shouted, "Quick! Defense!" However, Naruto's speed exceeded their expectations. His body and clones nearly arrived simultaneously in front of the three Takunin, the Rasengan in their hands humming ominously. Rasengan! Naruto shouted, launching the orbs toward the chests of the three Takunin. The leader attempted to form seals for defense, but it was too late. The Rasengan's might erupted, the powerful chakra impact sending them hurtling backward. Boom! 3 resounding crashes echoed as the Takunin were struck by the Rasengan. Their bodies flailing like kites severed from their strings, crashing to the ground, their heads lolling to the side as they succumbed to unconsciousness. Naruto approached the leader, rummaging through his pockets and swiftly locating a scroll within his ninja tool pouch. Glancing at the scroll, he noted a large character inscribed on it, Earth. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes as he muttered, "TCH. What a waste of effort." "What? A waste?" Karen's curious voice chimed from behind him. Turning, Naruto saw Karen peeking from behind the tree, her face a mix of confusion and concern. "Oh, it's nothing really. They just had the Earth Scroll, which happens to be what my team has as well, so it's utterly useless to us." He shrugged, raising the scroll in his hand, then suddenly recalling something. "Oh, by the way, Karen, what scroll does your team possess? If it's the Heaven Scroll, I could give this to you." "Huh?" Karen blinked in surprise before awkwardly admitting, "I don't really know what scroll our team has, as my teammates never showed it to me. They said it would be pointless to show me." At this, her mood visibly soured. After all, who would be pleased to be underestimated by their own comrades? Noticing her despondence, Naruto furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of sympathy. He approached Karen, gently patting her shoulder, and spoke with unwavering conviction. "Don't be disheartened, Karen. Their lack of trust in you is their loss. Your potential extends far beyond this. One day, they will surely regret their doubts." With that, he flashed her a radiant smile like the sun, hoping to lift her spirits. As Xianglin listened to Naruto's encouraging words and gazed upon his radiant smile, warmth surged within her, causing a faint blush to blossom on her cheeks. She felt her heart race, as if something quietly stirred deep within. "Naruto," she whispered softly, her eyes reflecting newfound gentleness and reliance. It was the first time in her life that she had heard words of encouragement from someone her own age, and she could not help but feel a wave of emotion. Coupled with Naruto's seemingly magical smile, she experienced an overwhelming sense of comfort and warmth. Unaware of Xianglin's transformation, Naruto continued speaking to himself, saying, "By the way, I was thinking of getting you something to eat. I'll go check the lake and see if we can catch any fish after that battle." With that, he strolled towards the now tranquil lake. Chapter 28 Convergence. At that moment, a delightful female voice suddenly rang out behind him, "Naruto." Upon hearing this voice, a smile of joy instantly graced Naruto's lips, for it belonged to. He swiftly turned around to gaze in the direction of the sound, and, indeed, there stood Satsuki and Sakura on a nearby tree branch, their faces radiant with happiness. "We finally found you," Satsuki and Sakura exclaimed, gracefully leaping down to stand before Naruto. "We thought you were in trouble." As they spoke, both of them let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy weight that had been pressing on their hearts had finally been lifted. Looking at them, Naruto felt a surge of emotion in his eyes. He quickly relaxed and replied, "How could I possibly get into trouble so easily? You underestimate me. Don't forget, I am Uzumaki Naruto." With that, he proudly patted his chest, a confident grin spread across his face. Seeing Naruto's arrogant demeanor made Sakura roll her eyes, unable to contain her exasperation. "You, of all people. It's ridiculous. While Satsuki and I were worried sick about you, you act like it's no big deal." As she spoke, it seemed she suddenly remembered something. She turned to Naruto and asked, "By the way, how did you escape from that perverted guy?" Upon hearing Sakura's question, Satsuki also looked at Naruto with curiosity, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. Clearly, she was equally concerned about how Naruto managed to evade danger. "How else would I escape? The proctor arrived just in time to chase him off." Naruto shrugged, speaking in a relaxed tone. This explanation was a half-truth he had concocted on his way to reunite with Satsuki and Sakura. The truth was, indeed, that Anko had arrived and ultimately scared Orochimaru away. However, the falsehood lay in the fact that had he not delayed Orochimaru for so long, he would not have had the chance for Anko to come to his rescue. Naturally, Naruto would never let Satsuki and Sakura know about this. He didn't want them to worry about him. After all, what was in the past should remain there, unburdening their journey forward. Sakura listened to Naruto's explanation. Although she found it somewhat simplistic, she nodded in understanding, relieved. "So that's how it is. Thank goodness the proctor arrived in time, or who knows what could have happened next." Satsuki furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized Naruto. She felt that his explanation was rather dismissive, as if he were concealing something significant. "Naruto, are you really not hiding anything? That guy, he didn't seem like an ordinary enemy. His strength could likely overwhelm even an average jonin." Feeling uncomfortable under Satsuki's piercing gaze, Naruto forced himself to appear calm, flashing a smile to mask his inner turmoil. "Oh come on, Satsuki. You're being overly sensitive. I'm right here, aren't I? Besides, the proctor is a high-ranking jonin. He has more than enough capability to handle that guy." Satsuki remained skeptical, but she understood that once Naruto decided to keep something hidden, pressing further would yield no results. Thus, she merely huffed softly, refraining from further inquiries. Seeing her response, Naruto let out a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that Satsuki would continue to probe and uncover the truth, which could affect their emotions and stir unnecessary worry and guilt. However, just then, Sakura's voice chimed in again. By the way, why didn't you follow the markers we left for you to meet us? Wait, you left me markers? Naruto furrowed his brow in surprise. Of course, didn't you notice? Sakura shot him a look of exasperation. Satsuki also regarded him with a hint of reproach, saying, we specifically marked some trees in the ground so you could find us quickly. Did you really not notice at all? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Naruto scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Maybe I was too focused on getting here and didn't pay attention to the markers you left. I'm truly sorry. His statement was half true, half false. While he genuinely hadn't noticed their markers, even if he had, he wouldn't have recognized them, as he lacked memories of this world. Sakura couldn't help but facepalm and sighed. You, sometimes, are truly exasperating. We put in so much effort to leave those markers. And you didn't notice at all. If we hadn't turned back to look for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have reunited until the exam ended. Naruto laughed sheepishly, scratching his head. Sorry. I'll pay more attention next time. But don't worry. I have an incredible intuition. Even without the markers, I could find you. Satsuki scoffed, her tone laced with a hint of resignation. Intuition? If your intuition were that reliable, we wouldn't have worried for so long. Naruto was momentarily taken aback by Satsuki's words, but he quickly regained his smile. Oh, come on, Satsuki. Don't be mad. I'm perfectly fine. With that, he swiftly changed the subject. Let us quickly gather the scrolls and finish this exam. As for the scrolls, we've already collected them. Satsuki shot him a glance, her tone tinged with pride. If we were waiting for you, we would have long missed our chance. With that, she pulled out the Heaven and Earth scrolls from her ninja tool pouch and waved them in front of Naruto. Sakura seemed eager to add on, grinning as she chimed in. Surprised, aren't you? Without you, we managed to gather the scrolls ourselves. How impressive is that? Winking playfully, she wore a smug expression. Impressive, absolutely astounding. Naruto quickly jumped on the compliment bandwagon, causing Satsuki and Sakura to beam with satisfaction. Naruto, can I say a few words? Just then, Karen, who had been ignored since Satsuki and Sakura's arrival, finally interjected. Her voice, though soft, carried a hint of grievance. Chapter 29. Upon the utterance of Xiangling's words, Satsuki and Sakura finally became aware of her presence, their gazes converging upon her. Upon noticing the forehead protector adorned on Xiangling's head, a look of wariness and confusion immediately surfaced on both Satsuki and Sakura's faces. Satsuki furrowed her brow slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes, while Sakura regarded her with a hint of curiosity. Subsequently, they almost simultaneously turned to Naruto, inquiring, Naruto, who is she? Oh, she is. Just as Naruto was about to introduce Xiangling to Satsuki and Sakura, Xiangling herself interjected. Hello, my name is Xiangling, hailing from the Grass Ninja Village. I am one of the candidates participating in this Chunin exam. Just now, Xiangling began to introduce herself to Satsuki and Sakura, making sure to mention how Naruto had just saved her. Wow, a hero saving a damsel in distress. Naruto, who would have thought? You were quite the gallant one. Sakura teased with a smile upon hearing Xiangling's words. Her comment immediately caused a slight blush to appear on Xiangling's cheeks, clearly indicating her embarrassment. Satsuki, however, shot a cold glance at Naruto, her tone laced with sarcasm. Humph. Who would have thought you possessed such leisure amidst this perilous examination, saving others? In response to their comments, Naruto shrugged his shoulders, exuding a sense of helplessness. Hey, don't misunderstand me, alright? In that situation, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing, could I? We're not saying you did anything wrong, Sakura replied, waving her hand dismissively, her tone lighthearted. We just think you displayed quite a bit of charm. To be able to save someone in a critical moment, impressive indeed. Satsuki remained stern-faced, yet her vigilance seemed to ease somewhat. She stated flatly, however, in this exam, blindly trusting strangers is hardly a wise choice. Who knows if she harbors ulterior motives? Upon hearing Satsuki's words, the flush on Xiangling's face faded instantly, replaced by a trace of awkwardness and grievance. She hastily clarified, I truly mean no harm. If it weren't for Naruto saving me, I might have already met my demise at the hands of a bear. Therefore, I am immensely grateful to him and would never do anything to harm you. You can rest assured. Seeing her distress, Naruto quickly intervened. All right, Satsuki, there's no need to be so tense. I assure you, Xiangling is not a bad person. As Naruto defended Xiangling, Satsuki felt a pang of discomfort. Recalling how in the original story, Xiangling was infatuated with Sasuke, who was Satsuki's male counterpart. A peculiar feeling washed over Naruto. Thank you, Naruto. Xiangling expressed her gratitude sincerely. Though Satsuki felt displeasure at Naruto's defense of Xiangling, she refrained from voicing her discontent further. At that moment, Sakura seemed to sense the atmosphere was somewhat off and quickly changed the subject, asking Xiangling, So, Xianglin, are you planning to continue searching for your teammates? Or will you join us at the central tower and wait for them there? Upon hearing Sakura's question, a look of conflict and hesitation appeared in Xianglin's eyes. If she were to accompany Naruto and the others to the central tower, it would effectively mean forfeiting this exam. Yet, if she stayed behind to search for her teammates, she was uncertain whether she could find them. Moreover, given her current combat capabilities, she might encounter misfortune before even locating them. Thinking along these lines, she instinctively glanced at Naruto, seemingly seeking his counsel. Naturally, Naruto noticed the inquiry in her gaze and promptly suggested, "How about this, Xianglin? You should come with us for now. Given your strength, staying here is truly too perilous. Once we reach the vicinity of the central tower, if you still wish to continue in the exam, you can try to contact your teammates. If you can't find them, at least you can safely withdraw from the exam and return next time without facing any unexpected dangers." After pondering Naruto's advice for a moment, Xianglin nodded in agreement. "Then I shall follow your counsel, Naruto. I'll wait near the central tower. Perhaps my teammates have already arrived there. There's no trouble at all. It's merely a small favor, and besides, the more, the merrier." Naruto replied with a grin. Sakura chimed in, nodding in agreement. "Exactly. Xianglin, Naruto is right." Though Satsuki felt dissatisfaction at Naruto's decision to allow Xianglin to join them, she did not voice her opposition, merely stating coolly, "Since you've made up your mind, let us not waste any time. We must hurry to the central tower and conclude this exam as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows what troubles we might encounter next." Hearing Satsuki's words, Naruto and the others nodded in agreement, and the four of them proceeded toward the central tower. As they journeyed, the atmosphere among Naruto and the others felt exceptionally delicate, as if an indescribable tension hung in the air. Naruto led the way, his stride steady and his gaze resolutely fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to the peculiarities behind him. Satsuki followed closely, her steps equally firm. Yet her eyes frequently darted between Naruto and Xianglin, revealing a mix of complexity and discontent. Meanwhile, Xianglin trailed right behind Naruto, occasionally stealing glances at him, her expression a blend of shyness and gratitude, clearly exhibiting her dependence on him. Sakura brought up the rear, seemingly unaffected by the tension, engaging in light conversation with Xianglin, though a glimmer of deeper meaning shone in her eyes, betraying her true feelings. Before long, the group arrived at the vicinity of the central tower. From a distance, the silhouette of the tower, illuminated by the setting sun, appeared magnificently, resembling a colossal fortress standing amidst the forest. As they approached the central tower, Naruto suddenly halted their advance. Turning to Xianglin, he stated, "Xianglin, we have reached near the central tower. You may wait here for your teammates. Or you can accompany us inside to submit your mission scroll. If you decide to withdraw from the exam, you can wait here until it concludes." Xianglin nodded, a grateful smile gracing her face as she softly replied, "Thank you, Naruto. I will wait here for my teammates. If they do not arrive, I will consider my next steps." Sakura stepped forward, gently patting Xianglin's shoulder, speaking in a soothing tone, "Don't worry, Xianglin. You will surely reunite with your teammates. We will head in first. Take care of yourself." Satsuki cast a cold glance at Xianglin and remarked coolly, "I hope you will keep your promise and not cause us any trouble." Xianglin hastily nodded, her tone resolute as she replied, "I understand. Thank you for your assistance. I will not forget." With a smile, Naruto waved his hand, saying, "Then we shall take our leave. Xianglin, take care." With that, Naruto, Satsuki, and Sakura made their way toward the entrance of the central tower, while Xianglin stood rooted in place, watching their retreating figures, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. She murmured softly, "Naruto truly is a gentle person." Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions stepped into the central tower. The interior was spacious and bright, with a prominent sign inscribed with the words, "Candidates must simultaneously open both the Heaven and Earth scrolls to pass the second stage of the examination." Following the instructions, the trio unfurled both the Heaven and Earth scrolls. As the scrolls unfolded, a wisp of pale smoke began to rise, and shortly thereafter, a figure gradually emerged from within the mist. Meanwhile, a familiar voice resonated, "Congratulating you all on passing the second examination, Naruto, Satsuki, and Sakura." In the next moment, as the white smoke dissipated, Kakashi's figure emerged clearly before the trio. Chapter 30. The mysterious dark ninja shone above the central tower, within the observation room. An elderly man adorned with a fire-patterned straw hat and a pipe clenched between his teeth, his face marked by age spots, quietly observed the images displayed on the monitor. His gaze first swept over Sakura, then lingered on Satsuki, before ultimately resting upon Naruto, his eyes reflecting a hint of intricate emotions. Memories of the previous night flooded his mind, as he recalled the report from Akamichi regarding Orochimaru's infiltration during the Chunin exams. A soft sigh escaped him as he pondered, "How is it that you managed to withstand Orochimaru for so long and even forced him to reveal his Rashomon technique? When did you grow so powerful, Naruto? Or have you been concealing your true abilities all along? Or perhaps, is there someone guiding you from the shadows?" With curiosity and anticipation gleaming in his eyes, he turned back to the monitor, and as if resolved to a decision, he called out, "Shun." In an instant, a ninja clad in an umbu mask appeared behind him, kneeling respectfully as he responded, "Hokage-sama, what are your orders? Assist me with a task. For now, you should." Naruto ascended the spiral staircase of the central tower, his expression remarkably tranquil. Logically, he ought to be resting in the lounge, awaiting the conclusion of the second exam. However, shortly after he and Satsuki arrived in the lounge, a Chunin had come to inform him that the third Hokage required his presence, prompting him to make his way to the upper chamber of the central tower. Naruto surmised that the third summons must pertain to his confrontation with Orochimaru, given the ruckus their battle had caused. After all, as the proctor, Akamichi would undoubtedly relay such significant events to the third, especially considering Orochimaru's involvement. Nevertheless, Naruto felt no anxiety about the meeting. He had already prepared his explanation. Before long, Naruto found himself in a spacious chamber, yet the third Hokage was conspicuously absent. Naruto furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Suddenly, a menacing whoosh sliced through the air behind him. Whirling around, Naruto swiftly drew a kunai from his pouch, raising it defensively. Clang! A metallic clash rang out as Naruto's kunai met the unexpected attack. Upon focusing, he realized his assailant was an umbu ninja. "Who are you? Why did you ambush me?" Naruto demanded, his tone firm. The umbu ninja offered no response, retreating swiftly while forming hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. A torrent of searing flames erupted from his mouth, blossoming into multiple fireballs in midair, as shurikens were hurled into their fiery embrace. The conflagration and shurikens intertwined, creating a dense web of assault directed at Naruto, cutting off all avenues of escape. In an instant, Naruto clasped his hands together and declared, "Earth style, Earth flow wall." A sturdy earthen wall rose from the ground, shielding him from the incoming attack. The flames and shurikens collided with the wall, producing a thunderous explosion as the heat was absorbed and the shurikens embedded themselves into the earth. Shadow clone technique. Almost simultaneously, Naruto's voice echoed from behind the wall. The next moment, numerous shadow clones surged forth from either side of the barrier, brandishing kunai as they encircled the umbu ninja, facing the onslaught from all directions. The umbu ninja displayed no sign of panic, nimbly evading every strike. Utilizing the shoulder of one clone as a springboard, he leapt into the air while forming seals, calling out, "Fire style, great fireball technique." Boom! A massive fireball erupted from the umbu ninja's mouth, engulfing the surrounding shadow clones in a torrent of flames. The clones dissipated into a cloud of smoke under the intense heat. However, before he could catch his breath, a flurry of sounds reached his ears. Instinctively turning his head, he found Naruto had silently positioned himself behind him, clutching a blue chakra sphere, the Rasengan. Naruto shouted, thrusting the Rasengan towards the umbu's back with great force. Yet, just as the sphere was about to make contact, his hand inexplicably halted, his body frozen in place. The reason for this sudden paralysis became clear, the umbu's eyes. The Sharingan. With his gaze fixed on the three-tomo Sharingan, Naruto's pupils constricted in shock as reality warped around him. The spacious room vanished, replaced by a blood-red landscape. The ground transformed into a mirror-like water surface reflecting his astonished visage. Regaining his composure, he surveyed his surroundings, a mix of contemplation and confusion flickering in his eyes. Is this an illusion created by the Sharingan? Naruto mused, perplexed by the presence of a Sharingan within the umbu ranks. Did the Uchiha clan not meet their demise after all, or was there more to the story? As he pondered, the umbu ninja's figure slowly emerged from the water nearby, his three-tomo Sharingan gleaming ominously in the crimson void. "Naruto Uzumaki, you are indeed formidable. To compel me to utilize my Sharingan is no small feat among all the genin I have encountered. You are the second to achieve such a distinction. No wonder you managed to endure against Orochimaru for so long," he remarked, his voice echoing through the surreal space. "Thank you for the compliment," Naruto replied with a smile. "But I am curious. Who are you, and how do you possess the Sharingan?" "Ah, well," the umbu ninja chuckled. "If you can escape this illusion, I shall reveal my identity." "That's a promise," Naruto replied confidently, swiftly forming hand seals. As the umbu ninja watched Naruto weave the intricate seals, he felt an unexpected jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that such a low-ranking ninja would possess knowledge of advanced Jinjutsu cancellation techniques. However, just as Naruto was on the verge of completing his seals, a figure emerged from the water beneath him. The same umbu ninja, brandishing a long sword and striking towards Naruto with lethal intent. Naruto was forced to interrupt his seals, leaping back to evade the deadly blow. "You think it will be that easy to escape my illusion?" the umbu ninja taunted, standing his ground as another identical umbu ninja emerged from the spot where Naruto had just stood, sword glinting ominously as they both fixed their cold gazes upon him. Chapter 31. Naruto vs. Umbu Shun. Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance. He understood that relying on ninjutsu to dispel this illusion was futile. There was only one course of action left. With that thought, Naruto clasped his hands together and performed the shadow clone technique. In an instant, 2 shadow clones appeared on either side of him, charging toward the Umbu ninja with lightning speed. Impressive reflexes, the Umbu ninja exclaimed, genuinely admiring Naruto's quick comprehension of the illusion's construct. This illusion was akin to a spatial domain that forcibly drew the target in, causing neither mental harm nor limiting their abilities. However, once the target sustained injury, the ensuing pain would be magnified infinitely, potentially leading to mental collapse. There were 2 ways to break this illusion. One was the advanced dispelling technique Naruto had just utilized, and the other was to defeat the caster directly. Clearly, with ninjutsu out of the question, Naruto had no choice but to opt for the latter. However, the Umbu ninja was not about to let Naruto have his way so easily. With a slight movement of his fingers, 3 clones emerged from the water, easily intercepting Naruto's shadow clones. Child, this is my illusion space, and everything is under my control, the Umbu ninja's voice echoed within the Crimson Realm, tinged with mockery. He swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A searing fire dragon erupted from his mouth, lunging fiercely toward Naruto. As the fire dragon swept through, the water's surface evaporated into vast clouds of steam, engulfing the entire space in flames. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and he quickly retreated, simultaneously forming hand seals to execute water style, water barrier. A wall of water rose from the surface, standing firm against the fire dragon. The clash of water and fire erupted into a massive steam explosion, enveloping the space in a shroud of white mist. Just then, a sound of slicing air pierced through the fog, as a kunai shot through, aimed directly at the Umbu ninja. The Umbu's lips curled in disdain, seemingly amused by Naruto's juvenile antics. However, in the next moment, a look of surprise flickered across his Sharingan eyes. He had spotted the spatial technique's markings on the kunai, a technique he had not seen in years. Before the Umbu could fully comprehend, Naruto's figure appeared before him, gathering energy into a Rasengan, which he brought down heavily upon the Umbu. The impact sent the Umbu flying, crashing into the water's surface, where he promptly lost consciousness. As the Umbu fell, the illusion space began to tremble violently, the crimson hue fading away, and the once tranquil lake's surface churned violently, forming a powerful suction that pulled Naruto in. He felt a rush of vertigo, and when he regained his senses, he found himself back in the original room. The Umbu ninja stood nearby, slightly panting, his eyes filled with astonishment and admiration, alongside an inexplicable complex emotion. Truly, you are the son of the 4th Hokage. A tiger father does not breed a dog. The Umbu ninja spoke slowly, his voice weary yet filled with recognition of Naruto's prowess. Thank you for the compliment, but can you tell me who you are now? Naruto asked, his gaze sharp as he focused on the Umbu. I would love to tell you who I am, but unfortunately. The Umbu's words were abruptly cut short as an ancient yet authoritative voice resonated from behind. Following the sound, Naruto turned to see an elder clad in the Hokage robes, wearing the Hokage hat, walking toward him with steady strides and profound eyes. None other than the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hokage-sama, the Umbu ninja immediately knelt, paying his respects to the 3rd. The 3rd cast a glance at him, nodding slightly with a warm yet meaningful gaze. Well done, Shun. You may withdraw now. Yes, Hokage-sama, the Umbu replied, vanishing in an instant. The 3rd Hokage then turned his attention to Naruto, who stood frozen, gazing at him blankly. What is it? Have you forgotten me after such a short time? He inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. No, not at all, Naruto stammered, instinctively waving his hands. Hokage-sama, hello. In truth, Naruto wished to greet the 3rd Hokage immediately, but he found himself unable to voice it. The reason was simple. Upon seeing the 3rd, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him, as if he feared the very presence of the 3rd Hokage, compelling him to quell this strange emotion. This feeling was foreign to him since arriving in this world. It was the first time he had experienced such a sensation, as if his body instinctively resisted something. What had the 3rd Hokage done to him before? He pondered internally. The 3rd furrowed his brow slightly at Naruto's response, a flicker of confusion and inquiry in his eyes as he scrutinized Naruto. Naruto, what is wrong with you today? You seem off. I'm fine. Hokage-sama, Naruto replied, feeling uneasy under the 3rd's piercing gaze, compounded by the inexplicable dread swelling within him. He forced a smile and added, You used to call me Sarutobi grandpa just like Ling. Why the sudden formality today, referring to me as Hokage-sama? The 3rd Hokage's tone carried a note of concern and curiosity. Chapter 32. The probing of the 3rd generation. Upon hearing the words of the 3rd Hokage, Naruto felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Lacking memories of this world, he was entirely unaware of how the Naruto of this realm had previously addressed the 3rd. Moreover, upon encountering the 3rd, he was overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of dread, prompting him to instinctively refer to the 3rd in the same manner as the earlier Umbu ninja. At that moment, A wave of panic washed over Naruto as he feared that the third might discern something amiss. However, he quickly regained his composure, adjusting his emotions with great effort, and managed to force a smile, saying, "Grandpa Sarutobi, perhaps the earlier battle made me a bit tense, and I momentarily lost my bearings." The third furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of suspicion in his eyes. "Oh, is that so? Yet your performance in the battle seemed devoid of any sign of nervousness." Naruto's heart tightened once more upon hearing this. He understood that the third's observational skills were extraordinarily keen, and if his forthcoming replies failed to satisfy him, he would undoubtedly find himself in deeper trouble. He endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions and forced a smile, saying, "It might be that my opponent was simply too formidable. I had to give it my all to withstand him for a while, and now that I've relaxed, I find myself a bit apprehensive." "Oh, is that so?" The third's gaze remained profound, as if seeking to unravel every layer of truth. He approached Naruto slowly, his tone laced with a hint of probing. "Did you feel the same way when facing Orochimaru?" A chill ran down Naruto's spine. He realized the third was beginning to harbor doubts about him. Nevertheless, he struggled to maintain his composure and replied, "Well, of course. Grandpa Sarutobi, after all, Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin. How could I not feel a sense of fear?" "Oh, so you are aware that Orochimaru is one of the Sannin? Then what, pray tell, grants you the strength to withstand him for so long?" The third's gaze remained fixed on Naruto, his tone filled with an insistent inquiry. His question cut to the core, evidently having detected the anomalies surrounding Naruto. Inwardly, Naruto cursed his misfortune. He recognized that he had fallen into the third's trap from the very beginning. The third had been testing him, and his previous response had clearly revealed a flaw. He struggled to regain his composure, swiftly contemplating a countermeasure. "Grandpa Sarutobi, in truth, I was merely fortunate." He scratched his head, feigning nonchalance. "Orochimaru might not have taken me seriously, considering I'm just a kid. Moreover, I had to exert myself fully just to hold on for a short while." The third narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of sharpness crossing his gaze. His tone held an undeniable authority as he stated, "Naruto, are you truly only fortunate? Or is it that you are concealing something from me?" Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the third, the inexplicable dread surged within Naruto once again. He instinctively stepped back, striving to maintain a semblance of a smile. "Grandpa Sarutobi, how could I possibly hide anything from you? You are the person I respect the most." The third fell silent for a moment, his gaze unwavering as if seeking to penetrate Naruto's very soul. After a brief pause, he sighed softly, his voice tinged with complex emotions. "Naruto, you are a child I have watched grow up. I am well acquainted with your personality and habits. However, today, you feel remarkably unfamiliar. What has transpired within you? Can you share it with your grandfather?" Feeling the genuine concern and worry embedded in the third's words, Naruto's heart warmed. He could perceive that the third held a sincere regard for the Naruto of this world, devoid of any pretense or ulterior motives. Yet, this only intensified Naruto's internal conflict and pressure. For no matter the circumstances, he could not reveal the truth to the third. After all, he was not the Naruto of this realm. If the third were to uncover the truth, the consequences could be utterly unpredictable. Lowering his gaze, Naruto fell into a contemplative silence for a brief moment before slowly responding, "Grandpa Sarutobi, I understand that you wish to know why I have suddenly become so powerful. Very well, I shall tell you. Though I promised not to disclose it, sharing it with you should pose no issue." Naruto realized he could not divulge the truth of not being the Naruto of this world to the third. However, he also understood that if he continued to be evasive, it would only deepen the third's suspicions. Thus, he resolved to modify the explanation he had initially conceived, crafting a more plausible narrative to appease the third. This approach would provide temporary reassurance while concealing his true identity. "Oh, who might that be?" The third's gaze remained fixed on Naruto, curiosity and scrutiny lacing his tone. "My father, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage," Naruto replied. In truth, the individual Naruto originally intended to fabricate was Jiraiya. However, recalling his earlier battle with the Umbu ninja, where he had utilized the flying thunder god technique, he realized that if that information were to reach the third, his carefully constructed explanation would inevitably crumble. Therefore, he opted to replace the individual with the fourth Hokage. Moreover, he was not lying. He indeed had learned the flying thunder god technique from the fourth, albeit in another world. "What, Minato?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, the third's pupils constricted, shock washing over his previously composed face. No, if it is he, then everything might begin to make sense. At this juncture, the third's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness as he regarded Naruto intently. "Naruto, did your father impart anything else to you?" "Ah, yes, he did." Naruto instinctively nodded in response to the third's inquiry. Simultaneously, he marveled internally at the high regard the fourth held in the third's eyes within this world. The moment he uttered this fabricated reasoning, the third not only ceased his suspicions, but also readily accepted this explanation. However, the subsequent words of the third astonished Naruto, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 33. The mysterious man listening intently. The third Hokage slowly inquired, "What did your father say to you?" "Oh, he told me to take good care of the village and to have faith in my comrades." Naruto swiftly concocted a plausible explanation, adding, "And he also said that." "No, that is not what I wish to ask," the third interrupted, shaking his head, his gaze fixed intensely upon Naruto, his tone imbued with profound significance. "What I want to know is whether he mentioned anyone you should be cautious of." Yes, yes, Naruto eagerly nodded. Given the current circumstances, he could only align with the third's inquiry. Furthermore, from the third's words, he could surmise that on the fateful night of the Nine Tails, there must have been a mysterious figure present. As for whether it was Obito, he could not be entirely certain based on his present understanding of this world. "My father warned me about a mysterious person, stating that this individual is formidable and may pose a significant threat to Konoha, and perhaps even the entire ninja world in the future." Upon hearing Naruto's words, the third fell into a momentary silence, then sighed. "It seems that Minato had great expectations for you. Naruto, while I believe it might not be appropriate to share this at your age, you will eventually learn it. Whether I tell you now or later, it makes little difference." With that, he cleared his throat slightly, his expression becoming distinctly grave. "In fact, on the day you were born, a mysterious person attempted to seize the Nine Tails. Minato and I joined forces, but were unable to capture him. He managed to escape. Moreover, this incident led to a severe depletion of the guard forces protecting your mother, ultimately allowing another individual to take advantage of the situation, resulting in the Nine Tails rampaging. Although that intruder was ultimately driven away by Minato, the successive battles left him utterly exhausted, and he sacrificed himself alongside your mother to quell the Nine Tails' fury. Nevertheless, they ensured that you would inherit the Nine Tails' power so that you could confront this mysterious individual in the future. While our knowledge of this figure is limited." As Naruto listened to the third S account, a tempest of emotions surged within him. At that moment, his state mirrored the initial realization of the vast differences between this world and the one he had previously known. He was engulfed in astonishment, for he gleaned a monumental revelation from the third S words. There were not one, but two individuals who sought the Nine Tails on that fateful night. If the intruder the third referred to was indeed Obito, Naruto could not be entirely sure, as his current understanding of this world left many questions unanswered regarding Obito's identity and existence. However, one thing he was certain of, the one who successfully manipulated the Nine Tails, leading to her rampage and ultimately causing the demise of Minato and Kushina, was undoubtedly the intruder. Yet, this was not the focal point of Naruto's concern. He was far more intrigued by the first mysterious figure mentioned by the third. This individual had managed to evade capture even when faced with the combined might of the fourth Hokage and the third himself, leaving them unable to fully comprehend his identity and capabilities. The strength of this mysterious person evidently surpassed that of an ordinary Kage-level ninja and might even pose a greater threat than the intruder from the Nine Tails Night. Who could this enigmatic figure possibly be? Could it be Obito? No, that seemed implausible. If we consider the timeline, Obito, if it were indeed him, would be far past his prime, his combat capabilities severely diminished. Could it be Edo Tensei Obito? But if that were the case, why would he flee? If not Obito, then who could this mysterious individual be? Perhaps another unknown powerhouse from this world? Or could it be an early arrival from the Otsutsuki clan? Thoughts flickered through Naruto's mind, illuminating his eyes with contemplation and uncertainty. Observing Naruto's expression, the third assumed he was overwhelmed by the influx of information, leading to a cognitive overload. He gently patted Naruto's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Naruto, do not rush. You need not assimilate all this information at once. The strength left by Minato and your mother, along with our expectations of you, are all intended to prepare you for the challenges that lie ahead." Pausing momentarily, a flicker of conflict crossed the third's eyes, but he ultimately regained his composure. "So, do not place such immense pressure on yourself. We believe in you, and you will undoubtedly grow into a powerful ninja capable of safeguarding Konoha and, indeed, the entire ninja world." The third's voice was gentle yet resolute, as if infusing Naruto with an invisible strength. In truth, the third had intended to convey more about the mysterious individual, but considering Naruto had already absorbed too much information, he chose to shift the conversation towards encouragement. Naruto could sense the third's genuine concern, warming his heart. Even if the third had continued discussing the mysterious figure, he would have been able to bear it, as he was no longer the naive youth he once was, but rather a mature ninja who had weathered countless storms. Nevertheless, Naruto refrained from pressing for more details and chose to follow the third's lead, temporarily setting aside the topic. After all, he indeed required time to process the revelations he had just received. "Grandpa Sarutobi, I understand." Naruto nodded, determination etched on his face. "I will train diligently, grow stronger, and honor my parents' expectations, as well as your trust in me." The third, upon hearing Naruto's words, nodded approvingly, a sense of relief washing over his features. He gently patted Naruto's shoulder, his tone warm and kind. "I am glad you feel this way, Naruto. However, while training is vital, do remember to balance it with rest. Do not burden yourself excessively. Everyone in the village will support you. You are not fighting alone. With that, he shifted the conversation. Well then, that will be all for today. You may leave now and prepare for the upcoming exam. The third round will be a personal battle, so give it your all. Yes, I will, Grandpa Saratobi. I'll take my leave now. Naruto nodded and turned, walking towards the exit of the room. Watching Naruto gradually exit and finally disappear from view, the third Hokage stood in place, letting out a deep sigh, his voice laced with a touch of weariness. Naruto, I am growing old. The future of Konoha will ultimately rest in the hands of you young ones. I hope you can become a great ninja like your father, leading Konoha and the ninja world towards a brighter future. In that moment, he was no longer the imposing Hokage filled with authority, but rather an elder brimming with hope and concern for the future. Chapter 34. The Uchiha clan that was not annihilated before long. Naruto returned to the resting area beneath the central tower. However, lost in contemplation over the third Hokage's recent words, he appeared rather distracted, failing to notice that he had rejoined his companions. It wasn't until Sakura's voice nearly pierced his eardrums that Naruto jolted back to reality. What are you doing, Sakura? He exclaimed, covering his ears, his expression one of mild annoyance. Your voice is so loud. I thought I was going to go deaf. We wanted to ask you what you were up to. Sakura shot him a look of exasperation, hands on her hips, her tone tinged with reproach. Since you returned, you've been completely out of it. I've nearly lost my voice just trying to wake you. What on earth were you thinking? Did the third Hokage say something significant to you? Sitting beside Sakura, Satsuki remained silent, yet her eyes betrayed a deep concern. They were fixed intently on Naruto, as if silently inquiring whether he had encountered any troubles. Sensing the distinct forms of care from both Satsuki and Sakura, warmth spread through Naruto's heart, though it was accompanied by a hint of pressure. He recognized their genuine concern but did not wish to burden them, especially regarding the weighty topics the third Hokage had just mentioned. Haha, there's nothing of great importance. Naruto feigned a light-hearted chuckle, attempting to mask his inner turmoil with a breezy tone. Just the usual platitudes about training hard and not bringing shame to the village. Sakura regarded him skeptically, clearly unconvinced by his words, yet she chose not to press further. With a sigh, her tone softened. All right, if you don't want to talk, we won't push you. But Naruto, if something is troubling you, you must tell us. Don't forget, we're a team. You shouldn't bear everything alone. Though Satsuki remained quiet, her gaze continued to radiate concern. She nodded gently, silently endorsing Sakura's sentiments. Gazing at both Sakura and Satsuki, Naruto felt a surge of warmth. He knew that regardless of the challenges he faced, these two companions would stand by his side. Their care and support enveloped him in a comforting embrace, simultaneously strengthening his resolve to protect them. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Satsuki. By the way, Satsuki, I just met someone with Sharingan at Saratobi's place. Is he from your Uchiha clan? It's strange to see an Uchiha around the third Hokage. Before Satsuki could respond, Sakura rolled her eyes at him, her tone laced with a hint of exasperation. The Uchiha clan is the second largest clan in Konoha, right after the Hyuga clan. Many clan members serve under the third Hokage, so what's so surprising about seeing an Uchiha by his side? So it is true. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Naruto silently acknowledged that his earlier suspicions were correct. In this world, the Uchiha clan had not been wiped out, but continued to thrive within Konoha, with numerous members actively contributing to the village. If it weren't for that guy's actions back then, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly be the foremost clan in Konoha, leaving the Hyuga clan in the dust. As soon as Sakura finished speaking, Satsuki let out a dissatisfied huff, a fierce aura emanating from her. One day, I will avenge the Uchiha clan by eliminating that man. That incident. Upon hearing Satsuki's words, Naruto's mind immediately conjured images of Orochimaru's previous conversation with Anko. He realized that the man Satsuki referred to was likely the same individual mentioned by Orochimaru, akin to the character of Itachi Uchiha from the original narrative. Yet, Naruto remained bewildered as to what this man had done to incite such profound hatred within Satsuki. A hatred so intense that she wished to kill him for the sake of the entire Uchiha clan. Curiosity surged within him, but he hesitated to directly question Satsuki, recognizing her current emotional state was fraught with agitation and barely concealed resentment. He feared that any misstep might inadvertently touch upon her wounds and lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, Naruto turned his gaze towards Sakura, hoping to glean some information from her. However, upon looking at her, he realized that she was not faring much better than Satsuki. Sakura sat there, lost in thought, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, primarily anguish. If observed closely, one might notice her body trembling slightly, as if Satsuki's words had unearthed a deep-seated scar within her. Seeing this, Naruto swallowed the words he had nearly voiced. It dawned on him that both Satsuki and Sakura appeared to harbor unspeakable pain and intricate emotions concerning that man and the incident. In order to spare them further distress, Naruto resolved to suppress his inquiries for the time being, deciding to investigate thoroughly once the upcoming exam had concluded. With that thought, He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself, realizing that the tasks ahead of him were indeed numerous. Fortunately, with his shadow clone technique, he could manage these affairs without becoming overwhelmed or exhausted. Chapter 35. The withdrawal of Kabuto. The wait was interminable. Naruto and his companions were oblivious to the duration of their confinement within the central tower, feeling as though each passing moment was interminably stretched. Fortunately, aside from their inability to leave the central tower, their personal freedoms remained largely intact, with their needs for sustenance adequately met. At long last, a resounding bell echoed throughout the central tower, marking the conclusion of the second stage of the Chunin exam. The successful candidates were swiftly gathered together. Naruto cast a discerning glance and observed that the once numerous cohort of over 70 candidates had dwindled to a mere 21. This indicated that, alongside their own team, only 7 teams had triumphed in this harsh examination. The high elimination rate of the exam was a testament to its rigorous nature. Before long, the third Hokage, accompanied by a throng of Jonin and Chunin, ascended the platform at the venue. His gaze was piercing as he surveyed the assembled candidates, and he began to speak. Greetings, candidates. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to each of you for successfully passing the second stage of the Chunin exam. It is also imperative that I elucidate the significance of this exam. As you are all aware, the ninja world has historically been fraught with conflict and strife. Nations have waged wars for their own interests, resulting in countless casualties among both shinobi and civilians, with devastating losses of resources and manpower. To mitigate this incessant cycle of warfare, the 5 great nations sought alternative means to resolve disputes, leading to the inception of the Chunin exam. This event not only serves as a selection process for Chunin, but also as a miniature battlefield for the nations to demonstrate their prowess, cultivate a new generation of ninja, and foster trust while minimizing misunderstandings. Therefore, your performance here reflects not only on yourselves, but also on your respective villages and nations. I urge you to dedicate yourselves fully in the upcoming stages, to earn honor and dignity for your villages and countries. At this juncture, he paused deliberately, seemingly allowing the candidates below a moment to absorb the weight of his words. After a brief interval, he continued, lastly, I shall outline some rules for the third stage of the exam. This will be explained by the chief examiner for this stage, Kazekage. Yes. With the conclusion of the third Hokage's remarks, a man with long brown hair, adorned with a ninja hat and a healthy complexion, stepped forward. This man was none other than, Greetings, I am Kazekage. Kazekage materialized before the candidates, holding a clipboard that listed the names of those who had passed the second exam. I am the chief examiner for the third stage, and I will now outline the rules for this phase. First and foremost, the third stage will be a series of individual battles. Each team will be disbanded, and opponents will be determined through a random matching process. In other words, you may find yourselves pitted against your own teammates. Kazekage paused, allowing the candidates a moment to digest this information. As anticipated, many candidates began to glance around nervously, seemingly praying not to face formidable opponents or their own comrades. After a short while, the commotion subsided. Observing that the candidates had refocused their attention, Kazekage continued, Furthermore, since this is an individual battle, you are permitted to employ any jutsu or means at your disposal, provided that you do not jeopardize your opponent's life. Should I, as the chief examiner, determine that a candidate is in mortal danger, the match will be immediately halted. Of course, you may also choose to forfeit the match. But we hope to witness your wisdom, strength, and the spirit of a ninja in combat, rather than senseless slaughter and blind sacrifice. As he spoke, Kazekage paused again, intending to give the candidates time to process this information. However, he noticed their composed expressions, having endured the trials of the second exam. They were already accustomed to the brutality of competition and battle. Kazekage, seeing their calm demeanor, felt a flicker of admiration and smiled faintly, continuing, lastly, and most importantly, is there anyone among you who wishes to forfeit now? If so, please speak up quickly, for I am prepared to announce the commencement of the third stage. Upon hearing his words, several candidates exchanged incredulous glances, as if to convey, having come this far, who would choose to withdraw. Suddenly, a voice rang out among the candidates. I forfeit. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice to see a bespectacled man, battered and bruised, raising his hand. This individual was none other than Kabuto. Is it? Kazekage glanced at his clipboard and immediately inquired, Are you truly certain you wish to forfeit the upcoming exam? Yes, Chief Examiner, Kabuto affirmed without hesitation, nodding resolutely. Very well. Please come forward and sign here, Kazekage replied, placing the clipboard flat before him. Kabuto approached Kazekage. Kabuto-senpai, are you truly certain about this? You've worked so hard to reach this point. In passing by Ino and her companions, she could not help but voice her concern. Her team had walked alongside him for a while and had received his aid, which made her puzzled and regretful about his decision. Kabuto paused, offering a slight smile as he adjusted his glasses. Ino, I appreciate your concern, but my physical condition no longer permits me to continue in the exam. Moreover, I have already achieved my purpose for participating in the Chunin exam, and there is no need to push myself further. Ino wished to say more, but upon seeing the determination in Kabuto's eyes, she merely sighed and fell silent. The other members of Team 12, who had previously interacted with Kabuto, shared expressions of resignation, particularly at his remark about having achieved his purpose, which they assumed referred to his earlier role in the gambling venture. However, only Naruto's eyes glimmered with a deeper understanding. He comprehended that Kabuto's true objective was undoubtedly connected to Orochimaru, suggesting a lingering relationship between them in this world. Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought. He had no evidence, and even if he did, no one would believe him. Moreover, now was not the right time. Chapter 36, Satsuki vs. Ino, Part 1. Kabuto approached the front of the venue, swiftly inscribing his name on the board. He then bowed to the remaining candidates, speaking gently. I wish you all the best in the upcoming examination, and hope you can showcase your true abilities to advance further. Having said that, he turned and departed the venue without a hint of nostalgia. On the platform, the third Hokage observed this scene thoughtfully before suddenly turning to Ibiki and inquiring, Ibiki, was that child who just left, named Kabuto, the same one who has participated in numerous CHNIN exams? Indeed, Lord Third, that is him, Ibiki replied, somewhat resigned, his tone tinged with complexity. He is also the only individual to have made it onto the gray list for the CHNIN exams, having frequently facilitated betting for various casinos, much to the examiner's chagrin. Oh, is that so? The third stroked his goatee, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Has he reached this stage in previous examinations? Well, no, this is his first time making it to the third round, Ibiki recalled before responding. In the past, he would either withdraw voluntarily in the second round or fail for various reasons. It is indeed unexpected for him to have progressed to the third round this time. As if struck by a thought, he added, Lord Third, do you suspect there is something amiss? Should I investigate further? No, that will not be necessary. I will assign someone else to handle this matter, the third replied, shaking his head. You should focus on your current tasks. Understood. Ibiki nodded respectfully. Kabuto, meanwhile, had vanished from view outside the venue, prompting the third to gaze after him, a deep and contemplative look crossing his face. As Kabuto departed, the commotion that had arisen from his abrupt exit gradually subsided. During this time, Moonlight Kazekage once again asked the candidates if anyone wished to withdraw. This time, there was no response. Seeing this, Kazekage put away the board and announced, since there are no withdrawals, I hereby declare the commencement of the preliminary round of the third examination. As his words echoed, the ceiling above the venue opened, revealing two massive boards that slowly descended. Now we shall determine the participants for the first match. Moonlight Kazekage's gaze swept across the venue before he waved his hand, causing the names on the boards to begin rolling rapidly, as if manipulated by an unseen force. In a moment, two names appeared prominently on the boards. The first match will be Uchiha Satsuki versus Yamanaka Ino. Please, these two candidates remain, while the others proceed to the observation area above. Upon hearing Kazekage's announcement, most candidates promptly made their way to the waiting area. Only Naruto's and Ino's teams lingered momentarily, seemingly with something to discuss. Satsuki, when you fight Ino, could you please? Sakura glanced at Ino from a distance, turning to Satsuki with a pleading expression. I understand, Sakura, I will. Satsuki gently nodded, interrupting Sakura's words. Thank you, Satsuki, Sakura replied, her face lighting up with gratitude. Naruto observed this interaction with curiosity, sensing an underlying story among Satsuki, Sakura, and Ino. This feeling had been present since their time in classroom 301, where he noticed Ino looking at Satsuki with a mix of envy and pain. Could it be that Ino harbors feelings for Sakura? Naruto mused mischievously. Of course, it would be much later that Naruto would learn the truth behind this misunderstanding, and how it was connected to him. Ino, perhaps you should consider forfeiting this match. After all, your opponent is Satsuki, a prodigy from the Uchiha clan. Shikamaru suggested, concern evident in his voice. With your current skills, it would be nearly impossible to defeat her. Indeed, Ino, Shikamaru has a point. You needn't put yourself at risk. Choji chimed in. If it were anyone else, I would certainly choose to withdraw, but against her, I must strive to win at least once, Ino asserted stubbornly, her eyes shimmering with determination. Thus, I will not give up. There's no need to persuade me, Shikamaru, Choji. Seeing Ino's resolve, Shikamaru and Choji could only sigh in resignation, turning to head towards the observation area. Though they were uncertain of the history between Satsuki and Ino, they could sense it was likely linked to an incident from years past. On the other side, after receiving Satsuki's assurance, Sakura accompanied Naruto towards the observation area. Before long, only Satsuki, Ino, and the proctor, Moonlight Kazekage, remained in the center of the venue. Kazekage stood between the two, casting a glance from Satsuki to Ino before proclaiming. The first match, Uchiha Satsuki versus Yamanaka Ino, will proceed under simple rules, until one party concedes or is unable to continue. Now begin. As his words settled, the atmosphere within the venue grew tense. All eyes were fixated on the center, awaiting the unfolding of this confrontation. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Satsuki and Ino did not immediately engage. Instead, they stood motionless like two statues. After a brief pause, Satsuki finally spoke. Ino, how many times have we faced each other? 25 times, Ino replied calmly. Shall we proceed according to our usual custom? Satsuki inquired. Yes, Ino nodded. Then, let us begin. As Satsuki's words fell, both she and Ino swiftly retrieved kunai from their respective tool pouches and hurled them towards one another. Chapter 37, Satsuki vs. Ino, Part 2, Clang. The two kunai collided midair, producing a crisp metallic sound before both fell to the ground. Satsuki and Ino locked eyes, an unspoken understanding and complexity reflected within their gazes. Their movements were almost synchronized, as if this confrontation had been rehearsed countless times before. Ino, your speed has improved significantly, Satsuki remarked sincerely. I merely wish to keep pace with you, Ino replied coolly, her fighting spirit unwavering. This time, I refuse to lose. With that, she charged at Satsuki, producing another kunai in her hand. Satsuki sighed in resignation and mirrored Ino's actions, summoning a kunai of her own. The two figures swiftly closed the distance between them, kunai clashing once more with a sharp ring, sparks flying in their wake. Their silhouettes intertwined at the center of the arena, the sound of their weapons resonating incessantly as sparks erupted between them. Their martial arts displayed a clean execution, devoid of flamboyant maneuvers, yet brimming with intensity and skill. Ino's assault was fierce, her kunai striking towards Satsuki like a tempest, each blow infused with resolute determination. Her eyes blazed with fighting spirit, as if pouring years of resentment and obsession into this duel. Satsuki, however, exuded calmness, her movements fluid and graceful, each dodge and counter perfectly timed. Although she did not employ the Sharingan, her years of training and keen intuition allowed her to anticipate Ino's next move. The spectators marveled at the scene before them. While Satsuki and Ino's martial prowess appeared somewhat juvenile in the eyes of experts like Rock Lee, it was nothing short of exhilarating for the majority of the genin present. But I still can't fathom why they aren't using ninjutsu, exclaimed Kiba, voicing a sentiment shared by most onlookers. After all, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique were famed techniques throughout the shinobi world. To forgo such powerful abilities in favor of a purely physical confrontation was indeed perplexing. Only Sakura, one of the participants, understood their rationale and softly murmured, Ino, you still can't move past that incident from years ago, can you? Clang. Another clear metallic sound echoed as Satsuki and Ino's figures once again intertwined, their kunai slicing through the air with lethal precision. Ino's onslaught remained relentless, yet her breathing grew labored, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Despite this, her gaze remained resolute, her grip on the kunai unyielding. She gritted her teeth, fixated on a singular thought. This time, she must win. Satsuki retained her composure, her actions flowing with elegance, as if performing a silent dance. Spotting a flaw in Ino's defense, she swiftly closed the gap, delivering a sweeping kick that sent Ino stumbling backward. Seizing Ino's wrist, she yanked, causing Ino to lose her balance. It's over, Ino, Satsuki whispered, her kunai poised at Ino's throat. Ino's body stiffened momentarily before her kunai slowly descended to the ground, surrendering. A flicker of unwillingness crossed her eyes as she forced a smile and admitted, Indeed, I still cannot defeat you. Ino, your martial skills have improved considerably, Satsuki said, retracting her kunai as she assisted Ino to her feet. With a bit more training, you may catch up to me. In this case, I do not wish to merely catch up. I intend to surpass you, Ino declared, standing firm, her gaze filled with a complex intensity. Next time, I will undoubtedly win. With that, she turned to the head examiner, Ukagake's, and declared, I have lost. You may announce the result. Very well. Though perplexed by the abrupt conclusion, Ukagake's dutifully proclaimed. In the first match of the preliminaries, Uchiha Satsuki versus Yamanaka Ino, the victor is Uchiha Satsuki. As his words resonated, Ino turned and walked dejectedly toward the spectator area. Hey, Ino, you need not bear such guilt over that incident. Anyone would have made that choice. You merely followed your heart. However, just as she took a few steps, Satsuki's voice resonated behind her, imbued with understanding and solace. I know, I understand. Ino paused slightly but did not turn back, her shoulders trembling as she softly replied. Yet I cannot forgive myself. Why did you possess such courage back then? If only I had been braver, Sakura would not be in this state today. Perhaps only when I defeat you will I be able to move on. With that, she resumed her path toward the spectator area, her silhouette increasingly despondent. Satsuki watched Ino's retreating figure, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes as she sighed heavily before turning away and heading towards the spectator area from another direction. Soon, Satsuki arrived at the higher spectator area. Just as Naruto prepared to congratulate her, he noticed that her mood seemed less than jubilant after her victory. Coupled with Sakura's similarly subdued demeanor beside him, he instinctively swallowed his words. For reasons unknown, a nagging feeling stirred within him, as if uttering those words would provoke a joint onslaught from both Satsuki and Sakura. Thus, he scratched his head awkwardly, falling silent and retreating to the side. Satsuki leaned against the railing, her gaze lost as she stared at the arena below. Her thoughts drifted back to that fateful night years ago, the moment that altered the destinies of herself, Ino, and Sakura. Sakura approached Satsuki, softly asking, "Satsuki, has Ino still not moved on from that incident?" Satsuki nodded slightly, a note of resignation in her voice. Yes, she continuously shoulders the blame, believing that if she had been braver then, things would not have spiraled out of control. Sakura lowered her gaze, a glimmer of guilt crossing her eyes. In truth, I share some responsibility for that incident. Had I been stronger, perhaps Ino would not feel this way. Satsuki turned to Sakura, gently reassuring her. Sakura, that moment has passed. Neither of you were at fault. The choice you made then was perhaps the most appropriate. Ino simply needs time to accept this reality. Sakura nodded, yet the guilt in her eyes lingered. She softly expressed, I hope one day, Ino can truly let go of this matter, free from the shackles of the past. Satsuki said nothing further, her gaze fixed on the arena below, silently praying that Ino would soon emerge from the shadows of her past. Meanwhile, Ino reached the opposite side of the spectator area. Shikamaru and Choji quickly approached her. Shikamaru lazily remarked, Ino, you did your best. Satsuki is indeed formidable. Losing to her is nothing to be ashamed of. As Choji munched on chips, he added, albeit indistinctly, yes, Ino, you were impressive. Ino forced a smile, yet it bore a hint of bitterness. Thank you all. I'm fine, it's just, I need a little more time to adjust. Shikamaru glanced at her, choosing not to say anything further, for he understood that some emotional knots could only be unraveled by Ino herself. Chapter 38. Forfeiture. At that moment, the voice of Moonlight Gale resounded once more, announcing the participants of the second match in the preliminary rounds, Kanjuro versus Akkad Armor. As his words echoed, Kanjuro swiftly descended from the observation area above to the arena below. Unfamiliar with each other, they did not engage in conversation as the previous competitors, Satsuki and her partner, had done, but instead immediately commenced their duel. Initially, Kanjuro was unaware of Akkad Armor's abilities, which placed him at a disadvantage right from the start. Akkad Armor utilized his unique chakra absorption technique, continually diminishing Kanjuro's offensive momentum, rendering each of Kanjuro's strikes as ineffective as if they were striking cotton. However, Kanjuro was no ordinary foe. He quickly discerned Akkad Armor's special capacity and realized that close combat would only exacerbate his disadvantage. Thus, he decisively altered his strategy, opting to employ his expertise in puppet mastery for long-range assaults. He summoned one of his puppets, the Raven, and swiftly created distance between himself and Akkad Armor. The Raven danced gracefully in the air, while Kanjuro's fingers moved rapidly along the chakra threads, the joints of the puppet emitting faint clicking sounds, as if heralding the imminent battle. Suddenly, the Raven's arms shot forth, revealing concealed mechanisms. A barrage of poison needles erupted from the puppet's limbs, hurtling towards Akkad Armor. Observing this, Akkad Armor quickly swung his arms, attempting to absorb the needles with his chakra absorption ability. Yet, Kanjuro had anticipated this. Just as the needles neared Akkad Armor, they detonated, releasing a cloud of purple smoke. The mist contained potent paralyzing toxins. Although Akkad Armor absorbed a portion of the chakra, he could not fully fend off the toxic onslaught. His body began to stiffen, his movements growing sluggish, as if bound by invisible shackles. Seizing this opportunity, Kanjuro commanded the Raven to close the gap rapidly. The puppet's arms launched forward once more, this time revealing a sharp blade aimed directly at Akkad Armor's throat. Overwhelmed by the poison coursing through his veins, Akkad Armor was unable to respond in time, left to watch helplessly as the Raven's blade approached, halting mere inches from his throat. You have lost, Kanjuro proclaimed coldly, a hint of triumph lacing his tone. With a slight movement of his fingers, the blade withdrew slightly, yet remained fixated on Akkad Armor's throat, ensuring that he could not retaliate. Akkad Armor's complexion turned pale, his body trembling slightly from the effects of the toxin. He attempted to lift his arm, but found his muscles unresponsive. Gritting his teeth, a flicker of defiance crossed his eyes, yet ultimately he lowered his head in resignation, acknowledging his defeat. Moonlight Gale, witnessing this, promptly declared the result of the match. In the second duel of the preliminary rounds, Kanjuro versus Akkad Armor, the victor is Kanjuro. Despite his victory, Kanjuro exhibited no elation, expressionless as he retracted the Raven. He then cast a glance towards Naruto in the observation area, his eyes brimming with resentment and murderous intent, as if to convey, just wait, you shall be next. Naruto, sensing the hostility, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he observed Kanjuro moving towards the opposite side of the arena, muttering to himself, this guy really holds a grudge. It's not like I defeated him in front of his sister. Beside him, Satsuki noticed his discontent and a sly smile crept onto her lips. Her previously somber mood lightened somewhat by the unfolding drama. At that moment, The two large boards began to rotate once more, and shortly thereafter, two names appeared clearly. The participants of the third match in the preliminary rounds are Gaara versus Haruno Sakura. The voice of Moonlight Gale echoed throughout the arena. Sakura's expression turned grave upon hearing the announcement. Earlier, in Classroom 301, Kabuto had shared insights regarding Gaara, revealing his terrifying prowess. A wave of intense trepidation surged within her. Yet, as she pondered her hard-earned journey to this point, a sense of unwillingness to concede arose. Instinctively, she turned to Naruto and Satsuki, seeking their guidance or encouragement. To her dismay, their gazes met, and they discerned the fear and uncertainty reflected in her eyes. Sakura, Satsuki spoke first, her tone calm and resolute. Meeting Sakura's gaze without flinching. Though it may sound harsh to advise you to withdraw, it is indeed the wisest choice. Gaara's strength far exceeds your expectations. Should you face him, the consequences could be irreparable. Yes, Sakura, Satsuki is right, Naruto chimed in. That guy Gaara is a monster you cannot contend with. There's no need to risk your life just to prove a point. Listening to their words, Sakura's desire to withdraw intensified. She lowered her head, fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Deep down, she recognized the truth in Naruto and Satsuki's warnings. Gaara's power was indeed beyond her capability to confront. Yet, she remained unwilling to simply give up. Raising her head, a flicker of conflict danced in her eyes as she stammered, "But I don't want to concede so easily. I don't want everyone to think I'm a coward." Satsuki shook her head, maintaining her calm demeanor. "This isn't about cowardice, Sakura. As a ninja, one must learn to assess situations. To act recklessly in the face of danger is to invite unnecessary peril. Thus, choosing to forfeit does not equate to weakness. Rather, it is a prudent decision." Naruto nodded in agreement, placing a reassuring hand on Sakura's shoulder, offering an encouraging smile. "Exactly. Sakura, you've already accomplished so much. Reaching this stage surpasses many of your peers. There is no need to risk your life for a preliminary match." As Sakura gazed into their concerned eyes, her resolve began to wane, replaced gradually by reason. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself. She understood that Naruto and Satsuki were looking out for her safety, and indeed, she lacked the strength to face a formidable opponent like Gaara. Finally, she resolved to speak. Lifting her head with determination as she addressed Moonlight Gale below, declaring loudly, "Master Examiner, I forfeit this match." Upon hearing Sakura's voice, Moonlight Gale nodded slightly before announcing, "Due to Haruno Sakura's decision to forfeit, the victor of the third match in the preliminary rounds, Gaara versus Haruno Sakura, is Gaara." Chapter 39. The target of many. Gaara exhibited no emotional fluctuation regarding this battle won without conflict. His expression remained as tranquil as still water, devoid of any joy for victory or anger at his opponent's withdrawal. After all, he had long recognized that Sakura was neither his adversary nor his objective. His singular goal had always been directed elsewhere. Slowly, Gaara shifted his gaze towards Naruto, not far from him, where a glint of cold resolve and lethal intent flickered in his deep-set eyes. Naruto immediately sensed Gaara's penetrating stare, a look of helplessness crossing his face as he silently pondered. "Hey, who have I offended? Why are they all fixated on me? Am I to become the target of many?" Meanwhile, the lineup for the fourth match was displayed prominently on the boards. The contenders for this round were Rock Lee versus Ken Mizukase. With a swift declaration from the announcer, the two opponents leapt down from the viewing area above, landing firmly in the center of the arena. After a brief exchange of glances, Lee initiated the assault, his form darting forward like a bolt of lightning, his speed nearly impossible to track. His fist, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, barreled towards Ken's face. Ken, taken aback for a moment by Lee's astonishing velocity, quickly regained his composure. With a peculiar twist of his body, he deftly evaded Lee's strike. In response, his arm slithered like a serpent, launching a counterattack aimed at Lee's side. Lee, equally swift, retreated just in time to avoid the blow, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. Clearly, he had not anticipated the flexibility of Ken's physique. Ken's body, seemingly devoid of bones, could contort at will, granting him an unpredictable angle of attack that proved challenging to anticipate. Lee rapidly recalibrated his strategy, opting to leverage his speed and physical prowess to exploit Ken's vulnerabilities. He surged forward once more, his strikes growing increasingly ferocious, each blow accompanied by a whistling wind and a forceful impact. Although Ken remained agile, he began to falter under Lee's relentless barrage. Each evasive maneuver drained considerable stamina, while Lee's onslaught continued like an unrelenting tempest. Ultimately, during a fierce exchange, Lee seized upon a fleeting opening. His fist rocketed forward like a cannonball, striking Ken squarely in the chest. Despite Ken's timely distortion to evade the blow, Lee's punch grazed his shoulder with such force that it sent him sprawling to the ground. Struggling to rise, Ken found Lee had swiftly closed the distance. Planting a foot firmly upon his chest, coldly stating, "You have lost." Ken's complexion paled, a flicker of reluctance flashing in his eyes. But he ultimately bowed his head in resignation, acknowledging his defeat. The announcer promptly declared the outcome. In the fourth match of the preliminaries, Rock Lee versus Ken Mizuke's. The victor is Rock Lee. Lee withdrew his foot and turned towards the viewing area where Satsuki stood, offering a thumbs up and a bright smile, seemingly conveying, "Satsuki, wait for me. I shall prove myself worthy of standing by your side." However, Satsuki chose to disregard him entirely. Beside her, Sakura shot him a disapproving glare, clearly dissatisfied with his behavior. Unperturbed, Lee redirected his gaze towards Naruto, his eyes brimming with competitive spirit and jealousy. Naruto, having grown accustomed to such antics, mirrored Satsuki's indifference. Ding ding ding. The sound of the next match being announced resonated through the arena. The fifth match featured Naruto Uzumaki versus Kiba Inuzuka. The announcer's voice rang out, "Wonderful. It's Naruto. Akamaru. This time we can finally avenge our previous defeat," Kiba exclaimed with excitement, while Akamaru, perched on his head, shared his enthusiasm with an eager bark, tail wagging fervently, his eyes gleaming with determination. Standing nearby, Hinata merely cast a fleeting glance at Kiba before calling out to Naruto, who was about to descend into the arena, "Naruto, good luck." At her words, Kiba's excitement faltered, an awkward expression falling over his face. After all, having his teammate cheer for his opponent was uncomfortable for anyone. Despite their amicable relationship, the situation felt somewhat strained. Yet, under Hinata's unwavering gaze, Kiba could only shrug helplessly, murmuring to Akamaru, "Looks like we need to step up our game. We can't let Naruto bask in glory again." Akamaru wagged his tail, his eyes sparkling with resolve, clearly prepared to give his all. Behind them, Red observed the scene with a shake of her head, a hint of a resigned smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Naruto heard Hinata's encouraging words and immediately turned, waving at her with a radiant smile, loudly assuring, "Don't worry, Hinata, I will." Satsuki stood nearby, her cold gaze fixated on the interaction. Though her expression remained neutral, a flicker of jealousy and discontent glimmered in her eyes as she softly huffed, clearly displeased with the exchange between Naruto and Hinata. In a similar vein, Neji harbored his own feelings of envy and irritation, muttering under his breath, "Naruto Uzumaki, I hope you don't cross my path later, for if you do." Chapter 40. The Clash of Wits and Might. Naruto, in this duel of ours, shall we engage in a contest of strength or intellect? As Naruto and Kiba settled into the arena, Kiba eagerly inquired, a battle of strength or a battle of wits? Naruto paused momentarily, taken aback by the notion of such a duel between himself and Kiba in this world. Nonetheless, in an effort to conceal his surprise, he countered, "Oh, what do you think we should pursue, strength or intellect?" "Without a doubt, it should be a battle of wits," Kiba replied without hesitation, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes. "Last time, I lost to you in a battle of wits. This time, I shall reclaim my honor." Akamaru, perched atop Kiba's head, barked in agreement, his eyes reflecting a similar mischievous gleam, as if the duo were conspiring. Unaware of their scheme, Naruto was wholly captivated by the concept of strength versus intellect. He nodded affirmatively, feigning ease as he declared, "All right, let us proceed with a battle of wits. However, Kiba, you must first elucidate for everyone what constitutes a battle of strength and a battle of wits. After all, the spectators may not be privy to our rules." "Not a problem." Kiba beamed, recognizing that Naruto had fallen into his trap. His eyes sparkled with triumph. Oblivious to the absurdity of his own oversight, if he had given it a moment's thought, he would realize that Naruto could easily explain the rules himself. Kiba cleared his throat and addressed the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, I presume you are curious about our unique contest of strength and intellect. A battle of strength refers to a conventional ninja duel, where any ninjutsu, taijutsu, or weaponry may be employed. In contrast, a battle of wits implies a contest limited to taijutsu. Should either party resort to methods beyond taijutsu, they shall forfeit the duel." As Kiba's words echoed, whispers of curiosity rippled through the crowd. Many were intrigued by this novel approach to combat, particularly the exuberant duo of Guy and Lee. Of course, some scoffed, dismissing it as merely a showcase of physical prowess, devoid of novelty. Yet, these opinions held no bearing on Naruto, who simply sought to comprehend the significance of strength versus intellect, as articulated by Kiba. Now enlightened, he nodded and proclaimed, "Very well. Let us commence our battle of wits." "Excellent," Kiba agreed, bending down to gently place Akamaru on the ground, whispering, "Akamaru, let us proceed as planned." Akamaru emitted a soft whine, signaling his understanding. Kiba straightened, drawing a kunai from his pouch, his gaze sharp and focused on Naruto. Naruto mirrored the action, adopting a battle stance. With a swift motion, the two charged at one another. Clang! Their figures collided in the center of the arena, kunai clashing with a resounding metallic ring, sparks flying. They quickly separated, retreating a few paces before launching themselves once again. Kiba's attacks were fierce and relentless, each strike imbued with an overwhelming sense of urgency, as if he sought to conclude the duel swiftly. In contrast, Naruto remained composed, employing agile movements and precise blocks, exuding an air of calm. After all, he was no longer the same Naruto from this world. His prowess in taijutsu vastly surpassed Kiba's. Before long, Kiba's fervent assault began to wane, his breaths growing labored. He had not anticipated Naruto's remarkable improvement, which eclipsed even their last encounter. Kiba clenched his teeth, inwardly lamenting, how has Naruto progressed so rapidly? This will not do. I must resort to the backup plan. With that thought, Kiba signaled Akamaru, who stealthily maneuvered around Naruto's flank, preparing for a surprise attack. Naruto, having sensed Akamaru's movement, remained unfazed. Although Kiba's onslaught had been formidable, he perceived no true threat, allowing him to maintain his composure. In truth, he possessed the capability to swiftly subdue Kiba and conclude the duel. However, Akamaru's actions piqued his curiosity, prompting him to delay the inevitable. As Naruto deftly countered Kiba's strikes, he kept a watchful eye on Akamaru's approach. Sure enough, upon receiving Kiba's signal, Akamaru stealthily positioned himself behind Naruto, ready to pounce. His movements were deft and calculated, even his breathing subdued, all to avoid detection. Yet, having deciphered their strategy, Naruto could not suppress a chuckle. He intentionally feigned a vulnerability, retreating a few steps as if Kiba's offensive had compelled him to expose his back to Akamaru. Seeing the opportunity, Akamaru leaped forth, excitement glinting in his eyes, launching an assault aimed at Naruto's shoulder. In that critical moment, however, Naruto sidestepped effortlessly, evading the ambush. In one fluid motion, he seized Akamaru by the scruff of his neck, lifting him aloft. Akamaru, launching surprise attacks from behind is hardly an admirable tactic, Naruto teased, a playful tone lacing his voice. Suspended in the air, Akamaru squirmed helplessly, emitting muffled whines, conveying a sense of indignation. Kiba's expression shifted dramatically, his urgency palpable as he shouted, Naruto, release Akamaru at once. Yet, Naruto remained unmoved, lifting Akamaru even higher, grinning as he taunted. Hey, Kiba, did you forget something? The rules of our battle of wits dictate that only taijutsu may be employed. Does Akamaru's sneak attack not constitute a violation? Kiba's face flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly regained his composure, defiantly retorting, whose fault is it that you broke the rules in our last duel? I merely returned the favor. As he spoke, Kiba executed a series of swift hand seals and proclaimed, Beast Clone Jutsu. With a soft pop, the Akamaru in Naruto's grasp transformed into a puff of smoke. In its place, a beast clone identical to Kiba materialized, brandishing sharp claws as it advanced menacingly toward Naruto. Naruto swiftly retreated, effortlessly evading the attack. The beast clone seized the moment, flanking Kiba as they positioned themselves on either side, both preparing to strike, their eyes burning with fervor. Chapter 41. Inuzuka Style, Beast-Human Hybrid Transformation. Two-Headed Wolf. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Naruto couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a confident smile gracing his lips as he spoke with a hint of teasing in his tone. Kiba, it seems you are determined to pursue this path to the end. In that case, I shall not hold back. With a cold snort, Kiba's eyes gleamed with battle intent as he retorted, Umph. Naruto, spare me your chatter. This time, I will definitely defeat you. As he spoke, he pressed his hands against the ground, positioning himself on all fours, leaning forward in readiness for the impending clash. Simultaneously, in his beast form, Akamaru leaped gracefully, landing firmly on Kiba's back. Kiba let out a low growl, Inuzuka style, fawn over fawn. In an instant, both Kiba and Akamaru began to spin at an incredible speed, transforming into swirling tornadoes imbued with powerful chakra, hurtling toward Naruto. The ground trembled beneath the force of their attack, dust rising as an oppressive aura filled the air. Naruto quickly brought his hands together, calling out, Earth style, Earth wall. As his voice echoed, the earth shook violently, a robust earthen wall rising rapidly from the ground to shield him. Boom. The twin tornadoes, formed by Kiba and Akamaru, slammed into the earthen barrier with tremendous force, shattering it into countless pieces, debris and dust scattering in all directions, thickening the air with grit. However, at the moment the wall crumbled, Naruto had already vanished from his original position. Kiba and Akamaru's assault met with empty air as the tornadoes gradually dissipated. Kiba, ever vigilant, scanned his surroundings and called out, Naruto, stop hiding. With Akamaru's and my keen senses, you cannot evade us for long. No sooner had Kiba's words left his mouth than Naruto's voice rang out from above him. Kiba, your speed is still lacking. Kiba and Akamaru looked up, only to see Naruto suspended in midair, hands forming seals as he intoned, fire style, great fireball technique. Boom. A colossal fireball erupted from Naruto's mouth, its searing flames illuminating the air around them, charging directly toward Kiba and Akamaru. As the fireball surged forth, the air itself seemed to ignite, waves of heat enveloping the space. Kiba's pupils constricted as he reacted quickly, shouting, Akamaru, fawn over fawn. Once more, Kiba and Akamaru spun rapidly, transforming into two high-velocity tornadoes that surged upward to meet Naruto's fireball head-on. Bang! The collision between the tornadoes and the fireball produced a deafening explosion, sending waves of fire and chakra rippling outward, stirring up dust and heat throughout the arena. The clash between flames and wind raged on for a moment before Kiba and Akamaru's tornadoes barely managed to breach the fireball's barrier. However, they were subsequently hurled back by the residual flames, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, Kiba and Akamaru bore several burn marks, their breaths coming in quick gasps. Kiba remarked, "It seems you have reached your limit. Do you really wish to continue this fight?" Naruto landed gracefully on the ground, arms crossed. Looking down at Kiba with a smug expression, he felt an inexplicable thrill at seeing Kiba falter in their duel, realizing that the bond between them was not merely one of friendship, but also steeped in rivalry. Kiba, hearing Naruto's words, clenched his teeth, a flicker of unwillingness crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated Naruto's growth to reach such heights, the chasm between their abilities now vast and daunting. Yet, he understood that continuing in their current state would only lead to a more humiliating defeat and potentially greater injuries for both him and Akamaru. Taking a deep breath, Kiba prepared to concede, but was suddenly bitten by the determined Akamaru, who bore burn marks of his own. Kiba winced in pain but did not scold his companion. Instead, he looked down at Akamaru, who radiated determination and resilience, seemingly conveying a message. In that instant, Kiba grasped Akamaru's intent, a conflicted expression crossing his face as he murmured, "But we have yet to fully master that jutsu." Woof! Akamaru barked resolutely, exuding an undeniable conviction, as if to say, "It's fine. Let's go for it. This time, we must win." Kiba gazed into Akamaru's steadfast eyes, and his hesitation gradually transformed into a fierce resolve. He inhaled deeply, a glimmer of determination igniting within him. "All right. Since you believe in me so wholeheartedly, let us fight once more, Akamaru." Woof! Akamaru responded immediately. "Naruto, do not think we have conceded. Next, prepare to witness the ultimate technique that Akamaru and I have secretly devised for you." Kiba growled, swiftly forming hand seals as chakra surged wildly within him. Meanwhile, Akamaru adjusted his stance, standing resolutely beside Kiba, their chakra harmonizing and merging into a singular force. Inuzuka style, beast-human hybrid transformation, two-headed wolf. Kiba and Akamaru shouted in unison, their forms enveloped in a dense aura of chakra, morphing into an imposing two-headed wolf, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to an ancient beast reawakening. The eyes of the two-headed wolf gleamed with ferocity, bared fangs glistening, and a powerful chakra emanated from its body, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Wow, Kiba has already mastered this technique, Naruto thought to himself, gazing at the massive two-headed wolf before him, which, though smaller than its original depiction, still loomed large. A serious expression crossed his face. This battle was finally becoming intriguing. Above, in the spectator area, the Inuzuka clan's young ones are truly reckless. To unleash such a fearsome jutsu, the third Hokage's expression turned grave, but then a thought seemed to strike him, and a smile crept onto his lips. "However, Naruto, with your current strength, you should be able to handle this with ease, right?" How despicable that Kiba has hidden such a powerful technique to use against Naruto. If Naruto were to sustain any harm, I would never forgive him. Hinata gripped the railing tightly, causing it to creak under her grasp. "Naruto Uzumaki, let me see your true strength." Gaara stood with his arms crossed, watching the arena with great excitement, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Is Naruto going to be all right? Sakura voiced her concerns, glancing anxiously down at Naruto. That's hard to say. After all, the jutsu Kiba is employing is one of the Inuzuka clan's most formidable techniques. Just as she finished her sentence, Kakashi's voice emerged from behind her. "Huh, Kakashi-sensei, you're here." Sakura turned around immediately, her face lighting up with joy. Unbeknownst to her, Kakashi had quietly appeared behind her and Sasuke, his demeanor relaxed, yet his gaze held a trace of concern. Earlier, after guiding Naruto and his companions to the resting area, he had hurried off, seemingly to attend to some urgent matters. When the third Hokage had appeared, he did not follow like other jonin, which had left Sakura feeling a bit dejected, thinking that their mentor would not witness their match. Now, seeing Kakashi's arrival, her disappointment vanished, replaced by a sense of comfort and warmth. Kakashi, noticing Sakura's emotions, immediately offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Sakura, Sasuke. I was delayed by some matters. I didn't get to see your match, but I trust you both performed exceptionally." As he spoke, he paused slightly, shifting his gaze towards Naruto and Kiba in the arena, and continued, "As for Naruto, I believe." Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Satsuki interjected, "Naruto will be just fine." Her words were imbued with confidence, yet a flicker of concern glimmered in her eyes as she silently vowed, "Naruto, I cannot allow you to lose. Otherwise, I shall never." Observing this, Kakashi refrained from further comments, instead choosing to quietly watch Naruto below, his mind reflecting on the immense destruction wrought during Naruto's previous battle against Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. He silently completed his unfinished thought, "Naruto, I trust that with your strength, you will undoubtedly emerge victorious." Chapter 42. The Uncontrolled Fong. Brace yourself, Naruto. The voice of Fong emanated from the mouth of the two-headed giant wolf, imbued with an intense aura, intertwined with the low growl of Akamaru. It created a unique sense of oppression. In the next moment, he extended his colossal claw, striking fiercely at Naruto. The claw sliced through the air with a howling wind, as if intending to tear apart the very atmosphere, advancing directly towards Naruto's face. Naruto's gaze sharpened, his figure flickered, and he vanished in an instant, leaving only an afterimage. Boom. Fong's massive claw hit nothing but air, creating a deep crater in the ground, just swirling around. Not bad, Naruto, Fong's voice, laced with a hint of mockery, echoed from the other head of the two-headed wolf. Naruto reappeared at Fong's flank, his hands forming a hand seal as he called out, Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, dozens of Naruto's clones emerged in the arena surrounding Fong. Fong sneered, his body spinning violently, sharp claws sweeping around like a whirlwind. Naruto's clones barely had time to react before they were scattered like clouds of white smoke. However, just as Fong believed victory was assured, Naruto's real body leaped from the ground, launching a small stone towards Fong, employing the Earth-style, rock iron cannon technique. Whoosh! The small stone rapidly expanded in midair, transforming into a colossal boulder that hurtled towards the head of the two-headed wolf with a fierce roar. Fong's pupils constricted suddenly, caught off guard by Naruto's hidden move. Reacting swiftly, the two-headed wolf twisted its body, attempting to evade the boulder's assault. Yet, the boulder's speed was too great. The side of the giant wolf was struck with tremendous force. Bang! The rock crashed heavily against the two-headed wolf, producing a resounding thud. The immense impact caused the two-headed wolf to tilt violently, losing its balance and crashing down to the ground. Both Fong and Akamaru let out low growls, clearly affected by the force. Not done yet, Fong. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto pursued, swiftly forming hand seals and calling out, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. Boom. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the downed two-headed wolf with searing heat. Flames instantly enveloped the wolf, scorching its fur and filling the air with the acrid scent of burning. Roar. The two-headed wolf emitted a pained roar, Fong and Akamaru's voices intertwining, rife with anger and suffering. In the inferno, the two-headed wolf writhed violently, struggling to escape the searing flames. Yet, the power of the fire exceeded their expectations. At that moment, Fong's eyes turned a deep crimson, his previous rationality replaced by a savage frenzy. His breathing became labored, tinged with madness. Naruto, how dare you? How dare you hurt me and Akamaru? Noticing this change, Naruto frowned slightly, sensing a disturbance in Fong's state. Roar. Suddenly, Fong let out a furious roar, his body shuddering as chakra surged chaotically around him, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. His eyes blazed red, fangs bared, resembling a beast gone mad, entirely devoid of reason. In the next moment, his entire body began to spin frantically, the flames that had clung to him being flung away, scattering into sparks that vanished into the air. Before long, he transformed into a massive tornado, racing towards Naruto with incredible speed. As the tornado swept across the ground, deep gorges formed, and the arena was engulfed in a tempest, dust swirling as if being torn apart by this violent force. Damn, this guy has lost control. Naruto realized immediately what had transpired with Fong, cursing under his breath. Simultaneously, he swiftly retreated, forming hand seals again, calling out, Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, dozens of shadow clones appeared around him. The watching Jonin, including the proctor of the event, Tsukikase, recognized Fong's uncontrolled state. However, the tornado moved too swiftly. Most were unable to intervene, silently praying that Naruto could withstand Fong's furious onslaught. Meanwhile, the third Hokage remained calm and composed, observing the unfolding events with unwavering faith in Naruto's abilities to confront the impending crisis. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. In unison, Naruto and his clones formed hand seals and slapped their hands against the ground. With the surge of chakra, thick earthen walls rapidly rose from the earth before them, establishing a robust defense in an attempt to halt the tornado's advance. Bang, bang, bang. The tornado collided violently with the earthen walls, producing a deafening roar. The walls began to crack under the relentless wind pressure, debris scattering, dust billowing. Yet, Naruto did not cease his actions. His clones quickly dispersed, continuing to form seals. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Dozens of clones simultaneously unleashed the Wind Style technique, strong winds converging from all directions to form a countering vortex, striving to neutralize Fong's tornado. The two forces clashed fiercely in the air, the atmosphere of the arena seemingly torn apart by their collision, producing a piercing howl. Finally, under the combined effort of Naruto and his clones, Fong's tornado was gradually subdued, its speed diminishing, and the chaotic chakra surging within him began to wane. However, Fong's eyes remained a fiery red, clearly still not returned from his frenzied state. TCH. Still not enough. Naruto clicked his tongue in frustration, his figure flashing as he appeared above Fong, palm outstretched, a blue chakra sphere manifesting in his hand. The watching Jonin's eyes widened in recognition of the chakra ball, their pupils dilating. Kakashi murmured sentimentally, Rasengan. Rasengan. Naruto called out, unhesitatingly bringing the Rasengan down upon the center of the dwindling tornado. Boom. The Rasengan collided violently with the tornado, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. The chaotic chakra intertwined in the air, creating a brilliant light that was blinding. At last, the tornado began to disintegrate under the impact of the Rasengan, and Fong's two-headed wolf form was forced back, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Roar. The two-headed wolf emitted a low, mournful whine, the chakra pulsating within it gradually diminishing, and Fong's eyes slowly regained clarity. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, the two-headed wolf transformed back into Fong and Akamaru. Fong knelt on one knee, battered and exhausted, sweat beading on his forehead, his breaths coming in labored gasps. Akamaru lay unconscious beside him, clearly drained of all energy. Fong lifted his head, struggling to meet Naruto's gaze, forcing a pained smile. I'm sorry, Naruto. I lost control. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong's body collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness, falling heavily to the ground. It's all right. You did well, Fong, Naruto murmured softly, looking at the fallen Fong. For some reason, witnessing Fong's effort brought a sense of joy and relief to his heart. However, he was also aware that this emotion did not solely stem from within himself, but rather originated from the Naruto of this world. How peculiar these two individuals are. He mused quietly in his heart. Chapter 43. The Arena of Despair. At this moment, the medical team swiftly entered the scene, and several medical ninjas promptly began to assess the conditions of Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru. Simultaneously, Tsukikid Shippu, who had already taken refuge in a safe zone, instantly appeared in the center of the venue, announcing the outcome of the fifth preliminary match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba, with the victor being Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, however, displayed no hint of exhilaration. Fatigue clouded his features as he exhaled a breath of relief and turned to ascend towards the observation area above. Tsukikid Shippu cast a glance at Naruto's retreating figure and then surveyed the battlefield, which bore the scars of their fierce encounter. Unable to suppress a mental exclamation, are these two truly mere genin? Especially Uzumaki Naruto, who unleashed such a plethora of jutsu, yet seems merely fatigued. The next opponent he faces is likely to be in for a rough time. As Naruto stepped onto the observation platform, a shadow suddenly materialized before him. Naruto, who taught you that Rasengan? Kakashi inquired with narrowed eyes, a jovial smile gracing his visage. Sensei Kakashi, you startled me. Naruto feigned exaggeration, patting his chest. Don't change the subject. Tell me quickly, who taught you the Rasengan? Kakashi rolled his eyes at him and pressed on. Well, that's a secret. Naruto replied with a mysterious smile. Of course, you could always ask Grandpa Sarutobi. He knows all about my Rasengan, should he choose to divulge that information. As he spoke, he subtly gestured towards the third Hokage, implying that Kakashi could inquire with him. Ask Lord Third. Kakashi instantly glanced at the third Hokage in the distance, his brows furrowing as a conflicted expression crossed his face. After a moment, he sighed and shook his head in resignation, saying, forget it, since Lord Third is aware. I won't pry any further. Regardless of who taught you the Rasengan, I trust they mean you no harm. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, a glint of cunning flashed in Naruto's eyes. This was precisely the outcome he desired, skillfully deflecting Kakashi's inquiries by redirecting the question to the third Hokage. He did not believe that Kakashi would personally approach the third Hokage over something as trivial as a Rasengan. Even if Kakashi did decide to ask, Naruto felt no concern. For the third Hokage had already accepted the fabricated explanation he had previously concocted. Even if he disclosed it to Kakashi, it would pose no problem. At that moment, a concerned voice reached Naruto's ears. Naruto, are you alright? Startled from his reverie, he turned to find Hinata, who had inexplicably appeared at their side. Gazing at him with worry etched across her features. Naruto began to respond when an acerbic female voice interjected, he looks just fine to me. Instead of wasting your time worrying about this victor, why not check on your teammate, the loser? Following the voice, Naruto discovered that it belonged to Satsuki, who was glaring coldly at Hinata, her eyes glimmering with evident displeasure. In truth, Satsuki had been elated to see Naruto triumph over Kiba and had even prepared a few words of congratulations. However, upon witnessing Hinata approach and express concern for Naruto, an inexplicable irritation surged within her, prompting her to make that cutting remark. Naruto was taken aback by Satsuki's words. In his limited memory, she rarely spoke in such a sardonic tone. Not only Naruto, but even Kakashi was surprised. It was his first time witnessing Satsuki in this light. Only Sakura seemed to grasp the underlying tension, her expression shifting to one of disappointment. She had been aware of this dynamic all along, yet had chosen to avoid it, until now. In response to Satsuki's derision, Hinata retorted defiantly, you needn't remind me. Satsuki, I checked Kiba's condition with my Byakugan before coming here. He and Akamaru are merely exhausted. There's nothing seriously wrong. At this point, She seemed to recall something and turned to Naruto, stating, "All of this is thanks to Naruto showing mercy during the fight, preventing Kiba and Akamaru from sustaining more severe injuries." As she spoke, she naturally draped her arm over Naruto's shoulder, casting a provocative glance at Satsuki. Hinata had noticed Satsuki's peculiar attitude towards Naruto since their days in the Ninja Academy. Although Satsuki often mocked Naruto outwardly, Hinata sensed that her concern for him surpassed that of others, fueling a profound sense of rivalry within her. Today's reaction from Satsuki only solidified her suspicions. She felt compelled to assert her claim over Naruto. She could not allow the day to come when he might be taken from her. Seeing Hinata's arm around Naruto's shoulder, Satsuki's gaze turned icier. She clenched her teeth, her tone tinged with suppressed anger as she remarked, "Humph. Say whatever you like. But, Hinata, do you really think too highly of yourself? Naruto doesn't need you to speak on his behalf." Hinata retorted sharply, "You don't need to concern yourself with that. Naruto hasn't said anything yet." In an instant, the atmosphere between the two women grew tense, the air thick with unspoken animosity. Caught in the middle, Naruto felt overwhelmed. If he were unaware of the situation, he could only be deemed foolish. Wasn't this the very definition of a battlefield of despair? Simultaneously, he inwardly lamented Tsukikage Shippu's delay in announcing the next match. If only he would proceed, Naruto could find a means of escape. He momentarily forgot that his previous battle with Kiba had left the arena in ruins. Tsukikage Shippu surely had important matters to address. "I wish to continue the matches as well," he thought. However, with the venue in such disarray, it was only right to repair it first. A group of Earth-style ninjas was diligently working to restore the damaged arena. Finally, just as Naruto felt he could no longer bear the awkward tension, Tsukikage Shippu's voice resonated throughout the venue once more. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. The arena has been restored. Let us now continue with the upcoming matches." As his words echoed, the board above began to rotate rapidly, revealing two names for all to see. Chapter 44. The Violent Hinata. In the sixth match of the preliminary round, the contenders were Hinata Hyuga versus Sakuragi. As the voice of Tsuki no Kaze echoed in the arena, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. He immediately called out to Hinata, who was still locked in a standoff with Sakuragi, "Hinata, it's your turn. Give it your all." Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Hinata snapped back to reality, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She released her grip on Naruto's shoulder and softly replied, "I will, Naruto. Just wait and see." With that, she turned and descended towards the arena, casting a provocative glance at Sakuragi before departing. Sakuragi coldly observed Hinata's retreating figure, then shifted his gaze to Naruto, shooting him a displeased glare. Without uttering a word, he turned to Sakura and said, "Sakura, let us go to the other side." With that, he walked stiffly towards another section of the spectator area, clearly in a foul mood. Sakura quickly followed, but as she left, she cast a complex look at Naruto, her eyes betraying a mix of anger, jealousy, and an indescribable sense of loss. Kakashi then placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, imparting a knowing remark. "It seems like you have a tough road ahead of you, Naruto." He too turned to leave. Left standing in a state of helplessness, Naruto sighed and murmured, "What is this all about?" Below in the arena, Hinata and Sakuragi's duel had commenced. Sakuragi sneered, swiftly forming hand seals, and with a sudden flourish, unleashed two sharp wind blades from his wrist apparatus, hurtling towards Hinata. Wind release, cutting gale waves. Hinata's expression sharpened as she swiftly adopted the gentle fist stance of the Hyuga clan, gracefully evading the oncoming wind blades. However, Sakuragi's assault was relentless and rapid. The blades grazed her body perilously close with each pass. "Humph, is this all the renowned Hyuga heiress is capable of?" Sakuragi taunted, his hands moving again to launch more wind blades at her. Although Hinata managed to dodge most of the attacks, the residual force of the blades grazed her arm, drawing blood that trickled down her skin. Clenching her teeth, she felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, a flicker of anger ignited within her. "If Uchiha Sakuragi can win, then I cannot lose. I absolutely cannot lose to her, especially not in front of Naruto." Hinata silently vowed, her gaze turning resolute. Sakuragi, noticing Hinata's injury, smirked triumphantly. "Looks like you're not so impressive after all, heiress." Yet, just as he prepared for another attack, Hinata suddenly closed her eyes, raising her hands in an unusual posture. "Byakugan, activate." With her command, veins bulged around her eyes, and the power of the Byakugan surged forth. Sakuragi's movements became startlingly clear to her. Even the flow of chakra within him laid bare. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. In an instant, Hinata vanished from sight, reappearing before Sakuragi. Her hands struck out like phantoms, each blow precisely targeting his chakra points. 1 palm, 2 palms, 4 palms. Before Sakuragi could react, he felt a sudden paralysis as his chakra flow was completely sealed. His movements slowed dramatically, rendering him unable to wield his wind tools. "How is this possible?" "You." Sakuragi's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Hinata, astonished by her formidable strength. However, Hinata offered him no respite. Her final strike landed heavily on his chest. Sakuraji's body flew backward like a severed kite, crashing to the ground, a mouthful of blood spilling from his lips. Nearly losing consciousness. Yet Hinata was not done. She swiftly approached him, placing a foot on his chest, coldly remarking, "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Where are your words now?" Sakuraji groaned in agony, attempting to struggle, but his body had betrayed him. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Hinata's eyes as she lifted her foot and delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen, sending him rolling several times. "This is the price for underestimating me." Her voice was icy and sharp. She stepped back to deliver a punch to his face, blood immediately oozing from his mouth. You lunatic," Sakuraji managed to utter, fear evident in his eyes. "Humph," Hinata scoffed, disregarding his words, and without mercy, landed another punch, knocking him unconscious. Satisfied, she stood up, dusting off her hands, her gaze still tinged with anger and a sense of unyielded spirit. "Next time, do not underestimate me again," she whispered, before turning to ascend towards the spectator area. Meanwhile, Tsuki no Kaze's voice rang out. In the sixth match of the preliminary round, Hinata Hyuga versus Sakuraji, the victor is Hinata Hyuga. Wow, this Hinata is truly terrifying, Naruto thought, watching Hinata stride confidently towards the spectator area, unable to swallow his disbelief. He had assumed that this version of Hinata was merely bolder and more assertive in demeanor, but her fierce and ruthless combat style took him by surprise. This recollection brought to mind the first time he had encountered her in classroom 301. No wonder her whispers to Kiba and Akamaru had elicited such a strong reaction. She was indeed formidable. His thoughts drifted back to Niji's expression when he first learned Naruto's name, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes, and now Naruto grasped its significance. Instinctively, he glanced towards Niji on the other side of the arena. Coincidentally, Niji seemed to have the same thought, his gaze locking with Naruto's. However, Niji's eyes burned with intense jealousy and murderous intent. What is going on? This is unsettling. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine, silently lamenting his predicament. He quickly averted his gaze, pretending not to notice Niji's glare, while inwardly wondering why Niji suddenly harbored such animosity towards him. Was it because of Hinata? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. He sensed a complex emotion in Niji's attitude towards Hinata. Scratching his head, he sighed. What is happening? Why do I feel like I've been unwittingly drawn into some strange whirlwind? Unbeknownst to Naruto, this peculiar whirlwind would only grow more intense in the days to come. Chapter 45. Conclusion of the preliminary round, Part 1. At this moment, Hinata stepped into the viewing area, her previously stern expression gradually softening, replaced by her characteristic gentleness and shyness. She approached Naruto with light steps and murmured, "Naruto, I won." Naruto paused for a moment, taken aback by Hinata's seamless transformation, and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly how rapid her change was. However, he quickly regained his composure and beamed with a radiant smile, giving her a thumbs up as he exclaimed, "Hinata, you were incredible. Those moves you just executed were simply stunning." I was left in awe. Hinata, upon hearing Naruto's praise, felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks. Lowering her head as she spoke softly, almost inaudibly, "Thank you, Naruto. I just didn't want to disappoint you." Naruto scratched his head and chuckled, "Disappoint? How could I possibly feel that way? You performed so brilliantly. I was almost intimidated." Hinata lifted her gaze, determination flickering in her eyes. Although her voice remained gentle, it carried an unmistakable resolve. "As long as you feel good about it, I am truly happy." "Indeed, then I must consider myself fortunate," Naruto teased, a hint of playfulness in his tone, yet his eyes radiated sincere admiration. Not far off, Satsuki observed the interaction between Naruto and Hinata with a cold gaze, a complex expression surfacing in her eyes. Her brow furrowed slightly, lips pressed into a straight line, clearly dissatisfied with the scene before her. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within her, a mix of jealousy towards Hinata and resentment towards Naruto. She bit her lip and murmured to herself, "Humph. This is utterly boring. Can this match conclude any sooner?" Beside her, Sakura watched the unfolding scene, her own eyes reflecting a tangle of emotions, yet she remained silent, merely sighing inwardly. At that moment, a voice echoed from below, belonging to Tsukikage, who announced loudly, "The seventh match of the preliminary round features Temari versus Kintsuchi." Shortly thereafter, the two combatants entered the arena. Temari held a giant fan, her demeanor calm, a confident smile gracing her lips as if she were entirely prepared for the battle ahead. Conversely, Kin appeared considerably more anxious, her eyes betraying a hint of unease. Though they were predominantly filled with determination, Kin was the first to strike, leaping into the air and conjuring dozens of shuriken, casting them towards Temari with a fierce shout. Shuriken rain. The slender shuriken cascaded from the sky like a torrential downpour, aimed directly at Temari. Standing unfazed, Temari regarded Kin's assault with indifference. She gently raised her giant fan, a confident smile playing on her lips. "Wind release, dust storm," Temari called out, swinging her fan with force, unleashing a powerful gust that scattered the incoming shuriken effortlessly. Not only did the wind disperse the projectiles, but it also carried sharp wind blades straight towards Kin. Kin's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily dodged to evade the onslaught. However, despite her efforts, the wind blades were exceedingly swift. She narrowly avoided the majority of the attack. Yet her arm bore several shallow cuts as a result. Damn it! Kin gritted her teeth, a sense of urgency swelling within her. She recognized the disparity in strength between herself and Temari, yet she was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Temari offered no respite. She swung her fan again, murmuring, "Wind release. Net." As her voice faded, numerous fine wind blades surged forth, weaving together to form an expansive net that swiftly enveloped Kin. The wind blade net extended widely, effectively sealing off all of Kin's escape routes. Kin's face paled, and she hurriedly formed seals in an attempt to defend herself. But her speed was no match for Temari's wind release. The net closed in on her before she could react, shredding her clothing and leaving shallow wounds across her skin. Kin's body was thrust backward by the force of the wind blade net, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, unable to rise again. Temari retracted her fan, gazing indifferently at the fallen Kin, her voice calm as she proclaimed, "The victor has been determined." Sakura, witnessing the outcome, promptly announced, the 7th match of the preliminary round. Temari versus Kin Tsuchi, winner, Temari. Temari turned on her heel, heading towards the viewing area above, but not before casting a glance towards Naruto, her eyes carrying a weighty significance. This fleeting glance left Naruto feeling helpless, prompting a silent sigh. Hinata, standing beside him, immediately noticed the exchange. Her brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of tension and unease passing through her gaze. She softly inquired, "Naruto, do you know that Sand Ninja?" Her tone held a hint of inquiry, subtly laced with jealousy. Hinata felt compelled to be particularly vigilant about any girl near Naruto, not wishing to encounter a formidable rival like Satsuki again. Sort of. Naruto replied, scratching his head with a hint of exasperation. "Before the Nin exams, I had a few minor altercations with them, which is why they're keeping an eye on me." Upon hearing his explanation, Hinata's tension eased slightly, yet a trace of jealousy lingered in her eyes. She lowered her head and softly remarked, "I see. However, the way she looked at you just now seemed rather special." "Oh, really?" "It's probably because I performed quite well in the preliminary round, which caught her attention," Naruto shrugged, nonchalantly responding. Hinata found herself at a loss for words, uncertain whether Naruto genuinely didn't understand or was merely pretending. She could only sigh helplessly, silently praying that her concerns were unfounded. Chapter 46. The conclusion of the preliminary rounds, Part 2. At this moment, the board above began to rotate once more, accompanied by a mechanical hum. Finally coming to rest on 2 names, the contenders for the 8th match of the preliminaries, Shikamaru versus Tenten. The voice of Moonlight Gale resonated throughout the venue, announcing the lineup for the 8th match. Shikamaru, in a languid manner, yawned and strolled down towards the arena, hands tucked into his pockets. As he walked, he muttered under his breath about the lackluster duel ahead, lamenting that his opponent was a girl from his own village, which would complicate matters regardless of the outcome. His tone carried a hint of resignation, as if this battle were merely an obligation he had to appease. In contrast, Tenten appeared invigorated, gripping her scroll tightly with a fiery determination gleaming in her eyes. She said little, instead hastening towards the arena with a confident smile, as though she had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. Soon, both Shikamaru and Tenten found themselves at the center of the arena, standing face to face as the atmosphere thickened with tension. Tenten swiftly unfurled her scroll, forming hand seals before exclaiming, "Weapon technique, twin rising dragons." Instantly, countless ninja tools, including shuriken and kunai, surged forth like a torrential downpour aimed directly at Shikamaru. Her assault was rapid and relentless, clearly intent on overwhelming Shikamaru from the outset. Noticing this, Shikamaru furrowed his brow slightly, the laziness in his demeanor momentarily fading. He quickly retreated, forming hand seals while softly uttering, "Shadow imitation jutsu." As his words trailed off, the shadow on the ground surged forth, racing towards Tenten's feet. Anticipating this, Tenten leaped swiftly, evading Shikamaru's shadow technique while her scroll unfurled once more, launching an even greater barrage of ninja tools. "Ugh, what a nuisance," Shikamaru grumbled, deftly dodging Tenten's onslaught. His movements, though seemingly lackadaisical, were perfectly timed, allowing him to evade her attacks with apparent ease. Observing Shikamaru's nonchalance in evading her strikes, Tenten felt a surge of urgency. She formed seals again, declaring, "Weapon technique, heavenly locking disaster." Whoosh. This time, the scroll unleashed not mere tools, but several chains with sharp claws, hurtling towards Shikamaru at breakneck speed, nearly sealing off all avenues of escape. Shikamaru's expression grew serious. He understood that if ensnared by these chains, his chances of escape would be drastically diminished. He swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring, "Shadow strangulation jutsu." In an instant, his shadow twisted and coiled like a serpent, ensnaring Tenten's chains. Tenten gasped in astonishment. Watching her chains fall under Shikamaru's control, a sense of panic welling within her. She attempted to retract her chains, but Shikamaru's shadow held them firmly in place. Seizing the opportunity, Shikamaru quickly formed seals, whispering, "Shadow imitation jutsu, success." Suddenly, Ten's body stiffened, realizing she could no longer move. Shikamaru's shadow had extended through the chains, binding her movements. Damn it. She gritted her teeth, striving to break free from Shikamaru's shadow control, but no matter how hard she struggled, the shadow's grip remained unyielding. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, revealing the exertion she was under. Shikamaru sauntered over, looking down at Ten, sighing, "What a hassle." However, the outcome is clear. Though Ten felt a sense of reluctance, she recognized that she could no longer continue the fight. With a resigned sigh, she nodded and declared, "I concede." Moonlight Gale promptly announced the results of the 8th match, Nara Shikamaru versus Ten, with the victor, Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru immediately released the shadow imitation technique, granting Ten her freedom. As she silently stowed away her scroll, she glared at Shikamaru with a mixture of indignation and resignation. Yet, Shikamaru seemed oblivious to her gaze, turning away with hands in pockets, leisurely making his way back to the spectator area above. Not long after, the lineup for the penultimate match was revealed. The 9th match featured Hyuga Neji versus Tosu Kin. As Moonlight Gale's words echoed, the prepared Neji and Tosu both instantly materialized at the center of the arena. There were no superfluous words exchanged. The battle was poised to commence. Tosu launched the first attack, swiftly raising his arm as a device hidden beneath his bandages unleashed a piercing sound wave aimed at Neji. The wave raced forth with staggering speed, threatening to tear through the very air itself. However, Neji appeared to have anticipated this. His eyes bulged with determination, and his body spun rapidly as chakra erupted from various points within him, forming a flawless white spherical barrier. 8 trigrams, heavenly spin, Neji declared. The barrier repelling Tosu's sound wave assault entirely, with some of the force even rebounding back, causing Tosu to wince in pain as his eardrums throbbed. What? Tosu's expression shifted dramatically as he stumbled backward, attempting to distance himself from Neji. He had not expected his sound wave attack to be so easily neutralized, and a sense of panic began to take root within him. Yet, Neji offered no respite. He halted his rotation, and in a flash, appeared before Tosu. With swift movements, he murmured, "Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms." Neji's hands moved like illusions, each strike precisely targeting Tosu's chakra points. Before Tosu could react, his body was completely immobilized by Neji's technique, his chakra flow severed. Thud, thud, thud. As Neji continued his relentless assault, Tosu gradually lost strength, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Utterly incapacitated, Neji retracted his hands, gazing coldly at the fallen Tosu, his voice calm as he stated, "The outcome is clear." Moonlight Gale promptly announced the results of the 9th match, Hyuga Neji versus Tosu Kin, with the victor, Hyuga Neji. Neji said nothing further. He merely lifted his gaze towards the spectator area where Naruto and Hinata were seated, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Subsequently, he turned to walk back towards the spectator section, his silhouette exuding an air of coldness and aloofness. Naruto was accustomed to Neji's demeanor and thus showed little reaction. In contrast, Hinata furrowed her brow slightly, an expression of contemplation crossing her face, silently wondering if Neji had set his sights on Naruto. If that were the case, it seemed she would need to. Clack, clack. With the mechanical hum of the board descending, the final match of the preliminaries was announced. Although the audience needed not to look to know the identities of the contenders, the chief examiner, Moonlight Gale, still solemnly proclaimed. The 10th match of the preliminaries features Oil Girl Shino versus Akimichi Choji. Chapter 47. Conclusion of the preliminaries, Part 2. In the venue, all eyes were fixated on the two individuals poised to take the stage. Oil Woman Shino maintained an air of calmness and mystery, adjusting his sunglasses as he leisurely strolled towards the center of the arena with his hands tucked into his pockets. His expression remained as impassive as ever, as if this impending confrontation was merely an ordinary occurrence for him. On the other hand, Akimichi Choji appeared somewhat anxious. He rummaged through his pocket for a bag of chips, hastily shoving several pieces into his mouth, seemingly to replenish his energy. In his eyes flickered a hint of uncertainty, yet a greater resolve prevailed. As a peer of Shino's, he was acutely aware of the formidable strength of his opponent, and this awareness only intensified his determination to give his all in this battle, striving to validate his own abilities. Before long, the two stood face to face at the center of the arena. Shino remained silent, while Choji took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Shino initiated the attack, swiftly forming hand seals and murmuring, "Secret technique, insect jewel." Instantly, a swarm of black parasitic insects erupted from his sleeves, sweeping towards Choji like a dark cloud. The insects emitted a low, ominous hum, instilling an intangible sense of oppression. Seeing this, Choji's expression shifted, and he quickly retreated a few steps, forming hand seals as he shouted, "Multiplication technique." Bang! His body instantly ballooned in size, becoming enormous, akin to a small mountain standing in the path of the oncoming swarm. He swung his massive fists, attempting to disperse the approaching insects. However, Shino's parasitic insects were no ordinary creatures. They swiftly scattered, evading Choji's assault, only to regroup and surge towards him once more. Despite his colossal stature, Choji's movements appeared somewhat clumsy, rendering him unable to completely evade the onslaught of insects. Damn it! Choji gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of anxiety. He knew that if this continued, he would inevitably be consumed by the swarm. In a moment of desperation, he curled his body into a ball and launched himself towards Shino like a cannonball. Meat tank. Observing this, Shino's brow furrowed slightly as he swiftly retreated a few steps, forming hand seals and murmuring, "Secret technique, insect wall." In an instant, the swarm converged, forming a black barrier before him that blocked Choji's assault. His attack was thwarted, forcing him to come to a halt. Recovering his original shape, he panted heavily, clearly having expended considerable energy. Shino regarded Choji with a cool demeanor, stating, "Choji, your attack possesses considerable power, yet it lacks agility, rendering it unable to pose a threat to me." Choji bit his lip, feeling a sense of unwillingness. He knew Shino spoke the truth, but he refused to concede defeat. Taking a deep breath, he formed hand seals once more and exclaimed, "Super multiplication technique." Bang! His body swelled even larger than before, nearly occupying half of the arena. Shino's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He recognized the immense power of Choji's move and understood that if struck, he could sustain severe damage. Swiftly, he formed hand seals and murmured, "Secret technique, insect clone." In an instant, his body was enveloped by the swarm, splitting into numerous clones that scattered throughout the arena. Choji swung his colossal fists, attempting to crush each of Shino's clones, but his movements were far too slow, preventing him from keeping pace with Shino's speed. Shino's true form remained in one corner of the arena, coolly observing Choji as he quietly declared, "It's over, Choji." He formed hand seals and whispered, "Secret technique, insect devour." Instantly, the swarm surged towards Choji, completely enveloping him. Choji struggled against the overwhelming force of the swarm, but it was futile. He could not break free. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, unable to continue the fight. Shino retracted the swarm, gazing down at the fallen Choji, coolly stating, "The outcome is clear, Choji." Choji could only nod in reluctant acceptance. The swift voice of the third Hokage echoed throughout the venue, raspy yet authoritative. "First, I extend my congratulations to all of you for successfully passing the preliminaries of the third exam. Secondly, the formal competition for the third exam will be held in 1 month. The reason for this lengthy delay is twofold. Firstly, to afford the feudal lords and ninja leaders ample time to arrive and witness the formal match. Secondly, to encourage you to analyze your opponent's strengths and diligently enhance your own skills, thereby contributing to a spectacular showdown in the upcoming formal competition. Of course, during this interval, if you wish to rest, that is permissible." At this juncture, the third Hokage deliberately paused, casting a meaningful glance over the assembled candidates, before continuing, "However, I am confident that most of you will not choose to slacken your efforts. For this exam is not solely to prove your own strength, but also for the honor of your respective villages and your future prospects." His voice resonated steadily and powerfully throughout the venue, stirring ripples of motivation within each individual present. "Now, please draw lots to determine your opponents for the formal competition." With that, he waved his hand, and the chief examiner, Yukikase, promptly appeared before Naruto and the other advancing candidates, holding a box. Aside from Shikamaru's customary grumbling, the others remained silent as they cast glances at their potential opponents, most of whom were focused on Naruto. In a short while, the results of the draw were revealed, with their respective opponents listed as follows: Uzumaki Naruto vs Kanjuro, Hyuga Hinata vs Temari, Uchiha Satsuki vs Gaara, Orochimaru vs Rock Lee, and Hyuga Neji vs Oil Woman Shino. Faced with this list of matchups, reactions varied. Some were pleased while others were disheartened, their thoughts known only to themselves. Chapter 48. Naruto's investigation. Standing in the observation area, the third Hokage cast his gaze over each candidate in the venue. Noticing that the drawing results had been finalized, he nodded gently and spoke in a calm and powerful tone. "Very well. Since the results of the draw are now in, the coming month will be a crucial time for you to enhance yourselves and push your limits. I hope you will make the most of this period to prepare thoroughly for the official competition and present your finest selves." He paused for a moment, his eyes scanning the crowd with a piercing intensity, his voice imbued with a hint of authority and expectation. "Remember, true strength lies not only in the enhancement of one's abilities, but also in how one grows amidst adversity." His words resonated throughout the hall, seemingly infusing each candidate with newfound vigor. In that instant, many candidates' eyes sparkled with determination and fighting spirit, evidently inspired by the third Hokage's remarks. The third Hokage smiled slightly, his expression filled with hope and encouragement, before concluding, "Thus, the preliminary rounds come to an end. Let us reconvene for the official competition in a month. Now, you are dismissed. Huff, huff, huff. Several kilometers away in the dense forest, Naruto, with his hands and feet bound by heavy lead weights, was sweating profusely while performing push-ups beneath a large tree. His breathing was rapid, and sweat dripped from his cheeks onto the ground, yet he showed no intention of stopping. A day and a night had passed since the third exam's preliminary rounds. At present, he was diligently adhering to the training regimen he had previously established, engaging in high-intensity physical training. Simultaneously, some of his shadow clones were elsewhere, practicing various ninjutsu techniques. Naruto's motivation for this rigorous training was twofold. First, he aimed to reacquaint himself with all the ninjutsu he had mastered. Second, he sought to expand his chakra capacity by releasing as much chakra as possible. This technique was derived from his modified shadow clone training method, albeit limited to a certain number of clones. Exceeding this threshold rendered the approach ineffective. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly, and a look of realization dawned in his eyes as he murmured, "So that's how it is." The source of Naruto's sudden epiphany was the crucial intelligence relayed back to him by the shadow clones he had dispatched for investigation. Firstly, he learned about the reasons for his esteemed respect within the village. Following the Night of the Nine Tails, the third Hokage, having resumed his position, convened a grand assembly of villagers in front of the Hokage office. During this meeting, he initially announced a series of measures to stabilize the villagers' emotions, subsequently revealing Naruto's true identity and recounting the sacrifices made by the fourth Hokage and his wife to protect the village. Notably, he skillfully omitted the fact that the Nine Tails was sealed within Naruto, merely alluding to how the fourth Hokage had resolved the threat posed by the beast. As a result, the villagers' animosity towards the Nine Tails did not transfer onto Naruto. Instead, they felt profound respect and gratitude towards him due to the sacrifices made by the fourth Hokage and his wife. Moreover, the third Hokage frequently emphasized in various public settings that Naruto was the son of the village's hero and the hope for Konoha's future. Through this approach, he tightly linked Naruto's fate with that of the village, gradually establishing a positive image of Naruto in the hearts of the villagers. As time passed, Naruto's status among the villagers became increasingly solidified, and their respect and support for him grew daily. Indeed, the third Hokage's strategy is remarkably astute. Naruto mused, genuinely impressed. He understood that the decisions the third Hokage made and implemented came with immense pressure. A minor misstep could have led to greater conflicts and discord. Nevertheless, through his exceptional wisdom and esteemed reputation, the third Hokage not only averted potential crises, but also sculpted Naruto into a symbol of hope and the future. Secondly, Naruto sought to uncover why the Uchiha clan had not faced extermination in this world. However, his shadow clones had not delved deeply into the details, as this matter appeared to involve the upper echelons of Konoha's secrecy, with many critical pieces of information being strictly guarded. He could only glean some general information. In this world, the Uchiha clan had not faced the severe oppression depicted in the original narrative, and tensions with the village had not escalated to an irreconcilable state. Nonetheless, minor conflicts and disputes persisted. In contrast to the original tale, on the brink of the Uchiha clan's potential annihilation, a significant upheaval occurred within the clan. The then-clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, was abruptly stripped of his authority, replaced by a moderate figure advocating for reconciliation with the village. Upon assuming leadership, the new clan leader actively communicated with the third Hokage, striving to ease the tension between the Uchiha clan and the village. Concurrently, the third Hokage adopted a more inclusive policy, granting the Uchiha clan greater trust and opportunities. He not only permitted the Uchiha clan to continue their duties in the Konoha police force, but also invited elite Uchiha ninjas to participate in significant village missions and decision-making processes. This mutual effort gradually alleviated the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village, averting the tragic fate of extermination depicted in the original story. As for why Uchiha Fugaku had been suddenly stripped of his leadership, it was intricately linked to his son, Uchiha Itachi. However, Naruto's shadow clones could not uncover the specifics of Itachi's actions. Still, Naruto speculated that it might pertain to an earlier incident involving the abduction of Konoha children. Regrettably, information regarding this incident was almost entirely sealed, and most involved individuals had their memories erased by Jinjutsu, leaving only vague fragments and inexplicable voids. Was all this done to placate the populace or to obscure the underlying truth? Naruto pondered thoughtfully. Nonetheless, this revelation helped him understand why Sasuke harbored such deep resentment towards Itachi. Following Fugaku's loss of authority, he had retreated into seclusion, displaying signs of melancholy. His reputation within the village and the clan plummeted, and as his daughter, Sasuke witnessed her father's despondency and the clan's decline. Naturally, she felt animosity towards Itachi. Taking a deep breath, Naruto felt a twinge of sympathy for Sasuke's plight. However, he sensed that a deeper secret lay hidden beneath the surface, far more complex than it appeared. It seemed that Itachi was shrouded in more mysteries than he had initially realized. Finally, concerning the enmity between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, as well as the matter of the mysterious figure mentioned by the third Hokage. These two issues proved even more elusive to investigate, with scarcely any clues. Not even a whisper of information. Nevertheless, Naruto was satisfied with the findings from his Shadow Clones investigation. After all, it had clarified many of his uncertainties, and the remaining questions could be unraveled by him in due course. Chapter 49. The arrival of Jiraiya. The time spent in training is often monotonous and painful, especially for someone like Naruto, who chooses an intense training regimen, thereby amplifying the agony manifold. After the first day of training, Naruto's body felt as though it had been dismantled. Every muscle screamed with fatigue. He trudged home with heavy steps, nearly staggering, devoid of the strength to even lift his arms. The moment he touched his bed, his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and he instantly fell into a deep slumber. Fortunately, although the Nine Tails did not actively lend chakra to Naruto, their unique bond meant that some Nine Tails chakra factors flowed within him. While these faint chakra remnants did not restore him instantaneously, they subtly accelerated his physical recovery. By the next day, thanks to the influence of these minuscule Nine Tails chakra factors, his body had returned to a considerable degree of normalcy. Without delay, Naruto resumed his training, and, after 3 days of rigorous effort, he gradually acclimated to this high-intensity regimen. Consequently, he increased the weight for his physical training to several pounds. Simultaneously, he transformed his push-ups into frog jumps, leaping back and forth between the towering trees. One day, as was his custom, Naruto was in the dense forest, engaged in his physical training, when suddenly, his foot slipped, causing him to fall straight down from the tree. Fortunately, a thick patch of grass below cushioned his fall. Though he landed in a rather undignified manner, he was uninjured. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a piercing scream echoed nearby. "Ah, there's a pervert." Taken aback, Naruto looked up, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before him. He had inadvertently fallen into a secluded hot spring, where a group of women were bathing. Startled by the sudden commotion, they quickly wrapped themselves in towels and glared at Naruto with indignation. "Wait, I didn't mean to. I accidentally fell from the tree," Naruto exclaimed, waving his hands in a hasty attempt to explain. However, the women clearly did not believe his words, and soon began hurling stones and branches in his direction. "You pervert, don't run. Capture him, don't let him escape." As Naruto deftly dodged the incoming projectiles, he turned and fled, shouting, "I'm really not a pervert. Please let me explain." At that moment, a somewhat lecherous voice rang out. "A pervert? There he is. Ladies, don't be afraid. Let this sage capture him for you." Naruto immediately recognized the speaker as Jiraiya, who emerged from the nearby bushes, white hair flowing, and wearing a forehead protector inscribed with the word oil. Upon his arrival, the attention of the women swiftly shifted to him, and they shouted in unison, "Ah, it's you again. We caught you just a few days ago. How dare you return? Sisters, let us teach him a lesson." Instantly, the stones and branches that had been aimed at Naruto were redirected towards Jiraiya. Seeing this, Jiraiya panicked and waved his hands. Wait. Ladies, you've misunderstood. I'm here to help you catch the pervert. I am a virtuous man." Yet, the women were evidently unconvinced and grew even angrier, pelting him with stones and branches. "Enough of your nonsense. You old lecher. We haven't forgotten how you spied on us bathing last time. Sisters, don't let him escape." Watching this unfold, Naruto couldn't help but laugh. The resentment he felt towards Jiraiya for causing him to be targeted by Orochimaru during their time in the Forest of Death seemed to dissipate at that moment. However, his laughter drew the women's attention back to him. "Ah, there's another one. Don't forget about him." More stones and branches came hurtling toward Naruto, prompting him to swiftly dodge and sprint away from the hot spring. Soon after, the shouts of the women faded into the distance. What an unexpected disaster. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering to himself, "I'm the one who's in trouble, you brat." Just as Naruto finished his sentence, he heard Jiraiya's furious voice from above. He turned to look up and found Jiraiya glaring down at him from a tree branch, his face marked with several red welts from the stones. "How is this your trouble?" Naruto rolled his eyes and retorted, "From the looks of it, you've clearly been peeping for quite some time. You deserve it, Mr. Pervert." "What do you mean by peeping? I was merely gathering material." Jiraiya jumped down from the tree, glaring at him in discontent. "If you hadn't fallen from the tree, I wouldn't have been exposed. And don't call me Mr. Pervert. Refer to me as Sage." "Gathering material? Puffed. Only someone as shameless as you could glorify peeping in such a way," Naruto scoffed. "And you want me to call you Sage? Fine. Greetings, perverted Sage." Jiraiya felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, silently cursing in his heart. This kid has quite the sharp tongue, just like his mother. As he contemplated this, he finally took a good look at Naruto, noticing the weights strapped to his limbs. "Kid, are you training?" he asked. "Yes. What is it to you? Are you planning to teach me?" Naruto replied defiantly. In truth, Naruto understood that even if he didn't ask, Jiraiya would likely take him on as a disciple. After all, he was the son of Jiraiya's student, and he was convinced that Jiraiya's presence here was no mere coincidence. Someone must have informed him. Naruto speculated that it was either the third Hokage or Kakashi. However, regardless of who it was, it mattered little to Naruto, just as whether or not he became Jiraiya's disciple was of little consequence. After all, the jutsu that Jiraiya possessed, he too could wield, and those that he could not, he would learn in time. Thus, whether or not he became Jiraiya's student held limited significance for him. Of course, being Jiraiya's disciple did offer some advantages, one of which was the ability to use all his mastered jutsu without arousing suspicion. If anyone inquired, he could easily shift the blame to Jiraiya. Additionally, he would be able to sign a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku, gaining the support of the Toad clan. As expected, upon hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya nodded affirmatively, saying, "All right. However, before that, I need to assess your abilities." With that, he clasped his hands together and shouted, "Summoning Technique, Lion's Mane." Chapter 50, Naruto vs. Jiraiya, the Chaotic Lion's Mane Technique. With a low exclamation from Jiraiya, his white hair elongated swiftly like a spirit serpent, sweeping towards Naruto with a fierce momentum. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he leapt backward, narrowly evading the strike. The impact of Jiraiya's hair struck the ground where Naruto had just stood, instantly creating a deep crater, sending dust and debris soaring into the air. "Hey, perverted sage. You can't just attack without warning. Where's the martial ethics?" Naruto complained, steadying himself. Although he voiced light-hearted words, his gaze remained fixed on Jiraiya's movements, not daring to let down his guard. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, retracting his hair and crossing his arms in a relaxed pose. "Kid, battles don't wait for you to be ready. A ninja must always be prepared for the unexpected. That's fundamental." "Humph," Naruto scoffed. Though he recognized the truth in Jiraiya's words, he took a deep breath to steady himself, then formed hand seals with both hands, proclaiming, "Shadow Clone Technique." In an instant, dozens of Naruto's shadow clones emerged from the surrounding woods, encircling Jiraiya. Each clone assumed a combat stance, their eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Jiraiya surveyed the multitude of clones, a slight smile of approval gracing his lips. "Not bad. To be able to create so many clones at once is quite rare among Jonin. You possess some skill, but relying solely on numbers won't secure a victory against me." Naruto did not respond. Instead, he and his clones charged at Jiraiya from all directions. Some threw punches, others delivered kicks, while others hurled various ninja tools, their assault fierce and unrelenting. Yet Jiraiya remained calm, bringing his hands together and calling out, "Fire release. Fireball jutsu." Boom. A blazing fireball erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, resembling a dragon of flames as it surged towards Naruto and his clones. The air warped in the wake of the flames, scorching the surrounding trees to a charred black. Seeing this, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Wind release. Great breakthrough." A powerful gust of wind erupted from Naruto's mouth, colliding with Jiraiya's flames and dispersing them instantly. Boom. The flames and wind intertwined, forming a massive wall of fire that gradually dissipated. In the chaos created by the mingling elements, Naruto's clones seized the opportunity to close in on Jiraiya from all sides. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with approval, yet his smile remained composed. "Well done, kid. Utilizing ninjutsu to create chaos before launching an attack shows strong tactical awareness, but for me, you're still too young," he declared. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Instantly, the ground around him became soft and pliable, causing the advancing shadow clones to lose their balance and fall into the mire, dissipating into clouds of white smoke. Naruto quickly leaped backward, landing on the trunk of a distant tree, forming hand seals once more to execute the fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. A searing fireball shot forth like a meteor toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of surprise, clearly taken aback by Naruto's proficiency with so many techniques. However, he quickly reasoned that Naruto's survival against Orochimaru implied he possessed considerable strength. Simultaneously, Jiraiya's hands were not idle. He swiftly formed seals and shouted, "Earth release. Earth flow wall." Boom. A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, standing before Jiraiya. Naruto's great fireball struck the wall, producing a deafening sound as flames and earth clashed, sending dust and sparks flying. However, amidst the dissipating dust, a brilliant blue light suddenly flared, accompanied by a piercing hum. Jiraiya's pupils dilated. He recognized that blue light all too well. He immediately opened his palm, which also glowed with a brilliant azure hue. Rasengan. The voices of Naruto and Jiraiya resonated almost in unison as their Rasengans collided, erupting into a dazzling blue brilliance and unleashing a powerful shockwave. The surrounding dust was blown away, trees swayed violently, and leaves fell like rain. Simultaneously, both Naruto and Jiraiya were propelled backward by the force of the shockwave, sliding along the ground for several paces before gradually coming to a halt. "Kid, who taught you the Rasengan?" Jiraiya steadied himself and immediately questioned Naruto. "I was just about to ask you the same thing. Who taught you your Rasengan?" Naruto retorted. Although he was aware that Jiraiya's Rasengan was taught by the fourth Hokage, he felt the need to follow through with the exchange. After all, he and Jiraiya were not yet familiar enough for him to reveal too much information without raising suspicion. Of course, it was my student, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya proclaimed proudly, as this was indeed his original technique. What? Naruto feigned astonishment, widening his eyes and taking an exaggerated step back as if struck by a revelation. You mean my dad was your student? Are you trying to fool me? You perverted sage? Fool you. Jiraiya shot him an indignant glare. Does this sage not look like he could be the teacher of the fourth Hokage? He flicked his hair with a flourish, striking what he believed to be a handsome pose. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto deliberately scrutinized him from head to toe, then nodded seriously. Indeed, quite unqualified, because you were just too perverted. Perverted sage. You. Jiraiya was momentarily speechless, pointing at Naruto without finding the words. Finally, he took a deep breath to compose himself and shook his head in resignation. You, kid, have quite the sharp tongue. But I'm not lying. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, truly was my student. How else could I have his Rasengan? That's true, Naruto nodded. Realizing that the charade could end here, there was no need to prolong it further, lest it become excessive. Seeing that Naruto finally accepted his words, a triumphant smile spread across Jiraiya's face as he continued with his previous inquiry. Now, can you tell me who taught you your Rasengan? Of course, it was my dad. The fourth Hokage, Naruto replied, adhering to the deception he had previously spun for the third Hokage. Chapter 51. What does it signify? What did Minato teach you? Jiraiya was taken aback, his expression mirroring that of the third Hokage upon receiving the same revelation. Hadn't he already? No, if it were him, it wouldn't be surprising. That fellow always had a knack for the unexpected. At this thought, a nostalgic and contemplative look flickered in Jiraiya's eyes, as if his once proud student, Minato Namikaze, stood before him with that gentle smile, softly proclaiming, I have a new idea. Perverted sage. Naruto's shout jolted Jiraiya from his reverie. He shot a disgruntled glare at him and retorted, What's the matter? Are you going to continue or not? Naruto, visibly impatient, pressed on, Are you done or not? I'm done. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. In light of your father Minato, I'll reluctantly take you on as my disciple. His tone was casual, as if accepting Naruto was a burden, yet a glimmer of unnoticeable pride and anticipation sparkled in his eyes. However, upon hearing this, Naruto felt quite displeased. Wait, you want to accept me, but I don't even want to be your disciple. What does that mean? Little brat, do you think it's a disgrace for me to be your teacher? Jiraiya's eyes widened in indignation, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Of course it's a disgrace. Being taught by such a lecherous guy will ruin my reputation. Naruto shot back, without hesitation. Disgrace? I am one of the legendary Sannin. Countless people have begged me to take them as disciples, and I've turned them all down. How could it be disgraceful? You ungrateful brat. Sannin? Is that so impressive? I've fought against the Sannin before, and it's just the same as anyone else thus. The exchange between Naruto and Jiraiya shifted from physical interaction to verbal sparring. Back and forth they went, neither willing to concede. After a while, they paused, both staring each other down, the atmosphere thick with tension. Jiraiya sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. You stubborn little brat. I can't tell if you inherited that from your father or your mother, but today, you are definitely becoming my disciple. Now tell me, what will it take for you to acknowledge me as your teacher? Naruto also took a deep breath, realizing that prolonging the argument was pointless. If you want me to be your disciple, you should at least show some sincerity. Sincerity? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. I've seen disciples showing sincerity to their masters, but I've never seen a master needing to prove himself to a disciple. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds? You brat? You can give it or not. If not, I'll just leave. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, turning as if to walk away. Wait. Jiraiya quickly called him back, sighing. Fine. I can show you sincerity, but it must be after you become strong enough. Right now, you're nowhere near qualified. He added inwardly, feeling smug, that he would eventually give Naruto what he needed anyway, using it as motivation for the boy to strive harder. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto nodded. All right. If that's the case, I'll begrudgingly accept you as my teacher. In truth, he was not particularly interested in Jiraiya's sincerity. It was merely an excuse. He simply didn't want to agree too easily, but since they had argued enough, he could now consent without issue. However, in the future, Naruto would come to realize just how significant Jiraiya's promise would be for him. Seeing Naruto finally agree, Jiraiya's face broke into a satisfied smile. Then, for the time being, call me teacher. All right, perverted sage, Naruto replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he elongated the word. Call me teacher. Sure, lecherous sage. What lecherous sage? Call me teacher. Okay, lustful sage. I told you to call me perverted sage. Oh, perverted sage. Ah, time flew by, and the month-long interlude slipped away as if it were but a fleeting moment. Before the memorial stone in Konoha, Jiraiya stood alone, quietly reflecting. His gaze was profound and distant, as if transcending time and space, returning to the days spent with dear friends. His eyes shimmered with nostalgia and introspection, as if recounting long-buried memories. After a prolonged silence, Jiraiya finally spoke, his voice deep and resonant. Minato, what kind of genius did you and Kushina bring into this world? Naruto, In less than a month, has mastered most of the jutsu I know, including the sage mode that took you 3 months to learn. He mastered it in less than half a day. Such talent has even astonished the great sage of the Toads, who believes he is the prophesied child. At this point, a self-deprecating smile crept onto Jiraiya's lips. Moreover, he has managed to integrate chakra nature transformation into the Rasengan, successfully creating a jutsu that even you couldn't complete. Minato, your son's future will likely surpass our wildest imaginations. It seems we old folks ought to step aside, though Jiraiya's tone carried a hint of self-mockery. It was overshadowed by pride and contentment. After all, no matter how one viewed it, Naruto was indeed his disciple, and the fact that his pupil could surpass him was a source of immense pride. Yet, unbeknownst to Jiraiya, Naruto did not possess the extraordinary talent he believed him to have. In truth, Naruto was merely revisiting the teachings Jiraiya had imparted to him in another world. Thus, Jiraiya regarded Naruto's abilities as remarkable, even surpassing those of his father, Minato Namikaze. The reality was that Naruto's achievements were the culmination of countless hours of effort and dedication in an alternate realm. Consequently, he was merely reaping the fruits of another world. Naturally, Naruto would never disclose this. It would remain his eternal secret. Chapter 52. Discomfort. At this moment, Jiraiya seemed to recall something, abruptly lifting his gaze towards the distant circular arena. He murmured, Orochimaru, what are you truly after? If your sole intention is to force me out of hiding, why must you go to such extremes? Or is it that you harbor a more sinister plot? Jiraiya's words were tinged with a hint of apprehension, yet they were predominantly saturated with a profound sense of regret, as though he bore an inexplicable guilt towards Orochimaru. And what are you, old man, truly contemplating? Jiraiya's voice was low, laced with a tinge of helplessness and confusion. Are you truly prepared to let Orochimaru wreak havoc without intervention? Not long ago, Jiraiya had instructed Naruto to relay the unexpected intelligence he had acquired to the third Hokage, informing him of an impending attack on Konoha during the Nin exams. However, upon receiving this news, the third Hokage merely fell silent for a moment before stating, I understand, and offered no further elaboration, not even inquiring about the source of Naruto's information. This left Jiraiya utterly perplexed and somewhat furious. He was certain that the individual plotting against Konoha was none other than Orochimaru, who had made a sudden appearance during the previous Nin exams. He could not accept that it was merely coincidental. Moreover, judging by the third Hokage's reaction, it seemed evident that his extensive network of intelligence had already alerted him to Orochimaru's movements and intentions. Yet, the normally decisive and assertive Hokage chose silence this time, refraining from any coercive action. This left Jiraiya in a state of utter bewilderment, as he sensed that the third Hokage might have ulterior motives, perhaps planning something clandestine. What are you truly scheming, old man? Jiraiya's gaze returned to the distant circular arena, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Within the circular arena, the stands were already teeming with spectators. The candidates had lined up, standing in the center of the venue under the blazing sun, awaiting the announcement of the commencement of the matches. Among them stood the chief examiner, Kazekage, who enjoyed a slightly more favorable position, sheltered beneath the shade of a tree while the candidates endured the harsh rays of the sun, beads of sweat cascading down their faces. Despite this trivial discomfort, Naruto and his companions did not find it particularly burdensome. In contrast, some candidates, particularly Hinata, felt a surge of nerves as they faced the scrutiny of the crowd for the first time. Naruto observed that even Hinata, typically bold and assertive, appeared somewhat flustered at this moment. Her hands clutched the hem of her clothing tightly, her gaze cast downward, her cheeks slightly flushed, seemingly striving to quell her inner tension. For reasons unknown, witnessing Hinata in this state evoked a sense of shyness reminiscent of her character in the original narrative. However, he refrained from offering her words of comfort, trusting that Hinata's resilient nature would enable her to regain her composure swiftly. Conversely, some candidates, such as Gaara and Naruto himself, maintained an air of indifference. The former, due to his naturally aloof disposition, remained unfazed by the surrounding commotion, as if it bore no relevance to him. The latter, having previously participated in a similar competition in another realm, felt at ease in this environment, especially since he had encountered even grander spectacles and faced more formidable trials. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted in the upper stands, capturing the attention of Naruto and the others below. They instinctively looked up to ascertain the cause of the disturbance. It became apparent that the source of the uproar was a pair of middle-aged men, both with graying temples. One had short black hair and an austere demeanor, while the other possessed long, flowing hair and a cold, stern visage, his white eyes concealing an inscrutable depth. Naruto immediately recognized one of them as Hinata's father, the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hiashi Hyuga. The other man seemed familiar, yet his identity eluded him momentarily. Father, murmured Satsuki, standing nearby, her voice soft yet tinged with excitement. Naruto then realized that the man was none other than Fugaku Uchiha, Satsuki's father and the former leader of the Uchiha clan. Satsuki had previously expressed her desire for her father to attend her match, but at the time, Fugaku had merely acknowledged her request without a definitive response. Satsuki had assumed he would not attend. Thus, his unexpected presence filled her with joy and relief, easing her earlier tension. No wonder he looked so familiar, Naruto mused inwardly. Although Fugaku had limited appearances in the original narrative, his stern countenance had made a lasting impression on Naruto. Just then, Naruto felt a sudden jolt as 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed upon him. He followed their gaze, discovering that it belonged to Hayashi Hyuga, Fugaku Uchiha, and a middle-aged woman seated beside Satsuki, strikingly similar to her. Naruto instantly recognized her as Mikoto Uchiha, Fugaku's wife and Satsuki's mother. Unlike Hayashi and Fugaku, whose gazes bore a scrutinizing vigilance, Mikoto's expression radiated warmth and affection, as though she held an inherent fondness for Naruto. In contrast, Hayashi's eyes conveyed a mixture of scrutiny and caution, as if evaluating Naruto's capabilities and potential. His gaze bore an expectation for the younger generation, intertwined with an unspoken apprehension regarding any influence Naruto might have on Hinata. Meanwhile, Fugaku's expression was more complex. His stern demeanor concealed an unmistakable wariness, as if he feared Naruto might usurp something of great significance from him. Under the weight of such intense scrutiny, Naruto felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over him, prompting a mental lament. I sent this akin to being scrutinized by my future in-laws and, another father-in-law. Just then, the arena erupted into a fervor, alleviating the awkwardness surrounding Naruto. It turned out that the third Hokage and the Kazekage had simultaneously entered the arena from opposite ends, igniting the crowd's excitement. Chapter 53. The commencement of the official match is upon their first encounter. The third Hokage and the Kazekage engaged in a cordial exchange. Oh, the esteemed third Hokage, you truly exemplify the vigor of age. At this stage in life, one might ponder the notion of retirement. A light chuckle escaped from beneath the Kazekage's heavily concealed mask, laced with an undercurrent of subtle mockery. The third Hokage, however, exhibited no sign of displeasure. Instead, he responded with a tranquil smile and an air of composure. He made his way to the center of the platform, his gaze gentle yet profound as he addressed the Kazekage. Lord Kazekage, you jest. The affairs of Konoha are numerous, and though I am advanced in years, I am not yet prepared to relinquish my duties. As for you, Lord Kazekage, at the pinnacle of your prime, your ability to lead Sunagakure with such poise is indeed commendable. The Kazekage raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback by the third's reply. With a soft laugh, he continued, you are too modest, third Hokage. However, with age comes the necessity for rest. Overexertion is detrimental to one's health. After all, the future of Konoha must rest in the hands of the younger generation, mustn't he? The third Hokage maintained his smile, yet beneath his placid tone lay an edge of sharpness. You speak wisely, Lord Kazekage. Yet, while youth is filled with vigor, it often lacks experience, necessitating guidance from us seasoned veterans. Indeed, your own composure at such a young age is truly admirable. A flicker of discontent flashed in the Kazekage's eyes. Though he swiftly masked it, he slightly turned, casting his gaze over the candidates below, his tone imbued with significance. The young ninjas of Konoha seem to be quite remarkable, particularly that blonde lad. He appears to possess considerable potential. His eyes darted towards Naruto, revealing a barely perceptible glimmer of malice and resentment. The third Hokage, seemingly oblivious to this, followed the Kazekage's gaze towards Naruto, his expression one of pride and satisfaction, yet his voice remained calm. That child is Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the fourth Hokage. He indeed shows promise, but he requires further honing. As for the younger generation of Sunagakure, I have heard of many prodigies. I believe there is a child named Gaara, who is said to be your own, Lord Kazekage, and a standout among Sunagakure's youth. A true testament to the saying, a tiger father does not rear a dog. The third Hokage's tone bore a hint of admiration, though his gaze remained penetrating, seemingly probing the Kazekage's reaction. The Kazekage chuckled lightly, maintaining a composed demeanor. Indeed, Sunagakure has its share of exceptional youth. However, in comparison to the deep-rooted legacy of Konoha, we still have much to learn. One wonders if, in this upcoming competition, the young ninjas of Konoha will exhibit their true prowess. The third Hokage smiled subtly, his gaze unwavering as he replied, rest assured, Lord Kazekage, the young ninjas of Konoha shall not disappoint, just as Konoha shall not disappoint its villagers. Yet, it seems you are particularly invested in this examination. Upon hearing this, the Kazekage's expression momentarily tightened, fearing the third had discerned something, but he quickly regained his composure. With a nonchalant smile and a hint of challenge, he retorted, you jest, third Hokage. Our nations share an alliance, and naturally, we wish for the young ninjas of Konoha to exhibit their utmost capabilities, as it is also an opportunity for Sunagakure to learn. The third nodded thoughtfully, his tone imbued with depth. Your sentiments are appreciated, Lord Kazekage. Nonetheless, the outcome of the examination will ultimately depend on the performance of the young ninjas. We old-timers shall simply observe. Frustration brewed within the Kazekage as he struggled to gain the upper hand against the third Hokage's unwavering demeanor. With a scoff, he provocatively remarked, "Indeed, third Hokage, you are remarkably composed. Yet, sometimes excessive calm can lead to the forfeiture of significant opportunities." The third Hokage smiled slightly, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. "You speak truthfully, Lord Kazekage. However, opportunity favors the prepared. The young ninjas of Konoha are already well-equipped, so you need not worry." As the Kazekage found himself unable to outmaneuver the third Hokage, a flicker of annoyance crossed his mind. Yet, he quickly adjusted his demeanor, offering a calm smile. "If you are so confident, let us await the outcome." "Indeed, let us await it together." The third Hokage replied with a gentle nod. He then surveyed the crowd with an authoritative tone. "Now, I declare the third round of the Nin exams, the official matches, commenced." With the third S declaration, the arena erupted in a frenzy of excitement. Cheers and shouts from the audience echoed, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. The proctor, Mizukes, stepped forward and addressed the candidates. "Now, for the first match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Kankuro. All other candidates, please proceed to the observation area to rest." With this announcement, all candidates except Naruto and Kankuro moved towards the observation area. Before departing, Hinata softly encouraged, "Good luck, Naruto." He responded with a broad smile and a nod. Satsuki cast him a fleeting glance, remaining silent. Since the preliminaries a month prior, she had not exchanged a word with Naruto. However, the worry reflected in her eyes betrayed her calm facade. Noticing this, Naruto returned her smile, yet Satsuki offered no reaction, merely scoffing, but the concern in her gaze vanished. And a hint of redness crept onto her ears, revealing her inner turmoil. Unbeknownst to them, this exchange did not escape the attention of Uchiha Fugaku and his wife, as well as Hyuga Hayashi, seated in the audience above. Both fathers displayed mild displeasure, while Uchiha Mikoto's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as she observed the dynamics between Naruto and the two girls with a sense of curiosity and anticipation. Equally intrigued was Hinata Hanabi, sitting beside Hayashi, as she witnessed her sister's unusual tenderness towards someone, silently committing Naruto's name to memory. Chapter 54, Naruto vs. Kankuro, Part 1. Now then, do either of you have any objections? After all the candidates had departed, Tsukikage quickly turned to the two remaining figures, Naruto and Kankuro, and inquired. "None." Both Naruto and Kankuro replied in unison, shaking their heads. "Therefore, I hereby declare the third exam of the Chunin selection, official match, first bout. Uzumaki Naruto versus Kankuro, commencing now." Whoosh. As soon as Tsukikage's words fell, he leaped back gracefully, clearing ample space for Naruto and Kankuro to engage in their battle. The atmosphere within the arena became palpably tense. As the clamor from the audience gradually subsided, every gaze fixated on the two young ninjas at the center. However, to the astonishment of all present, Naruto and Kankuro did not immediately clash. Instead, they stood their ground, locked in a silent stare. After a brief moment, Kankuro slowly spoke. "Kid, this time, I won't be careless. Prepare to concede." His tone dripped with venomous hatred and murderous intent, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing directly at Naruto. "Oh, is that so? Then I shall eagerly await." Naruto replied nonchalantly, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. At that moment, a youthful, exuberant voice erupted from the audience. "Naruto and I, go for it. Make sure to give that painted face a good thrashing." Following the sound, Naruto spotted none other than Konoha's Rin, whom he hadn't seen in ages. She waved a large megaphone in one hand, while her other hand flailed energetically, repeatedly shouting encouragement. "Naruto and I, go for it. Give that big painted face a good beating. Naruto, don't lose to that guy." From another side of the stands, Kiba shouted, his companion Akamaru barking in support, as if joining in the cheer. "Humph, seems you have quite the fan club," Kankuro sneered, a hint of derision in his tone. "But mere popularity won't secure your victory against me." "Popularity?" Naruto shrugged, maintaining his casual stance. "I never intended to rely on popularity to defeat you, and frankly, you're not worthy of my full attention." Arrogant. Kankuro's eyes narrowed, his hands swiftly forming seals. "Let me see what you can truly do." Whoosh. The puppet on his back, Crow, suddenly soared into the air, its wrappings gradually unraveling. At the same time, chakra threads emerged from Kankuro's fingertips, some attaching to the crow. Under Kankuro's control, the crow lunged towards Naruto, its black mechanical arms extending like venomous serpents, revealing glinting daggers poised to strike at Naruto's vital points. "Huh, not bad speed. But such attacks won't harm me." Naruto effortlessly dodged each assault, moving with ease. Yet Kankuro showed no signs of worry. He seemed to be plotting something, continuing to manipulate the crow as it advanced. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Kankuro's right fingertips subtly twitched, as if controlling something unseen. "Hey, is that all you've got?" Naruto taunted while evading, a hint of amusement gracing his features. "If that's your full strength, I might just end this battle now." "Humph, don't rush, kid. The real show is only beginning." Kankuro smirked, his eyes glinting with malice. Suddenly, he jerked his finger, tightening the chakra threads attached to Crow. Puff. In the next instant, a plume of pale purple poison smoke erupted from Crow's mouth, barreling towards Naruto. Noticing this, Naruto furrowed his brow slightly and leapt upwards, evading the poisonous cloud. However, the ground beneath him quaked, and in the next moment, a massive, rotund puppet with red demonic horns and 6 arms burst forth from the earth. Kankuro's other puppet, Black Ant Die, Kid. Kankuro swiftly maneuvered the chakra threads, causing Black Ant to open its bulk, revealing rows of sharp blades within. Simultaneously, its 6 arms lunged towards Naruto, intent on ensnaring and crushing him. Oh no! Rin gasped from the stands, nearly dropping her megaphone. Kiba and Akamaru also tensed, eyes glued to the unfolding drama, while Satsuki and Hinata in the observation area wore expressions of concern for Naruto. Yet Naruto remained unfazed, his gaze steady, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In truth, he had long been aware of Kankuro's subtle maneuvers, merely choosing not to expose them. You think this will win you the fight? You're still too young. Naruto scoffed, swiftly forming hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Boom. A puff of white smoke enveloped Naruto, and a shadow clone appeared above him, grasping his hand and flinging him skyward. Whoosh. Naruto soared into the air, evading the encircling arms of Black Ant simultaneously. He began forming seals again, declaring, since your attacks have ended, it's my turn. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Boom. A colossal fireball erupted from Naruto's mouth, hurtling down towards Kankuro. The searing flames ignited the air, raising the temperature within the arena dramatically. Oh no! Kankuro's expression shifted as he deftly maneuvered the chakra threads, positioning Crow and Black Ant defensively in front of him. Boom! The fireball collided violently with Crow and Black Ant, engulfing both puppets in flames that shot skyward, filling the arena with smoke and the scent of charred wood. However, as the flames began to recede, both Crow and Black Ant remained steadfast, only singed on the surface, creaking slightly at their joints. Chapter 55, Naruto vs. Kankuro, Part 2. Ha! Boy, did you ever imagine? These puppets of mine have been treated with special methods, granting them exceptional fire resistance. You think your mere fire style can destroy them? That is nothing but a daydream. Kankuro laughed triumphantly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion of his chakra threads, the Raven and Black Ant sprang into action, rushing towards Naruto with alarming speed. As Naruto landed, still regaining his balance, he sensed the fierce assault approaching from both sides. In a moment of urgency, he executed a body flicker technique, distancing himself from the Raven and Black Ant. Smirking mischievously, he declared, "Oh, is that so? Let me see just how fire-resistant your puppets truly are." With that, Naruto bit his lip and swiped his finger across it before pressing it against the ground, invoking the summoning technique. Boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar, as a massive toad appeared before him, clad in armor and adorned with a necklace of beads bearing a prominent character. This toad was known as Toad Jiraiya. High above in the observation area, the wind shadow watched Naruto and the toad below, a deep-seated animosity and murderous intent swirling within him. He silently vowed, "I will kill you." Beside him, the third Hokage cast a fleeting glance in his direction, seemingly oblivious to his agitation, and mused to himself, indeed, Naruto has taken Jiraiya as his mentor. Fate is a truly mysterious thing. Meanwhile, in the audience, a throng of Leaf Village spectators recognized the summoned creature, leading to a flurry of chatter. Isn't that Lord Jiraiya's summoning beast? When did Naruto become his disciple? I wasn't aware that Lord Jiraiya had returned to the village. I recall that Lord Minato was also a disciple of Lord Jiraiya. Naruto has truly inherited his father's legacy. No wonder Naruto's strength has surged so rapidly. He is Lord Jiraiya's guidance. The discussion among the audience grew increasingly fervent, igniting a more vibrant atmosphere in the arena. Below, Toad Jiraiya lifted his gaze to meet Naruto's, his voice deep and resonant. "Ah? It's Naruto. Long time no see. Who have you summoned me to confront?" "Toad Jiraiya, please prepare the toad oil," Naruto instructed, gesturing towards the Raven and Black Ant in the distance. "Got it, Naruto." Toad Jiraiya replied, and in the next instant, his belly swelled as a thick, pale yellow liquid erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the Raven and Black Ant. At the same time, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire style, toad oil fireball." Boom. A searing torrent of flames erupted from Naruto's mouth, meeting the toad oil in a conflagration that transformed into a blazing inferno, engulfing the Raven and Black Ant entirely. The resulting heat wave forced spectators in the stands to shield their faces, with some retreating behind their seats. The intense heat distorted the air, rendering the very space around it almost indistinct. What kind of ninjutsu is this?" gasped a member of the audience. "This is terrifying. Naruto can unleash such powerful fire-style techniques. Truly, he is Lord Jiraiya's disciple." On the opposite end of the arena, Kankuro's face turned ashen. He yearned to retract the Raven and Black Ant using his chakra threads, but the moment the flames made contact, the intense heat severed them completely, leaving him unable to control his puppets. He could only silently pray that their fire resistance was sufficient to withstand Naruto's onslaught. After a prolonged moment, the flames began to dissipate, revealing the raven and black ant, utterly charred yet intact. Kankuro felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Ha ha ha, boy, did you see? My puppets are not so easily destroyed. Not that I said this is all over. However, before he could finish, Naruto wore a sly grin, pointing skyward and saying, "You might want to take a look up." Kankuro, following Naruto's gesture, glanced upwards to find a dense cloud of steam gathering above the arena, formed from the water vapor evaporated by Naruto's toad oil fireball. What? Steam? Kankuro pondered, unease creeping into his heart. Naruto's grin widened as he swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Lightning style, lightning dragon," with a resounding clap of thunder. A colossal dragon of electricity burst forth from the steam cloud, roaring as it descended towards the raven and black ant below. What? Kankuro's eyes widened in horror as he rushed towards his puppets, desperate to shield them. Yet, the speed of the lightning was far too swift for him to react. Boom. The lightning dragon struck the raven and black ant with ferocious force, surging through their forms. The puppets, already scorched by flames, disintegrated completely under the onslaught, reducing them to a heap of charred fragments scattered across the ground. No. Kankuro howled in fury, his eyes blazing crimson. As a puppeteer, losing his puppets felt like losing his very limbs, rendering him powerless. He collapsed to the ground, trembling as he clutched the blackened remnants, despair and bitterness flooding his heart. My puppets, my raven, my black ant. His voice was hoarse and low, as if he were speaking to himself, his fingers gripping the fragments tightly, turning white from the strain, yet unable to alter the reality of their destruction. Winds of vortex, Naruto, I shall see you dead. Kankuro's head snapped up, fixing his gaze on Naruto, seething with rage and resentment. In the next instant, he charged at Naruto in a frenzy. Entirely forgetting his status as a ninja, consumed by wrath and hatred, he resembled a wild beast bereft of reason, lunging towards Naruto with reckless abandon. His hands moved without forming seals, flailing wildly as if he sought to tear Naruto apart with primal ferocity. Naruto leapt down from Tojira's back, saying, "Thank you. Tojira, you can return now." "Very well, Naruto," Tojira acknowledged, instantly vanishing in a puff of white smoke. Meanwhile, Naruto was not idle. His palm opened, and a smaller spiral sphere rapidly coalesced in his hand, a blue chakra ball spinning at high velocity, emitting a piercing hum. Calmly, Naruto regarded the approaching Kankuro, devoid of any panic, instead exuding a hint of pity. "Kankuro, you have lost. Continuing this way will only lead to further humiliation." Naruto's tone was laced with gentle admonition. However, Kankuro was deaf to any reason, his vision clouded solely by fury and vengeance, as if the entire world had shrunk to just Naruto, his adversary. He swung his arms frantically, roaring, "I will kill you. I will kill you." With a soft sigh, Naruto shook his head. "If you remain obstinate, then do not blame me." As soon as the words fell, Naruto's figure vanished from the spot, and in the next instant, he appeared before Kanjiro, unleashing his Rasengan with unwavering determination toward Kanjiro's abdomen. Boom. The might of the Rasengan erupted instantaneously, sending Kanjiro's body soaring like a kite severed from its string, propelled by the tremendous force into the wall of the arena, creating a massive hole upon impact. Kanjiro's body quivered violently for a moment before he spat out a mouthful of blood, his head tilting as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, Moonlight Gale promptly declared the results of the third round of the Chunin exam, the official match, the first bout, Uzumaki Naruto versus Kanjiro, with the victor being Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 56. Reactions from all sides. The entire audience erupted in a fervor, as if ignited by an unseen force. They could scarcely have anticipated such thrilling spectacle in the very first match of the official tournament. What wonders could the upcoming contests possibly hold? The fervor of the spectators reached a fever pitch, with cheers and shouts echoing in a tumultuous symphony. The arena transformed into a colossal vortex, ensnaring everyone's emotions within its grasp, rendering them unable to escape. Incredible. Naruto's ability to wield both fire and lightning release simultaneously, while coordinating with his summoned creatures, left a leaf ninja standing in awe, admiration, and astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Truly, he is the son of the fourth Hokage, having inherited his father's formidable talent. An older ninja, with a hint of nostalgia in his tone, seemed to reminisce about the once-renowned Golden Flash. What a breathtaking combat style. Another audience member could not help but exclaim, "How wonderful. Brother Naruto has vanquished that flamboyant opponent." Sakura tightly grasped her trumpet, gazing at Naruto with adoration. "CHG, did you see that? Naruto won. I knew he would defeat that arrogant foe," Kiba declared proudly to Akamaru, who wagged his tail excitedly as if to share in Naruto's victory. Truly the fourth son, he possesses remarkable skill, yet he still has much to prove to be worthy of Hinata. Hinata gazed at Naruto with a cool demeanor, arms crossed, silently acknowledging his prowess. Indeed, This Uzumaki Naruto is formidable. No wonder my sister has taken a liking to him. Hinata Hanabi mused, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The child of the Kushina clan is quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree, Fugaku? Mikoto Uchiha observed Naruto with increasing admiration, as if a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law, her satisfaction growing with each moment. Humph, merely a modicum of skill. What is there to be proud of? Fugaku Uchiha scoffed, a hint of disdain lacing his voice. Yet, beneath his cool exterior, a flicker of complex emotions crossed his eyes, as if he were contemplating something profound. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the esteemed VIP seats, a meaningful glimmer flashing in his eyes. It seems Naruto's strength has escalated once more. If this continues, my plans may come to fruition ahead of schedule. The third Hokage, seated in the VIP area, took a gentle puff from his pipe, a look of gratification and deep thought crossing his features. Incompetence. Aside from Gaara, the entire Sand Village is filled with useless ninjas. The Kazekage glowered at Naruto, waves of murderous intent and hatred emanating from him. Then, his gaze shifted to Gaara in the viewing area, anticipation and coldness mingling in his eyes. Gaara, I hope you do not disappoint me. Uzumaki Naruto, you are indeed a worthy adversary. Gaara stood in the corner of the viewing area, arms crossed, his cold and profound gaze revealing a suppressed fervor in his voice. Killing you will surely be entertaining. As he spoke, his fingers trembled slightly, betraying the restrained bloodlust within him. Meanwhile, Temari stood nearby, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at the incapacitated Kankuro. I hope Kankuro is all right, she murmured, her gaze shifting to Naruto. Her teeth gritted in frustration. Naruto, that was far too ruthless. If Kankuro is harmed, I will not let you go unpunished. Naruto is incredibly strong now. I must strive to keep up with him. On the opposite side of the viewing area, Satsuki and Hinata watched Naruto with tightly clenched fists, both silently expressing their thoughts. This boy's progress is astonishingly rapid. In just a month, he has grown to such heights. He truly is a prodigy. In the arena, Yakumo was summoning medical ninjas to carry Kankuro on a stretcher while watching Naruto approach the viewing area, silently congratulating him in his heart. Congratulations, Naruto. As Naruto stepped onto the viewing platform, Shikamaru sauntered over, lazily waving his hand, his tone a blend of jest and sincerity. You're just one step away from becoming a CH Nin. Thank you, Shikamaru, Naruto replied with a smile. You need to put in the effort too, with your abilities. Becoming a CH Nin is surely within your grasp. Don't kid around, Naruto. Shikamaru scoffed, hands buried in his pockets, his voice tinged with weariness and nonchalance. My next opponent is Rock Lee. That guy is a martial arts fanatic. How could I possibly win against him? I'm already considering surrendering right away. Besides, becoming a CH Nin means more missions and heavier responsibilities. I'd rather not be entangled in troubles so soon. Naruto merely smiled at his words, choosing not to respond further. He understood that Shikamaru's words were half-hearted. While he truly found troubles bothersome, the notion of surrendering was likely just a casual remark. If he genuinely wished to avoid a match with Lee, he could have forfeited long before now. Why wait until the last moment? Furthermore, he recognized that the standards for advancing to CH Nin were not solely based on victories. There were various other criteria as well. Not to mention, he did not believe this examination would proceed smoothly to its conclusion. With that thought, Naruto instinctively looked up, his gaze traversing the crowd until it landed on the Kazekage in the VIP section. Chapter 57, Temari vs. Hinata, Part 1. At that moment, the voice of Yukige's Kaifeng resonated throughout the arena. Now, please welcome the contestants for the second round, Hyuga, Hinata, and Temari. With a swift motion, Temari eagerly leaped from the spectator's seat, gracefully landing in the arena. Hinata, casting a glance at Naruto, received an encouraging look in return, which instantly brought a smile of happiness to her lips, as if infused with boundless strength. Taking a deep breath, she lightly jumped into the arena, standing opposite Temari. Do you two have any objections? Yukige's Kaifeng inquired, glancing at the pair as part of the routine. None. Both Hinata and Temari replied, shaking their heads. Then I declare the third exam of the Chunin exam, the official match, round 2, Hyuga Hinata versus Temari, to commence now. Hinata and Temari did not immediately engage, but stood silently in place. After a brief moment, Temari broke the silence, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she spoke. You seem quite familiar with Uzumaki Naruto. I take it you're not just a friend? Hinata's cheeks flushed at Temari's words, responding, we're not quite there yet. But it's close. Is that so? Perfect then, Temari smirked, her eyes glinting with intensity. I'll defeat you first, collect some interest from my brother Kankuro, and then deal with that Uzumaki Naruto to avenge him. Humph. So you wish to trouble Naruto? You'll have to get through me first, Hinata retorted, her demeanor shifting dramatically, her gaze sharpened and resolute. She slowly assumed the opening stance of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, veins prominently appearing around her white eyes, seemingly alive with a radiant energy. Temari, witnessing this, smiled wider, unfurling her large fan with a swift motion, summoning a fierce gust of wind. Interesting. Let me see just how capable the Hyuga clan of Konoha truly is. With that, Temari swung her fan fiercely, unleashing a powerful wind blade that surged towards Hinata. Whoosh! The ground was deeply scarred in the wake of the wind blade, dust swirling violently, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Hinata's eyes narrowed, the veins around her eyes bulging even more prominently. Utilizing her Byakugan, she accurately tracked the trajectory of the wind blade. With a light, agile movement, she deftly evaded the attack, her motions fluid and graceful, as if she had already anticipated Temari's assault. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata called out, accelerating towards Temari with determination. Her hands moved like phantoms, each strike aimed precisely at Temari's chakra points. Surprised, Temari quickly retreated, fanning her weapon to counter Hinata's barrage with wind techniques. Wind release, Kamaitachi no Jutsu, she shouted, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that sliced toward Hinata. Calmly, Hinata halted her advance, spinning rapidly as she whispered, reversal. Instantly, a swirling chakra shield enveloped her, deflecting Temari's wind blades effortlessly. The wind blades crashed against the shield, producing a series of resonant sounds, but failing to breach Hinata's defense. Noting this, Temari furrowed her brow, realizing Hinata's defense was sturdier than anticipated. She swiftly adjusted her strategy, retreating while maintaining distance from Hinata. Impressive, Hyuga clan. But mere defense will not secure victory. Temari taunted, swinging her fan once more. Wind release, great Kamaitachi no Jutsu. With that, a more ferocious storm surged forth, filled with an even greater number of razor-sharp wind blades, threatening to tear everything asunder. Hinata's gaze sharpened, retreating swiftly. She struck out with her right palm, declaring, gentle fist, 8 trigrams, empty palm. A wave of invisible chakra erupted from her palm, hurtling toward Temari's tempest. Boom! The two forces collided midair with a tremendous roar, sending shockwaves through the arena, lifting dust clouds that obscured the spectators' view. As the dust settled, the scene revealed Hinata and Temari still standing, yet their conditions were starkly different. Hinata panted slightly, beads of sweat forming on her brow, clearly fatigued from utilizing reversal and 8 trigrams empty palm. Her hands trembled, revealing her exhaustion. Conversely, Temari appeared considerably more composed, though fatigue was evident on her face. Her chakra reserves were still substantial, her enormous fan firmly in hand. She wore a chilling smile, her gaze fixed intently on Hinata. You are nearing your limits, Temari remarked coolly. The Hyuga clan is not so formidable after all. Hinata gritted her teeth, striving to steady her breath. She understood that she could not prolong the battle any further. It was imperative to conclude the fight swiftly. Otherwise, if her chakra and stamina were exhausted, defeat would be inevitable. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata shouted once more, surging forward towards Temari. However, this time, her speed was noticeably diminished, her movements somewhat sluggish. A flicker of disdain crossed Temari's eyes as she swung her fan decisively. Wind release, Kamaitachi no Jutsu. Once more, a multitude of wind blades hurtled toward Hinata. She managed to evade several blades, but ultimately, one grazed her shoulder. Ugh! Hinata gasped in pain, staggering slightly, yet she pressed on, determined to close the distance to Temari. Foolish, Temari scoffed, swinging her fan again. Wind release, great Kamaitachi no Jutsu. This time, the storm was even more ferocious, with an overwhelming number of wind blades. At this juncture, Hinata's chakra could no longer sustain her reversal defense, leaving her with no choice but to rely on 8 trigrams empty palm once again. Boom! The chakra shockwave collided with the storm, producing a deafening sound. However, this time, Hinata's 8 trigrams empty palm was notably weaker than before. Failing to fully counter Temari's wind assault, the residual wind blades surged toward her. Using her Byakugan, Hinata managed to dodge a few more blades, but ultimately, one struck her abdomen. Bang! She was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Sister! Hinata Hanabi cried out from the audience, her heart aching with worry. Beside her, Hyuga Hayashi remained silent, yet a flicker of concern crossed his eyes, mingled with encouragement. He silently cheered for Hinata. Enough, Lady Hinata, Niji thought, watching her intently with concern, silently acknowledging her valiant effort. In contrast, Naruto, though maintaining a neutral expression, could not hide the flickers of worry and urgency in his eyes, betraying his true feelings. He whispered softly, Come on, Hinata. Chapter 58, Temari vs. Hinata, Part 2. In the arena, Hinata struggled to rise from the ground, a trace of blood staining her lips, yet she defiantly straightened her posture. Her hands trembled slightly, her chakra nearly exhausted, and her stamina on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, her gaze remained resolute, showing no sign of surrender. Do you still wish to continue? Temari coldly regarded Hinata, a hint of mockery lacing her tone. You have no chance of victory. Persisting further would only lead to your own humiliation. Hinata remained silent, inhaling deeply as she resumed her gentle fist stance. I will not concede, she murmured, her voice faint yet brimming with determination. For Naruto, for the honor of the Hyuga clan, I cannot fall so easily. Temari observed the tenacious girl before her, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. While she admired Hinata's perseverance, as an opponent, she would show no mercy. If you are so determined, then I shall grant you your wish, she declared coldly. In the next moment, her massive fan unfurled once more, chakra of wind gathering upon its expansive surface. Wind release, Kamaitachi technique. Temari swung her fan fiercely, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades that surged toward Hinata like a tempest. This time, the speed and power of the wind blades were considerably diminished compared to before, yet they still exuded an aura capable of rending all asunder. Hinata gritted her teeth. Despite her body being utterly fatigued, she refused to yield. Her Byakugan activated, striving to track the trajectory of the wind blades in search of a flaw. However, the exhaustion sapped her speed, and even though she could perceive the path of the blades, her body could not react in time. The sound of slicing air whistled past her ears as Hinata managed to evade several of the wind blades, only to be grazed by one upon her left arm. Blood immediately seeped from the wound, staining her sleeve crimson. Her body swayed slightly, nearly losing balance, yet she gritted her teeth and stood firm, refusing to collapse. Why? Why do you persist? Temari's voice held a note of confusion, even frustration. She could not comprehend why Hinata continued to resist when the outcome was already decided. Hinata lifted her head, her gaze unwavering as she met Temari's eyes. Though her voice was faint, it resonated with conviction. Because I cannot lose. I cannot disappoint Naruto, nor bring shame upon the honor of the Hyuga clan. As long as I can stand, I will not concede. Temari's brow furrowed slightly, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She looked upon the stubborn girl with an unexpected sense of admiration. Yet, she quickly suppressed that feeling, coldly stating, in that case, I shall ensure your complete defeat. With that, she swung her fan again, the wind chakra coalescing into an even more formidable storm of wind blades. Wind release, Kamaitachi technique. The blades surged toward Hinata. Though diminished in number and power, they still posed a lethal threat to the already battered girl. As the tempest approached, Hinata's body could no longer evade effectively. Bang! The wind blades struck her forcefully, sending Hinata flying back, crashing heavily onto the ground. She slid several meters before coming to a halt against the arena's wall. Her consciousness began to fade, the world around her dimming to darkness, until finally, she succumbed to silence. The arena fell into a hush, broken only by the sound of Temari's fan gently closing. Weariness etched on her face. She regarded the fallen Hinata with a mixture of respect and detachment. The outcome is clear. Yu Guanjifeng, witnessing the scene, promptly announced. In the third round of the Chunin exams, the official match, the second contest, Hinata Hyuga versus Temari. The victor is Temari. Swish. Hinata Hanabi immediately leaped from her seat, tears shimmering in her eyes, yet she did not cry out. She silently gazed at her sister lying motionless on the ground, vowing internally, Sister, I will become stronger. I will never allow you to suffer such harm again. Well done, Hinata. Failure is not fearsome, but your courage and perseverance have already proven your strength and the honor of the Hyuga clan. Hinata Hizashi maintained a calm demeanor, yet a barely perceptible glimmer of pride flickered in his deep-set Byakugan. Internally, he mused, the Hyuga clan truly has remarkable children. Uchiha Makoto glanced at Hinata, then shifted her gaze to the spectator area where Satsuki sat, a slight smile gracing her lips, imbued with a profound significance. It seems Satsuki has found a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Niji observed Hinata from the spectator area, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. His heart was a tempest of emotions, admiration, guilt, but predominantly a deep sense of sorrow. Lady Hinata, you have done more than enough. Niji murmured, rest assured, I will avenge you. With that, he directed his gaze toward Temari. Anger and cold resolve igniting in his eyes, as if he intended to etch her every action into his memory. Across the spectator area, Satsuki regarded Hinata with a complex expression, a mixture of admiration, acknowledgement, and an indescribable emotion that ultimately coalesced into a wordless sigh. Standing not far away, Naruto appeared composed. Yet his eyes sparkled with both empathy and pride as he whispered, Hinata, you have done remarkably well. I am proud of you. Suddenly, Naruto sensed Temari's gaze upon him, filled with provocation and animosity, as if silently declaring war. He shrugged helplessly, saying nothing, feeling no anger over Hinata's defeat at Temari's hands. After all, this was a competition. And with competition comes victory and loss. Injuries are an inevitable part of the contest. However, if Temari were to face him in the future, he would undoubtedly give his all, allowing her to witness his true strength. Of course, this was contingent upon the continuation of the exams. Moments later, medical ninjas carefully lifted the injured Hinata onto a stretcher, carrying her away from the arena. Simultaneously, Temari returned to the viewing area above. Yu Guanjifeng promptly announced, now, please welcome the contestants for the third round. Uchiha Satsuki and Gaara. Chapter 59, Satsuki vs. Gaara, Part 1. Satsuki and Gaara slowly advanced from the spectator area towards the center of the arena. Gaara's demeanor was cold and expressionless, seemingly indifferent to the impending confrontation. His gaze was vacant and detached, as if everything before him held no relevance. In contrast, Satsuki exhibited signs of tension, although her steps were resolute. A flicker of unease lingered in her eyes. After all, the information provided by Kabuto about Gaara was still fresh in her memory. Thus, she approached this duel with a modicum of self-doubt. However, recalling the effort she had invested over the past month, particularly mastering a new jutsu, her apprehension began to wane slightly. In the audience, Mikoto Uchiha seemed to sense Satsuki's unease. Furrowing her brow, she turned to her companion, Fugaku Uchiha, and inquired with concern. "Do you think Satsuki can defeat that sand ninja named Gaara?" Fugaku replied in a calm tone, "I don't know. However, as long as she gives her best, that is all that matters." Though his words were tranquil, a hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes. He harbored a nagging feeling that this sand ninja named Gaara was not quite right. His chilling aura felt more akin to something beyond human, a presence of greater danger. "Go, Satsuki! Go, Satsuki!" Suddenly, an enthusiastic female voice resonated throughout the audience, capturing everyone's attention. "That child seems so familiar. Have I seen her somewhere?" Fugaku mused. Glancing in the direction of the voice, his brow slightly furrowed. "Oh, that girl is Sakura Haruno, one of Satsuki's teammates," Mikoto remarked, her expression oddly contemplative. Indeed, the one cheering for Satsuki was the late-arriving Sakura, accompanied by Ino, who had initially been reluctant to attend but was eventually persuaded by Sakura's persistent coaxing. They had just arrived in time to witness the duel between Satsuki and Gaara. "Sakura Haruno? Is she the girl Satsuki saved back then?" Fugaku inquired, his brow easing as a memory surfaced. "Yes, that's her. It seems she harbors a special sentiment for Satsuki," Mikoto acknowledged, her tone tinged with meaning. "A special sentiment? Does she have feelings for Satsuki?" Fugaku's eyebrows lifted in surprise and curiosity. "Indeed," Mikoto sighed softly, nodding gently. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's expression grew complex as he turned his gaze towards Sakura. Meanwhile, Naruto, seated in the spectator area, caught wind of Sakura's encouraging shout. He merely smiled, murmuring, "Sakura, your timing is impeccable." He then glanced at Satsuki and Gaara, an expression of worry and hope flickering in his eyes as he softly urged, "Do your best, Satsuki." In the arena, the referee, Yukai Kazekage, once again directed his attention to Satsuki and Gaara, asking, "Do either of you have any objections?" "None," they replied in unison. "Very well, I hereby declare the third round of the Chunin exams. The official match, Satsuki Uchiha versus Gaara, now begins." As soon as Yukai's announcement echoed, Gaara launched the first attack. The gourd on his back unleashed a torrent of sand particles, surging towards Satsuki like a tidal wave. Satsuki's gaze sharpened. She swiftly retreated while forming hand seals, exclaiming, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A blazing sphere erupted from her mouth, racing towards Gaara's sand. The flames clashed with the sand in midair, producing hissing sounds as the sand turned a fiery red but continued its relentless advance. Gaara's sand seemed inexhaustible, swiftly consuming the flames and continuing to close in on Satsuki. As she continued to retreat, Satsuki furrowed her brow, realizing breaking through his defenses in one go was unfeasible. "I'll have to try a scattered attack instead," she resolved, quickly forming new hand seals and declaring, "Fire release, Phoenix fire technique." Countless small fireballs erupted from her mouth, scattering like the petals of a phoenix flower, attacking Gaara from various angles. The fireballs arced through the air, attempting to bypass Gaara's sandy defense and strike at his core. Yet, the sand seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly coalescing into an impenetrable barrier around him, blocking every fireball with ease. The fireballs collided with the sand, producing dull thuds but failing to breach its defenses. "Futile," Gaara coldly remarked, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Your attacks are ineffective against me." With that, he resumed his assault with the sand. Satsuki narrowly evaded the sand strike by rolling to the side, pulling several shurikens from her ninja tool pouch and hurling them at Gaara. The shurikens were effortlessly halted by the sand, but that was not Satsuki's true intention. In a flash, Satsuki activated her Sharingan. Her crimson pupils spun rapidly as she moved like a phantom, delivering a powerful kick to Gaara's chest, sending him soaring. Without missing a beat, she followed up, appearing beneath him and delivering another fierce kick to his back, propelling him skyward. Yet, her onslaught did not cease there. She transformed into a blur, appearing above Gaara once more and striking him forcefully in the abdomen, driving him into the ground. With a resounding crash, dust erupted as a massive crater formed in the arena, with Gaara's body embedded within. Satsuki landed gracefully, breathing heavily, a slight weariness evident on her face as the Tomo in her Sharingan rotated cautiously, alert to any movement from the pit. In the spectator area, Lee observed the scene with astonishment, recognizing Satsuki's recent move as the shadow dance technique. However, he struggled to comprehend when she had acquired such a skill. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that during my previous duel with Naruto, She activated her Sharingan and copied my techniques? On the other side, Naruto chuckled softly, murmuring, her speed is truly remarkable. But his tone shifted to one of gravity. Gaara will not be easily defeated, Satsuki. Chapter 60, Satsuki vs. Gaara, Part 2, Fugaku. What do you mean that Satsuki's exquisite taijutsu assault was utterly ineffective? Uchiha Mikoto furrowed her brow, turning to her husband Fugaku with a hint of confusion and urgency in her voice. Moments ago, witnessing Satsuki unleash a fluid series of taijutsu strikes against Gaara, she could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, Fugaku, look how beautiful Satsuki's movements are. She must have the upper hand now. However, as soon as her words fell, Fugaku, seated beside her, shook his head, responding, no, Satsuki's recent barrage had no effect on him whatsoever. Thus, the scene unfolded. Upon hearing his wife's words, Fugaku activated his Sharingan. Three tomo spinning slowly in his crimson eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Gaara within the pit. With a grave tone, he remarked, Satsuki. All of her attacks merely struck the sand enveloping his body, failing to inflict any real damage. What? As predicted by Fugaku, Gaara slowly rose from the pit. The sand that had cocooned him gradually shedding away, revealing his unscathed form. His expression remained indifferent, as though Satsuki's fierce onslaught had been but a gentle breeze, devoid of menace. Damn it, Satsuki muttered under her breath, taken aback by the perfection of Gaara's sand defense. She had not anticipated that her previous series of strikes would prove utterly futile. Must I truly resort to that technique? Satsuki clenched her teeth, silently admonishing herself. Suddenly, Gaara's sand surged once more, transforming into a colossal sand palm that struck fiercely towards Satsuki. Her eyes sharpened, and with a swift leap, she utilized the inside of her Sharingan to effortlessly evade the palm's assault. Immediately afterward, she propelled herself off the sand palm, soaring upwards like an arrow released from its bow. In that moment, she recalled Kakashi's words when he taught her this technique. Satsuki, remember, in your current condition, you can use this technique only 3 times at most before exhausting yourself, so do not employ it recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Apologies, Kakashi-sensei. But it seems the time has come. Suspended in midair, Satsuki's gaze swept over the Uchiha couple in the audience, noting their expressions of anticipation laced with concern. Then her eyes landed on Naruto in the observation area. Though his demeanor appeared normal, a flicker of worry and tension glimmered in his eyes. A warmth flooded Satsuki's heart as she took a deep breath, swiftly forming hand seals as chakra surged wildly within her. Her Sharingan grew sharper, as if it could pierce through all illusions. Chidori. With a fierce cry, Satsuki's right hand ignited in blinding lightning, a cacophony of shrill screeches resonating throughout the venue, reminiscent of countless birds calling at once. In an instant, her body dove downward like a bolt of lightning, targeting Gaara directly. Observing this, Gaara quickly manipulated the sand to encase himself within a massive sand sphere, exposing only his cold eyes. He hoped to thwart Satsuki's impending strike with this defensive maneuver. Sakura, what is that jutsu Satsuki is using? It looks terrifying. Ino gasped, her voice trembling with shock as she watched Satsuki in action. She could hardly fathom the outcome had Satsuki unleashed this technique upon her during the preliminaries. I don't know either. This is the first time I've seen Satsuki use this jutsu. Sakura replied, equally astounded, shaking her head as her eyes remained glued to Satsuki. Chidori, it's the result of a month of training between Satsuki and me. Just as she finished speaking, Kakashi's voice emerged from behind them, providing an explanation. Kakashi-sensei, when did you arrive? Sakura turned abruptly, surprised to see Kakashi standing behind them without her noticing. Kakashi, hands tucked in his pockets, kept his gaze fixed on Satsuki, stating calmly, I just arrived. It seems Satsuki has resolved to give it her all. Otherwise, she would not resort to this technique so casually. Kakashi-sensei, if that's the case, do you think Satsuki can defeat that guy? Sakura asked eagerly, her eyes filled with expectation. It's hard to say, but perhaps she can. Kakashi replied uncertainly, then lifted his gaze to the sky, silently pondering. Third Hokage, everything you arranged has been completed. When do you plan to make your move? Meanwhile, Satsuki had already closed in on Gaara's sand sphere. Thud. Her Chidori pierced the center of the sand sphere like a bolt of lightning, penetrating deep within. Break! Satsuki shouted. As the Chidori erupted violently, the lightning instantly tearing through the sphere's defenses. The sand sphere was forcefully ripped apart, revealing Gaara within. Without a moment's hesitation, Satsuki's attack continued. The Chidori slicing across Gaara's shoulder, blood immediately gushing forth, staining the ground below. Blood? This blood is my blood. Gaara's eyes widened in horror as he gazed at the crimson pool at his feet, his pupils constricting as his expression twisted into one of rage. His body trembled, his voice low and hoarse, as though suppressing a violent force within. My blood, has spilled. Gaara's voice grew increasingly frenzied, his eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent. Satsuki's heart raced, and she swiftly retreated, attempting to create distance. However, Gaara's body began to transform. Sand crept over half of his face, his right eye morphing into a beastly visage, his arms swelling as the sand around him surged violently. What in the world is happening? A sense of unease crept into Satsuki's mind as her Sharingan spun rapidly, searching for an opportunity to escape. Yet, it was already too late. Ah! Gaara roared, the sand crashing towards Satsuki like a tidal wave. Satsuki hastily formed hand seals, attempting to evade with a substitution technique. But the speed of the sand was overwhelming, engulfing her in an instant. Bang! Satsuki's body was violently struck by the sand, hurtling through the air like a severed kite. Crashing hard to the ground, blood trickled from her lips, her complexion pale, clearly having sustained significant injury. Chapter 61. The initiation of the Leaf's collapse plan in the spectator area, Sakura could not restrain her anxious cries, her eyes brimming with concern. Meanwhile, Mikoto Uchiha nervously grasped Fugaku Uchiha's arm, her voice trembling as she implored, "Fugaku, will Satsuki be all right?" Fugaku's gaze remained composed, yet the worry in his eyes deepened. Satsuki should be safe for the moment, but the power of Gaara seemed to exceed anything anticipated. His Sharingan moved subtly, clearly capturing the chaotic surge of chakra within Gaara. It was a heart-stopping force, reminiscent of a sealed beast struggling to break free, ready to erupt at any moment. In the arena, Gaara's body was completely enveloped by sand, his form gradually transforming into something monstrous. A thick layer of sand formed an impenetrable armor around him, his eyes turning blood red, exuding an almost tangible malice. "You all must die." Gaara's voice was low and hoarse, echoing like a chilling whisper from the abyss. Struggling to her feet, Satsuki wiped the blood from her mouth, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Although she was uncertain about the transformation Gaara had undergone, one thing was clear: he had completely lost control, and her upcoming battle would be far more arduous. However, just as she prepared to launch her next attack, a flurry of snowflake-like objects began to descend from the sky, landing in various corners of the venue. Most of the ordinary spectators collapsed instantly upon contact with the snowflakes. Simultaneously, the sand and sound ninjas, previously mingling with the audience, sprang into action, tearing away their disguises to reveal their true identities and launching assaults on the Leaf ninjas and spectators present. Chaos erupted throughout the venue. The plan to collapse the Leaf had officially commenced. Bang! Kakashi delivered a swift kick, sending a sound ninja flying, then quickly turned to trap another sand ninja attempting a sneak attack from behind, slamming him to the ground. His gaze swept across the disorderly venue, brow furrowed. As he called out to Fugaku Uchiha, who was safeguarding the remaining spectators, "Apologies, Fugaku. The situation here is far more dire than we initially anticipated, so I may need your assistance a little longer until others can arrive." "Not a problem," Fugaku responded, ensnaring 3 advancing sound ninjas in a genjutsu with his Sharingan. "I'm more concerned about the third Hokage and Satsuki. Are they truly safe?" In truth, shortly after the initiation of the Leaf's collapse plan, Gaara's tailed beast power had surged uncontrollably, prompting Temari and the barely mobile Kankuro to forcibly extract him from the battlefield. Having been aware of the plan from the outset, Kazekage swiftly issued orders to Satsuki to intercept Gaara and his companions, assuring her that reinforcements would follow. Without hesitation, Satsuki pursued them, driven not only by Kazekage's command, but also by her desire to complete her match with Gaara. Naruto, observing from above, quickly took note of the unfolding scene. Acutely aware that, given Satsuki's current condition, her attempt to catch up with Gaara would likely end in disaster. As he prepared to follow, he was obstructed by several sound and sand ninjas. Just as he was about to deal with them, Kakashi descended from above, swiftly eliminating those hindrances before instructing Naruto to pursue Satsuki, assuring him that they could handle the situation here. Naruto, recognizing the confidence in Kakashi's demeanor, understood that the third Hokage had likely been prepared for such an assault. Thus, he nodded resolutely and dashed after Satsuki. "Everything will be fine," Kakashi assured Fugaku, his confidence unwavering. With Naruto with Satsuki, there is no cause for concern. Rather, he glanced upward at the violet barrier above, a flicker of worry flashing in his eyes. For within, the third Hokage and Orochimaru were locked in a fierce confrontation. On the roof of the venue, encased in the 4 purple flames formation, the third Hokage and Orochimaru stood facing each other, the air thick with an oppressive tension following their recent exchange of ninjutsu. "Orochimaru." The third Hokage's voice was grave, laced with pain and anger. "You once swore never to set foot in Konoha again. Why? Why have you returned?" "I did indeed make such a vow," Orochimaru replied with a chilling smile, his golden slitted eyes glinting with malice. "However, my teacher, vows are sometimes meant to be broken. Besides, I still have unfinished business with Jiraiya. I could never simply let it go. So you choose to strike against the village you once cherished?" The third Hokage's voice dripped with profound disappointment as his gaze sharpened. "Do not forget, everything you once cared for is here, your former comrades and friends." "Huh? Care? Comrades? Friends? Those are things I discarded long ago." Orochimaru scoffed, his disdain evident. "And let us not pretend, teacher. You know my plan couldn't escape your notice. With your intelligence network, you must have deduced everything by now. If I'm not mistaken, you've already arranged for the villagers to be evacuated, and the invading sand and sound ninjas will soon be quelled. Am I not correct, teacher? Then why persist in executing this meaningless assault? The third Hokage's voice carried anger and confusion as he scrutinized Orochimaru's expression for clues. Teacher, I believe you received an anonymous tip regarding my intentions to wreak havoc during the Chunin exams, correct? Orochimaru sidestepped the question, a knowing smile playing on his lips. If I'm right, that message was sent by Jiraiya. Do you know where it originated? Where did it come from? The third Hokage's eyes narrowed. Sensing the underlying truth, yet he pressed on with curiosity. Orochimaru's smile turned sinister, his golden eyes radiating hatred and murderous intent. That information was deliberately leaked to Jiraiya by me, with the intent to draw him back, so that I could destroy the village he once cherished, and you along with it. As he spoke, Orochimaru seemed to descend into madness, his expression twisted and feral, his voice brimming with insanity and resentment. I want him to witness how everything he fought to protect turns to ashes before his eyes. I want him to feel that helpless pain, just as he made me endure the loss of everything I once desired. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the third Hokage fell into a brief silence. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his tone heavy with exhaustion. After all these years, you still cannot forgive him? Forgive him? Huh, that is an impossibility, unless he dies. Orochimaru let out a cold sneer, his tone laced with derision. If it weren't for me back then, I would not have ended up in this wretched state. Thus, I seek to exact my revenge. I shall make him witness the destruction of what he holds most dear, allowing him to experience the profound sense of helplessness that follows. And you, my teacher, alongside this village, will serve as the first step in my vengeance. Followed by the fourth Hokage's son, Naruto Uzumaki. I intend for Jiraiya to endure all that I have once suffered. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage understood the futility of his words. After all, it was Jiraiya who had wronged him first. However, as long as I am present, you shall not succeed, Orochimaru. The third Hokage scoffed, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as his aura surged forth, causing the very air around them to tremble. Teacher, after all these years, you remain as formidable as ever. Yet, your opponents are not limited to just me. As Orochimaru spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals, his movements so rapid they were nearly imperceptible. Alarmed, the third Hokage rushed towards Orochimaru in a desperate attempt to thwart him. Yet, he was too late. Orochimaru's seals were completed in a heartbeat. In a moment of urgency, the third Hokage hurled several shurikens at Orochimaru. Swish, swish, swish. 3 coffins gradually rose before Orochimaru, 2 of which were immediately struck by the shurikens, halting their ascent, leaving only 1 coffin to rise. Upon it was inscribed a large character for first. Then, under the third Hokage's watchful gaze, the coffin lid slowly creaked open, releasing a chilling aura that permeated the air. Damn it, the third Hokage cursed, his voice heavy with anger and sorrow. Orochimaru, how dare you disturb the peace of the deceased and desecrate their souls? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Orochimaru's smile grew even more sinister, the golden slit in his eyes flickering with madness. Divine retribution? Teacher, when did you become so naive? In this world, power is paramount. As for the peace of the dead, they are merely my tools. Moreover, I had intended for you shadow figures to convene, but alas, you have ruined it. As Orochimaru spoke, the coffin lid swung open entirely, revealing a towering figure who slowly emerged, clad in crimson armor from the Warring States period. With long black hair cascading over his shoulders and a countenance both cold and imposing, his presence seemed to solidify the surrounding air. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The third Hokage's voice was imbued with profound shock and anguish. He gazed upon the man who had once founded Konoha and led it to glory, his heart swelling with complex emotions. Oh, by the way, teacher, I almost forgot to mention something. I have also sent someone to deal with Naruto Uzumaki. At that moment, Orochimaru seemed to recall something amusing, stepping forward to insert a kunai inscribed with seals into Hashirama's nape, chuckling as he remarked, after all, he is Jiraiya's disciple and the son of the fourth Hokage. Should he perish, Jiraiya would surely be plunged into despair. Now, that would be quite an entertaining outcome. The third Hokage, witnessing Orochimaru's twisted grin, felt a sudden weight in his heart, a flicker of anxiety and unease flashing in his eyes. Who did you send? Just a mere sister complex. Orochimaru replied languidly, a note of mockery and pride in his tone. At that moment, Hashirama's eyes slowly opened, devoid of anger, only an icy stillness. The next second, he lunged towards the third Hokage. Chapter 62. Naruto versus Itachi. As Naruto, originally in pursuit of Sasuke and Gaara, suddenly halted on a tree trunk, his brow furrowed in perplexity as he surveyed his surroundings. A peculiar sense of dissonance washed over him, as if the scene before him was hauntingly familiar, as though he had just experienced it moments ago. No, this is an illusion. Realization struck him, and he swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, Release. With his words, the surrounding scenery rippled like the surface of water, gradually distorting and shattering until all returned to tranquility. The genjutsu had been dispelled by Naruto. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, a multitude of shuriken shot towards him with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. Damn. Naruto cursed, rapidly withdrawing a shuriken from his ninja pouch, deftly deflecting each one aimed at him. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Whoever you are, show yourself. Do you dare to ambush me but lack the courage to reveal yourself?" As his voice echoed, the air around the tree began to warp, as though space itself was being torn apart. In the next moment, a man clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds appeared atop the trunk. His countenance was stern, a scratched forehead protector gleaming on his brow, and his crimson eyes radiated a chilling murderous intent, piercing directly at Naruto. This man was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. How could he be here? Naruto's pupils dilated in shock, his heart racing. He had never anticipated encountering Sasuke's elder brother here. Judging by his attire, he had presumably joined the Akatsuki. This meant he was after the nine tails within him, right? No. That couldn't be, from the murderous aura emanating from him. It seemed his intentions were not directed at the nine tails, but rather. Before Naruto could complete his thought, Itachi suddenly made his move, swiftly forming hand seals and shouting, "Fire style, great fireball technique." A colossal fireball erupted from Itachi's mouth, roaring towards Naruto with searing heat, akin to a wild beast. Naruto leapt backward, simultaneously forming hand seals and declaring, "Wind style, great breakthrough." A powerful gust of wind erupted from his mouth, colliding with the fireball and dispersing it into countless embers that flickered into the air. Damn it, this guy really intends to kill me. Naruto clenched his teeth, his wariness intensifying. He understood that if he did not take Itachi seriously, he could easily find himself in an irreversible predicament. In a flash, Itachi moved like a specter, swiftly closing the distance to Naruto, a shuriken appearing in his hand, aimed directly at Naruto's throat. So fast, Naruto's heart raced, his body instinctively arching backward to narrowly evade the lethal strike. However, Itachi's assault did not relent. His movements were fluid and precise, the shuriken carving a cold arc through the air as it aimed for Naruto's chest. Naruto quickly rotated his shuriken, clashing it fiercely against Itachi's, producing a deafening metallic clang, sparks flying in all directions. Their gazes locked momentarily, and Naruto gazed into Itachi's crimson Sharingan, encountering nothing but a frigid intent to kill. "What do you want, Uchiha Itachi?" Naruto gritted his teeth, demanding an answer as he braced against Itachi's relentless onslaught. Yet, Itachi remained silent, his strikes unyielding, each aimed directly at Naruto's vital points. Though Naruto managed to fend off the attacks, he still found himself in a precarious situation under Itachi's ferocious barrage. Shadow clone technique. Seizing an opportunity amid the chaos, Naruto clasped his hands together and shouted. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of shadow clones materialized around him, immediately charging at Itachi. Itachi's Sharingan whirled slightly, effortlessly perceiving the clones' movements. He weaved between them like a phantom, each strike precisely dismantling a shadow clone. With the last clone dissipating in a puff of white mist, the once cacophonous battlefield fell eerily silent. However, at that moment, a flash of red light ignited behind Itachi. The next second, a spiraling sphere enveloped in scorching flames surged toward his back. "Fire style, great flame spiral," Naruto exclaimed. Itachi's Sharingan flickered as his body evaded Naruto's fiery attack with a graceful sidestep. Not only that, but he seized Naruto's wrist, forcefully redirecting the fiery spiral back toward him. "Ah!" Naruto cried out in pain, but in the following moment, a smile crept onto his face, transforming into a plume of smoke that vanished into the air, a shuriken falling to the ground. In an instant, Naruto reappeared before Itachi, each hand conjuring a chakra sphere, his signature, the Raisin Ringen. With a shout, Naruto unleashed the spiraling spheres onto Itachi's form. Bang! Bang! Two resounding impacts echoed as the Raisin Ringen struck Itachi solidly. Boom! A tremendous force propelled Itachi backward, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing violently against a large tree, splintering the trunk and sending wood chips flying. Did it work? Naruto gasped, still vigilant as he watched the direction where Itachi had been thrust. Moments later, Itachi's form slowly slid down the tree, collapsing onto the ground. His black cloak, now tattered, bore traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained significant injury. Yet, his expression remained impassive, his crimson Sharingan relentlessly fixed on Naruto, as if scrutinizing him. Boom. The next instant, Itachi transformed into a wisp of white mist, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a lifeless crow in his place. What? A clone? Naruto stared in disbelief at the deceased crow, quickly scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. To be cautious, he entered sage mode, attuned to the chakra fluctuations around him, wary of Itachi's potential sudden reappearance. After a brief moment, he dispelled sage mode, realizing that Itachi had truly departed. Or more accurately, that the confrontation had merely been a diversion orchestrated by a clone sent by Uchiha Itachi. Damn it, what does that Uchiha Itachi want? Naruto clenched his fists, a mix of anger and helplessness surging within him. The sensation of being toyed with was deeply unsettling. However, he understood that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Far more pressing concerns awaited his attention. Thus, Naruto swiftly recalibrated his mindset, inhaling deeply to suppress his ire and bewilderment, before turning to continue his pursuit of Sasuke and Gaara. Chapter 63, Kisame Hashigaki. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away from Konoha village. In an open expanse, a crow that had been soaring high suddenly emitted a piercing cry, plummeting to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Itachi slowly opened his eyes, a hint of fatigue flickering in his gaze. He exhaled a breath of murky air and murmured, "The Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique? I never expected him to master such formidable jutsu at such a tender age. It seems I have indeed underestimated him." As he spoke, a complex expression crossed his face, a blend of reluctance, acknowledgement, and even a trace of barely perceptible relief. "Who are you calling underestimated, Itachi-senpai?" A low, slightly hoarse voice, tinged with mockery and languor, emerged from behind him. Itachi turned to see a tall young woman, a few years his junior, standing not far behind. Her skin was slightly pale, her blue hair cascading like a waterfall, the ends curling gently. Her eyes, deep as the ocean, bore a faint smirk. Adorning her forehead was a headband marked with the symbol of the Rain Village, and over her shoulder rested a peculiar large sword wrapped in bandages. This was none other than Kisame Hashigaki, Itachi's partner in the Akatsuki. "Nothing much," Itachi replied, rising to his feet and shaking his head lightly. He then shifted the topic. "By the way, how is that fellow doing?" Upon hearing Itachi's words, Kisame pouted, clearly displeased by his dismissive tone. Yet she pointed to a water sphere floating not far away, saying, "He's still inside." Not far from them, a man clad in an umbu mask was ensconced within a massive water sphere, suspended in midair. If Naruto had been present, he would have recognized that this umbu was the very one dispatched by the third Hokage to test him earlier. "No, he has already escaped," Itachi asserted with unwavering certainty after merely glancing at the scene. "What?" Kisame was momentarily taken aback, furrowing her brows in disbelief. "No, that's impossible. I have been keeping a close watch on him. How could he possibly get away? Besides, he was ensnared by your Jinjutsu, Itachi-senpai. How could he break free?" Instead of answering immediately, Itachi approached the floating water sphere and gently touched it. With a splash, the sphere transformed into countless blue butterflies that fluttered away, vanishing into the air. He really did escape. When did that happen?" Kisame exclaimed, her face a mask of shock as she witnessed the spectacle. Bewildered by how he had managed to use jutsu while she had been so attentively watching. "That is unclear. However, it must have been a while ago," Itachi remarked, observing a solitary blue butterfly remaining in his hand. The next moment, it morphed into a fragment of text, appearing in his palm. "Not bad. Itachi, you've made quite a bit of progress over the years. However, your new partner seems a bit lacking. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now." As Itachi read the text, a bitter smile crept onto his face. After all these years, his cousin still reveled in teasing others. With a swift motion, he made the words in his palm disappear. Seeing Itachi suddenly fall silent, Kisame assumed he was upset and hurriedly said, "Itachi-senpai, don't worry. I will go capture him right away." "No, there is no need." Itachi shook his head to stop her. "You would not be able to defeat him. Let us focus on completing the mission 0 assigned to us." "Eh? A mission?" Kisame looked at him, surprised. "Did you not say you wanted to visit Konoha? When you received that message from Orochimaru, you were furious and spoke of killing someone. Why are you not going now?" "Because I have already met him. We have fought. Therefore, there is no need to visit Konoha now. The timing is not right," Itachi replied, turning away and walking in the opposite direction from Konoha. "Wait, you've met him? You fought him?" Kisame stared at Itachi's retreating figure, bewildered. Then, as if struck by a thought, she rushed after him, asking, "Is that person you mentioned when you woke up the one you came to Konoha to find? When did you go?" "Itachi-senpai, did you use Jinjutsu on me again?" "Whoa. Senpai, you are breaking my heart. And why do you think I cannot defeat that Konoha Ambu? Do you know him?" Her voice gradually faded into the vastness of the open field. Reversal. A familiar male voice suddenly rang out before Naruto. Almost immediately, a blinding white light illuminated the area nearby, accompanied by a fierce gale interspersed with countless sharp wind blades, hurtling towards him. Naruto's expression tightened, his hands swiftly forming seals as he exclaimed, "Wind release, great breakthrough." A powerful gust erupted from his mouth, colliding with the oncoming wind blades. Bang! The two forces clashed violently in midair, the wind blades and pressure tearing at each other before dissipating into nothingness. It was then that Naruto discerned the situation ahead. A boy clad in a gray short-sleeved jacket was engaged in a fierce battle with Temari. "Niji, what are you doing here?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. "Don't misunderstand. Uzumaki Naruto. I am here to avenge Hinata-sama," Niji said, activating his Byakugan and casting a fleeting glance at Naruto. He then unleashed a gentle fist technique against Temari, stating coldly, "Leave her to me. You should pursue the others. They should be just ahead. You won't get past." Temari shouted, swinging her massive fan to deflect Niji's gentle fist attack. She then turned to Naruto, roaring, "You two can't escape." With determination, she gripped her fan tightly and, using all her strength, unleashed wind release. Net. Boom. A net-like tempest erupted from Temari's fan, the wind blades intertwining to form a massive net that engulfed Naruto and Niji. The ground beneath was cleaved into deep fissures, and surrounding trees were instantly severed, the sound of splintering would echoing through the air. As Naruto prepared to counter with his jutsu, Niji swiftly positioned himself in front of him, commanding, "Reversal." Bang. Niji's body spun rapidly, chakra surging forth to form a perfect spherical barrier that completely blocked the oncoming net. The wind blades clashed against the shield, producing a piercing sound of friction but failing to breach it. "Go." Niji urged Naruto, his tone resolute and unyielding. "Understood." Naruto nodded, without a moment's hesitation, seizing the opportunity Niji had created to swiftly maneuver past the battleground between him and Temari. "Don't even think about escaping," Temari bellowed, attempting once more to swing her fan and obstruct Naruto. However, Niji stood firmly in her way. "I have already stated. Your opponent is me," Niji declared coldly, assuming a gentle fist stance. "I will personally avenge Hinata-sama." Temari clenched her teeth, a flicker of anger and impatience flashing in her eyes. "Very well. Then I shall deal with you first." With that, she swung her massive fan again, unleashing another tempest towards Niji. The battle between the two resumed, as the clash of wind blades and soft fists stirred waves of energy throughout the forest. The surrounding trees were mercilessly shattered, leaving the battlefield in utter disarray. Chapter 64. The hero's rescue. With a thunderous crash, Satsuki was struck by a colossal hand of sand, her body soaring backward like a marionette with severed strings, colliding forcefully with a sturdy tree trunk. The trunk emitted a sharp crack under the impact, splintering with several fissures. Gasping, Satsuki coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion instantly paling to that of parchment. Weakly, she slumped to the ground, barely managing to support herself on her trembling hands in a futile attempt to rise, her arms quaking with exhaustion. "Damn it." Satsuki gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her chakra was nearly depleted. She had executed Chidori twice against Gaara, adding to the previous usage during the examination, totaling 3 times in rapid succession. This intense expenditure of chakra had pushed her body to its limits, leaving her devoid of strength even to stand. Her fingertips quivered as they pressed against the earth, her breath becoming labored and heavy. Her vision blurred. The scene before her began to sway, yet she fixated intently on the figure before her, Gaara, enveloped in sand. At that moment, Gaara had undergone a complete transformation. His form swathed in thick layers of sand, resembling a hybrid of man and beast. The sand flowed across his skin as if alive. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, his face adorned with bizarre patterns, emanating a stifling aura of oppression. His breath was wild and chaotic, akin to an uncontrollable beast ready to rend everything in sight. "Death. All must die." Gaara's voice was low and hoarse, as if it emerged from the depths of hell. Slowly, he lifted his right hand, gathering sand in his palm to form a sharp sand spear. Satsuki's pupils constricted. She was acutely aware of her inability to continue the fight, yet her stubbornness and pride forbade her from succumbing so easily. There were countless things left undone. She had not yet confessed her feelings to him, nor avenged her family by killing him. With great difficulty, Satsuki raised her hand, attempting to form a seal, but her fingers were too stiff to move. "It's over," Gaara coldly declared, and in the next moment, the sand spear shot towards Satsuki with lethal intent. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle as it sped toward her chest. Satsuki unwillingly closed her eyes, a wave of helplessness flooding over her. She never imagined ending her life in such a manner. Had she known, she would have voiced the feelings she had buried in her heart long ago. "Naruto, I..." Swish. Bang. Just as Satsuki's words escaped her lips, she felt a rush of air beside her, followed by a warm presence enveloping her entire being. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself cradled in someone's arms, and the familiar face before her brought a surge of relief. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Satsuki's voice carried a blend of surprise and weakness. "If I hadn't come, you would have died here," Naruto quipped, gesturing with his chin. Satsuki followed his gaze and saw that where she had been standing was now pierced deeply by a sharp sand spear. The ground around it cracked as if torn apart by immense force. Had Naruto not arrived in time, that spear would have undoubtedly impaled her. A wave of dread washed over Satsuki, and she turned to Naruto, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, Naruto." Naruto, surprised by her gratitude, teased back, "Oh, you actually thanked me? That is a rare occasion." Expecting her to respond with irritation, he was taken aback when Satsuki only tightened her embrace. Burying her face into his chest, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. Feeling the warmth radiating from Naruto, both familiar and new, Satsuki found herself enveloped in a sense of security and joy. Her heartbeat quickened, as if all her worries and pressures melted away in that moment. Naruto, witnessing Satsuki's vulnerable state, felt a stir in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, an unwelcome voice interrupted. Ha ha ha, Vortex. Naruto, you've arrived just in time. I was just about to kill you. Gaara's figure, shrouded in sand, appeared even more grotesque. His blood-red eyes and twisting, writhing patterns on his face exuding a near-manic obsession. Vortex Naruto, you came at the perfect moment. I was just about to kill you. You will all die? As his words echoed, the surrounding sand surged violently, as if summoned by an unseen force, rapidly coalescing into countless sharp sand spikes, raining down upon Naruto and Satsuki. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sand spikes howled through the air, threatening to tear the two apart. Watch out, Naruto! Satsuki shouted urgently, despite her weakness, gripping his sleeve tightly to warn him of the impending danger. Naruto, with a confident smile, simply replied, don't worry. In an instant, he and Satsuki vanished from their spot, reappearing on a tree trunk several dozen meters away, where a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique was embedded in the tree. Stay here and rest, Satsuki. I'll handle that guy. Naruto gently set Satsuki down on the trunk, ensuring she was stable before releasing her. His movements were tender and cautious, as if afraid of causing her pain. Satsuki looked up at Naruto, her eyes filled with warmth and concern. Be careful. He has completely lost control. His power is even greater than before. Don't worry. I've got this. Naruto nodded, flashing her a confident and sunny smile. Don't forget who I am. With that, he transformed into a blur, disappearing once more. Be careful, Naruto. You must win. Satsuki whispered to the spot where he had just stood, her voice laced with deep concern and worry. Chapter 65, Naruto vs. Gaara. With a swift motion, Naruto's figure appeared not far from Gaara. However, the moment he materialized, Gaara instantly sensed his presence. A glimmer of coldness flashed in his crimson eyes as he effortlessly manipulated the sand, which surged forth like a roaring beast, sweeping towards Naruto. TCH. Attacking right away without even a greeting, Naruto muttered, a hint of a helpless smile gracing his lips. He suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself backward like an arrow released from a bow, easily evading the oncoming wave of sand. Simultaneously, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones surrounded Gaara, who wasted no time in launching an assault. Gaara's red eyes scanned the area coldly, a sinister smile creeping across his lips, filled with contempt. You think such childish tricks can defeat me? Naruto Uzumaki, you underestimate me. With that, he waved his hands, unleashing countless grains of sand that shot forth like bullets towards the clones. The sound of whooshing sand filled the air as it tore through, obliterating Naruto's clones one by one, dissipating into thick clouds of smoke. Earth release, the yellow spring swamp. However, just as the clones vanished, Naruto's voice emerged from the smoke. Suddenly, the ground beneath Gaara's feet became soft and yielding, transforming from solid earth into a muddy swamp, causing him to sink involuntarily. What? Gaara's pupils constricted as he hastily summoned a massive hand made of sand from his partially beastified form, pressing it forcefully against the solid ground nearby. With a powerful thrust, he broke free from the swamp's grasp, leaping into the air. Rasengan. But Naruto appeared above Gaara like a specter, seemingly anticipating his move. He concentrated a rapidly spinning chakra sphere in his right hand and propelled it downward towards Gaara with astonishing speed. Bang! The Rasengan collided heavily against Gaara, the tremendous force driving him deep into the swamp below, creating a large crater as debris flew and dust erupted into the air. Naruto landed steadily at the edge of the crater, his gaze watchful as he scrutinized the dust-covered pit. He did not believe that a single Rasengan could fully vanquish Gaara. As expected, mere moments later, dozens of sand spears shot forth from the dusty pit, hurtling toward Naruto. He quickly retreated, forming hand seals as he declared. Multiple earth wall jutsu. Instantly, 3 earthen walls erupted from the ground before him, shielding him from the onslaught. The spears struck the walls with a thunderous sound. The first 2 walls crumbled rapidly under the impact, ultimately being pierced through. Fortunately, the last wall held, albeit with a deep crack, preventing complete collapse. Bang! Yet Gaara's assault was far from over. A massive fist made of sand smashed through the wall, barreling straight toward Naruto. In a flash, Naruto vanished from his spot, the sand fist crashing into the trees behind him, splintering several trunks and sending wood chips flying. Naruto reappeared on a nearby tree trunk, drawing a kunai from its bark, exhaling a breath of relief as he fixed his gaze intently on Gaara. After a moment, Gaara emerged from the dust, but he had shed his human form entirely, transforming into a humanoid-tailed beast. The sand enveloping him flowed as if alive, adorned with strange patterns resembling a heavy armor. His once vibrant crimson eyes had deepened, resembling 2 flames burning with insatiable bloodlust and madness. Naruto Uzumaki, you cannot escape. Gaara roared like a beast, his voice brimming with fury and malice. He swept his arms, unleashing a torrential downpour of sand that surged toward Naruto, intent on engulfing him entirely. As the sand rained down upon him, Naruto's mind reeled once more, vanishing from his position to reappear on another tree trunk nearby. However, the moment he landed, Gaara's attack came crashing down again, the sand swirling like a tempest. Seeing the oncoming barrage, Naruto furrowed his brow. He had initially intended to toy with Gaara a little longer, but now it seemed impossible. Shadows of brown began to form around his eyes as he extended one hand, summoning a rapidly spinning, milky white chakra shuriken into his palm. Wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, Naruto shouted, throwing the shuriken towards Gaara without hesitation. Whoosh! The Rasengan Shuriken cut through the air, pulverizing the incoming sand into dust as it hurtled toward Gaara. Gaara's crimson eyes narrowed in surprise, clearly unprepared for this technique. He hastily manipulated the sand, forming a heavy wall before him in an attempt to block the attack. Boom! The Rasengan Shuriken collided violently with the sand wall, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. The wall shattered under the impact, ultimately breaking through and striking Gaara, sending him flying backward, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. The shuriken transformed into a violent whirlwind, spreading outward as countless razor-like wind blades sliced through Gaara's body, causing blood to seep from his beastly form as excruciating pain coursed through him. No! Gaara bellowed in furious defiance, and then with a loud bang, a thick plume of smoke erupted, dispersing the whirlwind around him. Within the smoke, a colossal figure gradually materialized. It was a massive creature resembling a raccoon, entirely covered in heavy sand armor, its tail as thick as a mountain, and its eyes blood-red, emanating boundless malice and madness. This was Gaara, now fully transformed into a tailed beast. Chapter 66. The Art of Hypnotic Slumber. That figure is Shikaku. As Temari engaged in a fierce battle with Niji, gradually finding herself at a disadvantage, her gaze caught sight of the colossal silhouette in the distance. Her pupils constricted sharply, and a look of shock and unease surfaced on her face. She momentarily froze, her massive fan trembling slightly in her grasp, for she was acutely aware of the terror that a fully tailed beastified Gaara could unleash. If he were to completely lose his sanity, the consequences would be unimaginably dire. Inwardly, she cursed Naruto for pushing Gaara to such extremes, deeming him reckless, while simultaneously feeling a profound concern for her own and Kankuro's predicament. To be distracted in battle was a grave mistake. At that very instant, Niji's icy voice sliced through her thoughts. Almost like a phantom, he appeared before her, commanding. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Bang, bang, bang. Niji's palm strikes fell upon Temari with relentless precision, each blow targeting her chakra points. She felt her chakra flow abruptly severed. Her body stiffened to an almost unbearable degree, and her fan slipped from her fingers, clattering to the ground. Ugh! Temari uttered a muffled groan of pain, her body involuntarily toppling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. She struggled to rise but found her limbs utterly unresponsive. Her chakra completely sealed. Niji gradually withdrew his stance, standing over Temari with a cold gaze, declaring, "You have lost. Surrender." Temari gritted her teeth. Her eyes filled with defiance as she laboriously lifted her head to gaze at the imposing figure of Shikaku in the distance, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. She was deeply worried for Gaara's safety, yet felt utterly powerless in the face of the current situation. "Go ahead, kill me if you wish." Temari turned back to Niji, her voice strained, "But please, you must stop Gaara. Do not let him spiral out of control. Otherwise, it will lead to an irreparable disaster. Not only for your Leaf Village, but for our Sand Village as well." Her voice held a note of desperation, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Though she and Niji were adversaries, her primary concern in this moment was Gaara's safety and the potential calamity that could ensue. "The task of stopping that monster falls to Naruto Uzumaki. My only responsibility is to defeat you," Niji replied, casting a silent glance toward the distant Shikaku. He was well aware of the creature's terrifying nature, but it was not his burden to bear. He had faith in Naruto's strength to handle the situation. "As for killing you, rest assured, I shall not take your life. I merely seek to avenge Hinata's defeat at your hands." "You." Temari opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately only managed a bitter smile, her gaze returning to Shikaku as she silently prayed, "Please, Naruto Uzumaki, you must stop Shikaku, and do not harm Gaara." "Is that the monster within Gaara?" Having just regained some strength, Esketsu struggled to rise from the tree branch, staring at the massive form of Shikaku, astonished and uneasy, murmuring, "Naruto, you must not come to harm." Swish! Several kilometers away, a dark rift in space suddenly manifested. A mysterious figure, shrouded in a black cloak, tumbled out with considerable clumsiness. He shielded his eyes with his hands, his voice laced with fatigue and pain, murmuring, "Indeed, those two powers still cannot blend seamlessly. Though they stem from the same origin, their repulsion remains formidable. I must find a way to merge them completely, or it will severely hinder my own strength. However, where am I? I do not recall setting this spatial coordinate." Has there been a displacement? As he spoke, the mysterious figure scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed as he noticed the massive silhouette in the distance. Ah, that is One-Tail Shikaku. The mysterious figure whispered in surprise, a glimmer of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth beneath the cloak. What a fortuitous encounter. I shall seize him. With that, he slowly rose, dusting off his attire, and leaped toward Shikaku. Summoning technique. Naruto pressed his hand to the ground. And with a resounding boom, a colossal purple-red toad appeared not far from Shikaku. In its grasp was a spear adorned with spikes, and a pot lid-like shield rested on its back. It was none other than Frog Boss. It's you. Naruto, what do you need me for? Frog Boss looked up at Naruto, his tone steady. Frog Boss, apologies for the trouble, but I need your help. Naruto pointed toward Shikaku, saying, please, hold him off for me. That is Shikaku from the Sand Village. Frog Boss squinted slightly, surveying Shikaku's enormous form before nodding. Understood. Leave it to me, though I may be somewhat clumsy. With that, Frog Boss leaped into action, his massive frame surprisingly agile as he landed before Shikaku. He swung his spear with force, conjuring a whirlwind, and aimed for Shikaku's head. Shikaku let out a thunderous roar, its colossal tail sweeping through the air in an attempt to block the oncoming assault. However, Frog Boss's strength was not to be underestimated. The spear collided with Shikaku's tail, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that distorted the surrounding air. Boom. The two forces clashed, sending Shikaku staggering back several meters, while Frog Boss was pushed back a few steps, barely managing to regain his footing. This creature's power is indeed extraordinary, Frog Boss murmured, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes. Quickly adjusting his stance, he charged toward Shikaku once more. Seeing this, Shikaku roared in anger, its surrounding sand coalescing into countless sand spears, launching toward Frog Boss. Frog Boss, watch out for those sand spears, Naruto shouted urgently. Unfazed, Frog Boss swung his spear, creating a whirlwind that shattered the incoming projectiles. His movements, though seemingly awkward, were remarkably precise. Each strike hit its mark flawlessly. Yet, Shikaku's onslaught did not relent. Its body suddenly sank, and the surrounding sand coalesced into a gigantic sand hand, reaching for Frog Boss. Humph, mere parlor tricks, Frog Boss scoffed, thrusting his spear to obliterate the sand hand. However, just as he prepared to continue his assault, Shikaku's form suddenly changed, standing still. From atop Shikaku, Gaara's body gradually emerged, his eyes filled with madness and murderous intent. Naruto Uzumaki, you are indeed fascinating. I must kill you. Kill you, ha ha ha. Gaara cackled chillingly, swiftly forming hand seals and exclaiming, Art of Hypnotic Slumber. Chapter 67, Wind Release, Wind Blade, and the Technique of Feigned Sleep. As Gaara's words fell, his body seemed to instantly lose all strength, collapsing limply atop Shikaku's head. His eyes were tightly shut, and his breathing was steady, as if he had plunged into a profound slumber. Simultaneously, beneath him, the colossal form of Shikaku trembled slightly, its previously wide-open pupils abruptly constricted, and an immense surge of chakra erupted, causing the surrounding sand to whirl violently, akin to a tempestuous sandstorm. Haraha, I'm free. I've finally emerged. Shikaku's voice boomed like thunder across the sky, brimming with ecstasy and ferocity. Its eyes glinted with a crimson light, its massive tail raised high, then slammed down onto the ground, sending countless grains of sand flying, as if the very earth trembled beneath its might. After all these years, I am no longer restrained by that little brat. Shikaku cackled, its voice laced with endless resentment and liberation. Leaning forward slightly, it cast its gaze around until it settled on Naruto and Gamabunta in the distance. A toad and a yellow-haired brat? Shikaku grinned menacingly, its smile revealing sharp teeth. Perfect. You shall serve to celebrate my freedom. With that, Shikaku slammed its palm against its belly, bellowing, Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere. With a resounding whoosh, a colossal air sphere, born of raging chakra, erupted from its mouth, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling directly towards Gamabunta and Naruto. Seeing this, Gamabunta swiftly crossed his spear before him, raising his pot-lid shield in a hurry to block the impending attack. Boom. The vacuum sphere collided violently with Gamabunta's shield, unleashing a deafening roar. The tremendous force sent Gamabunta's massive form skidding back several paces, carving deep furrows into the ground beneath his feet. This creature's strength is indeed terrifying, thought Gamabunta, gritting his teeth, struggling to regain his footing, though his grip on the spear trembled slightly. A minute crack appeared on his shield, clearly indicating that the power of that last strike exceeded his expectations. How does it feel, you foul toad? My vacuum sphere has a delightful flavor, does it not? Shikaku cackled, its colossal tail swinging up once more, crashing down onto the ground. In an instant, countless grains of sand surged like tidal waves, sweeping towards Gamabunta and Naruto. Naruto, hold on tight, Gamabunta shouted, leaping up to evade the oncoming wave of sand. However, the breadth of Shikaku's attack was too vast, and the speed of the sand was astonishing. Despite Gamabunta's efforts to dodge, he still felt the edge of the wave graze him. Bang! The force of the sand sent Gamabunta flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Ugh, he grunted, nearly losing his spear. Naruto, perched atop him, was almost thrown off, but fortunately, his chakra clung to him steadfastly. Gamabunta, are you alright? Naruto asked with concern. I'm fine, Naruto. It's my own clumsiness that is to blame. Gamabunta replied, forcing himself to stand, a hint of self-reproach in his tone. Don't say that, Gamabunta. It's our turn to counterattack now. Naruto said confidently. Counterattack? Naruto, you plan to do that? Gamabunta inquired curiously. I intend to leap onto Shikaku's head and awaken Gaara. If I'm correct, once I wake him, this technique will naturally be undone, Naruto explained, pointing at Gaara above Shikaku. So, Gamabunta, just get us close to that guy. I'll handle the rest. All right, Naruto. Even though I'm rather clumsy, Gamabunta nodded in agreement. For some reason, as he watched Naruto take charge, a familiar figure flashed through his mind. And he couldn't help but think, truly, they are father and son. They are remarkably alike in certain aspects. With that thought, Gamabunta sprang forward, swiftly approaching Shikaku. Oh, you dare approach me? It seems you are eager to meet your demise, Shikaku sneered, opening its mouth wide, focusing on Gamabunta, and pressing its hands to its belly once more. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Puff. In an instant, 3 air spheres shot forth, racing towards Gamabunta and Naruto. The spheres tore through the air with a piercing shriek, as if determined to crush anything in their path. Gamabunta's expression hardened, drawing from his previous experience. He knew how to defend himself this time. He thrust his shield forcefully into the ground, embedding it deeply and forming a sturdy barrier. Bang! The first air sphere slammed into the shield, producing a tremendous noise and sending the shield soaring, though it absorbed much of the sphere's force. However, the second air sphere followed closely behind. Gamabunta swung his spear fiercely, the weapon slicing through the air towards the second sphere. Clang! The spear collided with the air sphere, creating a cacophony of metal clashing. Gamabunta gritted his teeth, his muscles taut, and he managed to disperse the air sphere. Nevertheless, the overwhelming force still caused him to stagger, carving deep grooves into the ground beneath him. One more to go? Gamabunta muttered, quickly adjusting his stance to brace for the third air sphere. Just then, Naruto's voice pierced through the chaos. Gamabunta, leave the last one to me. You just keep charging forward. Gamabunta nodded, unwaveringly pressing on. He had absolute faith in Naruto's words. Wind release. Wind blade. Naruto raised his hand, summoning a colossal blade of wind chakra that glimmered with a pale azure light, slicing through the air towards the third air sphere. Swish! The wind blade collided with the air sphere mid-flight, cleaving it cleanly in two. The severed sphere lost its potency, dissipating into 2 feeble gusts of air. Well done, Naruto. Gamabunta called out in approval, quickening his pace as he continued to close in on Shikaku. Seeing this, Shikaku's crimson pupils flickered with irritation. A mere brat dares to thwart my plans repeatedly. With a furious sweep of its massive tail, it conjured a gust of wind, attempting to hurl Gamabunta and Naruto away. However, Gamabunta was prepared. He planted his feet firmly into the ground, bracing against the force. Now's the time, Naruto shouted, launching himself off Gamabunta's shoulder, leaping high toward Shikaku. Though he still had some distance to cover, he had devised a plan long ago. Gamabunta, leave the rest to me. You can go back now. Naruto called back to him. All right, Naruto, Gamabunta replied, understanding that his presence was no longer beneficial to Naruto, and it would be better to retreat rather than become a burden. With a puff, Gamabunta transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from the spot and returning to Mount Myaboku, along with the shield that had been sent flying. Chapter 68. Gaara is a woman you shall not succeed, boy. If Shikaku had not realized Naruto's intentions by this point, he would be an utter fool. His colossal hand, as immense as a mountain range, suddenly rose, accompanied by a howling wind, and came crashing down towards Naruto. Naruto gazed up at the shadow that obscured the sun, feeling the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Yet his expression remained devoid of alarm. Swiftly, he retrieved a shuriken from his ninja pouch and hurled it forcefully at the top of Shikaku's head. Swoosh! Bang! Shikaku's massive palm came crashing down, stirring a tempestuous gust that sent a sharp pain coursing through his body, causing countless grains of sand to cascade from him. He remained unfazed, instead reveling in his triumph, exclaiming, "Ha-ha, boy, this is the fate that awaits those who wish to send me back. To that world, you shall." However, his words were abruptly cut off as his gaze fell upon Naruto, who had already appeared directly above him, mere steps away from Gaara. Oh no, Shikaku thought to himself, desperately shaking his body in an attempt to dislodge Naruto, while raising his colossal hand once more to strike. Yet, it was already too late. Naruto had reached Gaara, extending his hand to awaken her consciousness. However, due to Shikaku's violent thrashing beneath him, Naruto lost his balance at the last moment. What was intended as a gentle touch on Gaara's face inadvertently veered off to her chest. A peculiar softness instantly surged from his palm to his mind. A bold notion sprang forth in his consciousness, and to validate this hypothesis, Naruto squeezed the soft area a few times, instantly confirming his suspicion. This Gaara is indeed a woman. Naruto swallowed hard, astonished internally. Meanwhile, Gaara, having endured Naruto's incessant attacks, emitted a soft moan as her eyes slowly fluttered open. The first sight to meet her gaze was Naruto's face, one that filled her with disgust, but as her eyes flicked down, she discovered that his hand was resting on the very area she most desired to keep concealed, the most sacred part of herself. Naruto, Uzumaki. Gaara let out a furious roar, her voice laced with shame and murderous intent. Her eyes instantly turned crimson, and her aura erupted with ferocity, akin to a provoked beast. Simultaneously, Shikaku's colossal form abruptly halted, his hand poised to strike Naruto, frozen midair. A reluctant growl escaped his lips. No, I will not return. Before he could finish, his consciousness was drawn back into Gaara's body. However, at that moment, Naruto and Gaara were oblivious to his departure. For them, the situation at hand had grown increasingly dire and intricate. And no, I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Naruto quickly withdrew his hand, his face a portrait of embarrassment and helplessness. It's all Shikaku's fault for thrashing around so much. I lost my balance. I truly meant to wake you. Yet, Gaara could not hear his explanations. Her mind was consumed by the sensation of Naruto's hand and the touch upon her chest, shame and rage flooding her being. Her fingers twitched slightly, and countless grains of sand erupted from Shikaku's body, transforming into a torrential rain of sand directed at Naruto. Sand shower. Seeing this, Naruto hastily retreated while forming seals for the water release, water dragon bullet technique. Whoosh. A small water dragon erupted from Naruto's mouth, hurtling towards Gaara's sand barrage. Boom. The water dragon collided violently with the grains of sand, producing a deafening roar. The sand was dispersed by the force of the water, transforming into mud that cascaded to the ground, while the water dragon was ultimately weakened and dissipated. Gaara, calm down. I truly did not mean to. Naruto continued to plead as he backed away. However, Gaara was utterly consumed by rage, seemingly deaf to his words, as she continued to manipulate the sand, forming it into sharp spears aimed at Naruto. Simultaneously, to prevent Naruto from escaping, she commanded the sand within Shikaku's massive body to ensnare his feet. Observing this, Naruto swiftly formed seals for the water release, water barrier. Whoosh. A vertical wall of water materialized before him, blocking the assault of the sand spears. Thud, thud, thud. The sand spears struck the water barrier with dull thuds, ultimately being neutralized by the water's force, transforming into mud that fell to the ground. Concurrently, Naruto gathered a miniature Rasengan in his hand and struck downwards at the sand binding his feet. Boom. The sand was instantly shattered, and Naruto seized the opportunity to leap away, establishing distance between himself and Gaara. Seeing this, Gaara's fury intensified, and just as she prepared to launch her next attack, a chill suddenly enveloped her from behind. She whirled around to find a mysterious figure, clad in a black cloak, had appeared behind her without her noticing. Who are you? Gaara exclaimed in alarm. Naruto, not far off, also noticed this and warily inquired. Who are you? I thought so. No wonder there are two distinct tailed beast chuckers present. The Ninetales is here as well. To their surprise, the mysterious figure paid no heed to their questions. Muttering to himself, what a fortuitous occurrence. To capture two-tailed beasts at once is simply splendid. What? You want Shikaku? Not a chance. Gaara shouted, immediately commanding the sand to surge towards the mysterious figure. Yet, the figure was faster. His hand swiftly pressed against Gaara's waist, and an eerie power surged into her body. Gaara's form stiffened abruptly, and she could distinctly feel Shikaku's chakra being siphoned away from her. Be good. Close your eyes. It won't hurt much. The mysterious figure's voice was low and icy, imbued with a hypnotic quality. Under his control, Gaara's resistance gradually ebbed, her vision blurring and consciousness dissipating. Stop. Let her go. Naruto roared in fury, charging towards the mysterious figure without hesitation, leaping into the air as he gathered another Rasengan, targeting the figure's back. Chapter 69. The terrifying mysterious man. Naruto's assault was swift and fierce. The Rasengan surged forward with a howling wind, aimed directly at the mysterious man's vital points. However, the enigmatic figure merely cast a fleeting glance, as if he had seen through Naruto's movements. He deftly tilted his body at an awkward angle, effortlessly evading the attack. Patience, young one. Your turn will come soon. The mysterious man chuckled coldly, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. With a resounding impact, Naruto's Rasengan crashed against Shikaku's colossal form, creating a deep crater and sending sand and debris flying. The force of the collision caused Naruto to tumble forward several times. Yet he was undeterred, his eyes wide with astonishment. At the very moment of their encounter, he had glimpsed a pair of eyes, white eyes, beneath the mysterious man's flowing cloak. Who are you? Why do you possess the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Naruto swiftly turned, retrieving several shuriken from his ninja pouch and hurling them at him, while demanding answers. Take a guess. Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, the mysterious man replied, nimbly dodging the thrown shuriken, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If you guess correctly, perhaps I might. Before he could finish, Naruto's figure abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing right before him, with one hand grasping the final shuriken aimed at him, and the other gathering a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra. He launched it directly at the man's chest. What? The mysterious man was utterly unprepared for Naruto's unexpected maneuver, and before he could react, the Rasengan struck him forcefully. With a loud bang, he was sent flying, carving a long gash along Shikaku's massive body before finally coming to a halt at the edge, stirring up a cloud of dust. The chakra that had been drawn from Shikaku returned to Gaara's body. The mysterious man's cloak was torn at the chest, revealing a gruesome wound beneath. Space ninjutsu. He gazed in astonishment at Naruto, who cradled Gaara in his arms, his tone laced with surprise. No wonder you look so familiar. You are the son of Minato Namikaze. I never expected you to survive. If I am not mistaken, it must have been the Nine Tails that saved you. As he spoke, the gruesome wound on his chest began to heal at a visible pace, and the torn cloak returned to its original state. Naruto's eyes brimmed with shock and caution. He dared not relax, not only due to the mysterious man's terrifying strength and regenerative abilities, but also because of his earlier words. He was likely the very same individual mentioned by the third Hokage, one whom even the fourth had been unable to defeat. If they could not prevail against him, then Naruto, with his current strength, stood no chance. It appeared that he must find an opportunity to retreat. Naruto thought to himself. Just then, the mysterious man made his move. His eyes suddenly widened, and he barked, Amaterasu. What? Naruto gasped as a torrent of black flames erupted from the mysterious man's eyes, racing toward him with blinding speed. Instantly, Naruto focused his thoughts, vanishing from the spot along with Gaara. Boom. The black flames of Amaterasu struck the ground where they had stood, rapidly spreading outward. Within moments, the flames engulfed a significant portion of Shikaku's body. Another instance of space ninjutsu. This is truly troublesome. The mysterious man grumbled, somewhat exasperated, as he scanned the area where Naruto and Gaara had vanished. His Sharingan gradually faded, reverting to the Byakugan, and the black flames that had spread across much of Shikaku's body soon dissipated. However, the mysterious man seemed unfazed. Standing atop Shikaku, he used his Byakugan to search below. Soon, he detected Naruto and Gaara's presence in the forest beneath. This time, I will not allow you to escape, he declared, preparing to pursue them. Yet, at that moment, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his eyes. In the next instant, blood streamed from them, and his Byakugan began to fade back to normal. Overwhelmed by the agony, he sank to one knee. Damn it! I shouldn't have forced that power before these two forces fully merged, he muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with weakness and pain. Now, it's led to a complete loss of control over my other powers. With a shaky rise, he glared at Naruto and Gaara in the forest below, a flicker of unwillingness crossing his eyes. I shall let you go for now, Nine Tails, and One Tail, but I will return to claim you. With that, a rift in space opened behind him, drawing him into its depths. Swish. Naruto emerged, cradling Gaara, in the woods several meters away from Shikaku's massive form. However, he did not linger, swiftly picking Gaara up and fleeing in the opposite direction. After running approximately 100 meters, Naruto finally slowed to a halt, realizing that the mysterious man had not pursued them. To be cautious, he entered sage mode and carefully sensed the surroundings. Once he confirmed the absence of the mysterious man's presence, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Gently, he laid Gaara against a large tree and leaned against it himself. Breathing heavily, the battle with Gaara had not drained him significantly, yet the confrontation with the mysterious man had been immensely taxing, particularly in terms of mental energy. He had to remain intensely focused, as any lapse could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, the earlier pursuit and the inexplicable encounter with Itachi Uchiha had also drained his chakra and stamina considerably. Thus, he felt a hint of fatigue. Leaning against the tree, Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. He understood that it was not yet time to fully relax. Although the mysterious man had departed for the moment, no one could ascertain when he might return. The strength he had demonstrated was truly daunting. It was the first time Naruto had encountered someone possessing both the Byakugan and the Sharingan, along with a regenerative capacity rivaling that of a Jinchuriki, which placed him under unprecedented pressure. Moreover, Gaara's condition was far from optimistic. Although Shikaku's chakra had returned to her, she remained unconscious, evidently suffering from significant impact. Naruto opened his eyes and gazed down at Gaara, his heart filled with complex emotions. Chapter 70, a forceful kiss at this moment. Naruto noticed subtle cracks appearing on Gaara's face, as if something was beginning to peel away. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he instinctively reached out to gently touch those fissures. With his movement, the sand that had once covered Gaara's face began to gradually fall away, revealing a visage he had never seen before, Gaara's true self. Her skin was as fair as jade, delicate enough to seem translucent, with long, gentle eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if troubled even in slumber. Her eyelashes were thick and curled, resembling two tiny fans that fluttered softly. Her nose was small and straight, with a slightly upturned tip that bore a hint of playfulness. Her lips, slightly pressed together, were a pale pink, akin to blooming cherry blossoms. What astonished Naruto the most was the gentle contours of Gaara's face, with smooth lines that starkly contrasted her usual cold and ruthless demeanor. Her cheeks were faintly flushed, as if the peeling sand had revealed a hint of blood. Her entire face appeared both exquisite and fragile, as though it could shatter at the slightest touch. Gulp. Naruto instinctively swallowed, surprised to discover such a beautiful and endearing face hidden beneath Gaara's cold, sandy mask. The disparity between her appearance and her usual image captivated him momentarily. Suddenly, a loud crash jolted Naruto back to reality. He instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, realizing it was the chakra supporting the body of Shikaku that had finally been exhausted, causing it to collapse. Sand cascaded down like a waterfall, creating a deafening roar. The ground trembled as if the earth itself quaked at the downfall of this colossal being. Relieved, Naruto exhaled. He had feared the mysterious figure had returned, but it was merely the collapse of Shikaku's body. At their current distance, the falling debris posed no threat to them. At that moment, Gaara emitted a pained groan, as if awakening from a nightmare. Her eyes slowly opened, revealing a hint of bewilderment, but soon her gaze focused on Naruto, the confusion swiftly replaced by fury and murderous intent. Naruto Uzumaki, I will kill you. Gaara's voice was hoarse and weak, yet her tone was rife with hostility. She attempted to raise her hand to manipulate the sand to attack Naruto, but her body felt drained of all strength, rendering her unable to move even a finger. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brows, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hey, you're being unreasonable. I just saved you. If you're not grateful. That's one thing, but wanting to kill me? Where's the justice in that? Gaara's gaze remained icy, although her body was too weak to even stand. Her voice was still filled with animosity. Save me? Huh. I never asked for your help. You acted on your own accord. And don't forget, we are still enemies. Who knows if your rescue was part of some scheme? A scheme? Huh. Naruto was amused by Gaara's words. If I hadn't risked my life to save you from that mysterious person, you'd be dead by now. You think I have ulterior motives? Hey, girl, don't go too far. Upon hearing Naruto call her girl, Gaara's expression turned even colder, her murderous intent intensifying. Shut up. Do not use such frivolous terms to address me. Frivolous? All right, Naruto smirked mischievously. If you consider that frivolous, then I shall be frivolous for you. Girl, beautiful Gaara girl. Faced with Naruto's taunting, Gaara's face turned pale with rage, her eyes nearly ablaze. Drawing from an unknown source of strength, she raised her hand to strike Naruto, exclaiming, I told you, do not call me girl. Slap. Naruto caught her hand, saying, hey, if you keep this up, I might just have to get forceful, gripping her delicate hand. His mischievous smile widened as he threatened her. Seeing the ominous smile on Naruto's face, Gaara felt a pang of fear, her eyes flashing with confusion, quickly replaced by anger. She desperately tried to pull her hand back, but her weakened body lacked even that strength, gritting her teeth as she threatened, You dare? If you try anything, I will make you regret it. Naruto, witnessing her defiance, only smiled brighter. Oh, afraid now? Just apologize to me, and maybe I'll let you off easy. Afraid? Huh. I'm not afraid of you, Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara glared at him, unwavering despite her frail state. Apologize to you? Not a chance. Fine. You brought this upon yourself, Naruto said, a glint of cunning in his eyes. What if I force you? Before Gaara could complete her retort, her lips were suddenly silenced. Naruto leaned down and kissed her without hesitation. Gaara's eyes widened in shock, her entire body freezing as if struck by lightning, unable to move. Her mind went blank, all her anger, murderous intent, and hostility seemingly frozen in that moment. Never had she imagined that Naruto's so-called forcefulness would manifest in such a way, nor that he would dare to act so boldly. Naruto's kiss was not brutal. Rather, it bore a touch of tenderness and hesitation. His lips gently pressed against hers, as if awaiting her response. Yet, Gaara remained rigid, her fingers trembling but powerless to push him away. After a while, Gaara regained her senses and bit down hard on Naruto's lips. Ouch! Naruto winced in pain, releasing her lips as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. A small piece of flesh bitten away. Ugh! Naruto spat out blood, furious as he glared at Gaara. Are you a dog or something, girl? To his surprise, Gaara ignored his words and, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, yanked her hand free from his grasp and slapped him fiercely. Chapter 71 Atmosphere. A crisp sound reverberated through the air as a sharp slap echoed, leaving Naruto momentarily stunned, a vivid red mark blossoming on his cheek. Gaara looked at Naruto in surprise, clearly taken aback that she had managed to strike him under such circumstances. Her palm tingled slightly, the sensation of the slap still lingering at her fingertips, and for some inexplicable reason, a hint of regret began to bloom within her. Yet, upon recalling Naruto's earlier actions, that sentiment swiftly transformed into an indescribable mixture of anger and shame. You jerk. Gaara's voice trembled, and although her body remained frail, her eyes blazed with fury. Her cheeks flushed, the color a testament to either her rage or the lingering warmth from their earlier kiss. She glared at Naruto with an intensity that suggested she wished to tear him apart with her gaze. Naruto cupped his face, a wry smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was not angered by the slap. After all, he had brought it upon himself. In fact, he found Gaara's flustered demeanor somewhat endearing. With a casual shrug, he quipped, "All right, I'm a jerk, is that settled? Now we're even. How about that?" Upon hearing his words, Gaara's brow furrowed even more tightly, the flames of her ire seemingly intensifying. She bit her lip, her voice still quaking. "Even? Do you think this is like borrowing money? You can't simply settle things with a give and take. You idiot." Though her tone still carried wrath, it subtly hinted at a complex emotion, one that seemed to elude her own understanding. Naruto's smile deepened at her response. He raised his hands in mock surrender, saying, "So what do you want? Another slap? Or perhaps, should I let you kiss me again? That is fine by me. After all, I'm not losing out." His tone was laced with teasing, yet his gaze bore a tenderness and sincerity. Gaara found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her cheeks flushing even more vividly. She glared at him fiercely before turning her head away, refusing to meet his gaze, although her heart raced uncontrollably. At that instant, the air seemed to thicken with tension, and the atmosphere between them became exquisitely intricate. Just then, an urgent call shattered the delicate silence. The voice approached swiftly, and soon two familiar figures emerged into Naruto and Gaara's line of sight, Satsuki and Temari, accompanied by Kankuro, who was slung over Temari's back. Unexpectedly, trailing behind them was Kakashi. "We're here," Naruto exclaimed, though he found their unusual group curious. Satsuki and Temari quickened their pace upon hearing him, soon standing before the pair. Without hesitation, Temari unceremoniously dropped Kankuro to the ground, then approached Gaara with genuine concern, gently asking, "Are you all right, Gaara?" As Gaara's elder sister, Temari exhibited far more attentiveness than Kankuro, their brother. She had long recognized Gaara's true identity, having even seen her in her unguarded moments. So she was not surprised by Gaara's appearance now. "I'm fine," Gaara replied, regaining her strength as she stood, shaking her head slightly. Her voice remained cool, yet a subtle warmth permeated her tone. Temari noticed the shift in Gaara's demeanor, taken aback by the gentleness in her voice, which was a rarity. Just as she was about to inquire further, Gaara interjected, "Temari, let us go. I don't want to fight anymore." "What? Oh, all right." Temari blinked in surprise, evidently unprepared for Gaara, usually so combative, to express a desire to cease fighting. Nevertheless, she instinctively nodded, adding, "After all, we've already conceded." With that, she turned toward Kankuro, whom she had just discarded. Meanwhile, Satsuki swiftly approached Naruto, her eyes filled with deep concern, asking, "Naruto, are you all right?" "I'm fine. With my strength, how could anything happen to me?" Naruto replied confidently with a smile. "Is that so?" Satsuki scrutinized him, her gaze ultimately lingering on the still visible red handprint on his face, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. "Then how did you get that mark? Did you slap yourself?" While Naruto faltered, scratching his head awkwardly, unsure of how to respond to Satsuki's question, resorting to a nervous laugh. In that instant, his eyes inadvertently drifted toward Gaara. Coincidentally, Gaara had just finished conversing with Temari and turned her gaze toward him. Their eyes met, and Gaara seemed to recall something. Her previously calm face once again flushed. She shot Naruto a fierce glare, yet this time, it lacked the fury and murderous intent of before. Instead, it conveyed a blend of embarrassment and complex emotions. Quickly, she averted her gaze, no longer looking at Naruto, though her heart raced uncontrollably. Satsuki immediately noticed this change. It was only now that she realized the startling transformation in Gaara's demeanor. She had never anticipated that Gaara was, in fact, a woman, and a strikingly beautiful one at that. Connecting the dots between the handprint on Naruto's face and Gaara's earlier actions, she suddenly grasped the situation. Casting Naruto a disapproving glare, her voice laced with irritation. "I can't believe in such a critical moment. You still had the leisure for that." "What leisure?" Naruto replied, momentarily perplexed, looking at her with confusion. However, Satsuki had no intention of clarifying, merely shooting him a cold glance before shifting her attention back to Gaara. Her eyes now filled with wariness and hostility. Gaara immediately sensed Satsuki's antagonistic gaze and turned to face her, her expression hardening as she returned the glare defiantly. A tense atmosphere enveloped them, the air thick with unspoken tension. Watching this all-too-familiar scene unfold, Naruto inwardly lamented, wondering how he had once again stumbled into such a battlefield. Just as he contemplated how to diffuse the awkwardness, a disgruntled shout from Temari broke through. "Get up already." Chapter 72. Fortuitous Encounters. Get up already. Hanjo swung a fan down onto the sprawled Kanjuro, producing a dull thud. Naruto and the others were instantly drawn to the unexpected sound, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows as they silently worried for the injured Kanjuro. To their astonishment, however, Kanjuro did not moan or writhe in pain as they had feared. Instead, he slowly sat up, rubbing his bleary eyes and drowsily gazing at Hanju, mumbling, "Is it time to eat?" Hanju, taken aback by his response, couldn't help but scold him, "You fool. Look at the situation we're in." Kanjuro, struck by her words, seemed to awaken slightly. He furrowed his brow, trying to recall the events that led to his fainting. Moments before, Hanju had stayed behind to intercept the pursuing Satsuki while he had been tasked with aiding the gradually tainted Gaara in their escape. However, they had scarcely fled when Satsuki had suddenly caught up. Just as Kanjuro was preparing to confront her, he was violently thrown aside by Gaara, who had gone berserk, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness in an instant. Just before blacking out, he had vaguely seen Satsuki engaging Gaara, who appeared to have been struck again by Satsuki's Chidori. Suddenly, Kanjuro's eyes widened in realization, and he quickly surveyed his surroundings, anxiously calling out, "Wait, where's Gaara? What happened to him?" Hanju, noting Kanjuro's return to awareness, huffed and pointed towards Naruto and the others. "There, she's over there." Following her finger, Kanjuro's gaze fell first upon the unfriendly face of Satsuki, then upon a beautiful visage he had never encountered before, its owner clad in attire identical to Gaara's. Lastly, he spotted Naruto's infuriating face. In an instant, Kanjuro shifted into a combative stance, chakras surging from his fingertips, ready to manipulate his puppets for battle. However, as he raised his hand, a harsh realization struck him. His puppets had already been destroyed by Naruto. Fury ignited within him, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Simultaneously, he shouted at Hanju, "Hanju, prepare for battle." "Battle? Nonsense." Hanju struck him on the head yet again, exasperated. Gaara said, "No fighting. Our village has already surrendered." "What? No fighting? Surrendered?" Kanjuro's spirit deflated at Hanju's words, his previously fierce demeanor dissipating into confusion and disappointment. "What on earth happened while I was unconscious? And where's Gaara? Why can't I see him?" With a sigh, Hanju replied, "We'll talk about that later. For now, it seems we have been deceived. As for Gaara..." She paused, gesturing towards a girl not far away. "Did you not just see her? She is standing there with Naruto and Satsuki." Kanjuro followed her gesture, his eyes landing on the unfamiliar yet stunning face, and he froze, incredulous. "Wait, Hanju, are you saying that girl is Gaara?" Hanju rolled her eyes, nodding in resignation. "Yes, that's Gaara." Surprised to learn she's a girl? "Indeed." Kanjuro nodded vigorously, his shock profound. He never would have imagined that the cold, unfeeling Gaara, who always wore a chilling mask, was actually such a beautiful girl. This revelation shattered all his previous perceptions of her. Yet amidst the astonishment, a flicker of delight bloomed within Kanjuro. Having such a lovely sister seemed rather pleasant, at least. She was easy on the eyes and fulfilled his long-held desire to be a protective older brother. Clearing his throat, Kanjuro prepared to bridge the gap between himself and Gaara. However, his words were abruptly cut off as Gaara coldly interjected, "Hanju, let us go." With that, Gaara turned, dragging her weary body slowly towards the direction of Sunagakure. Before departing, her gaze lingered on Naruto for a fleeting moment, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Then she shot a provocative glance at Satsuki, silently declaring something. Satsuki, provoked by the look, frowned and crossed her arms, returning the stare coldly. The air thick with unspoken tension. Hanju, noticing the charged atmosphere, regarded Kanjuro with an expression of mild annoyance. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and follow Gaara." Ignoring Kanjuro, she swiftly caught up with Gaara, asking with concern, "Gaara, are you alright? Do you need me to carry you?" Gaara shook her head lightly, her voice still cool. "No, I can walk on my own." Though Kanjuro was a beat slow to react, he soon fell and stepped alongside them, stealing glances at Gaara. Internally marveling, "I never realized Gaara was so beautiful. How did I miss this before?" Meanwhile, Naruto watched Gaara's retreating figure, a mix of emotions swirling within him. He touched the still fading mark on his cheek, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. Satsuki approached him, her tone icy. "Stop staring, she's already far away." Snapping back to reality, Naruto chuckled awkwardly. "Ha, Satsuki, don't misunderstand, I was just..." Satsuki interrupted him with a scoff. "No need to explain. I'm not interested in your foolishness." With that, she leaped into the trees, heading back to the village. Naruto sighed in resignation as he watched her go. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been silently observing, finally chimed in with a teasing remark. "Who would have thought, Naruto, that you have quite the fortune in love?" Naruto, just noticing Kakashi's presence, looked at him in surprise. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here?" Kakashi shot him a dismissive glance. "You brought this upon yourself with Satsuki." With that, he leaped away to follow Satsuki. Naruto scratched his head, murmuring to himself, "It seems I've offended everyone." With a sigh, he leaped after them. Chapter 73, Danzo's self-recommendation. On the journey back to the village, Naruto inquired about the state of the war from Kakashi. Kakashi informed him that, due to the meticulous preparations made by the third Hokage prior to the conflict, the losses incurred had been kept to a relatively small scale. Although some casualties and destruction of buildings were unavoidable, the overall situation had been effectively controlled. Furthermore, thanks to the robust intelligence network established by the third, Konoha successfully located the body of the fourth Kazekage, who had been slain by Orochimaru, and returned it to Sunagakure. This act revealed to the ninjas of Sunagakure that they had been manipulated by Orochimaru, swiftly undermining their fighting spirit and bringing the war to an early conclusion. Kakashi also noted that the early cessation of hostilities allowed him to divert his attention to aid Naruto and his companions. On the way, he first encountered Neji and Temari. After briefing them on the war's developments, Neji promptly returned to the village, while Temari chose to accompany Kakashi in search of Naruto and the others. Subsequently, they crossed paths with Satsuki and the unconscious Kankuro by the roadside, eventually leading them to Naruto and Gaara, resulting in the earlier scene. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto felt a renewed admiration for the third Hokage. Indeed, he was a remarkable leader. Not only had he anticipated Sunagakure's maneuvers, but he had also employed precise intelligence and strategies to minimize the devastation of war. Reflecting on this, Naruto mused silently on the formidable nature of the third Hokage in this world, leading him to recall Jiraiya's earlier request to inform him of impending threats during the Chunin exams. It seemed that even then, the third had received intelligence and made early preparations. The reason he did not cancel the Chunin exams was likely to ensnare the enemy. However, what Naruto did not realize was that the third's motivations extended beyond this single strategy, a fact he would only come to understand much later. Suddenly, Naruto recalled something and turned to Kakashi, exclaiming, "By the way, Kakashi-sensei, how is Grandpa Sarutobi doing? Who won the confrontation against Orochimaru?" Deep down, Naruto was aware that with the third's strength, Orochimaru was no match for him. His inquiry stemmed from concern for the third, who had treated him well, and a fear that he might meet the same fate as in the original story. Kakashi's expression shifted slightly at Naruto's question. After a moment of silence, he responded, "Orochimaru was successfully repelled by the third Hokage. However, he sustained severe injuries and will likely be unable to continue as Hokage." What? Although the war had ended, the destruction it wrought was undeniably present, with efforts underway for rebuilding homes, compensating the families of the fallen, and soothing the populace. Yet, despite the outward appearance of progress, an inescapable shadow loomed over Konoha, the uncertainty of who would succeed the third Hokage. If this matter was mishandled, it could potentially trigger new turmoil within the village. The higher-ups in Konoha were acutely aware of this, and upon learning that the third could no longer serve as Hokage, they swiftly convened an emergency meeting to discuss the next candidate. The attendees included the heads of Konoha's foremost clans, representatives from key departments, and significant advisors within the village. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy, almost suffocating, as everyone pondered the future of the village. The daimyo of the Fire Country broke the silence with a solemn voice, expressing regret and respect for the third Hokage's inability to continue in his role. He surveyed the assembly and continued, "However, the future of our village cannot be delayed. We must quickly determine the next Hokage to ensure the stability and prosperity of Konoha. I wonder if anyone has suitable candidates to recommend?" The room fell into silence, with attendees exchanging glances, hesitant to speak. After all, the position of Hokage required not only formidable strength, but also considerable prestige and leadership skills, qualities necessary to guide Konoha toward a new future. Such candidates were evidently not easy to find. At that moment, Mito Gate-en, one of Konoha's senior advisors, spoke up. "I believe Jiraiya would be a suitable choice. He is not only a disciple of the third, but also the teacher of the fourth. His personal strength is formidable, and he holds a high reputation in the ninja world as one of the legendary Sannin. If he is willing to take on the role, he would undoubtedly be the best option." Seated beside him, Tikaharu nodded in agreement, adding, "Jiraiya is indeed a commendable choice. However, he has been traveling for years and has a carefree disposition. He may be reluctant to shoulder this burden." Before they could finish, an elderly man clad in a black-gray kimono, with his right hand entirely wrapped in bandages, interjected, "I possess intelligence indicating that Orochimaru's assault on Konoha was primarily aimed at Jiraiya. If we allow him to become Hokage, it is highly likely that Orochimaru will launch another attack on Konoha, perhaps even more severe than this one. Therefore, we cannot take that risk. Furthermore," he paused slightly before continuing, "although Jiraiya is powerful, his prolonged absence from the village means he is not well acquainted with its current affairs and internal matters. The Hokage must be someone who can consistently focus on the village's development and manage daily affairs, rather than a wandering ninja." The speaker was none other than Danzo Shimura. His words struck each attendee like a heavy hammer, plunging the meeting room into silence once more as they contemplated the weight of his statements. Moments later, Mito Gate-en furrowed his brow, regarding Danzo thoughtfully. "Then, according to your perspective, who would be more suitable to assume the position of Hokage?" Danzo slowly raised his head, his gaze resolute and profound, his tone devoid of hesitation as he proclaimed, "It would not be self-aggrandizement to say that I am the only one truly fit to serve as Hokage at this moment." He paused briefly, seemingly granting those present a moment to reflect, and then continued, "As you know, I am a disciple of the second Hokage. and I have long served as the leader of the Root faction, thereby possessing profound understanding of both internal affairs and external threats. Thus, I believe that, with my experience and capabilities, I can lead Konoha through these challenging times towards a more prosperous future. Upon hearing this, the meeting room erupted in a flurry of murmurs. Clearly astonished by Danzo's audacious self-recommendation, Mito Gate-in and Haru exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, evidently skeptical of Danzo's proposal. Chapter 74. The Tyranny of Three Generations, Part 1. After a moment of contemplation, Hyuga Hizashi slowly spoke. Lord Danzo, your qualifications and capabilities are indeed beyond question. However, the position of Hokage requires not only strength and experience, but also the trust and support of the villagers. Your long-standing involvement with the Root organization and your overly secretive methods may render it difficult for you to gain their favor. Danzo let out a cold laugh, his sharp gaze sweeping across the assembled individuals, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Trust? Support? Do you truly believe that your notions of trust and support hold greater importance than the safety of the village? Konoha has just emerged from a war. Although our internal structure remains largely intact, formidable enemies still encircle us. Orochimaru has been repelled, but can we guarantee that other villages won't seize this opportunity? Moreover, given Orochimaru's nature, do you think he will simply relent? Thus, what we require is a decisive leader capable of navigating crises, not someone who merely engages in idealistic discourse and displays indecisiveness. He paused, his voice growing increasingly austere. As for the villagers' trust and support, that is merely a matter of time. If I can lead Konoha towards prosperity, the villagers will naturally come to understand my actions. Do you truly believe that someone like Jiraiya, who has spent years wandering, or anyone else for that matter, possesses a deeper understanding of our village's current situation than I do? Danzo's words pierced the heart of the matter like a sharp blade. The meeting room fell into silence as the attendees exchanged glances, evidently shaken by his rhetoric. Even Mito and Tsubaki, who had recently supported Jiraiya, found themselves momentarily speechless, unable to counter his assertions. The daimyo of the Land of Fire observed this exchange, nodding slightly, seemingly moved by Danzo's words and satisfied with his performance. Just as he cleared his throat to announce Danzo as the new Hokage, the door to the meeting room was abruptly pushed open. I object. A weak yet resolute voice emerged from outside. The assembly turned towards the sound, and there stood the third Hokage at the entrance. Although his complexion was pale and bandaged, his eyes remained bright and authoritative. Danzo's expression darkened instantly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. The third Hokage slowly entered the meeting room, casting his gaze over each individual present before finally resting on Danzo. Danzo, he said in a deep voice, your abilities and qualifications are indeed impeccable. Yet, the position of Hokage demands more than just strength and cunning. It requires a heart that considers the village and its people. Your approach is excessively radical. Should we entrust Konoha to your hands, it is likely that you would lead us towards the brink of war and destruction rather than genuine peace and prosperity. Danzo's expression shifted, coldly retorting, are you suggesting that I would harm Konoha? Humph. The third Hokage did not respond, but rather scoffed, his attitude unmistakably clear. Danzo began to protest, but the third Hokage ignored him, turning instead to the daimyo seated in the center, speaking with unwavering conviction. Daimyo, I have heard your earlier remarks. If you deem Jiraiya unworthy of the Hokage position, then I propose that Tsunade be appointed as the next Hokage. This pronouncement plunged the meeting room into another brief silence. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade possessed not only formidable medical ninjutsu and combat prowess, but also held great esteem within the village. Furthermore, it was said that she maintained good relations with the upper echelons of other villages. Her ascension to Hokage would undoubtedly bring Konoha additional allies and support. However, she had been absent from Konoha for many years, her whereabouts uncertain, making the search for her a daunting task. As anticipated, Danzo scoffed, Hiruzen, you truly do not shy away from nepotism. Everyone knows that Tsunade, apart from being the granddaughter of the first Hokage, is also one of your disciples. Your proposal for her to take on the role of Hokage reeks of personal interest. Moreover, Tsunade has been away from Konoha for years, her location a mystery. Where do you propose we find her? Whether she is willing to return is an unknown. By suggesting this now, are you not merely stalling for time and squandering everyone's opportunities? Danzo's tone brimmed with sarcasm and disdain, clearly dissatisfied with the third Hokage's suggestion. Yet, the third Hokage remained unperturbed, his expression calm. I have already received news regarding Tsunade's whereabouts, he continued slowly. I possess the means to bring her back as Hokage. Thus, your concerns are unfounded. As for your claim of nepotism, he turned to Danzo, his gaze resolute and composed. Indeed, I do favor those close to me. However, my endorsements are grounded in the ability, qualification, and responsibility of the individuals I propose. Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, inheriting the will of the Senju clan. Her medical ninjutsu and combat skills are unparalleled in the ninja world, a fact you are certainly aware of. More importantly, she harbors a heart that cares for the village. which is an essential quality for the Hokage. He paused, his tone growing more assertive. Danzo, you often use the village's safety as an excuse to exert control through forceful means. But you must understand that the Hokage is not only the guardian of the village, but also the hope and faith of its people. Although Tsunade has been away from Konoha for many years, I am confident she has never forgotten her responsibilities, as this village was established by her grandfather. Thus, her return could stabilize the village's situation and infuse Konoha with new vitality. Therefore, I firmly believe that Tsunade is undoubtedly the best candidate to succeed as Hokage. Upon hearing the third Hokage's declaration, Danzo's expression darkened further, his fists clenched tightly, clearly displeased with the words of his counterpart. At last, he could no longer contain the fury that had been building within him. He abruptly stood from his chair, exclaiming, "Hiruzen, do not be so tyrannical. From the time you recommended the fourth Hokage until now, you have consistently acted unilaterally. In the subsequent Nine Tails incident and your handling of the Uchiha clan, you never sought our opinions. Now, you insist on forcibly promoting Tsunade. Do you truly believe that Konoha belongs solely to you?" Danzo's voice reverberated through the meeting room, laden with years of suppressed anger and resentment. His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced directly at the third Hokage, as if ready to unleash a torrent of pent-up grievances. Chapter 75, The Arrogance of the Third Generation, Part 2. The demeanor of the third generation remained composed, unshaken by Danzo's words. He slowly raised his head, his gaze profound and resolute, his tone steady yet imbued with an undeniable strength. "Danzo, you are mistaken. I have never regarded Konoha as mine alone. Every decision I have made is for the future of the village and the well-being of its citizens. The capabilities and character of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, are evident to all. His sacrifice was for the preservation of Konoha's peace. As for the Nine Tails incident and the Uchiha clan matters, I have never believed my handling of them was an error. Naruto has now become not only the village's most significant asset, but also enjoys immense respect among the villagers. His performance in this war has been impeccable. Had he not defeated the one-tailed Jinchuriki, the village would have suffered losses tenfold compared to what we face now. Regarding the Uchiha clan, under the leadership of clan head Tengetsu, they have integrated better into the community over the years, earning the villagers' recognition. What? Do you think that is not commendable?" As he spoke of his so-called arrogance, his voice momentarily faltered, and he fixed a piercing gaze upon Danzo. His tone laced with authority and pressure. "Danzo, whether I am indeed arrogant or not, the individuals present here have their own opinions. After years of collaboration, none have felt this way except for you. Do you not consider that perhaps the issue lies within yourself?" The third generation's words struck Danzo like a heavy hammer, causing an instantaneous hush to envelop the conference room, all eyes turning towards Danzo, anticipating his response. Danzo's countenance turned ashen, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes as he coldly glared at the third generation, his voice low and filled with menace. "Are you questioning my loyalty, Hiruzen? You are well aware of how much I have sacrificed for Konoha. Everything I have done has been for the village's safety." "Safety? Huh. Danzo, do not presume I am unaware of your clandestine actions over the years. Were it not for your past contributions and the fact that we were once comrades, I would have acted against you long ago." The third generation's voice escalated, his gaze intense, as if seeking to unveil the secrets buried deep within Danzo's heart. Occasionally glancing at Danzo's bandaged right hand, a wave of astonishment rippled through the conference room, with attendees displaying shock on their faces. Midogate and Tru Kanishige exchanged uneasy glances. While they understood Danzo's covert dealings, they never anticipated the third generation would openly challenge him at this moment. Danzo's complexion turned a deeper shade of gray, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. He glared at the third generation, his voice thick with suppressed fury. "Hiruzen, you." "Enough." Suddenly, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire interrupted, diffusing the tense atmosphere of the meeting. His tone was steady, sweeping across the attendees before finally resting on the third generation. "Lord Hokage, your proposal is commendable. If you believe Tsunade is the most suitable candidate for the position of Hokage, then let us act upon your suggestion and bring her back to Konoha to assume the role." The third generation nodded slightly, responding earnestly, "Thank you for your support, my lord. I shall arrange for her return promptly." The feudal lord nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Danzo, his tone laced with reassurance. "Your loyalty and abilities are equally recognized, Danzo. Konoha's future requires talents like you to support the Hokage in safeguarding the village's safety. I hope you will continue to contribute your efforts to Konoha." Though Danzo's expression remained dark, he held his tongue in light of the feudal lord's decision. He cast a cold glance at the third generation, a glimmer of resentment in his eyes, yet he could only nod begrudgingly, his voice low and detached. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall continue to serve Konoha." In that moment, the tense atmosphere of the conference room dissipated. Observing this, Midogate and Tru Kanishige, among other high-ranking officials, exhaled in relief, nodding in agreement with the feudal lord's decision. The feudal lord smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly once more. In that case, let us proceed with the third generation's proposal. For the time being, Tsunade will serve as the fifth Hokage. If she is willing to accept this role, we shall officially announce her appointment. During this interim, I must ask you, third Hokage, to continue managing Hokage affairs to ensure the village's stability. The third generation bowed slightly, responding earnestly, "Thank you for your trust, my lord. I will do my utmost to ensure a smooth transition for Konoha." After a brief period, the meeting, fraught with tension, finally drew to a close, and attendees began to depart the conference room in succession. Danzo lingered until last, his expression dark, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Having believed his ascension to Hokage was virtually assured. As he walked, he cast a cold glance at the third generation's retreating figure, muttering softly to himself, "Hiruzen, do you think this will halt me? Konoha's future will not unfold according to your desires." The third generation, sensing the hostility emanating from Danzo, did not turn back. Instead, he sighed softly, fully aware that Danzo's ambitions would not simply vanish. Nevertheless, he was determined not to let them succeed. After all, in his grand design, promoting Tsunade to Hokage was merely a transitional step. The true inheritor of Konoha's legacy would ultimately be him. Upon exiting the conference room, the third generation gazed up at the sky shrouded in ominous clouds, silently reflecting, "Little brat, I have done my utmost to pave the way for you. Whether you succeed thereafter depends solely on your own endeavors." At that moment, a beam of sunlight pierced through the heavy clouds, illuminating the third generation's face. A smile of contentment graced his lips as he murmured, "It seems that favorable weather lies ahead." Chapter 76. The Trial of Uchiha Fugaku. Unbeknownst to Naruto, significant events were unfolding among the upper echelons of Konoha. At that moment, he was wholly immersed in rigorous training, exerting every effort to enhance his strength. The sudden emergence of a mysterious individual had instilled immense pressure upon him, compelling him to redouble his efforts in preparation for the challenges that may lie ahead. In truth, Naruto had speculated on the identity of this enigmatic figure multiple times, yet each conjecture had been swiftly dismissed. After all, among the formidable Hokage he was familiar with, none possessed both the Byakugan and the Mangekyou Sharingan. Nevertheless, it was conceivable that some of them had undergone transformations, thereby acquiring these abilities. Indeed, the world of Hokage had shifted from the one he once knew. Regardless, Naruto resolved to refrain from delving into the identity of the mysterious figure for the time being. As long as the Nine Tails resided within him, it was inevitable that this individual would eventually return. At that moment, provided he had sufficiently strengthened himself to vanquish the threat, he would naturally unveil the mystery surrounding the stranger's identity. However, this required Naruto to cultivate his power to a level capable of confronting any challenge, which was precisely why he had devoted himself to training immediately after the war's conclusion. During this period, Naruto had visited the third Hokage, discovering that while he bore significant injuries, his spirit remained undaunted. Yet, the occasional flicker of sadness in his eyes betrayed a deeper turmoil. It seemed the battle with Orochimaru had inflicted wounds far beyond physical harm, perhaps accounting for his inability to continue as Hokage, Naruto mused. Thus, he chose not to burden the third Hokage with the details of his encounter with the mysterious figure, wishing to spare him further distress. As he trained, Naruto, burdened by heavy lead weights, leaped between the trees with frog-like agility. Though his physical prowess had multiplied several times since the Nin exam, he still had a considerable distance to traverse to achieve his desired results. Thus, his training regimen primarily focused on physical conditioning, supplemented by the use of shadow clones to enhance his proficiency in ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Suddenly, a deep male voice echoed through the forest, and a massive fireball whistled toward Naruto's face. What? As he leaped from one tree to another, Naruto's pupils dilated, and he swiftly formed hand seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. Boom. The fierce wind collided with the fireball, resulting in a violent explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto retreated and landed firmly on another tree, shedding his lead weights while maintaining a vigilant gaze toward the source of the attack. From the swirling smoke emerged a figure clad in Uchiha clan attire, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning ominously in his crimson eyes. It was Uchiha Fugaku, the former clan leader and father of Satsuki. "Fugaku-san." Clan leader, Naruto stammered, uncertain how to address him. Their previous encounter had merely been a fleeting glance during the Nin exam, and he hesitated before opting for the formal title. "I have heard you are quite close to Satsuki," Fugaku remarked coldly, his gaze sharp and scrutinizing. "Ah." Naruto paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Fugaku's meaning and intent. After all, during their earlier encounter, Fugaku had regarded him with a mix of scrutiny and wariness. Thinking quickly, Naruto attempted to clarify, "Fugaku-san, before he could finish. Fugaku struck again with fire style, Phoenix fire technique. A blazing fireball erupted from his mouth, blooming like a flower as it soared toward Naruto from all directions. Wind style, Gale Palm. Naruto clapped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of wind that dispersed the oncoming flames. Yet, Fugaku denied him a moment's respite, swiftly forming hand seals for fire style, Fire Dragon technique. A dragon composed of searing flames roared toward Naruto. Water style, water barrier technique. Naruto rapidly formed seals, summoning a wall of water that clashed with the fire dragon, producing a hissing sound as steam engulfed the area. In the next instant, countless shuriken shot forth from the mist, targeting Naruto's vital points. Reacting swiftly, Naruto drew a kunai from his pouch, spinning it in his hand to create an impenetrable defense. The metallic clinks of collision filled the air, sparks flying in every direction. Your reflexes are commendable, though still a tad immature. Fugaku's voice suddenly resonated from behind Naruto, revealing that all his previous attacks had merely been feints to close the distance. Startled, Naruto turned, but Fugaku's hand was already resting on his shoulder, his Sharingan glowing with an eerie light. Genjutsu, Dream Shadow. In an instant, Naruto felt the world spin, the scenery distorting and warping until, with a pop, he transformed into a puff of smoke, vanishing into thin air. What? Fugaku exclaimed, having failed to observe when Naruto had activated his shadow clone. Rasengan. Naruto's voice echoed from behind Fugaku, a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra hurtling toward his back. Fugaku's eyes swiftly shifted to the Manjiki Sharingan, and in an instant, he became a mere afterimage, evading the attack. Boom. The Rasengan struck the ground where Fugaku had stood, landing firmly as Naruto scanned his surroundings with heightened alertness. Impressive. I did not anticipate you would compel me to employ the Manjiki Sharingan. Fugaku's voice emerged from directly in front of him as the mist began to dissipate, revealing his figure. A hint of fatigue crossed his face, and his Sharingan reverted to the three-tomo form. Looking at Naruto, there was a glimmer of appreciation and an indescribable complexity in his gaze. I now permit you to befriend Satsuki. With that, he turned away, disregarding Naruto's reaction. Yet, after taking a few steps, he paused, casting a piercing glance back at Naruto. But remember, merely friends. Should you dare to advance further. As his eyes shifted back to the Manjiki, he added ominously, beware, for I will not hesitate to eliminate you. With that, Uchiha Fugaku departed as swiftly as he had arrived, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Chapter 77. The Riddler. What on earth is going on? Naruto mused as he scratched his head, gazing in the direction where Uchiha Fugaku had departed. He understood full well that Fugaku's visit was merely to assess his abilities and to ascertain the nature of his relationship with Satsuki. However, it was evident that Fugaku had not fully achieved either objective. Firstly, regarding the assessment of strength, Naruto could tell that Fugaku had not exerted his full power, not even half of it. He was equally confident that Fugaku recognized that he too had fought with all his might. Their recent skirmish had, at best, been a mutual probe of each other's capabilities. If this sufficed to meet Fugaku's standards for evaluation, then it was rather simplistic. Yet, this was not the crux of Naruto's concerns. The true matter at hand was the definition Fugaku placed on his relationship with Satsuki. Naruto found himself perplexed by Fugaku's concluding remarks. After all, if Fugaku were to agree that he and Satsuki were friends, it was unnecessary to seek his approval, as they were already friends. However, if his notion of friend carried a different implication, then he felt restrained from advancing their relationship. Thus, where exactly lay the boundary of his definition of friend? It was utterly vexing. Sighing deeply, Naruto decided to channel his confusion into his ongoing training journey. Barbed wire palm, earth release, earth flow wall, Rasengan, heavenly return. With a resounding clash, Naruto and Hinata Hisashi slid back several meters before regaining their footing. Not bad, Hisashi remarked, retracting his Byakugan and casting a glance of approval at Naruto. I permit you to be friends with Hinata. With that, he turned to leave, seemingly recalling something as he paused mid-step. He cast a piercing gaze back at Naruto. But remember, it's just friendship. Should you dare to pursue anything further, his Byakugan flared ominously. Beware, I shall end you. With that, he walked into the depths of the forest, reminiscent of Fugaku's earlier demeanor. Naruto stared after Hisashi's retreating figure, momentarily stunned by the eerily familiar words he had just heard. After a considerable pause, he snapped back to reality. Why do fathers in this world enjoy playing riddles so much? He exclaimed, exasperated. What riddles? Came Jiraiya's curious inquiry from behind him. Naruto turned and shook his head slightly. Nothing. But what brings you here? Hey, you little brat, what kind of attitude is that? Jiraiya clutched his chest dramatically, feigning injury. After all, I am your teacher. Is this how a disciple greets his master? As he surveyed the battlefield around them, he deduced that Naruto had just finished a sparring match. However, he was not particularly concerned, as he could infer from the traces that Naruto's opponent was likely from the Hyuga clan. Upon recalling the rumors he had heard in the village regarding Naruto and the two young ladies from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, he couldn't help but mutter enviously. This brat has as much luck with women as his father. When will you stop being so old-fashioned, so that I may properly address you as teacher? Naruto retorted, rolling his eyes. Hey, little brat, how am I being old-fashioned? Jiraiya protested. I am the most serious ninja. Serious? Naruto scoffed. During the Chunin exams, I spent a month with you and witnessed your true character. 8 out of 10 days, you were spying on girls bathing. The only 2 days you didn't tea were when we went to Mount Mayaboku. Otherwise, you might have set a record for 10 consecutive days of peeping. Jiraiya nearly stumbled at Naruto's words, his face flushing red. He quickly waved his hands in denial. Ahem. You don't understand. That was for research. Artistic creation requires immersion in life, you know? Oh, then why do you only gather inspiration near women's baths? Do men's baths lack artistic value? Jiraiya found himself speechless, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Suddenly, he shifted to a serious demeanor. Ahem. Enough of that. I have come to find you for an important matter. Oh, what is it? Naruto asked suspiciously. You're not asking me to be your lookout again, are you? I warn you, I refuse this time. Lookout. Even if I needed one, I wouldn't dare ask you. Jiraiya grumbled. Every time you're on lookout, I get caught immediately. I suspect you're actually helping those women. What did you say? Naruto feigned ignorance, raising his voice. Nothing. Jiraiya quickly waved his hands and shifted the topic. All right, I am here to ask you to join me in finding someone. Finding someone? Naruto pretended to guess. Who are we looking for? The granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Tsunade. Jiraiya's tone became unusually serious. As Naruto processed this, he thought to himself, indeed, the third Hokage could no longer continue in his role, thus Konoha naturally required a new Hokage. Among the candidates, those who fit the bill were few, with Jiraiya and others, as disciples of the third, being the most likely choices. However, given Jiraiya's personality, he would never accept such a burden. Therefore, Tsunade, also a disciple of the third, emerged as the most suitable candidate. Moreover, in the original story, it was indeed Tsunade who assumed the position of 5th Hokage. Of course, aside from them, there was one other suitable candidate, Danzo, who had been a contemporary of the third. However, considering Naruto's understanding of Konoha's current situation, he doubted Danzo would even be considered. Little did Naruto know that Danzo had come perilously close to becoming Hokage, only to be forcefully opposed by the third and suppressed. Chapter 78. The Plan of the 3 Generations. What do you need her for? Although Naruto was already aware of Jiraiya's intention to seek Tsunade, he still asked, playing along, to bring her back as Hokage. You are well aware of the current situation regarding the third. Jiraiya, considering Naruto's close bond with the third, spoke in a gentle tone to avoid provoking any strong emotions. Observing Jiraiya's cautious demeanor, Naruto felt a mix of gratitude and amusement. He understood Jiraiya's concerns, for the third was akin to family for him. However, he was no longer the same Naruto of the past. His feelings for the third were not as profound, and he was no longer the impulsive youth he once was. Thus, upon hearing Jiraiya's words, he merely nodded calmly and replied, I see. Then you can go find her yourself. Why must you drag me into this? You think I want to? This is the old man's order. Jiraiya, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, it's the third's command. His gaze suddenly grew deep, as if lost in thought. What? You want me to bring Tsunade back? Old man, are you losing your mind? Don't you remember why she left Konoha? In the Hokage office. The long-separated third and Jiraiya sat across from each other at the desk. I am well aware of that, the third replied, taking a puff of smoke. A complex expression flickering in his eyes. Precisely because of that, I need you to bring her back. Only you can do it, after all. She owes you a significant favor, does she not? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression shifted slightly, and he hesitated, saying, Old man, you know I don't want to invoke that debt. It is a wound that will always remain in her heart. And it was one of the main reasons she chose to leave Konoha. If I understand your concerns, the third interrupted, his aged face etched with gravity. But now you must invoke it, even if it means reopening her old wounds. You know the current situation in Konoha. Danzo has been restless. And during the previous high-level meeting, he nearly became Hokage. I managed to suppress it this time, but I cannot guarantee I can do so again. If Tsunade does not return to take on the role of Hokage, do you wish to see Danzo ascend to power? You understand what that would mean for Konoha. Jiraiya fell silent, aware that allowing someone as radical as Danzo to become Hokage could lead Konoha towards war, and the entire ninja world might be engulfed in flames once more. After a long moment, he sighed and said, Very well, I will go find Tsunade. However, I do not know where she is, so it may take some time. You need not worry about that. I have her whereabouts, the third said, retrieving a scroll from his desk and handing it to Jiraiya. According to the reports from the Umbu, she has been active in the southern part of the Land of Fire, around the gambling district. Jiraiya took the scroll, opened it, and quickly scanned its contents, frowning slightly. The gambling district? Isn't that a hub for casinos? He seemed to realize something and chuckled ruefully. Tsunade has not changed at all. Well, since we have her location, I will set off to bring her back. As he stood and turned to leave, the third suddenly called out, Wait, bring Naruto along. Bring him for what? Jiraiya turned back, puzzled, asking, He and Tsunade do not. Then, he suddenly grasped the implication, his pupils constricting in shock. Old man, you cannot be thinking of having Naruto. Indeed. The third interrupted, nodding gently. That is precisely my intention. I want Naruto to have some meaningful interaction with Tsunade. This will facilitate my subsequent arrangements. Are you joking? Jiraiya slammed his hand on the desk, angered. That kid, while rapidly increasing in strength, is still young and lacks experience. You cannot expect. Age and experience can be accumulated over time. The third took a deep breath of smoke, his gaze profound. Moreover, I do not intend for Naruto to take over immediately. It may take a few years. For now, Tsunade will hold the position, and later, I will arrange for Naruto to join the Yumbu, allowing him to take command of their forces. Old man, you are playing a long game. Jiraiya inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow. But have you considered Naruto's opinion? The third slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze unwavering. Jiraiya, you know some matters are not determined by personal will. Naruto is the son of the fourth, and he bears the 9 tails sealed within him. He is destined to shoulder the responsibility of protecting Konoha. Furthermore, you are aware that this world is not peaceful. I have a nagging feeling that something significant will occur in the near future. We must prepare in advance. Ah, old man, you are indeed pushing Naruto toward that position. However, you are right. That kid certainly possesses the potential. Jiraiya paused momentarily, finally sighing. But who else knows about this aside from me? Very few, the third replied, shaking his head. The glow of his pipe illuminated his aged face. Ultimately, the fewer people who know about this, the better. It is a matter of protection for both Naruto and Konoha. Fine, I will take Naruto with me. Jiraiya shrugged helplessly and turned to leave the office. Just then, the third called out behind him once more. Oh, by the way, give Naruto some good news. He has been promoted to Chunin. Chunin? This time, Jiraiya did not turn back, but continued toward the exit, asking, this isn't also part of your plan, is it? Not exactly. This is a result of Naruto's outstanding performance in the Chunin exams. However, it certainly adds some extra flair, the third replied, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. This is indeed a good foundation, as his Chunin status will facilitate his future endeavors. Standing at the door, with his back to the third, Jiraiya waved his hand. Got it, old man, I will relay that to him. However, he paused, his tone becoming serious. If Naruto does not wish to walk this path in the future, I will not force him. I trust he will make the right choice. The third's expression softened, knowing that Naruto carried the blood of the fourth and the instinct to protect Konoha. Let us hope so, old man. Jiraiya pushed open the door, sunlight spilling across his silhouette. I will set off with Naruto as soon as possible. As the door gently closed behind him, the third gazed out at the scenery of Konoha, murmuring to himself, Naruto, I hope you understand my intentions when you learn the truth in the future. Do not hold it against me. Chapter 79, Deception. Lecherous Sage. Lecherous Sage. Naruto's voice rang out, growing increasingly strident, pulling Jiraiya abruptly from his reverie. What is going on? Jiraiya jolted, rubbing his ear, which had been slightly irritated by Naruto's incessant calling. I was just about to ask you the same thing. Why did you suddenly stop speaking? Naruto shot him an exasperated glance. Oh, my apologies, I was lost in thought for a moment. Jiraiya replied, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. After all, he could not divulge the third Hokage's plan to Naruto just yet. It was not merely for the future of Konoha, but for Naruto's own sake as well. Jiraiya feared that if Naruto became aware of the plan, he would bear an undue burden of pressure, which could hinder his growth. With that thought in mind, he hastily shifted the topic. Oh, by the way, where were we just now? Naruto easily discerned that Jiraiya was keeping something from him, but he chose not to pry. If Jiraiya wished to share, he would do so naturally. If not, no amount of pressure would yield results. Well, the third Hokage asked me to accompany you to find Tsunade. Oh, right. Let us set off. Jiraiya nodded and turned to leave. Wait a moment. What do you mean set off? Naruto called out, irritation evident in his voice. I didn't say I would go with you. What? You're not going? Jiraiya turned back, surprised. Don't forget, this is the third Hokage's order. I didn't see the third Hokage give that order in front of me. How do I know you're not trying to deceive me? Naruto shrugged, adding, you just want to trick me into keeping you company on the way. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's words and could not help but think, you little brat, even if I wanted a companion for the journey, I would choose a beautiful woman, not a snot-nosed kid like you. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of seriousness. Fine. If you don't believe me, let us confront the third Hokage and see if he actually gave you that order. No way. Naruto flatly rejected. I still need to train. Train? With your current strength, taking a break for 10 days or half a month wouldn't be an issue, Jiraiya replied, exasperation evident on his face. Besides, we'll only be gone for a few days. It won't delay you for long. No. I can't afford to waste even a few days. Haven't you heard the saying? Training is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to fall back. Naruto replied earnestly. Therefore, I cannot accompany you. Jiraiya, finding Naruto unyielding, was at a loss for a moment. Suddenly, an idea struck him. All right, since you want to go, I'll have to take back the gift I was planning to give you. You can stay here and train properly. With that, Jiraiya turned his back and walked away with determined strides, his silhouette exuding an air of nonchalance. A gift? Naruto's eyes narrowed, fixating on Jiraiya's receding figure. A contemplative look crossing his face. His rational mind warned him that Jiraiya's statement was likely a ploy, if there truly was a gift. he would have revealed it long ago. But then he reconsidered. What if Jiraiya was indeed concealing something valuable? Despite their similar mastery of ninja techniques, Naruto had learned some that surpassed Jiraiya's knowledge. Still, there was no guarantee that Jiraiya had not kept a trick up his sleeve, especially considering the unique circumstances of this ninja world. Thus, regardless of what Jiraiya's so-called gift might be, he felt compelled to investigate further. Moreover, if the gift did not meet his expectations, he could always return to training later. After all, if he wished to leave, Jiraiya could not keep him there. Resolute in his decision, Naruto called out to Jiraiya's back. Hey, lecherous sage, I'll go with you. Jiraiya paused momentarily at Naruto's shout, relief washing over him. He had feared that Naruto would not take the bait. A triumphant smile crept onto his lips, which quickly transformed into a feigned impatience as he turned away. What? Didn't you say you wanted to train? Don't let me hinder your training. Naruto hurried to catch up, confidently declaring, training can wait. As they say, work and rest are both essential, and besides I've just realized, since this is the third Hokage's order, I must comply wholeheartedly. However, his eyes glinted mischievously. You must first tell me what the gift is. Ah, that? Jiraiya feigned mystery, stroking his chin. I'll tell you on the way. What? I have to wait. Naruto's eyes widened with skepticism. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? There's really no gift at all. Deceive you? Jiraiya scoffed dismissively. How could I, one of the legendary Sannin, ever deceive a brat like you? I assure you, there is a gift. Whether you believe it is up to you. Just tell me if you're going or not. Naruto scrutinized Jiraiya for a few seconds, noticing that he displayed no signs of guilt, and reluctantly nodded. All right, fine. I'll go with you. But if I find out you're lying, he waved his fist menacingly. I won't let you off easily. Upon hearing Naruto's words, a fleeting glimmer of unease crossed Jiraiya's eyes, but he quickly masked it. He gently patted Naruto on the shoulder, saying, Don't worry, brat. You're sure to love this gift. Now, let us be on our way. I'll reveal it to you as we travel. Thus, Jiraiya led Naruto back to his home, where they gathered a few essentials before departing from Konoha. Thanks to the third Hokage's command, their exit from the village faced no obstacles, and they smoothly passed through the gates, heading towards the street where Tsunade awaited. Chapter 80. The Gift of the Fourth Generation. What? Nin. That night, Naruto and Jiraiya, having failed to reach the next town, decided to camp out in a grove. Beside the flickering campfire, Naruto listened to Jiraiya's so-called gift, which turned out to be the news of his promotion to Nin. Instantly, he glared at Jiraiya, exclaiming, What a ridiculous joke. What kind of gift is that? I'm not going. With that, he stood up, preparing to return to Konoha directly. Wait a moment. Jiraiya, quick on his feet, seized Naruto's hand. You brat, you've come this far. Let's go find Tsunade together. Besides, becoming a Nin has its advantages. Oh, what advantages? Naruto feigned curiosity, despite having experienced the promotion process to Nin and Nin during his last journey, and being aware of the benefits it entailed. However, considering the uniqueness of this world, he was eager to discover any possible differences. The commission rates will increase. You'll be eligible for higher-ranked missions, and you can join the Umbu, Jiraiya enumerated, counting on his fingers. When he mentioned the Umbu, he emphasized the words as if hinting at something significant. Unfortunately, Naruto was oblivious to this insinuation and rolled his eyes, realizing that the advantages Jiraiya mentioned mirrored those he had previously enjoyed without any novelty. Goodbye. Without further ado, Naruto attempted to depart once more. Brat, what will it take for you to continue searching for Tsunade with me? Jiraiya grasped his hand again, asking helplessly. Why must you insist that I accompany you to find Tsunade? Is it merely a command from Grandpa Sarutobi, or do you have other motives, you lecherous sage? Naruto scrutinized Jiraiya, his blue eyes sparkling with suspicion. Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt under Naruto's gaze, releasing his grip and scratching his head. How could I have any ulterior motives? It's simply the order of the third Hokage. Oh, really? Naruto narrowed his eyes, crossing his arms. You, the lecherous sage, are not the type to obediently follow orders. If you're honest with me, I might reconsider and accompany you. Also, don't think you can fool me with Sarutobi's command. Jiraiya fell silent, and after a moment, he slowly spoke. Naruto, please don't pressure me. There's a reason I cannot disclose to you. You will understand in the future. However, I can assure you that this is indeed the third Hokage's command. If you still refuse to go, I won't force you. With that, Jiraiya turned his back to Naruto, his tone imbued with melancholy. If you wish to return to the village, then go ahead. I will not stop you. Naruto observed Jiraiya's retreating figure, his brow furrowed. He keenly sensed that the matter was more complex than it appeared. Jiraiya, who was typically carefree, rarely exhibited such demeanor, indicating that something deeper was at play. After a moment, Naruto returned to the campfire and remarked, All right, in light of your sincere demeanor, I shall reluctantly accompany you for a while. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya visibly relaxed his shoulders but still faced away from Naruto. Humph, at least you have a bit of conscience. Wait, I'm not done. Suddenly, Naruto shifted his tone. I have a condition. What do you mean, a condition? Jiraiya turned around abruptly, glaring at him. You brat, do you intend to squeeze me dry? Squeeze you dry? Dream on. I'm not interested in men, and besides, you're far too old. Naruto scoffed disdainfully. Jiraiya realized that every conversation with Naruto left him exasperated. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he asked, "All right, what is your condition? As long as it isn't too outrageous, I can agree to it." "Of course it's not outrageous. I simply want you to fulfill the token you promised when you took me on as your apprentice," Naruto stated earnestly. "Don't think you can brush me off with excuses about my lack of strength. I might not necessarily lose to you now. Well, logically speaking, given your current strength, I could indeed give you that thing. However," a troubled expression crossed Jiraiya's face. "Right now, it's still not possible. Why not? You previously said that once I was strong enough, you would give it to me. What has changed?" Naruto glared at him, his voice tinged with anger. "Alas, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. It's that someone has forbidden me to do so," Jiraiya sighed. "Who?" Naruto furrowed his brow, inquiring. "Your father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze," Jiraiya stated seriously. "What?" Confusion deepened on Naruto's face. "I understand you have many questions, so let me clarify everything at once." Jiraiya took a deep breath and explained, "This item I possess was originally meant to be a gift from Minato for you, to be given when your strength was sufficient. However, I initially used it as a token for accepting you as my disciple. Don't be upset. It's merely a favor. And you should feel honored to have such a powerful teacher." Upon hearing this, Naruto scoffed derisively at Jiraiya. Unfazed, Jiraiya continued, "Currently, you are indeed strong enough. However, there is one prerequisite that must be met before I can hand it over." That was Minato's repeated instruction. "What prerequisite?" Naruto asked eagerly. "That is, you must master the power of the Nine Tails within you. Otherwise, I cannot give it to you, as it would only endanger you," Jiraiya replied earnestly. "What? Master the power of the Nine Tails?" Naruto was taken aback, pressing further. "Why? What is that thing?" "I don't know either. Minato sealed it very tightly, and I dare not open it, so I have no idea what is inside." Jiraiya shook his head. "However, Minato conveyed through Fukasaku that the item could significantly enhance your strength, provided you can master the Nine Tails power." "I see," Naruto murmured softly, quickly reaching for the seal on his abdomen, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He had previously attempted to reach out to the Nine Tails several times, but had been forcefully blocked from entering its domain. Now, hearing Jiraiya's words, his curiosity about the fourth's gift intensified. What could possibly enhance his strength so greatly? And why was mastering the Nine Tails power a prerequisite? Determined, he thought to himself that once he brought Tsunade back, he must meet the Nine Tails, even if it meant forcing his way in. With this resolved, he looked at Jiraiya and said, "All right, since this is my father's request, I want to demand that item from you for the time being. However, once I master the Nine Tails power, you must give it to me." "Understood." Jiraiya rolled his eyes. "I have no use for that item anyway." He then glanced at the deepening night sky. "All right, it's getting late. Let us rest early. We have to travel tomorrow." Naruto nodded, finding a comfortable position to lie down. The night passed in silence. Chapter 81. Tsunade. As the dice cup was opened, the dealer at the casino was already drenched in sweat, for the blonde woman seated before him had consecutively won 10 rounds. If he continued to lose, his boss would surely take his life. Contemplating this, a glimmer of desperation flashed in the dealer's eyes as his hand stealthily reached for a small button concealed beneath the table. He thought to himself, "It appears I must resort to this." The blonde woman across from him seemed oblivious to his furtive action, calmly gathering her winnings before her. There was no hint of elation on her face. Rather, it bore an expression of grave concern, as if the chips were harbingers of misfortune. "Continue," she stated flatly, her tone tinged with weariness. The dealer promptly shook the dice cup and gently placed it down, calling for bets. Without hesitation, the blonde woman pushed all her chips once more toward the high stakes, her movements precise and decisive. The dealer's eyes widened with panic, and he discreetly pressed the mechanism beneath the table. A faint click echoed as the dice within the cup quietly shifted to lower values. Observing this from behind her, a woman clad in black, cradling a pristine white kitten, caught the scene and her eyes glinted with cold light. She gently patted the kitten, whispering, "Shall I go?" In a flash, the kitten darted beneath the table, swiftly severing the connection of the mechanism. Simultaneously, the black-clad woman formed a hand seal, and the dice reverted to their original values. 4, 5, 6 high. When the dealer unveiled the cup, his previously confident demeanor turned pale, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. The blonde woman slowly rose, her imposing figure rising and falling with each breath, her golden hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. "It appears fortune smiles upon me today," she declared, and with a sudden forceful punch, she struck the wooden table, shattering it to pieces and leaving a deep crack in the floor beneath. However, I absolutely despise cheaters. As wooden shards flew, casino security rushed in, mistaking the scene for a disturbance caused by the blonde woman's losses. Armed with weapons, they charged toward her. "You seek death," the black-clad woman coldly stated before unleashing a flurry of shuriken that pinned the guards to the ground. Meanwhile, the white kitten reappeared, darting past the guards and slashing them with its sharp claws, leaving deep crimson marks. Amidst the cries of the guards, the blonde woman coldly approached the dealer. Looking down at him as she commanded, "Change the money." Startled by her authoritative tone, the dealer crumpled to the ground, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a trembling voice echoed from the second floor of the casino, "Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, please, calm your anger." A plump middle-aged man tumbled down the stairs, clutching a box filled with money. This is your winnings, and a small token of apology." Tsunade shot him a cold glance, retorting, "It would have been better to do this from the start." She seized the box of money and tossed it to the black-clad woman. "Jing-in, hold this. We're leaving." With that, she stepped toward the exit of the casino. "Yes, Lady Tsunade," Jing-in replied, hastening to follow her. The white kitten quickly leapt into Tsunade's embrace, purring contentedly against her. Tsunade affectionately rubbed its head as she continued toward the door. However, just as she was about to step outside, she abruptly halted, speaking without turning her head. "Remember, if I find out you dare to cheat again." With a powerful punch, she struck the door frame, causing a part of the wall to collapse. "Then this will be your fate." The casino owner swallowed hard, his face pale as he fervently nodded. "Why yes, we will never dare again, Lady Tsunade." Exiting the casino, the last rays of the setting sun illuminated Tsunade's face. Jing-in, cautiously holding the money box, inquired, "Lady Tsunade, where to next?" Tsunade gazed at the distant sunset, a shadow of unease crossing her features. With a hint of irritation in her voice, she replied, "Let us find a place to drink. Winning so much money today feels ominous. I can't shake the feeling that something bad is about to happen." With that, she strode toward her usual tavern, while Jing-in hurriedly followed. As they turned a corner, they suddenly sensed something amiss. The once boisterous street had fallen eerily silent. Tsunade abruptly stopped, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. "Since you're here, come out. Orochimaru, hiding is not your style." "Ah, indeed. Tsunade, your perceptive abilities remain as keen as ever." Orochimaru emerged slowly from the shadows, accompanied by a pallid white-haired girl of around 14 or 15. "What brings you here?" Tsunade asked coldly. Jing-in immediately assumed a defensive stance, and the kitten bared its teeth, arching its back. "Do not be so tense. I merely wish to catch up with an old friend," Orochimaru said with a sinister smile, his golden serpent-like eyes gleaming with danger. "And perhaps, I seek a small favor from you." As his words hung in the air, the white-haired girl behind him began to cough violently, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Orochimaru gently patted her back, saying, "Look, this child requires your medical ninjutsu, Tsunade. I'm afraid I have not practiced medicine for many years and will no longer treat others." Tsunade firmly rejected, "Especially not your experimental subjects. Not practicing medicine does not equate to refusing to heal. You could simply pick up your medical instruments again. Moreover, she is not merely an experimental subject." Orochimaru replied with a sly grin. "She is the closest thing I possess to a perfect vessel." "A vessel? Orochimaru, how many years have passed, and you remain so fixated on that?" "It is truly pathetic," Tsunade declared, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. "Pathetic? Those who pursue their dreams have nothing to be ashamed of," Orochimaru shrugged, dismissing her words. "Yet you, Tsunade." His gaze drifted to her clenched fists, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. "Indulging in alcohol and gambling, evading your past, that is the true tragedy." Tsunade's expression turned icy, the air around them seemingly thickening. "My affairs are not subject to your judgment. If your sole purpose here is to spout such nonsense, then be gone." "Of course not," Orochimaru chuckled lightly. "If you can heal this child, I can arrange for you to meet the person you long to see the most." As he spoke, he clasped his hands together, and in the next moment, 2 coffins rose from the ground before him. Following this, the coffin lids were forcefully opened, and 2 lifeless corpses slowly stood upright from their resting places. "Reanimation of the impure?" Tsunade exclaimed, her voice trembling, a tumult of fury and anguish swirling in her eyes. Behind her, Shizune mirrored her shock and anger. "Desecration of the dead." Orochimaru gently shook his head and replied, "Let us not be so dramatic, Tsunade. I merely undertook what others have desired but feared to accomplish. For instance you, Tsunade, how about this? If you assist me in healing this child, I can reunite you with those you once cherished most. A rather advantageous bargain, would you not agree?" Upon hearing his words, Tsunade's fist clenched tightly, her knuckles whitening as her gaze fixated on the 2 reanimated figures, those of her past beloved and her brother. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade gradually released her grip, the fury in her eyes morphing into profound sorrow, ultimately replaced by a complicated expression. "May I take some time to contemplate this, Orochimaru?" "Of course," he nodded gently. "But I hope it won't be too long. After all, this child cannot afford to wait indefinitely." By tomorrow, I shall provide you with my answer," Tsunade replied, a hint of fatigue lacing her tone. "Very well," Orochimaru responded with a satisfied smile. "Then I shall await you at the stone forest before sunset." With that, he clasped his hands once more, and the coffins gradually sank into the earth, vanishing without a trace. The silver-haired girl coughed weakly a few times before turning to follow Orochimaru, soon disappearing into the shadows of the street corner. Tsunade remained rooted in place, her fists alternating between relaxation and tension, ultimately releasing a deep sigh. Shizune stepped forward with concern, asking, "Lady Tsunade, you I need to drink?" "Shizune," Tsunade interrupted, her voice low. "Tonight I require intoxication." With that, she disregarded Shizune and made her way toward the tavern. Shizune displayed a hesitant expression, ultimately letting out a silent sigh as she followed her. The little white cat squirmed uneasily in Tsunade's arms, its golden eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Chapter 82. The bet between the fourth-generation couple. As dusk settled, the lights of the tavern flickered in the wind. Shizune observed Tsunade, who was indulging in drink after drink, her brow instinctively furrowing with a hint of concern. Although she understood that Tsunade's remarkable constitution rendered the alcohol harmless, witnessing Tsunade's increasingly dazed eyes and flushed cheeks compelled Shizune to speak up. "Lady Tsunade, you." Before she could finish her sentence, a commotion erupted outside. "You little brat. It's your turn to pay for dinner tonight. I covered breakfast and lunch." A raspy male voice shouted. "You didn't even open the door." A bright, youthful voice retorted. "You insisted I come along, so all my expenses on this trip are your responsibility. Honestly, are you as stingy as a miser? Besides, I am your master. It's customary for a disciple to treat their teacher." "Huh. Once you stop being so ancient, I might consider treating you." "What? Does that mean I'll never eat again?" "Ugh. No, wait. Why do you have so much money?" "Of course, I'm saving it for marriage and children." "Goodness. You're what? Barely old enough to think about marriage." "Better than you. At your age, you're still leering at women and can't even get a wife." "I'm merely being prudent." As the arguing grew louder, the tavern's curtain was suddenly flung aside. A golden-haired youth entered, his face contorted in disdain, his azure eyes filled with impatience. Following him was a silver-haired man, scratching his head in exasperation. "Ah, Lord Jiraiya," Shizune exclaimed, recognizing the middle-aged man whose voice she had found so familiar. "Ah, Tsunade." Jiraiya and Tsunade both turned toward the sound, nearly simultaneously exclaiming each other's names. "It's been so long," Jiraiya said, sitting opposite Tsunade, his gaze lecherously fixed on her chest, drooling as he exclaimed, "You've got no. You've become more beautiful. Tsunade, if you keep staring like that, I swear I'll gouge out your eyes and soak them in alcohol," Tsunade warned, shaking her wine glass, her eyes narrowing with a glint of coldness. At this, Jiraiya straightened up, though his gaze still wandered where it shouldn't. "Tch. Truly a lecherous old man," Naruto remarked, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Hey, brat, show me some respect in front of others." Jiraiya shot back, glaring at him, mumbling under his breath. Naruto returned the look with disdain, huffing dismissively. Tsunade watched the exchange with keen interest, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes as she asked, "Jiraiya, who is this brat?" "Oh, he's my new disciple, named Uzumaki Naruto," Jiraiya said proudly, gently patting Naruto's shoulder. "Uzumaki. Oh, the child of Kushina. No wonder he looks so familiar," Tsunade realized, her gaze softening as she looked at Naruto. "You've grown so much." Turning to Jiraiya, she wore a knowing smile. "It seems that the bet between Minato and Kushina ended with Kushina winning." "That couple always loved making such trivial wagers," Jiraiya shrugged, though his voice took on a somber tone, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "A bet? What sort of bet?" Naruto inquired, his curiosity piqued. He had never known that the fourth Hokage and his wife enjoyed gambling, which intrigued him immensely. "It was a wager about whether you'd be a boy or a girl. If you were a boy, you'd take Kushina's surname. If a girl, you'd take Minato's," Jiraiya explained. "Minato was such a fool. Kushina had learned some medical ninjutsu from me, and probably knew she was carrying a boy all along." As Tsunade spoke, a smirk crept onto her lips, as she feigned ignorance, eagerly anticipating Minato's reaction. Naruto, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This wager was indeed quite trivial. Moreover, he finally understood why. Although the third Hokage had revealed his true identity to everyone in Konoha, he still bore the Uzumaki surname instead of Namikaze. "All right, kid. Since you are the child of Minato and Kushina, you shall call me Sister Tsunade from now on." Tsunade suddenly flashed a charming smile, ruffling Naruto's golden hair. "Sister?" Naruto instinctively replied, "Don't joke. You're about the same age as that perverted sage. I should call you Grandma instead." As soon as he spoke, Jiraiya, Shizune, and her little white cat instantly retreated to the corner of the tavern, their faces displaying sheer terror. Tsunade's smile froze, her forehead twitching with fury, and her wine glass shattered in her grip. "You little brat, what did you just call me?" Tsunade's voice lowered dangerously, realizing his blunder. After all, in any world, a woman's age was a taboo topic. Naruto frantically waved his hands, attempting to explain, "No, I didn't mean." Before he could finish, Tsunade shot up from her seat, striding toward the door, declaring, "You brat, come here. I must teach you a lesson on how to respect your elders." "And no, Tsunade," Jiraiya began to intervene, but a fierce glare from Tsunade silenced him. He could only helplessly signal Naruto with his eyes, clearly indicating for him to tread carefully and avoid provoking Tsunade further. Naruto returned a similarly exasperated look, understanding the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, he silently lamented how he had found himself in such an unexpected predicament. After all, he had merely spoken the truth. Their antics left Shizune, standing beside Jiraiya, utterly bewildered. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, Lord Jiraiya, did I miss something? Shouldn't this brat be respectful and call her Lady Tsunade? Is he really that formidable? Curiosity and intrigue began to swell in her gaze as she regarded Naruto. Soon enough, she would come to understand why Jiraiya had felt it necessary to warn his disciple so earnestly.